in. They drank to be together, I drank to be alone. As I watched them all drink, as the laughter and shouting and dancing grew louder and slurred, I felt this gap growing. Them and me. They and I. And I found a new way to be alone. At Penn, everything was celebrated. Tonight we were celebrating what we hoped was the final snow melt of the season. It was the 12th of March. Someone actually found it, a small mound of brown slush on the west corner of Spruce Cottage across from the telecom building. Either that same someone or a different someone roped it off, set up a keg 10 feet to the left, a boombox on a table to the right, and an impromptu party started right there. In the fall, we had gathered around large bonfires. Tonight, we encircled this small patch of snow and watched it melt. Welcome to college life. "Come on, let me hypnotize you," she said again. I only half heard her. She was one of them. This usually happened a few hours into most parties. Aside from the previously mentioned uplifting effects, alcohol also brought courage, and at some point, one of them would inevitably cross that invisible barrier and find their way over to me. I suppose I was a good-looking guy, probably seen as some kind of challenge to them, off in my isolated corner. Damn near every girl reminded me of Stella, though. The ones who didn't remind me of Gertie, and that hurt just as bad, sometimes worse. This girl said her name was Kaylee. She wore a flowered sundress over black tights and under a denim jacket. Her hair was strawberry blonde and curled under just above her shoulders. More Gertie than Stella. A doctoral student working on her PhD in psych, she told me when she first introduced herself. An unknown beverage sloshed around in her red Solo cup. I took a drink of my Pepsi. "You don't want to hypnotize me. I'm boring." "You don't look boring. You've got this brooding James Dean thing going on." "James Dean, huh?" "Totally. A rebel for sure." "Then maybe you shouldn't be talking to me. What if I'm dangerous?" Her eyes narrowed. "Are you dangerous?" "Everyone I care about seems to die, so yeah, probably." "Are you any good at it?" I said. "At what?" "Hypnosis." She shrugged. "My roommates say I am. Professor McDougal said I'm the best he's had in his class in a decade. But I think he's just trying to get in my pants." "You're not wearing pants." She looked down at her legs and processed this information in that slow way drunk people do. Then she looked back at me and smiled. "Nope, no pants." I spotted Willie across the crowd watching me. He gave me a thumbs up and nodded vigorously. "I should probably get home," I said, glancing in the direction of my apartment. "You can't leave until the snow is gone. That's the rule." "Well, you did say I was a rebel." "Please let me hypnotize you." "What do you think you'll learn?" She tilted her head. Some of whatever was in her cup spilled over the side and landed on my shoe. "For starters, why you're at a party and you're not drinking." "Maybe I'm not very good at it." She stepped closer and took a drink. This time I smelled the rum. "It's not that hard." "You're not doing it right either. You're drinking rum at a keg party." She brought a single finger to her lips and smiled. "Shh. Maybe I'm a rebel, too." Willie was still watching, and I wondered if he'd phone Mateo tonight to report in or hold off until morning. He would at some point. I counted at least 12 people wearing white coats. "Do you live on campus?" I asked her. She nodded to the left. "East Residences." "How about I walk you home? I said. Okay. Apparently the melting snow had been forgotten. Kaylee and I crossed the quad and took a shortcut past the tennis courts. At some point, her hand found mine. She lived in Geary Hall on the second floor. She fumbled with the lock, pushed the door open, and stumbled in, falling on a bed to the left. Her roommates weren't home. I turned on the light, closed the door, and helped her out of her shoes and jacket. Her cup of rum disappeared somewhere along the walk. I hadn't noticed her drop it or set it down. I could have slept with her, but I didn't. Instead, I waited until she fell asleep, then turned her on her side. A quilt was bunched up at the foot of the bed. I pulled it over her shoulders and tucked her in. The walk back to my apartment on Mifflin should have taken about 20 minutes, but I didn't get back until around 4 in the morning. Willie's door was closed. I could hear him snoring. There was an envelope on my bed. The envelope wasn't thick enough to contain cash, and unlike the others, this one had my mailing address printed neatly on the front with a canceled stamp postmarked Pittsburgh, PA. The return address was Mateo's office. Inside, I found a folded letter, along with a smaller envelope. Jack, DeWitt asked me to send this to you. Your aunt left it for you before she died, with instructions to give it to you on your 18th birthday. I apologize for the delay, completely my fault. He dropped it on my desk with a Post-it note on the top, and it got buried before I saw it. You've seen my desk. I'm working on it, I swear. If he'd hand me things instead of... Sorry, I'm sure you don't care. Again, I apologize for the delay. Hope you're kicking some butt at Penn. Go Lions. Sincerely, Tess. DeWitt? I chuckled. I'd completely forgotten Mateo's first name was DeWitt. I dropped the letter on my bed. The smaller envelope was sealed, about half the size of a normal one, the kind that usually held thank you cards or other small notes. Auntie Jo had a box of them. She used to keep her tips organized by date and shift. She said this helped her figure out the best shifts to take and which to avoid. I'm not sure that really mattered. It seemed like she worked all the time regardless. My name was printed on the front. I tore the envelope open. The page inside only contained 14 words, but I probably read those words over and over again for the better part of an hour. Her handwriting was twitchy, barely legible, written close to the end of her life. The box your father left for you? It's in 68744. The worthless shit. Joe. At some point I sat on the edge of my bed. I didn't remember doing that. My hand was shaking. The only sounds in my room were my deep breaths and the rapid thump in my chest. The sun started to rise by the time I found the strength to get up and shove some clothes into my backpack. 10 minutes later, I crept across the floor of our apartment toward the door, carefully avoiding the noisier boards near the center of the room under the rug. In his room at the end of the hall, Willie still snored, and probably would for a few more hours, Sundays being one of the few days he slept in. At first, the prelude wouldn't start. The engine coughed and sputtered, choking the winter from its throat. Then the motor caught with a single backfire. Once it turned over, the engine quickly smoothed out. Hondas were reliable that way. I gave the gas pedal a few pumps, then backed out onto the deserted road. My mind reeled, unable to put together a solid thought. The box. When I asked Auntie Jo about the box, she always denied it existed. Said my father hadn't given her anything before he died, nothing at all. I searched for years, more times than I could count. I'd never given up. I simply ran out of places to look. Of course that's where she would have hidden it. Nobody would look there. I'd be in Pittsburgh in 2.5 hours. In that time, I'd have to sort this out, figure out a next step. 68744 was the number of my father's grave plot, one of those obscure facts Auntie Jo had drilled into me as a kid. About an hour into the drive, I realized my next step wasn't necessarily a single option of multiple options. I had no other options. I tried to think of something, anything at all other than the obvious choice, which clearly wouldn't be a possibility for any sane person, but slowly became one for me as I thought more and more about it. That realization didn't help the churning in my stomach, the sour taste in my throat. Auntie Jo wouldn't lie about something like this. She hated my father, hated everything about him, but she wouldn't lie about something this important, not to me. The letter from Richard Nettleton to my father had been addressed to her. I'd always suspected that on some level Jo knew what was going on. Even if she hadn't told me, the dream told me as much. I knew the box was real, knew it, even if she denied it. Her way of protecting me, waiting until I was old enough, I suppose. The box was key, always had been. But could I? Could I dig up a grave? My father's grave? If the box was there, and as the miles churned beneath the noisy wheels of my Honda, I became absolutely convinced that it was, could I leave the box hidden in his grave forever? Forget about it? What if someone else found it? Someone in a white coat? What if, and this was a big what if something in that box might help me find Stella? I couldn't forget about something like this. I'd have to look. The sane choice was to not dig up my father's grave. But digging was clearly my only choice. Somehow I made peace with that. My brain twisted and turned it, churned the facts until this was not only my only choice, but the right choice, and one that could not wait. At the turnoff for I-376, I stopped at a small hardware store in Hollidaysburg and bought a shovel. I couldn't risk doing such a thing in Pittsburgh, where I might be recognized. The only hardware store near my apartment in Brentwood was Keener's. The store had been there since 1939. Harold Keener would not only recognize me, but might pick up the phone and call Mateo when I purchased something as odd as a shovel. I parked on Kramer off Brownsville, about 3 blocks from my apartment, and walked the rest of the way. Parking near my building wasn't an option. Honda Preludes were a fairly common car, but a black one parked in front of my building would probably get recognized as mine. I left the shovel in the trunk. Construction on Crendell's Diner was nearing completion, and a sign hung in the window, Carmazzi's Pizza, coming soon. I walked past and tried not to look through the newly whitewashed windows, for fear of what might look back. Nearly 3 months had gone by since the last time I stepped into my apartment building. The place felt foreign to me. The halls seemed narrower and musty, in need of paint. I climbed the steps and slipped into my apartment unnoticed. Even Ms. Leach's door remained closed. No grocery list on the door, not on Sundays. My apartment was dark, every surface thick with dust. I crossed the room, past the stack of posters still on the table, past Gertie's dress still on the floor, and reached for the thick blinds over the window, then thought better of it. If someone were to look up, someone who knows me. I settled into Auntie Jo's chair near the window and waited for night to come. My right knee bounced nervously, and the ghosts of my past howled all around, crackling at my ear, anxious for what came next. At a little after 1 a.m, I parked on Nobles Lane, probably within 10 feet of the place I left my bike as a kid on the day of the Great Chase. If I closed my eyes, I could still hear the sound of those 4 SUVs racing up behind me, with Dunk and Willie chattering from the radio. When I opened my eyes, I saw nothing but a dark, deserted road edged by woods. Noble's Lane had no street lamps, no traffic, and the few homes sat far back from the road. A light drizzle had started up a little after midnight and remained steady since. When I pulled off the pavement, the Honda's tires dipped slightly in the muddy earth, and I cursed myself for not thinking about the possibility of leaving tracks behind. I should have brought a jacket, too. The temperature dropped into the 40s and was still sinking. As grave robbing went, I wasn't very good. At this hour, every sound seemed amplified, from the groan of my trunk to my footfalls as I ran through the woods toward the cemetery, with a shovel in hand. I came out of the trees about 100 feet west of our bench, and I couldn't help but think of the painting in Stella's room. Shadows clung to the sides of the mausoleums, wrapping the stone structures in the blanket of night, cradling them in the rain. I knew I was alone, yet I felt eyes on me. I half expected someone in a white coat to slip out of the woods, to step out into my path, maybe more than one someone, all with thoughts of that box. In the time I spent in the cemetery growing up, I'd yet to see a caretaker or any form of security. Someone locked the front gate promptly at 9 each night and opened it again in the morning, but even that person eluded me through the years. I imagined anyone working in a cemetery, in the solitude of it, would eventually become a silent part of that cemetery, able to move through the grounds, one with the wraiths and gloom, nothing more than a whisper among the gravestones. As I came over the hill on the south end of the cemetery, my parents' graves came into view. Auntie Jo now beside them, under the sweeping arms of the large red maple tree, their gravestones glistening in the rain. Could I really do this? Oh, how I wished for a drink. I would have probably drank pure grain alcohol at that point, if I had it on hand. A beer, cough syrup, whiskey, anything. My skin tingled with the craving, the mouth of every pore open wide. I had nothing, though, and I pressed on anyway. When I finally reached the graves, as I stood over my father's resting place, I turned slowly and searched the cemetery grounds for signs of anyone. I saw no one, but that feeling of being watched remained, a prickling at the back of my neck. The shovel felt heavy. God help me. I plunged it into the dirt and began to dig. The ground was softer than I expected. 2. Elfrida Leach sat up in her bed and cocked her head. She heard something. A creak of the floorboards, the groan of old wood. The numbers on the analog alarm clock beside her bed flipped from 3:03 in the morning to 3:04, with a slight mechanical whir and the click of plastic on plastic. As she did every night, Elfrida set the thermostat in the hallway to 70 before going to bed, 72 during the daytime, 70 for bed, always. Yet her bedroom felt horribly cold. She listened for the steady drone of the furnace, but heard nothing. An icy breeze slipped over the nape of her neck and her shoulders, and that wasn't right either. She never opened the windows. Never. Another creak. From the hallway this time, she was certain of that. Elfrida kept a loaded .38 in her nightstand drawer. She also had one in her dresser, another taped to the back of the toilet, 2 more in the living room, the first under the left couch cushion and the second taped to the bottom of the end table, and yet another in the kitchen, on the counter in a metal tin labeled flour. Although she had never fired a single shot, Each weapon was cleaned and meticulously oiled every other Thursday. The first had been purchased 2 days after she was attacked by those horrible people in white, the ones who wanted things that did not belong to them. She purchased the others in the years following, after deciding she no longer wanted surprises in her life. First, only one, then the second when she realized she couldn't get to that first gun hidden in the bedroom if she was in the kitchen. Then the others when she decided a weapon should always be within arm's reach, regardless of where she was in her apartment. She nearly bought one for her purse, too, but that seemed silly, since she no longer left home. The nice man who had sold them to her did so over the phone and even delivered for an additional fee. The .38 from her nightstand felt cold and heavy in her hand as she quietly lowered her feet to the floor and crossed the room, ignoring the arthritic pain burning in her legs. Although she lived alone, she always closed and locked her bedroom door. A yellow bathrobe hung from a hook on the back of the door. She pushed the robe aside and pressed her ear against the wood. The door was solid wood, not that cheap pressboard junk they sold today, but a thick slab of oak, original to the apartment. She heard nothing. Elfrida began to wonder if she heard anything at all. Maybe it was nothing more than the settling of the old building, or the expanding and contracting of the structure itself, as it always did when spring ushered away the cold grip of winter. Maybe she dreamed the sound, imagined the sound entirely, maybe another squeak. The board beneath her bare left foot moved slightly when weight found that same board on the opposite side of the door. Somebody was standing there. Elfrida drew in a deep breath, tried to steady the hand holding the .38. She was shaking so. "I have a gun!" Her intended shout came out muffled and weak, the thick wood of the door eating her words. From the other side came a man's voice, soft, pure, sounding more like the music created by a finely tuned set of chimes than the spoken word. "I know you have a gun. You need to put the gun down and unlock the door." Elfrida set the gun down on the top of the dresser and flipped the lock on the doorknob. "Now open the door and step back," the voice said. She did so without any hesitation. The door swung open. A man was standing there. He had dark hair and darker eyes and a smile that somehow put her at ease, even though that was darkest of all. Behind him stood 2 women in long white coats. Both watched but remained silent. As Elfrida completed each instruction, she wondered why she was doing as she was told. She didn't want to. She wanted to point the gun at the center of this man's chest and pull the trigger, and keep pulling the trigger until the chamber clicked empty. She couldn't, though. The gun was already out of reach, and when she tried to force her legs to walk back to it, they didn't obey. Instead, they stepped backward, as instructed, until they reached the edge of the bed. "Sit down, Elfrida." She did. The 3 intruders stepped into her bedroom, her private place uninvited. "Are you real?" she asked. He tilted his head and smiled again. "We no longer need you to watch the boy. Do you remember when I asked you to watch the boy, all those years ago? I was a child myself then. They made me phone you, so impersonal." "Yes, I remember." "You knew my parents?" "Yes." "What were their names?" "Keith and Jacqueline Pickford." "And my name?"
"David. You're David Pickford.
You're a beautiful man, David Pickford. He smiled again. Thank you. You're welcome. Elfrida Leach stared past him. We no longer need you to watch the boy. Not they. Charter had told her the Pickford boy would never leave his room. Could never leave his room. Held against his will. He should hate them, despise them. There should only be they, not we. How could he be standing in her bedroom? Elfrida Leach eyed the butt of the .38 on the edge of the dresser. She wanted to push past these people, take the gun in her hand, kill them all. She couldn't move, though. Her body wouldn't obey her. Why aren't you wearing white? Unlike the other two intruders, David Pickford wore a black leather jacket over a deep red t-shirt and denim jeans. If he carried a gun, she didn't see one. Nothing clipped to his belt, no shoulder holster. I don't like white, he replied. White is a non-color, the absence of color, a canvas waiting for a stain. All the monsters wear white. She found the words difficult to speak. Like movement, they fought her, but she got them out. Not all the monsters. Your parents. What you... Shh. He knelt down in front of her and took her hand in his. We're not here to talk about my parents. She tried to respond, but her lips, her mouth wouldn't move. I'm sorry. You may speak, David said. Whatever spell, his spell, broke. Why are you here? She was able to get out. Charter dropped the ball, I'm afraid. I've decided to step in, to correct the matter, clean up the mess. Okay. He went on. You're part of that mess. I know. He squeezed her fingers until they turned white. When we leave, you're going to wait 3 hours. Then you're going to take your gun, put it in your mouth, nice and deep, and pull the trigger. Okay. Okay what? Tell me. When you leave, I'm going to wait 3 hours. Then I'm going to take the gun, put it in my mouth, nice and deep, and pull the trigger. Are you afraid to die, Elfrida? No. He released her hand. It dropped limply into her lap. Do you have regrets? I never had a child, she replied without hesitation. Maybe you should have. I couldn't pass it on, but I wanted a child. He thought about this for a moment. I was told you had no reaction to the shot. You have nothing to pass on. Yes. Yes, what? Yes, I had no reaction. So you have nothing to pass on, he said again. Elfrida said nothing. From the corner of her eye, she could see the gun. She willed herself to get up, to jump toward it, to grab the .38 from the dresser. Her body ignored her. She began to tremble. Your limbs are as heavy as lead. If you attempt to do anything other than what I ask, you will feel as if you are on fire. Understand? Yes. Elfrida looked away from the gun, looked at him, stopped fighting, stopped trembling. I'd like you to tell me where I can find the others. There are no more others. Don't lie to me, Elfrida. It's unbecoming of a woman such as yourself. Lying can also be quite painful. Telling a lie might feel as bad as, say, David thought about this for a moment. Then he had it. Lying feels like swallowing 1,000 fire ants. Their stings as they ravage your throat from the inside. Wouldn't that be just horrible? Elfrida Leach nodded. Tell me where I can find the others. There are no more. But even as she said the words, the pain registered on her face. Her skin went taut and pale. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head. She screamed horribly loud. David seemed to find enjoyment in this. He gave her a moment. He let her screams die away. You know, telling the truth can have the opposite effect. With the truth, all that pain just washes down the drain, replaced with the most incredible euphoric sensation. So brilliant, it defies description. I imagine you'd like to feel that, rather than those horrible ants. Elfrida nodded quickly, tears streaming from her eyes. Tell me, Elfrida, where can I find the others? This time she did tell him. She told him all she knew. She didn't know where they all were, only Dewey Hobson and the Brotherton woman, and that would have to do. When she finished, when David was certain there was nothing else to gain, he smiled again. Good. That's very good. We'll be leaving then, I think. He turned, started for the door, then paused. With his back to her, he asked one final question. Tell me one more time, what will happen next, after we go? Elfrida Leach took a breath. When you leave, I'm going to wait 3 hours. Then I'm going to take the gun, put it in my mouth, nice and deep, and pull the trigger. How many seconds in 3 hours? 10,800. It was a pleasure knowing you, Elfrida. You too, David. The 3 intruders left then, leaving her bedroom door open. The deadbolt slid back in place at the front door. She had no idea how they'd gotten a key. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Elfrida Leach remained perfectly still. In her mind, she began to tick away the seconds. 10,800, 10,799, 10,798. The clock on her nightstand whirring along with her. The click of plastic on plastic as each minute fell away. 3. My shovel struck the top of my father's wooden casket at a little past 3 in the morning, and by 1:15, I'd cleared away the entire surface. Although I'd only been 4 when he died, I remembered the casket. The black wood had been polished to a bright shine, so much so I could see my distorted reflection in the finish from my seat next to Auntie Jo in the front row. Someone placed a rose on top, and I thought for sure Auntie Jo would knock the flower off since there wasn't one on Mama's casket, too. She didn't, though. That black shine was long gone, the bare wood showing through in spots, the metal of the hinges and latch rusted. The wood had begun to rot, and with a little pressure on the blade of the shovel, the screws pulled right out, and the latch popped off. Who put the flower there, Auntie Jo? Some asshole. If I stopped moving, I knew I wouldn't go through with what I needed to do, so I didn't allow myself to stop. I didn't allow myself to think. Instead, I lowered myself into the small space I dug out to the left of the casket and jammed the edge of the shovel under the lip of the lid. Although the rain stopped, puddled water soaked through my shoes, and when I pressed down on the handle of the shovel, when I leveraged it with my weight, water squooshed between my toes, and I wondered what it would be like to sink down into that mud, to disappear within the earth. The top of the casket snapped open with an audible pop. There was a rush of air both in and out of the casket, matched only by the deep breath I sucked into my lungs and forced back out. I tossed the shovel out of the hole and wrapped my fingers around the lid of my father's casket, prying it open against the weight of more than a decade. I'm not sure when my eyes closed, but they did, and they didn't want to open again. But I forced them anyway. When they did, I found the courage to look down into the box. My father was not inside. I don't think I expected him to be in the casket. At some point while digging, I began to tell myself he wouldn't be in there. And as I repeated that mantra, it became easier to fill the shovel, easier to dig, to keep going. Seeing the empty casket, though, knowing for sure, that brought the tears, and I collapsed in the hole, water and mud soaking my jeans. My hands gripped the side of the empty casket, my body quivering, and my mind so filled with thoughts I couldn't make sense of any of them. I buried my face in my filthy hands and cried, all the emotion of the past hours coming to a head. When I finally brought myself to look back inside, I was certain he had never been in the casket. Unlike the wooden exterior, the satin lining of the casket appeared new, only slightly yellowed from its time below ground, preserved by the airtight seal. A pillow sat where his head would have rested, and that pillow didn't have so much as a crease down the center. In the center of the casket sat a cardboard box, the box I'd seen my father give Auntie Jo. Inside the cardboard box, I found 2 books, a Penn State 1978 yearbook and a paperback copy of Great Expectations. Nothing else. Not a damn thing else. I wanted to scream. If not for the fear of discovery, I surely would have. I'm not sure what I expected to find, but it certainly wasn't this. The anxiety, fear, and uncertainty of earlier quickly turned to anger and frustration. There had to be something else. What the hell was I supposed to do with an old yearbook and another copy of that damn Dickens book? Why would someone go through all this trouble for something so mundane? A note fell from the folds of Great Expectations. Your mother is at rest, Jack. Please let her rest. I didn't recognize the handwriting. Not Auntie Jo's. My father's? Filling the grave back in went much faster than digging it up. I replaced the sod as best I could and scattered dead leaves left over from fall over the plot. When finally satisfied that my night's work would only be discovered by someone specifically looking for it, I scooped up the yearbook, the novel, and shovel, and ran back through the woods to my car, carefully watching the cemetery grounds and the trees for any sign of another. Inside my car, I pressed the button for the overhead light and flipped through the pages of Great Expectations. The book appeared to be new, unread, many of the pages still sticking together. I expected to find something written inside, but there was nothing. The first page contained a detailed map of England. Exeter, London, Manchester, Whitby, Newcastle upon Tyne, and dozens of other major cities labeled. The novel itself appeared to be complete, beginning with the same line ingrained in my head since childhood. My father's family name being Pirrup and my Christian name Philip, my infant tongue could make of both names nothing longer or more explicit than Pip. So I called myself Pip, and came to be called Pip. My hands, and my clothes, and every inch of my skin, for that matter, were covered in dirt, and each page I touched came away smudged and filthy. I rubbed them on my jeans, and that only made things worse. I reached down and wiped them as best I could on the carpet under the gear shift. I set aside Great Expectations and moved the yearbook into the light. Unlike the novel, the pages of the yearbook were well worn, some folded over. The inside flap of this book was filled with handwritten notes and scribbles. Maybe next year you'll learn to hold your beer, Al Waters. Hey, Eddie, get a haircut, you shit. Jean Glaspie. 2 more years to go, good luck with that. Enid Sather. There were dozens of them, but none written by names I recognized. I turned to the first dog-eared page, class of 1979 across the top. The photographs of 3 students were circled on the opposite page. Perla Bayham, Cammie Brotherton, Jacqueline Brees. 2 on the next page, Jeffrey Dalton, Garrett Dotts. The 3 pages that followed had no circled photographs. The next I found was a face I recognized. Caitlin Gargery. My mother, young and beautiful. Gargery being her maiden name. I continued to turn the pages slower now. Each dog-eared page contained circled images. Penelope Maudlin, Richard Nettleton, Keith Pickford, Emma Tackett. The third to last marked page had my father, Edward Thatch. The final page was someone I did not know, named Lester Woodford. He wore thick glasses and had unruly curly hair. I flipped back to Richard Nettleton. Stella's father? Then to Emma Tackett. Possibly Stella's mother, like my mother, listed with her maiden name? None of them married yet, too early in their lives. The final marked page wasn't among the student pictures at the front, but was at the rear of the book with the staff members. Although much younger, it was a face I recognized, a name I knew well. Elfrida Leach, guidance counselor. I dropped the book into the passenger seat, started the car, and raced down Nobles Lane as the sun began to climb over the horizon. The first time I knocked, I did so lightly. It was just a little after 6 a.m, and many in the building were still sleeping. Ms. Leach hadn't answered that first time, nor the second time, so this time I pounded on her door with the side of my fist. "Ms. Leach! Open the door!" Her door did not open, but 309 at the end of the hall did. Cecile Dreyer stuck her head out, her hair still in curlers, and prepared to yell at me, then thought better of it when she saw I was covered in dirt and grime. She gave me an angry grunt and ducked back inside. "Ms. Leach!" I knocked again, this time with the spine of the yearbook. "Ms. Leach!" Damn it. I went back to my apartment and shuffled through the keys hanging near the front door. They weren't labeled, but I knew Leach's key was silver with the brand name Curtis stamped on the side. She gave the key to Auntie Jo years ago. Ms. Leach had a key to our apartment, too, although I don't think she ever used it. Back across the hall, I slipped the key into her lock and snapped the deadbolt open, then let myself in. "Ms. Leach, it's me, Jack Thatch. I'm coming in." The last time I'd been in Ms. Leach's apartment was with Gertie, nearly a year ago. Since then, the stacks of newspapers had continued to grow, leaving little space to maneuver around them. A light glowed in the back bedroom. "Ms. Leach? It's Jack from across the hall. I know today's not grocery day, but I have to talk to you. You didn't answer your door, so I let myself in. Are you awake?" As I turned sideways and worked my way through the mess, I began to wonder if something was wrong. Leach rarely had visitors. If she had a heart attack or stroke or even slipped and fell, she might go days without being found, maybe weeks. As far as I knew, her only contact with the outside world was with the weekly grocery deliveries, and I had no idea who Mateo arranged to take care of that. I found her, very much alive, sitting on the edge of her bed. Her face looked frightfully white. The wrinkles set so deep in her skin, they might have been carved in with a chisel. She watched me enter the room with unblinking eyes. Her left hand held a fistful of quilt. She squeezed the material, kneaded the cloth like raw dough. Her right hand disappeared under the sheets. She wore a nightgown similar to the ones Auntie Jo had worn, all frilly lace and silk, stolen from someone's closet in the 70s. Her feet were bare, her toes pressing into the hardwood. "Miss Leach, are you okay?" "Okay, yes." She said the words, then went silent. Her lips continued to move, though, a soundless mumble. Had she had a stroke? At her age, anything was possible. What was she now? Mid-70s, 80? I had no idea. A twang of guilt hit me. I should know. This woman practically raised me with Jo, yet I knew so little about her. "Do you want me to call a doctor?" She said nothing, only stared, her lips quivering. I snapped my fingers in front of her face. Bits of dirt flaked to the floor. "Do you recognize me, Miss Leach? Do you know who I am?" "I know what happens next." She sang this more than spoke the words, a high girlish tone. Her lips formed a quick grin, then fell flat. She followed this with, "You are Jack Thatch, son of Edward Thatch and Caitlin Gargery, the boy across the hall, the bringer of groceries, stealer of books. That's who you are." Gargery. My mother's maiden name. I held up the yearbook and opened to her page. "Do you know why these people are circled? Look, here's my mother, and my father, Stella's father, Richard, and her mother, Emma." "Ah, Stella," she said softly. "Cute as a button, that one." Her eyes looked to some distant object. Then she added for no reason, 27. 27 what? I flipped through the pages, holding the yearbook up to her face as I came to each circled image. "There are 13 people circled. Who are they? You knew them all, didn't you? Why are they circled?" Her gaze was blank again. I showed her the inscriptions at the front. "Hey, Eddie, get a haircut, you shit. Jean Gillespie." Jean Gillespie's photo was not circled. I checked. "This is my father's yearbook, Eddie. He's not in his grave. Where is he? Do you know? What happened to him? Why did he leave this book for me? Why did he circle these photographs? Who are these people?" I turned to the back, to her picture, held it up. "I know you know!" I shouted these last words, unable to control the adrenaline coursing through my body, the book shaking in my hands. 3, she whispered. 3 what? The gun came up fast, a black metal blur in her right hand from under the sheets to her mouth. She pressed it so far back into her throat I thought she planned to swallow it. Her thumb cocked back the hammer and... I saw the back of her head explode out over the bed, a fraction of a second before I heard the explosion of the bullet leaving the chamber. A rush of air pattered my face. All the air left the room, and the loud blast was replaced by a louder ringing in my ears. Miss Leach sat there for a moment, her eyes frozen with a quick wonder. Then she slouched forward and dropped from the bed to the floor. I backed out of the room, out of her apartment, crossed the hall into my own apartment, and closed the door as quickly as I could. I tried to catch my breath, needed to catch my breath, but this night simply wasn't going to let me. Sitting on top of my backpack was a 5th of Jameson whiskey, along with a note, "Welcome to the party, Jack. Toast with me. David." I grabbed the Jameson bottle and note and managed to get back to my car before the shakes started, barely. I tore the cap off and took a hearty chug, welcoming the warmth as it burned away the adrenaline, fear, anxiety, confusion, pain, sadness, hatred, anger, churning under my skin. I didn't care where the bottle came from. I didn't care what the bottle might represent. I didn't care if the bottle was laced with the most acidic of poisons. I think part of me hoped it was. I needed the whiskey to drive away the image of Miss Leach etched into the back of my eyelids. I would keep the drinking in check, though, God damn it, I would keep it in check. I could do that. I would do that. To prove this to myself, I drank only enough to lower a veil over the world. Then I twisted the cap back on and dropped the bottle on the floorboard of the passenger seat. I was back on I-79 before I realized I'd even started the car, and I was driving fast, nearly 20 miles per hour over the posted limit. I eased back on the accelerator, stopped swerving from lane to lane, and fell in line with the rest of the morning traffic. These people, these drones driving to work, putting on makeup, eating breakfast sandwiches and laughing at the stupid little jokes coming from the radio. They had no idea, none of them. When I caught my reflection in the rearview mirror, I didn't recognize the person staring back at me. My hair was filthy and matted, eyes bloodshot. My skin was covered in dirt and mud and little specks of red. I tried not to think about those. I took exit 63 just outside of Wexford and pulled into the back of a Phillips 66 gas station. The bathroom door was locked, but someone had crowbarred the metal door frame, rendering the heavy deadbolt useless. Inside, a loop of rope hung from the door, and someone had screwed a crooked hook into the wall to create a makeshift interior lock. I pulled the door closed, twisted the rope around the hook, and stripped out of my clothes. I expected the water from the tap to be brown, but it flowed clear and icy cold. I took what Auntie Jo would have called a whore's bath. The paper towel dispenser was empty, so I used one of the shirts I'd packed to wipe away the grit from my face and hair. When finished, I changed into clean clothes from my pack, stuffed my dirty shirt, jeans, underwear, and socks into the trash in the corner of the room, then took the entire trash bag out and stuffed it into the dumpster at the corner of the parking lot inside a cardboard box that once contained frozen burritos. Back in my car, I shoved the bottle of Jameson under the passenger seat and checked my somewhat improved reflection in the mirror. I got back on the highway, careful not to speed again. 4. When David Pickford climbed back into the white Chevy Suburban, followed by the two others who had accompanied him into the Leach woman's apartment, he felt renewed and completely invigorated. Hearing the gunshot that followed brought a smile to his face that would remain for the rest of the day. Even from behind the 6 car lengths that separated them, he could feel Thatch unraveling. "Wipe that smugness from your face. It's unbecoming," Miss Oliver said from the seat beside him, cradling her useless arm. "You should have that stump amputated, Latrice." "Don't call me that." "Oliver, or Ms. Oliver, but you haven't earned the right to utter my first name." He should kill her. He wanted to, no doubt about that. He also felt that every death should serve a meaning or a purpose, and he had yet to determine what her death would mean or what purpose it could possibly serve. Therefore, he kept her alive, a nagging puppy yapping at his ankle. Her time would come soon enough, when he killed the last of them, when he had Stella to himself. After he spoke to every last employee of Charter and had the company running like a smooth machine. She'd die then. He'd see to it she died splendidly. "It itches," Oliver said beside him. "All the time. This deep-seated, relentless itch in the bone, under the skin. I can't scratch hard enough to reach it. He wished he'd seen it happen. Stella's parting gift to the old woman before disappearing to God knows where. Just a quick touch. That was all it probably took. Like a cancer burning through her flesh, ignited at her fingertip and rolling up the old woman's arm. He'd seen Stella do it before, and it had always fascinated him, this gift of hers. When she was younger, there hadn't been much control, but time seemed to have improved that. She could have killed Oliver, but she hadn't. She only wished to make her suffer. He found that beautiful. Lob it off. Damn dead thing is all it is. Smells to high heaven. Oliver wouldn't, though. She'd cling to it until the whole shriveled arm fell off on its own. Stubborn old woman that she was. To him, it was a sign of weakness. If Stella had done this to his arm, he would have cut it off himself, right there in front of her. That wouldn't happen, though. He wasn't careless. "When we get her back, I'll take my pound of flesh," Oliver said. "When I get her back, maybe I'll let you." 5. I got back to Penn State at a little after 11 in the morning, but I didn't go straight to my apartment on Mifflin. Instead, I found a space on Bigler Road, quickly crossed the quad on foot, and took the back stairs up to the second floor of Geary Hall. I hesitated outside her door for nearly a minute, with girls passing me in the hall, eyeing me curiously, whispering to each other. Some were fully dressed, others wore nothing but towels and flip-flops. Boys usually didn't start appearing on this floor until much later in the day. I knocked. The knuckles on my right hand were scraped and bruised. The door opened about an inch, and Kaylee peeked out from the gap. One eye closed, the other open, her hair a rat's nest. I must have woken her. "I need you to hypnotize me," I blurted out, shoving my scarred hands into my pockets. Kaylee stood there. She smacked her lips and yawned. "Who are you?" Jack Thatch. You don't remember?" Her other eye opened, and she scratched at the side of her cheek. "Oh, right. Pepsi Boy from the melting party. Can you do it?" She yawned again. "Can you come back later? I haven't slept in forever. I was up all night studying Jung's theories on ego and personalities, and right now, all I really want to do is just get back to studying the unconscious mind in my bed. I need to do this now." "Right now? Right this very second? Please?" She opened the door a few more inches and yawned again. She wore a Guns N' Roses t-shirt and pink panties. "I'm gonna need sustenance and 3 minutes to make myself presentable for semi-public consumption. There's a vending machine at the end of the hall. What do you want?" Before I could get the sentence out, the door closed. I found the vending machines and bought 2 Kit Kat bars, a Snickers, and 2 cups of coffee. Carefully balancing everything, I returned to a room. The door was ajar. I nudged it open with my foot and stepped inside. Kaylee was sitting on the edge of her bed, her head in her hands. She'd brushed her hair and put on a pair of running shorts. Without looking up, she said, "What happened the other night? I was really drunk. Really drunk. I don't normally just invite random guys back up to my room like that. That's not me. I don't want you to think I'm like that." I don't. It's okay, really. She reached out a hand and took one of the coffees. "Hand me the sugar. It's behind you." The dorm room wasn't very large, only about 10 feet square. 2 single beds lined the walls on either side, a small dresser near the door, and another folding table with a makeshift kitchen under a window, covered with a towel to help keep the light out. I set everything down on the table beside the microwave, and a bowl containing about 1,000 packets of ketchup, mustard, and mayonnaise pilfered from area fast food restaurants. Sugar was in a large Tupperware container. I handed it to her. Kaylee drank about a third of the black coffee, then filled the cup back up with sugar, stirred it with her finger, and drank again. The coffee from the machine is tar water, but I think the school pipes in extra caffeine. They know what Mama needs. I can feel the lights in the factory starting to come on. There was a white, down ski parka bunched up in the corner of the room. I nodded at it. Yours? My roommate's. Where's she? Dunno. She is into random guys. Why am I hypnotizing you? Her eyes had come to life. She watched me now. And why do you smell like a sewer pipe? You look like you crawled here through the mud. This is no way to impress a lady. I should have showered first, but I hadn't had time. I said the first thing that popped into my head. Frat stuff, hazing. I'm not allowed to talk about it. Which one? Does it matter? Nah, not really. They're all the same. Are those for me too? I handed her one of the Kit Kat bars and ate the second, the first thing I'd eaten since yesterday. We split the Snickers. You still haven't told me why I'm hypnotizing you. I spent half the drive back trying to figure out what I was going to tell her. I didn't want to involve someone else. The less she knew, the better. I told her my parents were both killed in a car accident when I was 4. I told her parts of that day had come back to me in dreams, but not all. And you want to remember the rest? I nodded. I think I can work with that. Have you ever been hypnotized? No. She finished her coffee and reached for mine. I gave her what was left and watched her fill about an inch of the cup with more sugar before drinking it down. Hypnosis is not like in the movies. You can count backwards, snap your fingers and all that, but for the most part that's all show. Do you know where the term fall asleep comes from? I shook my head. Our bodies regulate themselves with a series of chemical releases throughout the day. Adrenaline wakes us up, gives us that jolt of energy. And when the sun goes down, when we lay down to sleep, our body does the opposite by releasing a hormone called melatonin. Melatonin causes us to feel drowsy, prepares our bodies to shut down. As we enter a sleep state, when we're right at the edge, we sometimes experience a muscle twitch called a hypnagogic jerk, which feels like falling to the nearly unconscious mind. It usually feels like it jolts us awake, but immediately after we drop off. When a person is hypnotized, we try to get them to that point, to the sweet spot, either right before or right after the hypnagogic jerk. That's when the door between our conscious and subconscious mind is open widest. When we try to recapture memories through hypnosis, we're peeking through that door. It's believed our minds don't really forget anything. Memories are just stored in different ways, some deeper than others, either because our brain considers them to be unimportant or because they're traumatic. In your case, if you were really there when the accident occurred and the moments you've been dreaming about really took place, we should be able to access those memories, regardless of why they were repressed. She finished my coffee and set the empty cup on the table next to her bed. Of course, your mind might have repressed these memories because they're unbelievably horrible, possibly even damaging if recalled. If we do this, there won't be any turning back. Are you sure? I nodded. Okay, then. Here, take this. Kaylee handed me a small white pill. What is it? Just a Valium. You need something to help you relax. You're a bundle of nerves right now. This won't work if you don't calm down. I swallowed the chalky pill dry. She straightened the quilt on her bed and told me to lie down. then rummaged through a drawer under the Kenwood receiver atop her dresser. She produced a micro-cassette recorder. "I'm going to tape this. Is that okay?" I nodded. She handed me a pair of over-the-ear Bose headphones, plugged them into the receiver, and told me to put them on. They must have had some type of noise-canceling feature built in, because when she spoke again, her voice sounded distant, as if shouted over a long distance. I could no longer hear voices in the hallway or the adjoining dorm rooms. She told me to close my eyes, and I did. She switched off the lights, and the pink behind my eyelids went black. There was an electronic hum as she turned on the receiver. A steady click filled my ears, a recording of a metronome. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. "Okay, Jack, I want you to listen to the rhythm of that sound, like a comforting heartbeat. Breathe in through your mouth, out through your nose. Let your breathing fall in time with the sound. It's all about the sound, that comforting sound. A heartbeat. Visualize a heartbeat, that sound. The rush of your blood, the life flowing through every inch of your body, warm and comforting. My voice brings you deeper, faster and deeper, faster and deeper, in a warm, calm, peaceful state of relaxation, like sinking deep down into a warm bath. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Sinking down and shutting down, sinking down and shutting down, sinking down and shutting down completely in the enveloping warmth," she said from so far away, repeating, "Warm and calm, a blanket, snug and—" When my eyes opened, Kaylee had her back to me. She was on the phone. I pulled off the headphones. "Not what I agreed to," she said into the receiver. "Kaylee?" I said. My throat was dry. She turned then, her eyes wide. Kaylee hung up the phone. I sat up slowly on the bed, my arms and legs heavy, as if waking from a deep sleep. I didn't remember sleeping, though. The window behind the towel was dark, but that couldn't be right. It was only around noon when we started. "Who were you talking to?" An odd flavor lingered in my mouth for a second, then it was gone. Chocolate milk? "Did it work?" Kaylee's eyes narrowed. She picked up the white ski parka and slipped the coat on. "I need to get to the library, and you need to leave." I frowned. "You said that was your roommate's." "You need to go. I didn't sign on for this." She folded her arms defensively at her chest and nodded at the door. "Now!" I stood and grabbed the phone. "Who did you call?" She reached for the door and pulled it open. I keyed in *69 on the phone. It rang once. "Keep him there. I'm on my way," a voice said. "Willie." From the open doorway, Kaylee said, "Get out, Jack, now." "What did I say?" "Get out or I'll scream." The micro-cassette recorder still sat on the bed, next to the pillow. I grabbed it. The tape was missing. "Where's the tape?" "I'll scream. I swear I will." "Damn it, what did I say?" I shouted. She did scream, then. Kaylee screamed so loud the shrill pitch filled the room. I threw the micro-cassette recorder against the far wall and pushed past her and out into the hallway, where a dozen eyes watched me leave in stunned silence. Outside Geary Hall, I crossed the quad to a bank of payphones at Findlay Commons. I dialed my apartment on Mifflin and got a busy signal. I hung up and dialed again after that. When the phone finally did ring, it rang only once before Willie picked up. "Hello?" "Why did she call you, Willie?" There was a pause. "Where have you been, Jack?" "Arby's." You've been gone a day and a half." There was a long line. "Were you out drinking?" "Why did Kaylee call you, Willie?" "She was worried. We're all very worried about you, that's all. I know her from student union. She knows we're roommates. She said you showed up on her doorstep looking like death warmed over and smelling worse. She said she calmed you down, and then she called me, that's all." "Were you drinking, Jack? You're not supposed to leave campus without telling me. If you were drinking, tell me. I'll get you help. I'll help you get past it, like I did in Pittsburgh." I could see the Geary entrance from here. I watched for Kaylee as I spoke. "Tell Mateo whatever you want. I don't need a babysitter." Willie's voice dropped lower. "The police called looking for you, Jack. Something happened to the woman who lived across the hall from you in Brentwood. I told them you pulled an all-nighter in the library. I said I was there most of the time, too. Come back to the apartment. Tell me what's going on." I heard something behind him. Soft, barely audible. A whisper? Another voice? "Is someone else in the apartment, Will?" "What? No, of course not." This time I was sure I heard it. Another voice behind his. A female voice. Across the quad near McKean Hall, a girl in a white coat stood. I saw another. A boy with dark hair and glasses and a white windbreaker on a bench outside the biomechanics lab. He had a book in hand, but he wasn't turning the pages. I hung up. I quickly walked the block and a half to the student union and withdrew all the cash in my account, a little under $3,000. 2 of the people in line wore white coats. I tried not to look at them. Back in my car, I drove off campus. At one point, I thought I saw a white SUV behind me, so I got on 26, followed the highway to Lamont, then pulled a fast U-turn in a Circle K parking lot before doubling back west. They continued east. I kept an eye in my rearview mirror after that, but I didn't see another. I followed 26 back to I-99, then took the highway for about 20 more minutes, getting off in Port Matilda. I stopped at a McDonald's, ordered a Big Mac, large fry, and a Coke, and I sat near a window where I could watch the traffic. I was starving, but as each bite of food hit my acidy stomach, I thought for sure it would come right back up. Somehow I managed to keep everything down. Although 3 white vehicles pulled in, a Toyota Camry, a Jeep, and a station wagon, none of the people in them wore white. I got a room across the street at the Aldine Motor Lodge. The hotel was run down, at least 20 years past its prime and in desperate need of a coat of paint. The heavy-set man with greasy hair behind the counter allowed me to pay for the night with $39 in cash, and didn't ask for ID. He gave me the keys to 23 and said the room was on the far end of the building. I parked my car in the back so it wouldn't be visible from the street. The room smelled of stale lemons. The walls were covered in cheap, dark paneling, with prints of ancient sailing ships hanging crookedly from nails. The carpet was a shag yellow with hints of brown and orange, and worn thin at the door. A note above the television promised free HBO, but the crack running the length of the 19-inch tube put an end to that. The bathroom had no door, and the toilet looked like it hadn't been scrubbed since Carter was president. I sat on the bed for a while, cradled my aching head, and wondered just what the fuck I was doing. Eventually, I shucked off my clothes and took a shower. I probably stood under the water for nearly an hour as the stink of the cemetery and the filth of the past 36 hours circled the drain and eventually disappeared. After, I dried and changed into the last of my clean clothes. I'd either have to go home or buy more. I hadn't decided which yet. The bottle of Jameson sat on the nightstand. I reached for it, changed my mind. Fuck. Not now. I dropped onto the edge of the bed and blew out a breath. I pulled the 2 books from my father's grave close. In the top drawer of the nightstand, I found a Gideon Bible, a pad of paper with Aldine Motor Lodge printed at the top, and a cheap ballpoint. I grabbed the pad and pen and leafed through the Penn State yearbook. I scribbled out a list of the circled people. Perla Bayham, Cammie Brotherton, Jacqueline Brees, Jeffrey Dalton, Garrett Dotz, Caitlin Gargery, Penelope Maudlin, Richard Nettleton, Keith Pickford, Emma Tackett, Edward Thatch, Lester Wolford, Elfrida Leach. I drew arrows connecting my mother's and father's names, then did the same for Stella's parents. I stared at that list for nearly an hour. The bottle of Jameson sat on the nightstand. If I went back to the apartment, Willie would be waiting for me. Maybe Mateo, too, at this point. He might have driven up. Maybe the police. Possibly all of them. The people in white, too. That's where they'll pick you back up, my mind whispered, if they lost you at all. Cecile Dreher saw me at Leach's door. She may have told the police. If the police knew I was in the room when Elfrida Leach shot herself, they may be wondering if it was even suicide. I had no motive, no reason to want her dead, but they wanted me. They made that real clear the last time. Police planted evidence. They lied. They'd do what they needed to do to build a case, even a weak one. At the very least, if I went back, Mateo would find some way to lock me down, some facility, a 30-day program. He'd find a jailer much worse than William Trudeau. The bottle of Jameson sat on the nightstand. A settled brain is a clear brain, they always say. Who's they? I had no idea. I couldn't drink. Not now. I looked back down at the list and realized what I had to do. I had to find them. All of them. That's why my father left the yearbook. Why else? I left just a little after 2 in the morning. 6. The Penn State Registrar's office was located in a brick building off Curtin Road, between the Recreation Center and the Pacula Ice Arena. Nancy Vass had worked there for 23 years and planned to retire to Boca Raton in 2 more. She'd miss the students. She wouldn't miss the cold. On the morning of March 15, 1994, when she arrived to work, she found the registrar's office suffered the first and only break-in since the college was founded in 1855. Someone had used a rock to shatter the glass in the door and gain entry. Although they would never determine what, if anything, had been taken, 13 files were missing from the student records, housed along the back wall in the beige file cabinets. One folder, belonging to a former guidance counselor named Elfrida Leach, was gone too. This one from the employee records in the back room. About the same time Nancy Vass was dialing the campus police to report the break-in, I was 17 miles away at Otto's Buy Here, Pay Here lot in Hubblesburg, trading my Honda Prelude, and $1,000 cash, for a 1989 Jeep Wrangler. For an extra $50, he sold me a license plate he pulled from a clunker around back. I wouldn't speak to Willie or Mateo for the next 4 years. I'd never set foot back on the Penn State campus. I hadn't reopened the bottle of Jameson, but I would soon enough. And I'd see Stella again, too. Possibly the only certainty left in my life. 7. On the night of August 8, 1994, Detective Joy Fogel stood among the trees behind the bench at Southside Cemetery and waited for Jack Thatch to appear. 5 other officers were positioned in various places throughout the cemetery, also waiting for Jack Thatch. She instructed them all to wear plain clothes and attempt to appear as mourners, but she knew they all stuck out, plain as day. Another officer had been positioned in the hallway outside his apartment. The operation hadn't been sanctioned by Pittsburgh PD. She would have never gotten approval for something like this. She couldn't charge him with anything. She had nothing but speculation and bits of circumstantial evidence, nothing that would hold up. Instead, she rolled out the wall of weird first thing that morning and simply asked, "Who wants to help today?" There were sneers, jeers, and 6 volunteers. Jack Thatch did not appear. He had not been seen for nearly 5 months. Not since leaving Penn State, for God knew where. At 1:38 in the morning, she told everyone to go home. The operation was a bust. She went back to Pittsburgh PD, brewed a pot of coffee, and waited for the inevitable phone call telling her another body had been found, appearing black and burnt, but not. That call did not come. There was no body that year. Nothing in 1995, 1996, or 1997 either. Turns out, they were looking in the wrong place. Former Detective Terrence Stack, just Terry now, would figure that out shortly before he died. August 6, 1998. 22 years old.
Log 8/6/1998. Subject D. Audio-video recording. Disabled. Charter Observation Team 309.
1. On August 6, 1998, Detective Joy Fogel was glued to the television set in the bullpen watching CNN, along with all the other detectives. Monica Lewinsky was about to take the stand in the grand jury investigation of the president. When Stack called, she answered with 5 words. "This had better be good."
"Oh, it's good. Get over here."
She found Stack sitting on the concrete steps at his front door, sipping on a can of Diet Coke. To the best of her knowledge, he hadn't drank a beer in nearly 5 years, but something about the expression on his face told her he wanted one. He rose slowly as she got out of the car. Arthritis was taking a toll on him. Back in April, she had brought a cake, and the two of them celebrated his 82nd birthday at their card table in the upstairs bedroom, surrounded by the case dominating both their lives. He rattled when he walked that day, and when she asked him why, he pulled a bottle of Aleve from his pocket.
"I've been popping these like candy. Easier to carry 'em with me than make the trek up and down the stairs."
Today, when he rose and came toward her, he not only rattled, but he cringed and pressed the palm of his right hand into his thigh to help straighten the leg out. "You can get something stronger than Aleve if you go to the doctor, you know." He held the screen door open for her.
"At my age, I'd be worried if things didn't hurt."
Some blankets and a pillow were heaped on the couch in the living room. When Stack caught her looking at them, he told her sometimes it was easier to sleep downstairs. He took the steps to the second floor slowly, gripping the railing tight. By the time they got to the top, a sheen of sweat had broken out on the back of his neck. Inside the back bedroom, he dropped down into one of the chairs at the card table with a huff. Fogel tried to convince him to move into a retirement center, or at the very least, find a one-story home, but he wouldn't hear of it.
"Walking into a retirement center's no better than a dog heading to the vet to get the needle. It's a one-way trip. I ain't doing it. This here's my home, and I plan to die in it. I just hope somebody finds me before I stink up the place."
The house had always smelled of cigarettes and stale cheese, but Fogel kept that to herself. Looking up from his chair at the card table, Stack drew in several deep breaths before he finally spoke.
"I got a buddy at the bureau named Rudy Geyer. He pulled a big favor for us, but if you ever ask him, he'll deny it. Could get in a lot of trouble. I had him put a flag on Thatch's finances."
"You what?" Fogel dropped into the chair opposite him. Stack raised a hand.
"Completely off the books. Nobody knows."
"But there will be a record somewhere."
He says he can hide his tracks, and I believe him. He's done it before. Those feds have all kinds of tricks, and I've learned not to ask. Sometimes it's better not to know.
This was a slippery slope. Fogel knew if they learned anything from Thatch's finances and the information was obtained without a warrant, none of the information would be admissible if they charged him. Worse yet, anything that information led to would be purged right along with the finances. She'd seen entire cases tossed by judges because of improper evidence collection. Stack's yellow eyes fell on her.
"Listen, you can ask all you want, but you're not going to get a warrant for his finances. There's nothing to tie him to Bellino. Other than wrong place, wrong time, nothing ties him to the Leech woman's death, and we got nothing that proves it was anything other than a suicide, anyway."
Stack said.
"The kid's damn clean on paper."
"Breyer placed him at the Flack murder."
"Breyer placed him at the body."
Stack corrected her.
"Everything we've got on this kid points to nothing but wrong place, wrong time. All of it."
He leaned forward.
"And I've got to tell you, the finances give us something, which I will explain, but only if you want me to. Before we go there, though, it's important that you know what I found only backs up more wrong place, wrong time. That wrong place, wrong time says something, though. It opens doors."
Fogel closed her eyes and rubbed her temple. "You were far less cryptic when you were drunk."
"Corner store is only 3 blocks up the sidewalk. You'll have to make the run, though. I'm not much into distance travel these days. And the hill at Klondike Road is a bitch."
"Not a chance." He produced a manila file folder from one of the boxes beside him, set it on the table, and rested his palm on top.
"I wouldn't bring it up if I didn't think it was important."
Fogel's eyes dropped to the folder. "I'll regret this, won't I?"
"Probably."
"Show me before I change my mind." This brought a smile to Stack's face. He opened the folder and slid a stack of stapled pages across to her.
"For starters, our boy is rich."
"What?" She studied the document. Some kind of trust.
"When Aunt died, she filled the hopper with insurance policies. We're not sure how she covered the premiums. Rudy's looking into that, 'cause she didn't make much. All told, she left him nearly $3 million when she passed."
Fogel fell back in her chair. "No shit."
"No shit."
"He doesn't live like a millionaire."
"That attorney of his has him on a tight leash, also at the instruction of his aunt. It's all in the trust. He gets a small allowance, but the bulk of the money's tied up until he graduates from Penn State,"
Stack said. Fogel flipped through the pages. "But he dropped out of Penn State." Stack shrugged.
"I didn't say he made sound life decisions, just giving you the facts."
"I suppose he could go back."
"I suppose so,"
Stack agreed.
"Until that time, he collects $2,000 per month, deposited right into his checking account, which he can access with an ATM card. His attorney's office covers the bulk of his bills, rents, utilities, and the like, so this is more or less spending money.
And you followed that spending money? Stack nodded.
We followed that spending money.
Using the edge of the table, he rose to a stand and went to a map on the wall.
Each blue tack represents a cash withdrawal since he dropped off our radar 4 years ago.
Fogel followed him and studied the map. He's been all over the country.
That he has.
What are the red tacks?
Those would be our wrong place, wrong time events,
Stack said. What do you mean? He pointed at one in the southern corner of Montana.
August 8, 1994, Billings, Montana. 4 people found dead in a hospice ward of St. Francis Hospital. All appearing to be burned beyond recognition, but not really burned. Their sheets, beds, the room itself completely untouched.
He pointed to the blue tack next to the red one.
August 23rd, 1994, our boy takes $1,200 out of a bank 1 block from the hospital.
2 weeks later?
Yep.
Where was he before that? Stack went back to the table and leafed through the pages in the folder.
Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He took out $1,000 on August 9.
So he was in Florida when those people died?
I suppose he could have flown, but yeah, probably.
Stack hobbled back to the map.
There's more. This one here.
He indicated another red tack, this one in Iowa.
We've got 200 acres of corn that went bad overnight on August 8, 1995.
Corn? Stack nodded.
According to the local sheriff, the entire field looked like someone covered it in gasoline and struck a match. Every stalk was black.
But not really burned.
But not really burned,
he agreed. Fogel's eyes narrowed as she stared at the map. It's always been people.
Unless we missed something, yeah.
And where was Thatch?
Texas on August 6. He got to the cornfield on August 10.
Too fast for a bus, too slow for a plane. He's driving, Fogel pointed out. Stack pointed at yet another red tack.
August 8, 1996, Chicago. A suspected mugger is found in Grant Park.
Burned but not really burned.
Yep.
And Thatch?
Last withdrawal was nearly a week earlier in Green Bay, Wisconsin, then another withdrawal on the 9th in Chicago,
Stack told her. Stack went to the last red tack.
Last year, Rye, New Hampshire. A homeless man in Odiorn Point State Park. Body found same as the others. He had 3 different wallets on him, so probably some kind of thief. He's still a John Doe, though. Thatch got there 2 days later. Prior to that, he was in Philly.
He's chasing these events.
He's chasing her,
Stack said. Fogel turned to him. You really think it's the girl? All of this? Stack turned to the wall with all the past victims.
Every one of these killings happened here in Pittsburgh. Then we got that massacre and house fire in 93. From there on, they're scattered around the country, all these random places.
He pointed at the picture of the house in Dormont.
It started here in 78, our first 3 victims.
You said yourself she would have been a baby. 1 or 2 at most. How is that possible? Stack ignored her and went on.
Someone snatches her when she's a baby, killed her parents, and took her. Kept her in that house here in Pittsburgh. Until that fire. And now she's on the run.
But she can't stop killing? Stack rubbed his chin.
Something about that date. Always August 8.
How do you explain the cornfield? Nobody died that year. That we know of, anyway. A flicker entered his eyes.
A lot of corn died, though, didn't it? What if this isn't really about killing, but it's somehow about taking life.
What's the difference? I don't follow.
What if, on August 8th of every year, she has to somehow take life, steal it, feed off the energy, maybe to sustain herself?
Fogel laughed. What? Like a vampire or something?
Like something, yeah.
Now I know you're drinking again. He shrugged and crossed to the stack of file boxes on the far wall with an awkward limp.
All I'm doing is following the evidence. I've been through every one of these coroner reports a dozen times. Aside from the gunshot victims at the house, they all died of the same thing. They were drained. Every ounce of liquid gone from the body, every cell dried out, every bit of life gone, until we're left with nothing but a dried-out husk.
Fogel was staring at the wall again. Okay, let's suppose you're actually right, and not just some crazy old man.
Thanks for that.
Fogel went on. Aside from the first year, we've got single victims from 79 through 92. Then in 93, we get the shit show at the house on Milburn. 21 bodies in total, but only 7 burned, and not burned, fitting the pattern. What was that?
I think somebody went in to put her down, and she used the opportunity to get out.
Our man in the black GTO?
Yeah.
And Breyer got caught in the crossfire. Stack nodded.
Seems so.
The two of them went quiet for a long while as all of this sank in. Then Fogel returned to the map. The blue tacks are cash withdrawals, right? Look at this. He's been all over the country.
From what I can tell, he never spends more than a few weeks in the same place,
Stack replied. Has he been back to Pittsburgh?
He hasn't withdrawn any money in or around Pittsburgh, but that doesn't mean he hasn't been here. That attorney of his would probably know, but he's not going to tell us,
Stack said. Where was the most recent withdrawal?
A small town in Nevada called Fallon. Last night, 10:38.
And we've got 2 days until August 8.
Yep.
Fogel stared at the map. Thatch is chasing the girl. Fogel's chasing Thatch, had been for years. The definition of insanity is repeating the same thing and expecting a different result. If she wanted to solve this, she needed to get ahead of it. I've got some airline miles saved up, and I haven't called in sick for 3 years. Stack took the bottle of Aleve from his pocket and swallowed 2 pills with a sip of Diet Coke.
That's my girl.
2. In July of 1998, 1 week before Fogel would meet with Stack, I woke to a kick in the shin and a not-so-friendly gruff voice coming from an even unfriendlier face staring down at me.
Hey, kid, you can't sleep there.
That statement wasn't altogether true because I had slept right there. I picked up at least 3 hours of uninterrupted Z time in that very spot before he came along. I considered telling him that, but the fact he wore a uniform zipped my lip. Only a Bryant Park police officer, but a police officer all the same, and in New York, the only place worse than spending the night on a bench in the park was spending a night in a cell surrounded by crackheads, drunks, and assorted homeless. I almost grinned at that particular thought, but grinning would hurt too much. I had no business thumbing my nose at those people. After all, they were my people, and had been for some time now. I swung my legs off the side of the bench and pinched my eyes shut against the sharp sun poking through the trees. And the little movement hurt, too. A tiny hammer inside my head gave my temple an exploratory thump, then followed through with a hard-handed pound, another after that. My stomach rolled, followed by a guttural noise that left my mouth tasting like rancid pork and whiskey. As hangovers went, this was bad, but I've had worse. I very much needed to take a piss. When I left Penn State in the spring of 1994, I fell off the wagon. Let's face it, I never really climbed all the way in. At best, I held on to the back. It was the damn white coats. Got to be I saw them everywhere. Every other car in my rear view was white. In Richard Nettleton's letter, he mentioned Florida was the worst, and it truly was. Damn near every other car was painted white in the Sunshine State. And while nobody wore a single coat, white shirts and shorts were all the rage. I quickly realized when someone watched you from across the street in a white shirt and shorts, it was no different than a long white trench coat. I had no idea where they hid their guns, but there was no hiding the look in their eyes. That look was universal. They knew me, and I quickly learned to spot them. I got good at spotting them. I went to Fort Lauderdale because, according to the file I stole from the Penn State Registrar, the last known address for Perla Bayham was off 17th Street in the heart of the tourist district. An apartment above a t-shirt shop with a nice view of the beach. She wasn't home when I arrived, on account of being dead. Her neighbor remembered her. Not many people drown in a bathtub, so the story took on a life in the building, and most of the other 6 residents knew about it. Perla Bayham dropped out of Penn State in the spring of 1979. Nobody knew why. She got a waitressing job at a tiki bar, also on 17th Street, and died about 2 weeks later. The coroner ruled it an accident. Fell asleep in the tub, the report said. There were rumors of suicide. The happy girl who left for college was not the girl who returned. Most blamed her paranoia, her fear of being watched, on drugs, even though nobody had ever seen her take anything. She left work on May 22nd, 1979, went home, and took a bath, and that was that. They found her body 2 days later. The neighbor I talked to, a nice old man named Dave, said some of her belongings might still be down in the building's basement. When I broke in that night, I didn't find anything, and I tossed the place pretty good. I still owned the Jeep back then and happily left the Sunshine State. I went in search of Garrett Dots next. Garrett wasn't too hard to find. His grave sat in the far back corner of the cemetery in Cantonville, Georgia, not too far from Atlanta. The tree where he hung himself in March of 1980 was only a short 5-minute drive from where he was buried, a large willow. I returned to Pittsburgh on August 7 of 1994. When I spotted Detective Fogel and some of her friends in the cemetery the following night watching my bench, I remained in the woods, where I could keep an eye on them and the bench. I doubted Stella would show. At that point, I wasn't sure she was even alive, but I wanted to be there just in case. And a little after midnight, I was back on the road, and I didn't stop driving until dawn. More than a week passed before I learned about the 4 people who died in a hospice in Montana. I ate breakfast at a diner outside Cleveland, and whoever occupied the booth before me left their newspaper folded on the seat. I found the story on page 4. Not very long, but enough. I knew it was Stella. I knew. The people in white coats knew, too. They were crawling all over the city by the time I arrived, particularly around the hospice ward at St. Francis. More near the homes where the 4 people had lived out their lives before entering the hospice. I watched 2 women in long white coats leave the coroner's building and climb into a white Chevy Suburban SUV. One of them made a phone call while the other watched me. When her eyes locked with mine, I knew it was time to leave that city. It took me nearly 6 months to track down Penelope Maudlin, and during that time, I lost myself in the Pacific Northwest. Mateo regularly deposited my monthly allowance of $2,000, but I quickly realized that money didn't go very far. I imagined he still paid my rents at both Auntie Joe's apartment and the one I shared with Willie Trudeau at Penn State. But I had to find my own housing on the road, and that proved to be difficult on my shoestring budget. $2,000 per month broke down to about $65 per day. Subtract 3 cheap meals, and I had about 50 left. The Jeep loved its gas, and that was good for about 20 a day if I stayed on the move, leaving me with around $30. I found no shortage of cheap flea-bag motels along the back roads, which could be had for $30. Rooms at hostels, too. But I also needed money for alcohol. And in those early days, when I still wasn't of drinking age, obtaining a bottle came at a premium, since I had to pay someone to buy it for me. I couldn't sleep without it, though. And without sleep, I couldn't drive. I couldn't think. I couldn't do much of anything. The fog brought on by a nice bottle of whiskey, or the thick haze brought on by Thunderbird when I was really strapped, got my mind to rest, silenced the screams. I bought a tent and assorted camping gear in Medford, Oregon, and drove as deep into the mountains and forests of the Umpqua National Park as the Jeep would take me. I sometimes went days without seeing another person, and that was good. People who hiked the trails didn't tend to wear white, either, and that was good, too. I'd venture into Medford, or Roseburg, or one of the other small towns at the base of the mountain, only when it became too cold to camp, when I needed money or supplies, or to visit one of the 6 public libraries I found nearby. I was at the library in Canyonville on the day I found Penelope Maudlin. The microfiche machines were located in the far back corner of the library, next to the storage room containing shelves upon shelves of boxes containing film. Aside from the librarian, a nice woman named Melda Dorrell, who retired to Canyonville with her husband in 1989, I was alone. Most people were either working or at school in the early afternoon, and I was always careful to get back to my camp before those crowds started to arrive. Penelope Maudlin was a unique name, and I credited her unique name as the sole reason I found her at all. Her Penn State file listed her home address as Crystal Springs, Illinois, but when I found the house about 2 months earlier, the windows and doors were boarded up, the roof was gone, and the siding was black and charred from a long-ago fire. From the next-door neighbor, I learned the fire had been electrical, ruled an accident, and started in the basement. Penelope's parents had been sleeping, and both perished, unable to get out in time. The fire had been in 1982, the year Penelope graduated from Penn State with a degree in geology. Her Penn State file contained her campus medical records. She first visited the infirmary in September 1978, and her visits increased in frequency up until her graduation. She suffered from acute migraines. From the microfiche, I learned she took a management job with Brennan Oil in Waco, Texas. The Waco Tribune wrote up a short piece on account of her being the first woman to hold the position. Notable, particularly at such a young age. She was to start in August 1982. On her first day, August 8, 1982, she pulled into her assigned parking space at Brennan, got out of her Toyota Camry, retrieved a can of gasoline from the truck, and poured it over the car. As 2 of her potential co-workers watched in frozen horror, she climbed back inside and lit a match and tossed it onto the hood. The flames engulfed the car. They said she didn't make a sound. Shortly after learning about Penelope Maudlin's fate, I found myself standing at the center of a blackened cornfield in the middle of Iowa, and I knew Stella had stood in the very same spot 2 days earlier. I drove straight there from Pittsburgh. I watched our bench from the woods again that year. Detective Fogel had been there too, but she didn't see me. A year would pass before I would track down Lester Wolford in Green Bay, Wisconsin. He had been cremated, so only ashes remained. His urn held a prime location in Whispering Meadows Cemetery in the top right corner of a building I later learned was called a columbarium. There was a fountain out front. I spent 2 nights sleeping behind that building. No need for my tent. August nights in Wisconsin were warm. The bottle of wild turkey I had on hand made them warmer. Wolford dropped out of Penn State in the spring of 1979, then disappeared for nearly 7 years. At one point, his parents issued a reward and filed a missing persons report, but from what I could find in the local papers, that didn't turn up much of anything. Since he was an adult, the police weren't looking too hard, and the only people chasing the reward were in Green Bay, far from where his body was found in Knoxville on August 8, 1986. About the same time the body of Ura Kapp was discovered in Pittsburgh, burned but not burned. On the night of August 7, 1986, Lester Wolford checked into room 226 of the Knoxville Motor Lodge off Interstate 275. According to the police report, he was alone and paid for 2 nights in cash. They think he started cutting himself around 2 in the afternoon, but couldn't really be sure. He continued cutting himself late into the night, possibly until first light. Housekeeping didn't find him until the morning of August 9, on account of the Do Not Disturb sign he placed on his door. The scalpel was still in his right hand. He piled the items he removed from his body neatly to his left. His face was unrecognizable by the time his body finally gave up to shock and loss of blood in those wee hours. The ID in Wolford's wallet was fake. He had matching credit cards, too. The police matched his dental records, though, and in early September his body was released to his parents, who felt it would be best to have him cremated. On August 8, 1996, national news picked up the story of a man burned to death in Chicago. I fueled up the Jeep and arrived there a day later. Surely Stella again. White coats everywhere, too. I didn't stay long. Last year, I held up in a South Philadelphia hostel for the better part of a month before making the drive to Pittsburgh on August 8. Detective Fogel wasn't in the cemetery. Neither was Stella, for that matter. I sat upon our bench until a little after midnight, then I drove back to Philly. I'd been attempting to find Cammie Brotherton. She stayed at this same hostel for the summer of 1978, 20 years before me, after dropping out of Penn State. Remarkably, the manager remembered her, but I had no idea where she went next. 1997 was also the year I turned 21, and the bartender at the Irish Rooster 2 doors down from the hostel was quick with refills of Guinness and kind enough to throw in a few extra shots with those I bought. I nearly stayed when the television above the bar ran the story about a man's body found burned in New Hampshire. I even ordered another beer. When I went to pay for it, Stella's letter fell from my pocket and I changed my mind. I said I'd be back, but on the way out the door, I saw a white trench coat hanging on the coat rack. I had not gone back. In those years, I often dreamt of Stella, a longing to hold the one thing I never could. "Move, kid. Don't make me arrest you." The Bryant Park police was still staring down at me, and I scrambled to my feet before he could kick me again. An empty bottle of Jameson dropped from my coat and thudded down into the grass. Before he could say something, I bent, picked it up, and shuffled over to the nearest trash can. My legs were wobbly, and I was a little lightheaded. I hadn't eaten anything since breakfast yesterday, and that had only been a greasy Egg McMuffin.
I want you out of my park. Your park?
Phlegm caught in my throat, and I damn near choked on it before spitting it out and on the sidewalk about an inch from his shoe. I didn't mean for it to land there. I was still groggy and my aim was off. He unclipped the leather case on his belt holding his handcuffs. I took a step back and raised both hands.
Out of my park.
A woman and her daughter both stared at me. The little girl clenched her mom's hand so tightly both their fingers were white. I sniffled and ran my sleeve over my nose, then started down the sidewalk away from all of them. The New York Public Library loomed ahead of me. Aside from learning about her stay at the hostel in Philly, I had zero luck tracking down anything on Cammie Brotherton, and shelved her for now. I couldn't find anything on Jacqueline Brees either, so about a week ago, I decided to focus on the next name on my list, Jeffrey Dalton. I decided to start that search in New York for two reasons: the crowds and the libraries. I could easily disappear among the millions in the city, and the New York Public Libraries contain the largest collection of national newspapers in the country. I first found Lester Wolford here, Penelope Maudlin, too. There was a public bathroom on the corner of the library facing West 40th Street. I ducked inside and slid the metal garbage can against the back of the door to get a little privacy. Then I stripped out of the flannel shirt and jeans I'd worn for the better part of a week and went to the sink to wash up and brush my teeth. I didn't look at my reflection because I knew it would remind me of the Phillips 66 gas station at exit 63 off I-79 I stopped at after digging up my father's grave, after watching Ms. Leach die. And that image of her spent far too much time in my head as is. Ms. Leach, Andy Olin Flack, and Raymond Visconti jockeyed for the chance to sing me to sleep every night. Lately, a few of the people circled in my father's yearbook vied for that opportunity, too. None of the clothes in my backpack were clean, but I did find a sweatshirt I'd only worn a couple times since my last laundromat visit, along with a pair of jeans that didn't smell. I found fresh underwear and one last pair of clean socks. I was grateful for that. When I deemed myself presentable, I shoved the rest of my belongings back into my backpack and counted the cash in my pocket. $2.64. That would not do. Back outside, I crossed the street to the Wells Fargo Bank, fished out my ATM card, and shoved it into the machine. After selecting English, the display prompted me to enter my 4-digit security code. I keyed that in and waited for the withdrawal button to come up. Instead, I received a message I had not seen before. Please see a customer service representative inside. A moment later, the screen went back to, Welcome to Wells Fargo. Please make a selection. The machine did not return my ATM card. I pressed the cancel button a few times and nothing happened. I slammed my fist down on the cancel button and got nothing. Fuck! Someone coughed behind me. I turned and realized there were 3 other people in line. I think it's broken, I said, walking past them and through the revolving door into the bank. At the counter, I was told my account had been frozen. Frozen? How? The teller studied her computer screen, hit a couple keys, and frowned. You didn't report fraudulent activity? I'm not sure what you mean. Well, according to the notes on the account holder reported fraudulent activity the day before yesterday and requested a replacement debit card. That wasn't you? Mateo. The teller at the next window gave her a sideways glance, then looked over at the security guard sitting on a stool near the door. I think my attorney might have done it. He's always overstepping his authority over my assets. The teller's eyes narrowed as she looked me up and down. My greasy hair and filthy clothes. I hadn't shaved in nearly a week. Your attorney, right. I'll need to see your identification, she said. I opened my mouth to explain, thought better of it, then left the bank. I found a payphone about half a block down the sidewalk and picked up the receiver. It took me a minute to recall Mateo's number. I dialed, and a computerized voice asked me to deposit 75 cents. I fished the change from my pocket, making a mental note of the few remaining coins. Law office is for Mateo, Santillán, Vaney, and Carmichael. How may I direct your call? Who the hell was Carmichael? Tess? Yes? This is Jack Thatch. She went quiet for a moment, and I pictured her lost among the clutter of her desk, clutter that no doubt grew in the past 4 years. When she finally spoke, her voice was low, nearly a whisper. My God, Jack, where have you been? I cleared my throat and spat on the sidewalk. I'd brushed my teeth for nearly 10 minutes, and the mint only masked the stale alcohol coating my throat and mouth, like putting a fresh layer of paint over rust. Is he there? I didn't have to say his name. She knew who I meant. He's finishing up a call. Hang on a second. Music filled the line as she put me on hold, but she came back a moment later to add, It's good to hear your voice, Jack. You too, I said, but Bob Seeger was already back singing about night moves. It took nearly 6 more minutes for Mateo to pick up, and I had to deposit another 35 cents. I had 63 left in my pocket, maybe a little more in the bottom of my backpack somewhere.
Jack, where the fuck have you been?
I hadn't spoken to Mateo in over 4 years, not since leaving Penn State. Willie neither. I frankly had no desire to speak to either one. I didn't know what color coat hung in each of their respective closets. I was better off on my own. What happened with the bank, DeWitt? I just tried to withdraw my allowance and the machine ate my card. I'd never called him by his first name before, and it felt weird to say it, like calling one of your parents by their first name, I suppose. He needed to know who was in charge, though. I wasn't a kid anymore. He was screwing with my money.
You need to come in, Jack.
Why?
We thought you were dead.
Well, I'm not.
Then where are you?
Traveling. Seeing the world, finding myself. Why do you give a shit? Mateo cleared his throat.
4 years, Jack. Willie said you went out drinking, scared the crap out of some girl, then vanished. Do you have any idea how many people I've had out looking for you?
What color coats were they wearing? I'm very much alive, and I want what's mine.
The trust clearly details your obligations to collect. You dropped the ball when you skipped out on college.
I had a copy of the trust and read it numerous times. The trust requires you to provide me with a monthly allowance of $2,000 plus the cost of my rents and utilities. There's no expiration date on the allowance, and I'm not required to graduate from Penn State within an allocated time. You are able to withhold the balance until I do graduate, but you are not allowed to withhold the allowance stipulated in the trust. In fact, by doing so, I have every right to file a complaint with the Pennsylvania Bar. A recording broke in then. If you wish to continue, please deposit an additional 35 cents. I dug the change from my pocket and dropped it into the slot.
Where are you, Jack?
Mateo said as the coins clicked through. Doesn't matter.
You need to come in.
Release my funds. Mateo sighed. Article 5923, 216 of the Pennsylvania Trust Statute allows me to suspend payments on the trust if I have reason to believe you are deceased, and I'm invoking that right. You're talking to me. I may not be at my best, but I can guarantee I'm not deceased. I need to see you in person before I can reinstate your monthly payments. You can't do that. You're not giving me a choice, Jack. Who are the people in white coats, DeWitt? Who? Even as I spoke, I watched patrons coming and going from the library, the people in the park. Nobody seemed to notice me, though, and that was good. Just another homeless guy on the phone. I'll be there in 3 days. I hung up before he could respond. Because of the cost of parking in New York City, I left my Jeep in the lot of a Walmart superstore in Trenton, New Jersey. It took me the better part of a day and a half to thumb my way back, but there wasn't much choice in the matter. The Jeep started right up, and with 3/4 of a tank, I'd have just enough gas to get me back to Pittsburgh. Although the drive from New York City to Pittsburgh was only about 6 hours, I didn't want Mateo to know where I'd been, because I planned to return by the end of the week to continue my hunt for the next name on my list, Jeffrey Dalton. 3 days was enough time to travel from just about anywhere in the country, and I figured it was best he was kept guessing. I spent that night in a shelter in Allentown, a cot and a warm meal in exchange for privacy. I took a cot in the corner where I could watch the others. I killed the next day at the movies. I saw a lot of movies in those days, one entrance, one exit, and white coats stuck out in the dim light. I snuck in through the employee entrance with a bottle of Jack under my coat and found a seat in the back of the theater. The movie was called The Truman Show, starring Jim Carrey. It was about a guy whose every move was filmed and televised, watched by everyone. I didn't much like the movie and fell asleep about halfway through. But at the shelter that night, they knew I'd been drinking and wouldn't let me in. So I slept in the back of the Jeep behind a discount auto. I arrived at Mateo's office at a little after 9 on Monday morning. I parked in the small lot next to his building on Brownsville. I had a fifth of Jack in the glove box. I took a quick sip, enough to take the edge off, then hid the bottle away under my bogus registration and insurance papers. I sat in the Jeep for nearly 20 more minutes before I found the courage to go inside. Tess looked up as I pushed through the door, the lines of her face drawing tight at the sight of me. "Jack?" "Hi, Tess." She stood, took me all in, and I wanted to run back out the door. I'd hoped to shower and shave at the shelter, but I'd been unable to do either of those things. Tess hugged me anyway, although I felt her pull away when her nose pressed into my sweatshirt. "You have no idea how worried we've been." The coat on the back of her chair was black leather. "Tess, when he arrives, send him to the conference." Mateo's voice dropped off as he came out of the hallway and caught sight of me. "Holy hell, Jack." "Nice to see you, too." Tess stepped back and smoothed the front of my sweatshirt with her palms. "Do you want something to drink?" Oh, did I? "I won't be staying long, thank you, though." I looked up at Mateo. "Conference room?" He nodded. I stepped past him, followed the hall, and took my usual seat. I folded my hands on the table in front of me, lowered them to my lap, then back to the table again, this time palms down. They left sweaty wet marks on the polished wood. I put them back in my lap. Mateo stepped inside and closed the door behind him before taking his usual seat at the head of the table. He lowered himself into the chair with a grunt. You've lost a lot of weight, Jack. You look thin. He didn't. He looked like he put on another 40 pounds or so. I'm alive. You've seen me. What do I need to sign in order to turn my allowance back on? I really thought you were dead, Jack. The way you disappeared. Poor Will didn't know what to do. He said you snapped, blamed himself. Poor Will. Poor little Willie. I leaned forward. Will was spying on me. He was watching you for me. And who are you watching me for? What's that supposed to mean? You collect a nice salary from my trust as administrator, right? Nowhere in there does it give you the right to police my life, watch me, guide me. None of that. You're supposed to pay a few of my bills and make sure I receive my monthly stipend. That's it. I didn't need a babysitter back then, and I sure as shit don't need one now. All I need is for you to do your job, pay out my money, and leave me the fuck alone. Mateo didn't flinch. His eyes remained fixed on me. I made certain promises to your aunt, as a friend, and I plan to follow through on those promises. You're clearly going through a rough patch, and I blame myself for that. I gave you more freedom than I probably should have. I thought you could handle it, but I was clearly wrong. Who are the people in white coats? You said that on the phone. I assure you I have no idea what you're talking about. Do they pay you too? They do, don't they? They pay you to keep an eye on me, to keep me on a leash. Move back into your apartment, Jack. Stay here in Pittsburgh. Let me find you some help, someone to talk to. In confidence, a professional. You've seen so much death, more than anyone should ever deal with in a lifetime, in 100 lifetimes. It's eating at you. If you'd rather, we can enroll you in a program somewhere, someplace quiet, someplace where you can work through all of this and put your life back on track. You need to give me my money. I can't watch you die. Then don't! I hadn't realized how loud our voices had gotten until we both stopped speaking. The two of us stared at each other for a good long while. Then Mateo finally reached into his breast pocket, pulled out an ATM card, and slid it across the table to me. If I thought forcing you into a program would help, I would do that. I would find a way to do that. But you need to want to get better, and it's obvious you don't. I really hope someday you do. When you're ready, call Tess. You don't need to talk to me if you don't want to, but call Tess. Even if it's just to let her know you're okay every once in a while. You should call Will, too. He graduated last month, 12th in his class. I think he's going to work with his father. He'd like to hear from you. I scooped up the ATM card and shoved it into the pocket of my jeans. I left Mateo sitting there at his conference table, his eyes burning into my back. There was an SUV double-parked behind my Jeep. It wasn't white. The SUV blocking my Jeep was black, a Cadillac Escalade with windows tinted to the point of being opaque, sitting high up on sparkling chrome rims. As I approached, 3 men stepped out. I recognized the driver, Reed Migliore. I hadn't seen him since our freshman year of high school, but it was him for sure. I didn't know if he graduated, but I knew who he worked for. Reed kicked at a small rut in the blacktop with the toe of his boot and looked up at me. He wants to see you. I don't give a shit what he wants. He says you will. Says it's about the girl. What girl? He said you'd probably say that. He told me to tell you, the girl. Your girl. How'd you find me? Reed nodded at a boy in a Steelers sweatshirt and cap, riding a bike in circles where Brownsville met Kirkland. We've got eyes. Is he dealing? He didn't look much older than 12 or 13. Reed didn't answer. Instead, he climbed back into the Escalade. "Get in. I'll give you a ride. You've got shotgun." "What about my Jeep?" "Our boy will watch it for you. It's safe here." The other two got into the back. I stood there for a moment, swore under my breath, and got in behind them. Tess watched us from the small window in Mateo's reception area. I half expected them to put a hood over my head like the first time I went to see Stella at her house, but they didn't. A Pirates game played softly on the radio. 4-1, Pittsburgh. Nobody spoke. We took Brownsville to Beck's Run, then made a right on Carson, following the river with the city shrinking behind us. We passed Homestead, Ravine Street, and crossed the Monongahela River right before Whitaker. We came over a hill and a giant monstrosity of metal loomed over us. There's several abandoned steel mills in and around Pittsburgh. The one in front of us was known as Carey Furnace, shuttered in 1978. At the entrance, another black Escalade blocked half the road with two men leaning against the hood. Reed nodded at them as we turned and drove past toward the towering, rust-covered complex. "Is this where he works now?" "This is where he meets you," Reed said. We came to a stop at a crumbling brick building with several round metal stacks rising from behind, surrounded by catwalks and smaller structures. A maze of metal. The waist-high grass and weeds climbed over everything, slowly reclaiming the land. A small, crooked sign hung above the brick building's door, reading Blast Furnace No. 7. Reed shifted into park and killed the engine. "Come on." I followed him into the building, with the other two trailing about 10 feet behind us. There was no door. As we stepped inside, the temperature dropped at least 10 degrees, and the light waited outside, a patch at the door and nothing else. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust. I sneezed. The air was heavy with dust, smelling of damp corrosion. Someone set up a card table in the center of the room. 3 men stood behind it, 4 others further back in the shadows. None of them made any attempt to conceal the guns tucked into their waistbands. There were 2 chairs at the table, one empty, the other occupied by Duncan Bellino. The last time I saw Dunk was on television, 5 years earlier. Several men were loading him and his wheelchair into a Dodge Durango, after making bail on multiple drug trafficking charges he would later beat. He had been thin, horribly so, a shadow of the person I once knew. He filled out since then. His arms looked like tree trunks. He wore a Motley Crue t-shirt. A black tattoo inched out of the base of his neck. I couldn't tell what it was. "Remember when we came here? You, me, and Willie? We were what, 10 or 11? We'd been 12. About 3 months before the great chase down Noble's Lane. Willie slipped on one of the catwalks and got a nice scrape down his right arm. He spent the next month hiding it from his mom, while Dunk and I tried to convince him the tetanus shot he got the previous summer was only good for 2 weeks, and he'd have lockjaw soon. As Dunk looked up at me from the table, I heard Gertie's laugh in my head. I heard Crendel shouting for me to bust table 12. I thought about all the people who died the day of the diner fire, and I thought about the one who didn't. I wanted to jump over the table, wrap my hands around his neck, and choke every ounce of life out of him. Squeeze until his eyes bulged and went cloudy. He shouldn't be here, and I was the reason he was. He stood, a little wobbly, but he stood. I had noticed the cane leaning against his chair. He gripped the handle in his right fist, supporting himself, favoring his left leg. Even through his jeans, I could tell the left leg was thinner than the right, perched at an odd angle. Dunk slammed the palm of his hand down on the table. The smack echoed off the metal walls. "Look at you, my hero! He who cannot die! I told my boys all about you. Shot at by robbers when you were, 8, 9? Run over by your girlfriend's SUV a couple years after that? Hell, you even walked through fire. Every time, not a scratch. You can't even drink yourself to death. And from what I've heard, you've been working hard at it. I can see that one in your eyes. Funny, after all you've been through, it's the booze that leaves a mark. Can always tell a drunk by their eyes." He shrugged. "We've all got our demons, I suppose. It turns out I ain't got so much luck, not like you. I'm a damn bullet magnet. That day at the diner, Alonzo plugged me 5 times. Shoulder, chest, gut. The 2 to my leg did the most damage, though. One of them's still in there. The docs couldn't fish the damn thing out, said removing it could increase my nerve damage, limit muscle mobility." He waved a hand around. "They told me I'd never walk on this leg again. I told them they were wrong about that. Then I had to show 'em, 'cause nobody believed me. Took a couple years, but no wheelchair anymore," he said behind a grin. "We had a little party and pushed that thing over the side of Hot Metal Bridge." "Good for you." "Guess we're both a little hard to kill. Bounce back from adversity and all that." He dropped back down into the chair and lowered the cane to the floor. "Take a seat, Jack." "I'm fine right here." One of the men behind the table stepped toward me, but froze when Dunk glanced at him. Dunk reached behind his back and pulled out a small gun. He smiled thinly at it, then set the weapon on the table, gave it a tap with his finger so it spun in a half circle. "Remember this gun?" I did. His father's .38. I think I memorized every millimeter of it the day I brought the gun with me to the bench in the cemetery all those years ago. The .38 seemed so big back then, like a cannon. "I always figured my pops would eat this gun. Remember how he used to hide it? We'd have to climb up on chairs and boxes just to get it down. That last year got to the point where he just left it lying around the house. I found it in the bathroom once, on the floor next to the shitter. He'd been in there for over 2 hours before that, then just came stumbling out and dropped onto his bed. I figured he was shooting up. He'd been doing that. Wasn't sure when he started. I went into the bathroom to make sure he didn't leave his needles on the floor, 'cause he had done that too, and I damn near stepped on one in the middle of the night when I went to take a piss. Didn't find any needles that day, just this gun on the floor. I must have stared at the gun for an hour, wondering how close I came to finding him dead. I started hiding it, different places around the apartment, but he always found it. Then I'd find it again in some weird place, the bathtub, in the refrigerator, in the microwave, sometimes right out in the open on the kitchen table or the counter. This was around the same time I was helping you with your aunt. God, I loved that woman. Closest thing to a mom I ever had. I thought about hiding the gun at your place. Even did once. But I'll be damned if this pea shooter didn't turn back up a few days later in the middle of the floor in my apartment. I always meant to ask if you found it and put it there. I shook my head. Another one of life's great mysteries, I suppose, Dunk went on. When he started doing the heroin around the clock, I gave up on hiding the gun.
and started leaving it right out in the open. Figured if he was going to kill himself, best to give him the opportunity to do it fast. He went with a needle, though. The sad fuck. He leaned forward. His breath smelled of onions. I've known a few to eat a gun over the years. I heard you joined the club, too. That crazy woman from across the hall a few years back. What was her name? Leach. Elfrida Leach. Yeah. He drew the word out like an exhale. Who'd have thunk it? Takes balls to eat a gun. Don't know if I could go out like that. He turned toward one of the guys standing behind the table, big enough to be a linebacker. What about you, Truck? Think you could swallow a bullet? His head swiveled on his shoulders. Someone forgot to give him a neck. Not me, boss. I'd go with pills. Maybe in a nice warm bath. Take a handful and nod off. That's the way to go, nice and peaceful. Not so nice for the guy who's got to pull your fat, naked ass out of the tub, though, huh? Dunk laughed. Gotta think about those you leave behind. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping. Into the future. He sang this last bit, his eyes closed. Great echo in here. Love me some Steve Miller Band. His eyes snapped open, and he nodded at the empty chair again. Take a seat, Jack. This time I did sit. The door seemed awfully far away. Dunk retrieved a folded sheet of paper from his back pocket. He placed it on the table next to the gun and smoothed it out. My poster of Stella, with the words, "Have you seen me?" A grin filled his face. I found your girl. Wasn't easy, but I found her. She hasn't gone by Stella Nettleton since that house of hers burnt down. Probably used at least a dozen names since, wouldn't you say, Reed? Reed nodded. At least. Bounced all over the country, too. Why are you looking for her? Because you're my best friend, Jack. That's what friends do. They help each other. We're not. The words trailed away, and I regretted saying them out loud the moment they left my lips. I caught a quick glance from Reed to the large man Dunk called Truck. A smile fell from Dunk's face, and he slouched back in his chair. You still blame me for the diner, don't you? For the shit Alonzo pulled. I told you I had nothing to do with it. Alonzo wanted Crockett dead, simple as that. I took 5 fucking bullets that day and nearly died. He turned me into a fucking cripple. If that was all part of some elaborate plan, it sure as shit wasn't a very good one. If I wanted to take out Crockett, I would have done it myself. I would have knifed him. I would have wanted to watch the life leave his face up close. None of that cowardly Godfather Tommy gun execution bullshit. Killing innocent people, people I loved, my friends, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't sanction that. I had nothing to do with it. Alonzo was a shit, Reed muttered. Not a smart one either. He was screwing with Crockett, dipping into funds and lining his own pockets. Crockett found out, planned on going after him. Alonzo panicked and acted first. Acted stupidly. Dunk leaned forward, looked me directly in the eye. I wouldn't do that. My stomach churned, and my mouth filled with the taste of Jack Daniels from earlier. I should have brought the bottle with me. I couldn't look at him. My eyes dropped to the poster of Stella. Where is she? Dunk sighed. Tell me you believe me. I believe you. Where is she? That didn't sound very sincere, Jack. I shook my head, stood, nearly knocked the table over with my knees. I'm not doing this. Truck dropped a hand on my shoulder before I could take a step. He pushed me back down into the chair. Sit.
Dunk waved a hand at him, and the large man released my shoulder. Fine, Jack. You don't have to say it right now. But think about it. Spend a little time on it, and you'll figure out the truth. You're a smart guy, and you know me. You know me better than anyone else. At one point, that was probably true. Not anymore, though. This wasn't the kid I grew up with. He became some kind of thug. I followed enough of the local news to know he took over all of Crockett's endeavors, just like the detective said he would. He ran the local drug trade, probably prostitution and gambling too. Even if what he said were true, and Alonzo Sepulveda had killed Crockett on his own, only Dunk benefited. More importantly, Gertie, Crendel, and the others would still be alive if Dunk hadn't gotten wrapped up in this world in the first place. Whether or not he pulled the trigger, their deaths were the result of his decisions and actions. You look like you need a drink, Dunk said. Somebody get him something. I'm fine. His grin returned. Like I said, we've all got our demons. You can either hide from them or embrace them. Either way, though, they're right there. One step behind, maybe, but always on our heels. Cut the shit, Dunk. If you know where she is, tell me. If not, I'm leaving. Dunk placed both hands on top of his father's gun and folded his fingers. We're going to try a little experiment first. Dunk popped out the .38 cylinder with his thumb, then turned the gun to the side. The bullets spilled out onto the table. He replaced one, gave the cylinder a spin, and locked it back in place. You can't be serious. Dunk's grin narrowed. You want that drink now? Truck was smiling, Reed was not. The other guys were unreadable, stone statues. Dunk set the gun back down in the center of the table. He who cannot die, my hero. I glared at him. I wouldn't look down at the gun. Not a chance. Crockett taught me many things before he died, but you know what my first lesson was? The very first thing he told me? Everything is a commodity. Booze, drugs, cigarettes, girls, gambling. If somebody wants something, you can attach a price tag to it. That price may vary by consumer, but everyone will pay. He also told me information can be one of the most lucrative commodities because it can be gotten for very little and offered at top dollar, to the right buyer, of course. Unlike some of the other items I mentioned, booze, drugs, cigarettes, girls, the core of Crockett's original business, I took something else away from that conversation. It's extremely difficult for the law to charge you with the purchase, possession, or sale of information. I knew at that point, at the ripe old age of 16, information was the future. I knew if I ever had the opportunity to run this business, I would shift the focus, find a way to deal in this unique commodity above all others. If you know where she is, just name your price. I've got it. I can have cash to you within an hour. I've heard about your good fortune. Gave me another reason to like that woman. Your aunt wasn't just tough. She was smart to set you up like that. Dunk picked up one of the bullets and twirled it between his fingers. I don't want your money, though. I've got plenty of money. I want information. What could I possibly know that would be of use to you? He set the bullet back down on the table, standing it up. A little tower of brass. I want to know why you're alive after all you've been through, and I want to know why everyone who gets close to your little girlfriend is not. You said it yourself, it's blind luck. Or maybe stupidity, for putting myself in those situations in the first place.
I don't think it's either of those things.
What else is there? He nudged the gun toward me.
I want you to put the barrel in your mouth and pull the trigger.
No way.
You can spin the cylinder yourself if you want.
No.
You're drinking yourself to death. Why waste time? It's all my father ever did. He dragged it out. This would have been so much easier on everyone.
I'm not suicidal.
Reed.
At the mention of his name, Reed pulled a 9mm from a pancake holster in his jeans and pointed it at me. His thumb clicked off the safety.
If you don't do it, Dunk went on, Reed here will. He has one shot in the chamber, always does. He's a Boy Scout like that. He's got 13 more in the clip. I've seen him hit guys running from 20 yards. From 3 feet away, he's got 0 chance of missing you. So I'm giving you a choice. He shoots you, or you take a 1 in 6 chance with the revolver. Either way, we get to see how lucky you really are. Information. Valuable information.
I saved your life, I said.
You did. And I'm forever grateful for that.
I looked down at the gun. Dunk was serious. Reed, too. I think Reed was itching for the chance to put a bullet in me. My fingers wrapped around the gun's grip. I took the .38 in my hand and picked it up. How did you find her?
I have people everywhere. Nobody can hide from me. She was tough, but I found tougher.
The gun felt cold to my touch, lighter than I remembered. Cammy Brotherton, Jeffrey Dalton, Jacqueline Brees, or Keith Pickford.
Who?
I looked up at him. I do this, and you help me find them too. Cammy Brotherton, Jeffrey Dalton, Jacqueline Brees, and Keith Pickford. They went to Penn State with my parents. Dunk smiled again.
I think I can.
Spinning in my chair, I pointed the .38 at Reed's chest and pulled the trigger. There were 2 audible clicks. The first came from the .38 in my hand as the hammer came down on an empty cylinder. The second click came from the gun in Reed's hand as the 9mm failed to fire in return. I jumped up from the table and slammed the .38 into his hand, smashing his fingers. This time the 9mm did go off. The bullet went wide and clicked off metal somewhere deep in the shadows. Dunk was up too, his bad leg shaking under the sudden weight.
Holy shit! Did you see that? Did you see that?
I stepped back from all of them and pointed the .38 at Reed's face. Drop it!
Holy shit! I can't believe that, Dunk said. Do it, Reed. Drop the gun.
I've got him dead center.
Won't work.
Bullshit. I pulled the trigger. The .38 hit another empty cylinder. Reed fired again, too. A hollow click.
The .38's empty, Jack, Dunk said. I palmed the bullet, see?
He held up a brass casing.
Holy shit! I didn't think you'd really do it, but just in case you did, I couldn't let you shoot yourself.
Reed and I both stared at his gun. Dunk's eyes landed on the 9mm, too.
That one, though, I didn't touch. Holy shit! Put it away, Reed. Holy shit! Is my ticker racing right now?
Reed reluctantly lowered the gun, thumbed the safety back on, and placed the 9mm back in his holster. His face flushed with anger. Dunk steadied himself with his cane and came around the table. He took a folded sheet of paper out of his pocket.
She's here. I don't know for how long, though.
I took the note and studied the address. Are you sure? He nodded.
I'll see what I can do on those other names. You've earned it. My boys will take you back to your car.
He started toward the 2 Escalades parked outside.
"Holy shit," I heard him say again. "My boy, Jack Thatch. Can't believe you actually pulled the trigger." He laughed. "He who cannot die pulled the trigger. My hero."
3. Dewey Hobson had eluded him. David Pickford was willing to admit that. To grow as a human being, it was important to understand your limitations, your mistakes, and even your failures. And he had failed to find Dewey Hobson in the 4 years since deciding to do so. In his defense, the charter files on Hobson were thin, not like the others. There were false leads, too. When Elfrida Leach graciously told him Dewey Hobson was hiding in Tennessee, about halfway between the Great Smoky Mountains and the Cumberland Plateau outside of Mascot, she fully believed he was there. She wasn't wrong about that. Dewey Hobson had been there for nearly 6 years. He called House Mountain his home. But when David and his team arrived 4 years ago, in April of 1994, he had moved on, leaving nothing behind but an empty 2-room cabin, some old dishes, and a few burnt-out logs in the hearth. Hobson learned to live off the grid, and this was largely to blame for Charter's inability to locate him for nearly 20 years. Even if someone uses false identification, they leave recognizable patterns behind. A man who loves to eat tuna sandwiches doesn't stop loving tuna sandwiches just because he changed his name once or twice. Spending patterns were like fingerprints, and an analysis of spending patterns through bank records and credit histories was a fairly simple process for Charter. This was how they found some of the others. Tracking someone with no bank accounts, no credit history, no utilities in today's modern world proved to be another animal altogether. Some would say it was an impossibility. If a man learned to live completely off the grid, he left no trail, no fingerprints. He became a ghost. And that was completely true. Dewey Hobson eluded him because of this. That was until a few months ago, when David had a realization. Rather than focus their search on where Dewey Hobson might have gone and done, focus the search on where he might go, what he might do once he got there. While this was a large country filled with vast amounts of wilderness, there were only so many places where someone could live off the grid but still be relatively close to civilization to purchase supplies. In college at Penn State, Dewey Hobson had been an avid reader. David suspected this was partly why Hobson chose to live off the grid. If he could pass his time with nothing more than a good book for company and be happy, he could live in a hole in the ground with a thatched roof and be perfectly comfortable. Much like the man who ate tuna sandwiches, though, Hobson's reading patterns off-grid would be the same as his reading patterns on-grid. And that was where David told Charter to focus their efforts when he took it upon himself to find the last few original test subjects and put them down like the expired lab rats they were. Most believe libraries didn't track the books checked out by their patrons due to privacy concerns. That was only partially true. Libraries did track this information, but they kept the data private, safely tucked away in computer databases, accessible only to employees and the most skilled of hackers. Charter employed its share of skilled hackers, and these databases were, well, an open book. As a kid, a teenager, and later an adult, Dewey Hobson had been an avid reader of Agatha Christie, Robert Ludlum, and Philip K. Dick. He also read every Western by Louis L'Amour. Hobson wasn't alone in his love for these particular authors. They wrote some of the most popular books in existence. However, this odd combination of suspense, science fiction, and westerns was different. Most people stuck to one genre, maybe two. Few read this broadly. When Charter began monitoring for individuals checking out library books by all four of these authors, they found Dewey Hobson the first time, hiding in Carte del Playa, New Mexico. He moved on by the time David arrived there in 1996, but they soon found that same pattern at a library outside Waitsburn, Vermont. They nearly got him there. Waitsburn was so close. David probably missed him by a week, maybe two at most. That was little over a year ago. In May of this year, the pattern appeared yet again at the Eureka Public Library, just outside of Trigo, Montana. Although a tiny library, they installed security cameras 2 years prior, and it took little effort for Charter to hack the feed and begin surveillance. 20 years passed since the last known photograph of Dewey Hobson, but there was no mistaking him on the library camera feed. It was the large forehead. Hobson's forehead was freakishly big. Even with the trapper's hat, long hair, and beard, they spotted him rather easily. David dispatched a team shortly after that. They documented his movements, got pictures of his gray Ford Bronco, and learned where he lived. Each time he came to town from his small cabin on Morrow Lake, they learned a little more. Dewey Hobson would elude him no more. David told Oliver and the others to wait back at the cars. He didn't need them. Frankly, the last thing he needed was half a dozen people traipsing through the woods behind him, creating some kind of ungodly racket. Hobson's cabin was nearly a mile hike from the closest logging road. As expected, they found Hobson's Bronco, hidden under camouflage netting, within a cluster of trees just off that logging road. David told everyone to stay put and he'd go in alone. When he found the first tripwire, he was glad he did. One of his subordinates would have certainly triggered the trap. He found 3 more before he spotted the cabin. At the center of a small clearing, the log cabin sat back about 50 feet from the lake shore. At best, the hand-built structure was only about 400 square feet, but this actually made it larger than the one they found in Waitsburn. Firewood was stacked high on the side of the cabin, smoke trailed up from the stone chimney, and a rocking chair sat on the porch, looking out over the water. The rocking chair swayed slowly from back to front. There was no wind. The water was still. Someone had just been sitting there. David heard the clerchunk of someone chambering a shotgun round a few feet to his left. "Hi, Dewey." David said the name, careful not to sound threatening, then realizing it was virtually impossible to sound threatening while saying a name like Dewey. "This is a lovely place. So peaceful, all the way out here. I can see why you're drawn to it." Dewey Hobson stepped out of the woods, keeping a safe distance. He most likely figured if he got too close, David would try to grab the barrel of the shotgun, maybe wrestle the weapon away from him. Of course, David had no need for such physical theatrics. He'd humor the man, though. There was no reason to upset him. "I'm David Pickford."
Keith Pickford's kid?
David nodded.
That's supposed to comfort me somehow?
It clearly hadn't. Hobson took a step back.
I know all about your parents. Heard about it back when it happened. Get on your knees.
You're a difficult man to find.
You got no business looking.
David smiled at him. You're making me nervous, Dewey. How about you point that shotgun at the ground?
Okay.
Hobson lowered the barrel. Hobson's forehead puckered, and he raised an eyebrow. He wasn't sure why he lowered the gun. He only understood that he had. When he tried to raise the shotgun again, his hand, his arm, both disobeyed. The gun remained limp at his side. Why don't we go inside? We've got some catching up to do.
Okay.
Bring the shotgun.
Okay.
The cabin was sparsely furnished but pleasant. No television or radio. Oil lamps rather than electric lights. A makeshift kitchen occupied the westernmost wall with a wood-burning stove in the corner. Hobson must have recently stoked the logs because several burned bright orange, filling the room with warmth. There was a round table next to the stove surrounded by 3 chairs, the top piled high with books, magazines, and assorted junk. The surface in front of one of the chairs was clear. David imagined Dewey Hobson took his meals there, with no one for company, but the voices shouting in his head. The opposite wall housed a bed and a small writing desk. The door to the bathroom stood open. David noted the tiny space only contained a toilet and a sink. Where do you shower, Dewey?
I wash in the lake.
That must be nice.
It's cold most of the time.
Although Hobson's clothing was old and in dire need of a good seamstress, he didn't appear filthy. His beard was thick but well-maintained. He could use a haircut, but the mop on his head wasn't to the point of unruly. His heavy boots were sturdy and looked nearly new. David gestured to the chair at the clear spot of the table. Take a seat, Dewey. Hobson lowered himself into the chair, cradling the shotgun in his lap. David pulled out the chair next to him and sat down too, eyeing the books. Do you have a favorite? Hobson didn't hesitate.
The Murder of Roger Ackroyd by Agatha Christie. Terrific ending, and probably one of the best twists ever written.
I haven't read that one.
You should.
Do you know why I'm here?
I imagine you plan to kill me.
Hobson said the words so casually, his hands remaining folded loosely over the gun. You should have died a long time ago.
I suppose.
After you took the shot. Hobson said nothing to this, only looked down at the shotgun. David sighed. I always thought it was strange they gave the shot to you. Your file said you had no special skills, no precursors, nothing to really warrant your inclusion in the experiment at all. Yet there you were, right along with the others. Did you have any kind of reaction, Dewey, after they gave it to you? Dewey Hobson began to sweat. His mouth twitched, but he said nothing. It's rude to ignore your guests, Dewey. Did you have a reaction? Hobson didn't want to answer. David saw the pain and confusion in his eyes when the words came out anyway.
Before the shot, I could hear electricity. This constant humming everywhere. It got much worse after.
David leaned back in his chair and folded his fingers together. That's remarkable. Is that why you have no electronics here? Hobson nodded.
Too fucking loud. It hurts sometimes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hard to think, harder to sleep. Quiet here.
Sounds like a lonely life.
Not much choice in the matter.
David tapped the end of the shotgun. Tell me, Dewey, if you put that barrel in your mouth, are you able to reach the trigger, or is the gun too long?
Don't know.
Why don't you try?
Okay.
Hobson picked up the long weapon, turned it so the barrel pointed at his face, then wrapped his lips around the end. His hands slipped down the barrel to the stock, then found the trigger guard. It was a stretch, but he could reach. That's good, Dewey. You can take it out. I have a few more questions for you. Hobson removed the gun, set the weapon back on his lap, then wiped his lips with the back of his sleeve. Did you ever have any children, Dewey? Hobson shook his head. Are you sure? A player like you?
I'm sure.
Why not?
Because they wanted the children. I couldn't.
Couldn't what?
Give them my children.
The children you never had? Hobson said nothing. Because if you did have children, and somehow didn't tell me, didn't tell us, that would be bad. The sweat at his brow began to trickle down.
I don't have children.
I believe you, Dewey, David said, although not quite convinced it was really true. There's something else I need you to tell me, something really important. Do you think you can do that?
Yeah.
I need you to tell me where I can find the others.
You killed the others.
Not all of them. The last few have been slippery, like you. David leaned forward. Where are they, Dewey? Hobson began to shake, his face turning red. He didn't want to, but he spoke anyway.
I only know where Cammy is, and she may not be there no more. She likes to stay on the move.
How did you stay in touch? Hobson said nothing. Dewey?
Dalton tracks all of us, helps us organize.
And where can I find Dalton?
Dunno,
Hobson said.
I never know where Dalton goes.
Where is Cammy? Hobson told him. David leaned back in his chair. He liked the smell of the burning wood, the heat from the fire. He found the atmosphere comforting, relaxing. Did you like my parents, Dewey?
Your mother was nice. A little shy, but nice. Nobody really liked your father, though. He was a real jerk.
It's not nice to say mean things like that, to speak ill of the dead. Hobson said nothing. David tilted his head. Do you think I'm a good-looking guy, Dewey?
No.
The answer stung, but David had heard it before. More times than he cared to count. He glanced down at the shotgun. Almost time. I'm a beautiful man. Probably the best-looking man you've ever seen or will see.
You're a beautiful man, David Pickford.
That's better. David stood and hunted through the books on the table until he found The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. A fine first edition, bound in leather with gold leaf on the edges. This is your favorite book? The best one here? Hobson nodded. David tossed the book through the open door of the wood stove. The topmost log crackled and split under the new weight. Flames crawled around the sides and began to chew at the leather. "Go ahead and put the shotgun back in your mouth, Dewey." Hobson did. David planned to watch the man kill himself. He rarely got the opportunity to watch. But then he got an idea. A much better idea. 4. Eastern Airlines Flight 5091 touched down in Reno, Nevada at 23 minutes past 6 on the night of August 8, 1998. Detective Joy Fogel sat at the window in row 18, with an elderly woman knitting in the seat beside her and a businessman buried in notes at the aisle. At Reno Airport, she rented a Toyota Camry at the counter, retrieved her gun and shoulder rig from her checked bag before stowing the suitcase in the trunk, then followed the signs to I-80 East, then US 50, arriving in Fallon, Nevada at a little after 8. The temperature was insanely hot. Even with the sun down and the air conditioning at full, her back was soaked with sweat, sticking to the leather car seat. She made a mental note never to return to the state of Nevada in the summer. Never. Like most small towns in Nevada, Fallon grew out of the desert and looked like it could return to the sand if someone broke the tap or shut off the water for more than an hour. Alfalfa fields surrounded the outskirts of town, adding to the carved-out feel. The main street, aptly named Main Street, was a series of 1- and 2-story buildings that might easily double for the set of a Wild West movie, had the road not been paved. She found a small diner at the center of the town proper, took a booth near the back, and ordered a cheeseburger, fries, and a large Coke. From her purse, she retrieved the Nokia cell phone Stack had given her before she left Pittsburgh and powered the contraption on. She tried calling him twice from the road, and both times she had no signal. Since the battery didn't last long, it seemed best to keep it powered off. When the display came to life, she had 2 bars. She hit number 1 on the presets. 20 seconds passed before the call connected.
"Stack."
"Are you sure about this?" Fogel said. "There's not much out here."
"Where are you now?"
She told him.
"Did you ever see the movie Top Gun with Tom Cruise and Kelly something?"
"Kelly McGillis?"
Whatever. The real Top Gun training facility moved from Miramar, California, to the Naval Air Station just outside of Fallon 2 years ago, a little south of town. That base keeps the town alive. The place you're heading is about halfway between town and the airfields, off I-118.
"And you think he's there now?"
Thatch withdrew another 300 from the same ATM machine last night at a little after 10. That's 2 nights in a row at about the same time. Got no reason to believe he's anyplace else. I've got some buddies watching a cemetery here in Brentwood just in case, but my gut says he's out there.
Fogel popped the last bit of her burger into her mouth and followed it with a sip of Coke. "I'll let you know what I find."
"Are you dressed like a cop? You'll probably want to change."
Fogel glanced at her dark blue button-down blouse and black slacks. "What do you suggest? I've never been to a place like that."
"Something casual."
"Casual, got it."
"Not sexy."
"Goodbye, Stack." Stack said something else before the call dropped, but she couldn't make it out. Even with 2 bars, reception wasn't good. She noted nearly a quarter of the battery was gone now, too. These things will never replace a solid landline, she thought to herself, before powering down the Nokia and dropping it back into her purse. She got the check, left cash on the table, and stepped back out into the oven that was the Nevada night. Fogel spotted the purple neon glow on the horizon long before she saw the squat building set back from I-118, about 3 miles outside Fallon. She had passed a run-down motel about a mile back, but other than that, there was nothing else out here. She supposed, even in a town like Fallon, it was best to keep these kind of places outside the city limits. With a naval base this close, there would be these kind of places. A large purple neon sign signaled the turn from the highway for Mike's Gentlemen's Club. But the marker wasn't necessary. She simply followed the line of cars. Once in the parking lot, employees dressed in tuxedos tried to wave her into the valet line, but she opted to circle around them toward the back of the building. If she needed to leave in a hurry, she wanted to have the car keys handy and the vehicle someplace accessible. She changed into jeans and a white tank top in the back seat of the car, then followed the line of men in naval uniforms around to the front of the building. Air conditioners must have been working overtime because the temperature dropped at least 20 degrees the second she stepped through the double doors. She considered going back out to the car to change into something with sleeves, then changed her mind. She didn't plan to stay long. Signs stated a $20 cover charge, but apparently that was only for men. She was handed 10 free drink vouchers and ushered inside at no cost, where it took a moment for her eyes to adjust. Aerosmith's Walk This Way belted from unseen speakers, and laser lights cut through the dark, sliding over multiple stages and dozens of tables scattered throughout the space, a space which was much larger on the inside than it appeared from the parking lot. On each of the stages, many of the tables, and strolling randomly about, were beautiful women in various stages of undress. Some were completely nude, while others wore skimpy bathing suits or lingerie. There were a couple female patrons, but not many, and Fogel felt incredibly out of place. Men packed every square inch of open space. About 2/3 wore military uniforms. Others were in casual dress. Several wore 3-piece suits, and Fogel assumed they were security. She went to the bar and ordered a vodka and cranberry. The bartender handed her the drink, waving off the voucher when she tried to hand it to him. She dropped them into her purse and scanned the crowd. While some tables and chairs surrounded the stages, most were tucked into small alcoves and hidden behind walls that served no purpose other than to create privacy. As Fogel scanned the ceiling, she realized that privacy was only an illusion. There were cameras everywhere, each equipped with infrared sensors in order to see in the dark. Somewhere, somebody was watching everything. A DJ announced Heaven was to report to the main stage, while Tori and a few of her friends could be found in the Champagne Lounge. Aerosmith made way for Guns N' Roses and Sweet Child of Mine. 3 guys did a round of shots to her left, shouting over the music. Drink in hand, Fogel began pushing her way through the crowd. Some of the women smiled at her, others sized her up, glancing up and down her body as blatantly as some of the men. Never in her life had she wanted a shower as much as she did at that moment. She found Jack Thatch at a table in the far back corner, tucked behind a wall of fake plants on one side and a hallway on the other, appearing to lead toward the women's dressing rooms. She nearly didn't recognize him. His hair was askew and he hadn't shaved in days, maybe as long as a week. It had been years since she last saw him, and those years had been harsh. Although he had a clear line of sight to one of the stages, he wasn't watching the thin blonde girl wrapped around the brass pole. His gaze was fixed on the shot glass cradled between his fingers. Fogel crossed the room and set a drink down on his table. "Mind if I sit?" He didn't look up at first, and she nearly repeated herself, assuming he hadn't heard her over the music. When he did look up, His eyes didn't register the surprise she had expected. Instead, they looked sad and dull. If he wasn't drunk, he was well on his way. He swallowed the shot, placed the empty glass on the corner of the table, and gestured to one of the empty chairs.
"You're a long way from home, Detective."
Fogel sat facing him, her purse resting in her lap. "You're a tough man to find, Jack."
"I try."
He nodded at a passing waitress. She spotted the empty glass, winked at him, noted Fogel's glass was still full, then headed toward the bar. An unspoken language. He looked back toward the entrance.
"Did you just come in?"
Fogel nodded. Jack leaned forward.
"How many white cars did you see in the parking lot?"
"White cars? I don't know. Why?"
"There was only one a few days ago. I counted 3 when I got here tonight. I need to check again."
His speech was slightly slurred, not as much as she first expected. His eyes glanced over the crowd, then dropped back to the empty shot glass. Fogel leaned forward too. "Is she here?"
"Who?"
"Stella Nettleton?" Again, his eyes betrayed nothing. They remained fixed on the shot glass.
"Why would she be here?"
"Because you're here." He grinned at that, a sidelong grin.
"I may be a few drinks up on you, but I fail to see the logic. Maybe I'm just thinking about joining the Navy."
He raised a hand above the table in simulated flight.
"Gonna fly airplanes, like Maverick and Goose. Not Iceman, though. He was a dick."
The waitress returned with another shot, scooped up the empty one, then disappeared back into the crowd. Jack pulled the glass closer.
"Pittsburgh has its share of strip clubs. If you wanted to satisfy some fantasy, no reason to board a plane and come all this way. Be afraid of running into one of your coworkers? I bet that's it. Some secrets are better left to the dark."
"It's August 8th, Fogel said. "Somebody's going to die tonight, right?"
"Is that a confession?"
"Every year, like clockwork." He said nothing. Billings, Montana, Iowa, Chicago, New Hampshire, now Fallon, Nevada. Fogel turned in her seat. "Who is it? Somebody here?"
"Go count the white cars, so I don't have to get up. Maybe I'll tell you."
"I know it's her, Jack. I don't know how or why she killed all those people, but I know it's her. Talk to her for me. If she turns herself in, I can make sure she stays safe. You want that, right? You don't want to see her get hurt. You care for her. I could tell that day at the house the way you stared at that painting in her room. If she doesn't turn herself in, who knows how this will end. I can see some rookie cop putting her down, though. Some trigger-happy kid taking a shot to make a name for himself. Imagine if she died and you could have stopped it."
"Do a shot with me."
"What?"
"Do a shot with me."
He grinned. "No."
"Yeah. You need one. You're all wound tight."
Jack flagged down a waitress, pointed at his own shot, then at Fogel. The waitress returned a minute later and set a glass in front of her.
"It's Jameson. You'll like it."
"I've had Jameson before." He took his own glass in hand and raised it above the table.
"To the detectives of Pittsburgh PD Homicide Division, both past and present, the whole tenacious lot of you."
He swallowed the whiskey and brought his glass down hard on the table. Fogel sighed, took her own glass, and drank it down. The whiskey made her shudder. Jack fell back in his chair, smiling again.
"Are you even considered a cop in this state? I bet I have just as much power to arrest you as you do to arrest me. The way I understand it, your boss is supposed to call the local sheriff and let them know you'll be in town working a case. You need permission, can't just show up. I imagine if you did just show up, without telling the appropriate people, you'd probably land yourself in a world of trouble. You seem like a by-the-book kind of girl, so I'm not sure. Oh, do you have your gun? Fogel's eyes darted to her purse and back again before she could stop them. Jack's smile widened. I don't have one of those, so I guess that gives you a little leg up. The people in white cars, they like to carry guns. Every time I travel to a new state, I check the concealed carry laws and figure out what's allowed and what's not. Interestingly enough, Nevada is very relaxed. Still kind of the Wild West out here. You can carry a gun openly in this state nearly anywhere you want. Feel free to strap that thing to your hip and wear it proud. Who are the people in the white cars? You've mentioned them a few times now. Jack raised a finger, motioned for her to lean in closer. I don't like Nevada. It's too hot out here, too hot for coats. They leave their cars and you can't find them anymore. He motioned wide around the club. Any one of these people, except the girls, maybe, but who knows? 2 more shots appeared on their table. Fogel hadn't seen Jack order them this time. Jack slid one toward her. Fogel shook her head. I can't. Come on. You're on vacation, right? Because if the sheriff doesn't know you're here, you've got to be on vacation. He raised the glass. To whoever is next. Do you know who's next? I'm surely not going to tell you, if you won't even drink with me. He finished the shot and nearly dropped the glass. A silly thought crossed Fogel's mind at that point, one she should have ignored but didn't. If she got him drunk enough, he might talk. He's almost there. Maybe 1 more, 2 at most. It wouldn't be a confession, not in the legal sense, but she might learn what was going on, and she could use that. Fogel raised her glass, smiled, and drank. They did 1 more after that. Lenny Kravitz blared from the speakers with Fly Away. She liked that song. She scooted her chair closer to Jack and leaned into his ear. Who's next? What if it's you? Maybe that's why you're here. Maybe she wanted you here. How do you know you're not next? The DJ came over the loudspeaker and told Grace to report to the main stage. Jack's posture changed. He grew tense. The lights in the club went dark and a single white beam struck the stage. The opening notes of Uninvited by Alanis Morissette began, and the most beautiful girl Detective Joy Fogel had ever seen stepped into the light. Unbuttoned halfway, the sleeves rolled up. She wore nothing but a men's white dress shirt, black heels, and black lace gloves, the kind you might find worn by the starlet in an old movie. They covered her fingertips to nearly her elbows. She stood there for a moment, perfectly still, her long brown hair dripping over her shoulders, her head tilted down. Long, toned legs beneath the shirt, a hint of black lace panties beneath that. When she began to dance, Fogel found herself mesmerized, unable to look away. She didn't see Jack motion to one of the security guards. She didn't even see the man come over. It wasn't until he was standing behind her and put a hand on her shoulder that she noticed him at all. The guard leaned close to be heard over the music. You'll need to come with me, ma'am. Why? We've been told you have a firearm in your purse.
I'm allowed to—" The whiskey hit her harder than she thought, and the room tilted. She drew in a breath to compose herself. He knew what she was going to say, though.
Yes, you're allowed to carry a gun in your purse in the state of Nevada, providing you're not intoxicated. You are clearly intoxicated, though. You'll need to come with us, ma'am.
Another man lifted her out of the chair. When had he become an us? She looked to Jack. He held up his empty shot glass and smiled.
I'm a stickler for the law, Detective. Thanks for drinking with me. I hope you have a wonderful night.
She opened her mouth to argue, but the men dragged her away before she could, one rifling through her purse as they went. 5. I watched the security guards take the detective away, only long enough to see them disappear down the hallway behind the DJ booth. Then my eyes went back to the stage, to her. I first saw her the night before last, and the aching in my heart only grew with each tick of the clock. I sat at this same table, picking it because it was close to the dressing rooms. From the moment I left Pittsburgh, down each highway, turnpike and interstate, I felt myself growing closer to her. By the time I crossed into Nevada, more than 2,000 miles behind me, I found myself pressing the accelerator damn near to the floor, my Jeep's motor screaming. On one particular stretch in the desert, I broke 100 miles per hour. Not once, but 3 times. I forced myself to slow. A ticket meant my name would appear in a report, and that report would go into a computer, and that computer's data would become searchable. I saw a number of white cars while driving, but none followed me. I wanted to keep it that way. I couldn't risk them learning where I was, where Stella was. The moment I arrived in Fallon, I knew Dunk had been right. She was nearby. The air crackled with her. Over the past 4 years, as I followed her around the country, each time I got close, I felt her presence, a lingering electricity in the air. Although certainly imagined, there was the scent of vanilla, too. Each of those places, her presence there, but slowly fading. In Fallon, though, it was different. The sense of her waxing rather than waning. Not only was she still in town, but she'd been here for at least a week, maybe longer. Dunk hadn't been specific on that. I'm not sure he even knew. But I could feel it. I could feel her. When I took the turn onto I-118. When I pulled into the parking lot of Mike's Gentlemen's Club. I knew she was inside. I harbored not even the slightest of doubts. I did see one white car in the parking lot, a Nissan, but I also saw the girl who got out of it in tight jeans and a black halter top, and I knew she wasn't with the people in white. I hadn't noticed any of the people in white when I arrived in Fallon, but they began to trickle in. I felt them too. On that first night, when Stella was called to the stage as Grace, I fought every urge to get up and go to her. I forced myself to stay in my seat and watch. She was absolutely mesmerizing. At that point, I hadn't learned why she was here, but I suspected it was because clubs like this offered a cash income and allowed her to live off the radar. That was only partially true. That was before I saw her dance for him. Yesterday I learned his name was Leo Signorelli, and only a few hours ago, after calling Dunk, I learned just who he was. Leo Signorelli owned Mike's Gentlemen's Club. He also owned 6 area brothels. Although legal in Nevada, the conditions were poor. Many of the girls were brought here illegally from around the world and forced to work for him for little to no money, in exchange for payment on the debt incurred by Signorelli in bringing them here. Leo Signorelli was responsible for the death of at least 4 of those girls. He enjoyed strangling them during sex, the youngest being only 14. Dunk said his behavior was well known among those who skirted the law, but he paid enough to various local officials to remain off their radar. My first night here, Leo Signorelli took a seat at the side of the stage moments before Stella appeared, and he had been as enthralled with her as the rest of the men in the club. Last night, he brought her a single red rose and placed it on the corner of the stage as she began to dance. Stella only glanced at him, but that had been enough. This man, like me, like all the others here, could not look away. Tonight, he brought another rose, also red, and placed it on the stage. Tonight, Stella not only glanced at him, but smiled. Oh, how my soul ached at the sight of that smile. Leo Signorelli looked a lot like me, same hair, same build, but she smiled at him, not me, and I wanted to jump up from my table and go to her, yet I didn't. I could only watch. I could only watch as she danced for him. On stage, Stella reached for the brass pole and twirled around effortlessly. Although she wore the dress shirt, it was unbuttoned so low the sides of her breasts were visible, and somehow that was so much more alluring than the dozens of girls in the club wearing little or nothing at all. Others thought so too, because men began to crowd the stage with cash in hand. Most of the girls wore garters, and men would slip money into those garters, their hands lingering a little too long on that girl's leg as they did. Stella did not wear a garter. She didn't approach the sides of the stage at all. She remained out of reach. The men in the audience were forced to throw their cash on the floor at her feet. This didn't seem to stop them, though. Bills piled up before Alanis Morissette finished the first verse. Stella only stared at him, at Leo Signorelli, as if no one else in the club existed. I so wanted her to look at me that way, if only for a second. At one point she leaned against the pole and simply slid to the ground, her slender legs curling beneath her, her dark eyes on him, a single finger pressed against her red lips. The look she gave him had been enough to send him leaning back in his seat, his hard cheeks flush. I hadn't realized how quiet the club got until the song ended. Without the music, there was utter silence as all eyes watched her. When Stella left the stage, she walked past Leo Signorelli, and he reached out to her, his hand going for the creamy white of her exposed thigh. Her gloved hand stopped him before he could make contact, and Stella nodded to a sign on the wall with a playful giggle. Touch the girls, and the bouncers will touch you. Signorelli laughed at this. After all, he owned the club. But he raised both palms in defeat anyway. As he did, I saw the note Stella had slipped to him, held tight between his thumb and forefinger. When she disappeared down the hallway beside the stage, he quickly read it and followed, two of his large bodyguards behind him. When Detective Joy Fogel arrived, I'd been surprised to see her. Having arrived much earlier myself, I was also a number of shots up on her. While I enjoyed her company, as brief as her company may have been, and I particularly enjoyed having someone to drink with, I wasn't drunk. I probably wouldn't have even qualified as buzzed. Okay, maybe a little, but not bad, not to the point of impairment. Much like a long-distance runner outpacing a novice, a practiced drinker can easily outdrink someone who is not. Jameson was my whiskey of choice and had been for years. While I would get drunk if I drank it too quickly, I'd have to drink it far faster than I did tonight. When Stella, followed closely by Leo Signorelli, owner of nefarious businesses and killer of the innocent, disappeared down that hallway, I stood at my table and finished the detective's cranberry and vodka. I was fairly certain she wouldn't be back for it, and I'd be leaving soon. No drink left behind. I counted out 4 20s, more than enough to cover my bill, and set them on the table. The waitress scooped them up before I was halfway to the front door. I couldn't follow them down the hallway, not with the women's dressing room down there. I'd be stopped and probably beaten senseless within seconds. I'd wait outside and hope she didn't intend to kill him in the building. 9 white vehicles sat in the parking lot. 6 sedans, 2 SUVs, 1 van. None of them occupied, but that didn't mean they weren't watching. I brought a knife, a 6-inch switchblade I found in a pawn shop in Reno a few days earlier, and I used the knife to puncture 2 tires on each of these vehicles. I stuck to the shadows as I darted around the parking lot, careful to avoid the cameras on the corner of the building and the valets who occasionally ran into the lot to fetch a car or park a new one. When finished, I went to my Jeep and slouched low in the seat. Earlier, I parked 2 cars over from Signorelli's black BMW Z3 Roadster convertible. Stella and Signorelli emerged from the back door of the club 20 minutes later. She had changed into jeans and a long-sleeve red top. She still wore the gloves, though, as she held his hand. At his car, she pleaded for the keys, and he finally obliged. She climbed behind the wheel of the little 2-seater with a laugh. He got in beside her, and the engine roared to life. Leo Signorelli leaned over then. In the silhouette of the parking lot lights, I watched as he leaned into her, and she into him, her arms going up around his neck as she allowed him to kiss her. They remained that way for a long time, and I wanted to jump from the Jeep, yank the door open, pull him out, and beat him senseless. I wanted to hit him until the blood on my knuckles matched the bloody pulp of his ruined face. I wanted to hear him cry and whimper and plead until he was reduced to nothing more than a large child curled up on the ground in convulsive shivers. I did none of those things. I sat perfectly still and could only watch until she finally pulled away from him and settled back behind the wheel. Stella gunned the engine of the BMW several times before turning on the lights, dropping into reverse and spinning the tires as she shifted into first and raced from the parking lot. Gravel rained through the air, pinging off all the nearby cars. I started the Jeep and followed behind them, making the left onto I-118 with my headlights off, remaining a few car lengths behind. No street lights lined the highway, the desert darkness here so complete it might as well have been black tar. On the empty highway, she must have floored the little sports car, because they shot so far ahead of me. I nearly lost them, their taillights nothing more than tiny red pinpricks. My Jeep coughed and sputtered, but didn't relent. 10 minutes later, when I-118 narrowed and became Wilds Road, Stella was forced to slow, and I reduced the gap. When pavement gave way to dirt, I risked getting too close and held back. A quarter-mile later, she turned left off the dirt road onto what could only be described as a path. There were 2 ruts where past tires had rolled, but grass and weeds owned the space between them, and branches from the nearby trees slapped at the sides of my Jeep. Because the BMW had a lower profile, it avoided the branches, but I feared her car might get stuck in the dirt. More than once, I saw the undercarriage rub against the ground. I didn't expect water. Not out here. There it was, though. This large body of water I would later learn was called Harmon Reservoir. Had it been daylight, I would have noticed the small feeder canals jutting out around the edges, but they were lost to the dark and encroaching night. Stella pulled up to the water's edge, shut off the lights, and shut off the motor. I stopped at the mouth of the trail, hidden in the woods just beyond the clearing. I wasn't sure when I picked up my switchblade again, but the knife was in my hand. I pressed the button that released the blade, then closed it. Pressed the button again, closed it, the motion somehow soothing as I watched Stella step out of the car. The little moonlight caught her, and even now her beauty was intoxicating, an irresistible pull. I so wanted to go to her, wrap my arms around her, kiss her as Leo had. Know the warmth of her breath on my neck, the touch of those slender fingers and arms around me. Stella rounded the car to the passenger door and opened it. Leo Signorelli slumped over and tumbled out, landing in a mound at her feet. She saw me then. My Jeep at the mouth of the trail, not hidden as well as I thought. As his body hit the ground, she looked not at this man, but at the trees where I parked, her eyes narrowing as she attempted to see past my windshield. She took several steps toward my Jeep before I got out. "Jack, is that you?" I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound came out. I could only move toward her, my legs threatening to drop out from under me. "What are you doing here?" As I neared, as Leo Signorelli came into view, I saw his face. The skin around his mouth was black, charred. The side of his face, too. Half his hair was gone, his ear. My breath caught as I remembered Raymond Visconti, the mark that appeared on him with Stella's touch in the basement. Stella's kiss. "Why are you here?" The next few moments were over before I realized they happened at all. Stella took another step toward me. Leo Signorelli's arm moved. At first, just a twitch. I wasn't sure I saw it at all, it was so damn dark. But then there was the glint of metal, and he had a gun in his hand. The gun came up, pointing at Stella's back. She started to turn, heard something. I dove past her. I dove between her and the barrel. My knee came down first, cracking against the point of a stone jutting out from the ground. My shoulder hit the car door, and the rest of me landed on Leo. My switchblade was out again. I'd released the blade somewhere between my last two heartbeats, and I brought the knife down into the side of his neck. The tip punctured the skin with little effort. Then there was an audible pop as I punctured something deeper. One of his eyes was milky white, blind with cataracts, but the other saw me. The other went wide and fixed on me as warm blood sprayed my face and clothes and soaked the earth. It was all over in a moment. Leo Signorelli stopped moving and would move no more. "Oh my God! You killed him!" Stella shouted, falling beside the body. She tore off one of her gloves and pressed her palm against his forehead, then his good cheek, then gripped his arm, desperately moving from one portion of exposed flesh to another. I had to. He would have shot you." Her voice dropped to a desperate whisper. "But I hadn't finished yet. I wasn't done." "What does that mean?" Stella didn't answer me. She only sat there, her entire body trembling. Each breath caught in her throat, and her eyes glistened with tears. She began to cry, and there was no consoling her. I reached for her shoulder and squeezed, the warmth of her seeping through the thin cloth of her shirt, and she shook me off. I tried to lean into her, and she pulled away, the word "don't" barely audible through her sobs. A fleck of Leo's blood was on her cheek, and when I reached to brush it away, she shot up and pulled away from me before I could. Stella stood and began to pace, her cries lessening. I stood too, and not knowing what else to do, I went to the water's edge and washed Leo's blood from my arms and hands and the knife.
"You need to throw that into the water,"
I heard her say behind me. So I did. The knife slipped through the surface about 100 feet from shore and disappeared beneath. When I turned back to Stella, her arms were tight at her sides, her fists were clenched.
"My God, Jack! Why are you here?"
A desperation filled her voice. She was still shaking, her eyes red. I reached into my back pocket and took out her note. I'd folded and unfolded the note so many times over the years. Holes had been worn through the paper at the creases. She recognized it, though. Stella closed her eyes and shook her head, the tears coming again.
"That was years ago. I got out. I got away. I'm okay now."
"I don't think you are," I said softly. She pressed her hands to the side of her temples. Blood smeared beneath her touch.
"He was a bad man."
"I know."
"I needed him."
I went to her again. I gripped her arms. "He would have killed you." She pulled away and started pacing again from Leo's body to the trees and back again, over and over.
"You don't understand."
"I do." She shook her head again.
"You don't. You can't. You can't possibly."
"I've known for years. I think I've always known."
"You don't,"
she said again, crossing back to the trees.
"I needed him."
She drew in a breath between each of these words. Then with her ungloved hand she reached for the tree beside her, a gray pine, at least 60 feet tall. The trunk of the tree blackened under her touch with what first looked like a burn, then became rot. Long pine needles began to fall from the tree, showering down on her. As they fell, their color turned from grayish-green to black before they hit the ground. When all the needles were gone, I heard a moan, then a loud creak, a harsh, high-pitched squeal, followed by a crack, and the tree was falling. It toppled to the right of her, and all the while Stella remained perfectly still, her hand on the trunk. When it hit the ground, it broke into dozens of pieces. Not the trunk of a newly cut tree, but that of one which had spent a lifetime rotting away before finally succumbing to gravity and crashing to the earth. When it was over, she didn't look at me. She looked to the ground.
"That thing you saw me do in the basement," she said. "I have to do it. If I don't, I'll die."
"They used you." I said this in the calmest voice I could. I needed her to calm down. Already her fingers were flexing, reaching for another tree. I knew trees would not be enough.
"They were feeding me. They kept me safe. I'm glad to be away, to be out, but I need—"
I went to her. I wrapped my arms around her, and although her arms remained at her sides, she pressed her face into my chest, carefully avoiding my flesh, the exposed skin of my neck.
"We need to hide him. We need to get him into the water. Will you help me?"
she said softly, her voice muffled. She pulled away from me and tugged her glove back on, her face pleading. I nodded silently. We dragged him around to the driver's side and managed to get him in the seat behind the wheel. Leo Signorelli was my height, my build, but gravity somehow affects dead weight differently than alive, and moving him proved a struggle. Once inside with the seatbelt fastened, I started the car, turned the headlights back on, slipped the car into neutral, and released the brake. I took a last look around the interior to ensure Stella hadn't left anything inside, then rolled down the driver's side window to steer.
What about this?
Stella held Leo's gun between the tips of her gloved fingers.
Better to throw it out into the lake or put it in the car?
I thought about this for a second. It's no secret he was mixed up with some nasty people. Probably best to leave it in the car. She opened the door and dropped it on the passenger seat. Then together we pushed the small car into the water. The reservoir had a steep slope. The car went under fast. The engine died right away. The headlights blinked out after about 30 seconds. Air bubbled up through the open window. Then the BMW disappeared from view. We stood there for a long time, watching where the car had been. Then she finally turned to me and her eyes found mine. The sadness in her look so deep, so overwhelming. When she opened her mouth to speak, 2 words slipped out. 2 words, worse than the blade of any knife through my heart.
I can't.
She ran toward the trees. She pushed through the bushes and branches until the night swallowed her whole, and I was certain of only one thing. I couldn't lose her again. Stella didn't answer my calls. I screamed out her name as I chased after her. I didn't care who else heard me. The same branches that had welcomed her sliced at my skin, scratched and bit me. But I didn't care about that either. I ran as fast as I could, my arms and hands pushing them aside, oblivious to the pain. 20 minutes passed before I found her. Stella was sitting on a large rock, her head buried in her gloved hands. When she heard me approach, her breath caught and she jumped up. I held a hand out to her. "Don't run! Please, no more. Just hear me out, please."
This isn't you, Jack. It never was. You're a better person than me. I can't pull you into this with me. I can't.
I took a step closer. "I love you, Stella. I've loved you from the very first moment I saw you all those years ago, the second I saw you sitting on that bench."
We were only kids.
You felt it too. I know you did. I saw the painting in your room. All the jabs, the mean comments, it was all bullshit. It was that old woman whispering in your ear. None of it mattered anyway, because the truth was in your eyes. It always was. 8 years old, 18 or 80, it doesn't matter. Every thought I have is of you. Every breath, every sight, every sound, it all reminds me of you. You're a piece of me, and I'm dying without you. There's a hole in me without you. I love you, Stella, with every ounce of my being. I know you love me too. I know you do.
I don't deserve to love. I'm some kind of monster.
She said this so softly, tears welling at her eyes. That's the old woman again, Latrice Oliver. I know it is. You do too. You know what's in your heart, what's always been there. I took another step toward her, only inches from her now. Nobody else matters. There's only us. Nothing else matters.
They made me.
I took her hand then, felt her warmth through the glove. Look at me, Stella. She did. Her beautifully dark eyes found mine, and I ran my hand through her hair. She nearly pulled away as I did this, as my fingers brushed so close to her skin, but she didn't. Somehow knowing I understood. It was her flesh I had to fear. They used you. You can do this thing, and they used you. They took advantage of you. It's over now. I'll never let them hurt you or use you again.
I don't want to kill anymore. I can't. I don't.
And the sobs came again, soft, buried in my chest.
I want to stop.
We'll find another way, I told her.
Jack,
She whispered, her sobs softening.
I can't even touch you.
We'll find a way. We stood there in each other's arms for a long time, the two of us. No other words. Then I led her back to my Jeep, her gloved hand in mine. The Chestnut Motor Lodge was just off I-118, about a mile outside of Fallon, between the town proper and Mike's Gentlemen's Club. It wasn't much to look at, which is why I chose it. A squat two-story building that passed its prime about 20 years back. The landscaping was desert dirt, and the blacktop parking lot had long ago lost the battle with the harsh Nevada sun. 2 sodium lights blared down from opposite ends of the property, creating just enough light so it wouldn't be missed from the highway. There was an enormous neon sign on the roof, but only the word Lodge still burned, and judging by the loud buzz coming from the sign, it probably wouldn't be lit for much longer. After leaving Harmon Reservoir, Stella directed me down a series of side roads, the last of which petered out at a dead end about a mile from any main road. When I stopped, she got out of the Jeep, went to the deep ditch beside the road, and retrieved a black duffel bag. She put it between her feet on the floorboards.
Everything I own,
she said softly. She planned to leave Fallon immediately after dispatching Leo Signorelli, so she left the bag here earlier in the day. From Fallon, she hoped to drive to Las Vegas, where she'd leave his BMW. From there, she wanted to cross the country to Charleston. She'd never been to South Carolina. She told me all this in a quiet, monotone voice, so far removed from the confident girl I remembered from back home. The girl from our bench, or her pool, or even the girl I watched dance only a few short hours ago. A curtain had been removed, a facade dropped. Although both were Stella, this was the real Stella. No longer putting up a rehearsed confidence, but instead sharing with me, albeit in careful fits and starts. I wondered if she had ever truly talked to anyone. She went from a captive in that house to running alone, a solitary existence I knew all too well. There were 3 white cars in the parking lot of the Chestnut Motor Lodge. Stella saw them too, but she didn't say anything. A man in a white dress shirt and chinos watched us pull up from the ice machine, then went back to the business of filling up his bucket. I had room 27 on the second floor, so I parked on the east side of the building, near the stairs, but as far from the lights as I could. We waited for the man in the white shirt to return to his own room, first floor, 3 doors down from the west end of the building, before getting out of the Jeep. We both had Leo's blood on us. We couldn't risk being seen. Stella followed me up the stairs to my room and waited as I dug out the key and pushed open the door. "It's not much," I told her. Stella glanced around the room. A double bed, sagging in the middle, with a floral quilt draped over the top in a rumpled heap. Green shag carpet on the floor with tan tile at the back of the room, under the sink, and continuing on into the small bathroom. There were 3 prints on the walls, all depicting horses at the Kentucky Derby. I left an empty bottle of Jack Daniels on the nightstand and wished I hadn't. The cardboard remnants of a Coors Light 12-pack sat next to a plastic trash can containing my empties. I drew the drapes and placed the Do Not Disturb sign on the door before closing it, locking the deadbolt and putting the chain in place. If somebody wanted to get in, these things would only slow them down, but that was better than nothing. I pulled back the corner of the curtain and looked out over the parking lot, my eyes bouncing from one white car to the next.
It's not them.
How do you know?
I just know. Not every white car belongs to them.
Somehow that didn't reassure me. Did you have anything lined up in South Carolina? A place to stay or anything? She shook her head. I think we're okay here for tonight, but we should probably head out first thing in the morning. We don't want to be around when they find Leo. And there was only one white car yesterday. Probably nothing, like you said, but best to keep moving. Stella wasn't listening to me. When I turned around, I realized she was standing in front of the mirror above the sink. She'd peeled off her clothes as she went, leaving a trail behind. I think my mouth fell open. Down to only a black lace bra and matching panties, Stella rolled her eyes.
You've seen me naked, Pip. No need to be shy. I need a shower. I've got his blood in my hair. That doesn't usually happen.
With that, she stepped into the small bathroom and pulled the door halfway shut behind her. I heard the water start a moment later. I picked up my empty bottles and other trash and took it all down to the dumpster, cleaning the room up as best I could before she finished. A fourth white car had joined the others, a white Ford Escort. Nobody was inside. When Stella emerged from the shower wrapped in a white towel and somehow smelling of vanilla again, I hastily shucked off my filthy clothes and showered too. The steaming water felt fantastic, and I stayed in there far longer than I probably should have, scrubbing and scrubbing, until my skin was pink and raw, until I saw the last of Leo Signorelli wash down the drain. By the time I came out, Stella had changed into an oversized t-shirt. She'd washed her black gloves by hand in the sink, and they were now draped over the edge of the cracked Formica counter, air-drying. She sat on the edge of the bed, her slender, bare legs crossed beneath her.
I bagged our clothes. We need to get rid of them somewhere. Not here, though.
I'd left my backpack on the floor outside the bathroom next to Stella's duffel bag. It was gone now. Have you seen my...
What's this?
She held up the letter from her parents to mine. My backpack opened beside her. Go ahead and help yourself.
What is it?
I took a pair of sweatpants out of my pack and slipped them on under my towel, threw the towel in the general direction of the bathroom, and sat down beside her. My next-door neighbor gave me that right before my aunt died. I think your dad wrote it.
Our parents knew each other. Why didn't you ever show this to me?
I tried. I brought the letter with me when I went to see you that year. That was... 1993, 5 years ago. You weren't there, though, only Latrice Oliver. That was the year she gave me your letter, the one I showed you. I never saw you after that. Stella read the letter again, her fingers slipping across the paper, following along.
My father wrote this. This is his handwriting.
She considered this, her eyes glistening again.
I've never seen his handwriting before. I don't have anything from my parents. He sounds so paranoid.
Do you remember them at all? She shook her head.
My earliest memories are of Latrice Oliver, a series of nannies, staff at the house. Nothing about my parents.
Did Oliver tell you anything about them?
Only that they died when I was a baby, a bad car crash. She said she was close to them and had been appointed my legal guardian.
I was told my parents died in a car crash, too.
They didn't, though, did they?
I shrugged and told her about my father's grave, what I found. I told her he might still be alive. Her eyes turned into saucers.
You dug up your father's grave? Wow! My little Pip isn't as timid as I thought. Then her eyes grew even wider. Do you think my parents might still be alive too?
I wish I knew. After a long pause, Stella said,
May I see the books?
At least you asked this time. I rutted around in my pack and took out a copy of Great Expectations and the Penn State Yearbook and handed both to her. When I handed her the Dickens book, her face lit up.
This is just like mine.
She found her copy and laid the two side by side. Although my copy appeared new, her copy was clearly worn. Her cover was faded and lined with white, torn in a number of spots. Many of the book's pages were dog-eared. She kept a highlighter clipped to the cover and made a habit of highlighting her favorite passages. After all these years, I couldn't imagine she still found new passages to highlight. Every page of her book was probably a solid block of yellow by now. I flipped through the yearbook and showed her the various circled photographs and explained what I learned about each of the people identified.
All the ones you found are dead?
I kept the list I made back at Penn State folded inside the front of the yearbook. I took it out and smoothed the wrinkled paper. Aside from your parents and mine, Perla Bayham, Garrett Dotts, Penelope Maudlin, and Lester Wolford all killed themselves. My neighbor, Elfrida Leach, she shot herself right in front of me. I haven't been able to find Cammie Brotherton, Jacqueline Breese, Jeffrey Dalton, or Keith Pickford. Stella pursed her lips, her finger hovering over the names.
Do you remember David? He came to the cemetery with me once when we were kids.
I nodded. He was there when my neighbor died. I was in her apartment when she shot herself, and somehow he was across the hall in mine. He left a note for me. The note said, "Welcome to the party, Jack." He signed it. David left a bottle of Jameson, too, but I didn't tell her about that.
My God, that must have been awful for you.
3 what? Bang. I shivered. Stella tapped at the paper.
David told me once his parents' names were Jackie and Keith. This must be them.
Jacqueline Breese and Keith Pickford? Do you know what happened to them? She fell silent. Stella?
He said they both died. Murder-suicide. His father shot his mother, then turned the gun on himself. It was a long time ago. I think he was around 5 or 6, but I don't know for sure.
Did David live with you? She shook her head.
He visited a couple times when we were young. Later, they took me to see him, mostly. This god-awful place.
Stella's hand began shaking. I reached for it and she yanked away.
You can't.
She held her hand with her other, held it still. What is it? Are you okay? Her voice dropped low. I could barely hear her.
I didn't finish. I didn't get enough.
With Leo? She nodded. When she released her hand, the shaking had stopped.
I just need to rest. I'll be okay.
I glanced at the digital clock beside the bed. Nearly 4 a.m. It would be light in a few hours. We both needed to sleep. I wanted to ask her who they were, these people in white. Latrice Oliver, David, the man in the GTO. We had so much to talk about, but it could wait. It would have to. Her eyes had grown heavy in just the past few minutes, and I felt everything catching up with me, too. The adrenaline was wearing off. My body needed to rest, shut down. You take the bed, I told her. I'll sleep on the floor. Stella looked down at the green shag carpet.
I feel dirty just walking on this carpet. You can't sleep down there. We can share the bed.
I looked at her hand. What if we touch? By accident, I mean, because I wouldn't... What will happen? Stella chewed on her lip for a second, thinking. Then she stood, went to the head of the bed, and pulled back the quilt.
We'll use the sheet. You lay under it, and I'll lay above it. This way it will stay between us. That will be okay.
You're sure? She climbed in.
I'm sure.
I switched off the light and took one more look out the window. Another white car had joined the others, a Saturn four-door. 5 cars now. There was somebody sitting in this one, but I couldn't see their face. We have another white car out there, I said. Stella didn't answer, though, already lost to sleep. My hand was shaking, too, but not from nerves or because of Leo. I had problems of my own. I went to the dresser beside the bed and pulled open the drawer. I'd placed a 5th of Maker's Mark whiskey in there yesterday, a little more than half a bottle. I twisted off the cap, brought it to my lips, and drank. Not a lot, just until the shaking stopped. And it did eventually stop. Stella's ragged breaths became even, and she mumbled something in her sleep. I must have stared at her for another hour before putting that bottle away, certain that if I closed my eyes for even a second, she would be gone when I opened them. She was so incredibly beautiful, so peaceful. She couldn't possibly be here with me, but here she was, after all these years, with me, her Pip, my Stella. Things would be all right now. I truly wanted to believe that. As long as we were together, we would be okay. I so wanted to believe that was true. I went downstairs and let the air out of the tires on each of the white cars, with the exception of the occupied vehicle. I also made a mental note to pick up another knife at my first opportunity. I finally climbed in beside her at a little before 5 in the morning, expecting to remain awake, but I was probably out in under a minute. That was when bad things happened. The dream. Chocolate milk everywhere. In my hair, on my clothes, all over my fingers and seat. Daddy screaming at Mommy. "Katie! You can't sleep now! Katie! Stay awake!" The squeal of tires. Car doors opening. Loud bangs. "Got it!" Daddy said. Loud bangs from Daddy, from the thing in his hand. He shouted at someone behind us. The someone behind us shouted back. I cried. I wanted to be a big boy, but I cried. I couldn't even hear myself, though, not over all the banging. I closed my eyes for only a second, but when they opened again, Daddy was gone. He had been standing beside Mommy, at her door. I couldn't see where he went. The belts of my seat held me firm, and I couldn't turn. I couldn't see out all the windows. The bang stopped. All at once, so quiet. "Daddy?" No response. So quiet. All alone. Mommy wasn't moving. I could see her hair, her head slumped over in the front seat. All alone. I started to cry again and my door yanked open. "Hey, buddy, let's get you out of there. It's going to be okay. Everything will be okay," Daddy said. But he was crying too, and I knew it wouldn't be okay. He carried me from our car to a white SUV parked behind us and laid me across the back seat. All the while, he kept my head buried in his chest, telling me not to look at anything. I did, though, and I saw people dressed in white lying on the ground, red stains on each of them.
I pulled myself up so I could see. Daddy got in the driver's seat, reversed the vehicle, and backed away from our car and the one we had run into, another white SUV like this one. We jolted as we stopped, and he threw it back in park. I nearly fell. "Stay down, Jack." He was out the door again, running back to our car. He was going to get Mommy. I knew he was. He had to. We couldn't leave without Mommy. Holding onto the headrest from the front seat, I watched as he went to Mommy in the car. He was crying loud now, louder than I had ever cried, and that made me cry. He leaned in the seat over her. He hugged her. He shook her. He pulled her to his chest and held her, and I didn't understand why he didn't bring her to this car, put her in this front seat, because I wanted to hug her too. When Daddy left her door, he staggered back and I thought he might fall over. He didn't, though. He looked back and saw me watching him. He motioned for me to get down with his hand. I didn't, though. I kept watching as he dragged one of the people lying on the ground back to our car and put them into the front seat behind the wheel, Daddy's seat. He always drove. Then he dragged the other two, the ones from this car, to the SUV we had run into, and put them in the back seat. He ran about halfway back to me and screamed again for me to get down. This time I did, but not before I saw him light a match and drop it into a puddle on the ground. I didn't get down because he told me to or because I wanted to. I got down because the explosion knocked me off my feet. I woke to the crash of thunder, my body covered in sweat. The sun had risen but was dim, hidden behind churning desert storm clouds and the rat-tat-tat of rainfall. On the bed beside me, Stella was gone. The sheets on her side of the bed were pulled back. The spot where she had lain was cold. "Stella?" No answer. I checked the bathroom first, but she wasn't there. Her gloves were no longer beside the sink. Her duffel bag was gone, too. The phone rang, a shrill, harsh sound. I stared at it for a good long while before finally scooping up the receiver. I didn't say anything, but I could hear someone breathing on the other end of the line, then a male voice. "Jack?" "Dunk." "Yeah?" "You all right? You sound funny." "Not all right. Not at all. I can't talk. What do you need?" "Oh, shit! Does that mean you found her? Is she there right now? Did you finally get to—" I cut him off. "What is it, Dunk?" He blew out a breath. "My man! Pulling all kinds of triggers this week. Good for you." I'm hanging up. "Hold up. My guy found one of your names." "Which one?" "Cammy Brotherton. Although she's not Cammy Brotherton anymore. She's Faye Mock now. She changed her name a half-dozen times over the years, moved all over the country." I pressed the receiver tighter against my ear. "Wait, she's still alive?" "Shouldn't she be? Why else would you have me look for her?" The list I made of the Penn State names was sitting next to the phone, on top of the yearbook. My copy of Great Expectations was gone. Stella must have taken the book with her. "Do you have an address?" He read it off to me. I found a pen and scribbled the address down on the pad of motel stationery. Carmel, California. "Got something else, too. Have you ever heard of something called charter?" "No, why?" "People are asking about you around town, trying to find you. My guys picked one of them up and talked to him. At first he said he was an old friend, but once they all got to know each other a little better, he opened up, got chatty. He told them he was with an outfit called Charter. Said it was real important that he found you." "Talk to him, huh?" "Yeah. Talk to him. Nice and neat. My guys said he was packing a Colt Anaconda 6-shot revolver. That's no joke. He didn't make much of an effort to hide it either. They said he wore it right on his belt under his coat, Old West style.
I perked up. Coat? What kind of coat?
How the hell should I know? Think I'm some kind of fashion guru?
What color was his coat?
Don't know. If it's important, I'll ask when I see Reed.
It's important.
Okay.
Dunk's voice dropped low.
Hey, Jack. Is she still sleeping? How about giving Stella a poke for me? From what I heard, she's a...
I hung up and tore off the sheet of stationery and shoved it in my pocket. If Cammy was still alive, the others might be too. The hotel room door burst open and Stella came in, her clothing soaked through, her dark hair dripping, her skin deathly pale.
We need to go.
I let out a breath. She closed the door quickly behind her, went to the window and pulled back the curtain slightly. Her hand was trembling again. I looked out the window over her shoulder. The rain fell in thick sheets, bouncing off the cracked pavement. 6 white cars now. One blocked the parking lot exit. Another was parked directly behind my Jeep. 3 more across the lot, and a white Cadillac Escalade parked in the center of the lot. 2 of the doors open. A man I didn't recognize stood on the driver's side, a cell phone pressed to his ear, oblivious to the rain. His long, white trench coat buttoned tight.
I put my things in the Jeep. The Escalade pulled up while I was coming back up the stairs. I don't think they saw me.
Did you see any other people? She shook her head.
Only the 2 guys in the Cadillac. But somebody moved those other cars.
My knife was at the bottom of Herman Reservoir. We had no other weapons. I looked around the room, then went to the dresser beside the bed and pulled open the drawer, took out the bottle of Maker's Mark. About a third left. I twisted off the cap and threw it aside, then tore a strip of cloth from one of the pillowcases, rolled it, and shoved it into the mouth of the bottle. I need matches, I said, pulling open the other drawer and looking inside. Only an old Bible.
I saw some over here.
Stella went to the nightstand on the opposite side of the bed, grabbed a matchbook from beside a filthy ashtray and tossed them to me.
Will that work in the rain?
I have no idea. I put the yearbook in my backpack and slung the bag over my shoulder. Do you have the other book? She nodded.
In my bag.
The motel room door burst open, and Stella let out a sharp scream. 2 men came in, both moving low and fast. The first had a 9mm in his hand. The second man had a shotgun. Both were dressed entirely in white. Without a thought, I dropped the bottle of whiskey and charged the man with a semi-automatic, my shoulder plowing into his gut and sending him flailing backward into the other man. All 3 of us tumbled out the door onto the concrete walkway and fell into a pile. I brought my elbow down hard into the jaw of the man with the handgun, and his eyes rolled back into his head. I scooped up the gun and rolled to the side as the man with the shotgun pushed the limp body away and began to stand. I leveled the gun on him. Don't. He smiled at me. The safety's on. Glocks don't have safeties. Set the shotgun down and take a step back. The man had cut himself when he fell. Blood rolled down from his forehead into his eye. He ignored it, his grin widening. The shotgun continued to rise. I fired twice. Both rounds hit him in the gut. I tried to fire a third time, but the gun came up empty. I tossed it aside. The man looked down at the growing red spot on his white coat, then fell to his knees, the shotgun dropping beside him. I grabbed it. The bottle of whiskey sailed out the door of my room, past my head over the balcony, a flame trailing from the makeshift wick. It exploded on the roof of the Cadillac Escalade in the center of the parking lot, flames spreading over the SUV despite the rain. The man who had been on the phone jumped aside and disappeared from sight somewhere below. Stella ran past me toward the stairs, my backpack over her shoulder. Come on! I followed her down the steps, the shotgun leading. A third man in white was waiting at the base of the stairs, the barrel of a shotgun pointing out from under his white trench coat directly at me. Stella walked straight toward him, her pace quickening with each step. She tugged the glove off her right hand and reached for him. The man's face went pale, and he swung the gun from me to her. A blast rang out. The shotgun bucked in my hand with the recoil, and the man flew back against the wall, then dropped to the ground. We ran toward the Jeep and jumped inside. As I threw the shotgun behind my seat and started the engine, Stella's head swiveled, looking for others. One of the white cars, a Chevrolet Cavalier, was parked behind us, blocking our path. Instead of backing up out of the space, I put the Jeep into first and drove right over the concrete parking block, over the edge of the blacktop, and into the muddy field separating the Chestnut Motor Lodge from I-118. Behind us, the man we had first seen standing next to the Cadillac ran out from behind the safety of a Ford F-150 into the center of the lot, the phone still pressed to his ear, shouting over the rain. 6. In the early hours of August 9, Preacher sat on a bench in L.A. Union Station with a copy of the Los Angeles Times in his hand. He kept one eye on the newspaper and the other on the large man in the brown suit and funny little hat. He didn't get the hat. He knew it was called a boater and made of straw, but what he didn't get was why this man wore one. Aside from the occasional costume party, boaters hadn't been in fashion since the late 19th century. You don't steal $2 million from the mob, then hang out in L.A. Union Station wearing a funny little hat. You disappear. The large man in the brown suit and the funny little hat would disappear. Preacher would see to that. But his destination would be radically different from whatever was printed on the ticket he clenched in his hand. Preacher didn't much care for the people who hired him. None of them were up to his standards, but the Leto family always paid well, always paid on time, and provided him with referral business. Good word of mouth was everything in Preacher's vocation. He was fond of Los Angeles, and took most jobs that brought him here, unless they fell into autumn or early spring. He wasn't a fan of the Santa Anas. They played hell with his allergies. The large man in the brown suit and funny little hat was known as Lonnie Cayley, having changed his name from Elton Engelman when he dodged the draft in 1972 and sidestepped the skirmish in Southeast Asia for a lucrative career in money laundering. First for a series of corporations, then later for the Letos. He did well for himself until he decided to steal from them last week. That wasn't one of his better decisions. Lonnie Cayley lumbered across the main concourse with his ticket in one hand and an overstuffed suitcase in the other, and started toward the east concourse. Preacher followed, the Times folded and tucked under his arm. As he passed a bank of payphones near baggage check, one began to ring. He ignored it and followed Cayley into the East Concourse Hall past a Subway and Starbucks. Cayley leaned up against a wall, set down his bag, and scratched his chin. Another phone rang, inches from Preacher's ear. He snatched up the receiver. "What?" "We found her." "I don't care," Preacher said before hanging up the phone. The line rang again. So did the phone next to that one, and the one after that. He answered the nearest phone again. The others went silent, too. "I got the girl out of that house. We're square. I'm done." "You lost her. You let her go." "The agreement was, get her out. You didn't say anything about babysitting. I told you I was done babysitting after the shit with the boy." "You knew. You set us back." "I'm not part of your agenda. You became part when you took the shot, when you ran." Across the concourse, Cayley picked up his bag and carried it into the men's room. "Can't talk now. I'm working." He hung up the line and started for the bathroom. All the phones in L.A. Union Station began to ring at once. Dozens, maybe 100, in a uniform shrill, metallic cry echoing over the marble. All around him, travelers began looking up from their newspapers, their books, their meals and coffee. They stared at nothing in particular. Some cocked their heads, others smiled, while others frowned and glanced around nervously at the crowd, at the phones lining the walls and tucked into random corners. Preacher ignored the sound and pushed through the swinging door of the men's room. 12 stalls lined the wall on the right. The left housed a row of urinals with sinks at the back of the room. The floors were polished concrete, the walls covered in white subway tile. 3 men stood at the urinals. 3 of the stalls were closed. Beyond the bathroom's only door, the telephones continued to ring. At the urinals, one of the men glanced at Preacher. "Is that the fire alarm?" Preacher nodded. Someone set off a bomb on one of the east tracks. "Shit, shit, shit," the man said, finishing his business. He rushed out of the room. Preacher noted he didn't wash his hands. The other 2 men finished at the urinals and did go to the sink. One washed his hands hastily. The other took his time. Seasoned Angelinos weren't rattled by much. The man dried his hands on the way to the door and used the paper towel to push it open before wadding it up and dropping it in a trash can. Preacher stood at the front of the room until both men left. Then he withdrew his Walther PPK from his shoulder rig. He rarely engaged the safety because this particular weapon had a long trigger pull, which made misfires a near impossibility, particularly in practiced hands. He removed the glove from his left hand and pressed his palm against the first stall door. Kaylee wasn't in there. He moved on to the next door and did the same. He found this one harder to read, but quickly concluded that Kaylee wasn't in there either. Of course, Lonnie Kaylee would use the last stall. Men hiding from something tended to go to the back of whatever room they happened to be in. The toilet in the first stall flushed. A moment later, a man in his late 60s emerged. He started for the sinks, saw the gun in Preacher's hand, then left instead. Preacher let him go. He'd be gone long before someone could summon help. As the bathroom door swung open, the shrill of the still-ringing telephones filled the room, then muted as the door fell shut. When the second toilet flushed, Preacher hid his gun from the teenager who stepped out. The kid didn't wash his hands either. Nasty, considering he didn't have the excuse of an armed man standing between him and the sink. When the bathroom door swung shut on the boy and they were alone, Preacher again took out his gun and used the barrel to knock on the stall door. Kaylee's nervous voice came from the other side. "How'd you find me?" Preacher didn't answer. "I know who you are. In a strange way, I feel like I know you. Whenever you performed your services for the Letos, I'm the guy who paid you. They work with 3 guys like you, but only one they trust to come after me. You're the one they call Preacher, right?" Preacher didn't reply. "They say you know things, like you're psychic or some shit. When it comes to tracking someone, there's nobody better. Why do they call you Preacher? I don't get that. I can't imagine you're a religious man." Preacher took 2 steps toward the sink. 6 shots rang out, fired in quick succession from inside the toilet stall. The black pressboard splintered and rained out onto the concrete floor as bullet holes appeared in front of the stall door. Kaylee's gun clicked empty. "I missed you, didn't I?" Preacher stepped to the door and kicked it in. Kaylee let out a squeal as it slammed into him, then bounced back out. He was sitting on the toilet, his pants still around his ankles and the suitcase on the floor beside him. Kaylee had a hand to his nose, and blood oozed out between his fingers. His other hand held the empty revolver. He dropped it when he saw Preacher's PPK. Kaylee nodded down at the suitcase. "It's all there. An extra $280,000 too. Money I saved up over the years. Take it. Keep it for yourself. Take it back to them. I don't care." His voice sounded nasally. Just make it quick, okay?" Preacher holstered his gun, and the man's eyes lit up. Preacher then placed his hands, one still gloved, the other not, on either side of Kaylee's head, and with one swift twist snapped the man's neck. The man slumped forward. His flabby arms dropped to his sides. His eyes glossed over, and his tongue protruded slightly from the corner of his mouth. Preacher leaned him back against the wall, and when he was certain the large man wasn't going to tumble over any time soon, he backed out of the stall and pulled the broken door shut as best he could. With Lonnie Kaylee's suitcase in hand, he returned to the East Concourse. The phones were still ringing. Crowds of onlookers stood around them, occasionally picking up one of the handsets and hanging it back up again. He grabbed the nearest phone with his free hand. "I get the girl back and we're done. Got me?" There was a sigh on the other end of the line. "It's not that simple anymore, Dalton." "Why not?" "We think David found Cammy." Preacher's heart thumped. Oh, hell. All the phones stopped ringing then. 7. "You've got a phone call." Fogel opened her eyes, then closed them again. The harsh fluorescent lights in the small cell the kind officers of the Fallon Police Department placed her in did nothing to help the relentless beating taking place behind her eyes. The pillow they provided wasn't helping much either. The pillow felt like someone draped a rag over a bag of Legos and declared it head support. Twice during the night, she cast it aside in favor of the less lumpy mattress and metal frame of her borrowed bed. They hadn't locked the cell door. She was thankful for that. She wasn't under the illusion that she could pick up and leave, either. They made that very clear when they brought her in. Professional courtesy, she'd been told. You're intoxicated and in possession of a firearm. You broke the law. No reason to charge you and ruin your career, though. Cops carry. An honest mistake. Sleep it off, and we'll take a sit rep in the morning. Fogel remembered staring at the officer as he said this, a kid of no more than 19 who probably weighed less than 100 pounds. The only thing holding up his uniform pants was his gun belt, and she suspected a pair of suspenders might be at work under his shirt, but couldn't bring herself to ask. Officer Mitchell Chun, his name tag said. Alone at the desk on the night shift. A shit gig, she thought. Other than being too small to frighten anyone, what did you do to deserve such a shit gig? Sit rep? She managed to repeat the word when he said it, but it came out slurred. Close enough for him to understand, though. Situation report, ma'am? Oh. We just call them situation reports back home in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Pencil boy. He ushered her to the cell at that point, to the thin mattress and the Lego pillow where she closed her eyes and hoped to God the room would stop spinning before her dinner came back up. Ma'am? The telephone? Fogel turned her head toward the open bars where Officer Mitchell Chun stood holding a corded phone, and she wondered if he could slip through those bars. Forcing her legs off the bed, she turned, sat up, and waited for her head to catch up. As she stood and crossed the 6 feet to the door, she realized she was barefoot, spotted her shoes next to the bed, nearly went back for them, then changed her mind. All these thoughts sloshed through her head in a vat of half-set jello. her brain making the connections but operating at 40% capacity. Fogel took the receiver and held it about a half-inch from her ear. She was present enough to think about the other ears that probably touched that phone and knew she didn't want to share biology with any of them. "Hello?
How's the head, Fogel?"
"Stack? How did you know I was here?"
You called me last night. You don't remember that?
"Nope." "Oh, yeah, right," she said.
You said the little shit tricked you, although you sounded more like Thal it'll shizrikma. I've been there, though. Lucky for you, I speak the lingo. When you get back home, maybe I'll teach you to drink, so your talk can match your walk.
Fogel heard him chuckle at his own joke. "Now what?" she said.
Wait for him to pull out more cash, I suppose. We got nothing else.
"Any bodies?" Fogel had lowered her voice as she asked the question, but Officer Chun heard her anyway. His eyes perked up.
Nothing here. But we didn't suspect one, did we?
"I guess not."
Get a room somewhere close. Sit tight for a day or two. If we lose him, come home. I think that's the plan,"
Stack said. Fogel agreed with him, said goodbye, and handed the phone back to Officer Chun. He set the phone down on a desk to the right of the station's 4 cells. "I need to run a camera out to the Chestnut. I can give you a ride back to your car if you don't mind making a quick stop." "The Chestnut?" "It's a motor lodge off 118. It's on the way out to Mike's." Fogel nodded and wished she hadn't. Officer Chun produced a bottle of Advil from his pocket and handed it to her with a weak smile. The Chestnut Motor Lodge was a real dump. If not for the naval base, they were lucky if tourists stopped here for gas. The owners of the Chestnut tried to sell, couldn't, and eventually decided to let the motel die a slow death. "That's all just fine by us," Officer Chun said. "The prostitutes need somewhere to bring their johns. At least this place keeps the riffraff outside the city limits." By the looks of things, the riffraff had been busy last night. Officer Chun's co-workers had the entire parking lot taped off, along with the west end of the building. The remains of a large SUV smoldered at the center of the lot, and several cars were taped off too. What happened here? Someone vandalized every white car in the parking lot. Even set that one on fire. We had reports of shots fired. They found some blood in the stairwell, but no victim. He reached across the car, popped open the glove box, and rummaged around inside. He found a couple boxes of 35mm film, checked the label, then closed the glove box. With his free hand, he scooped up the camera at his feet. "We think whoever did this started up at Mike's last night. We got 9 more damaged cars up there, sliced up the tires, only the white ones, though. Got a thing for that color. Some special kind of crazy, I suppose. Wait here." Officer Chun shot out of the door toward a group of officers near the far west stairs. "How many white cars did you see in the parking lot?" Thatch had been obsessed. Why would he disable them? Would he seriously set one on fire? Fogel opened the door and stood beside the car. Chun's back was to her, lost in some animated conversation. On the opposite end of the building, near the motel office, a detective in plainclothes was questioning a woman with a name tag pinned to her lapel, maybe the manager or some kind of employee. Several times she pointed up at an open door on the 2nd floor, then turned back to the detective. Officer Chun glanced back at her. Fogel waved. When he turned back to the other officers, she bolted across the parking lot to the center staircase and took them 2 at a time. On the 2nd floor, she followed the sidewalk around to the open door. There was a blood stain on the concrete just outside the door. The earlier rain had partially washed it away. No evidence tag, no crime scene tape. They hadn't gotten up here yet. An angry voice shouted up at her from the ground floor. She couldn't make out the words. She didn't have much time. Fogel carefully stepped over the stain into the room. Typical rundown motel room. She'd seen hundreds over the course of her career. A ratty bed, heavy drapes, shag carpet. Something had happened here, though. The room felt off. She spotted a bottle cap on the floor, otherwise nothing appeared out of place. She quickly crossed to the bathroom. A towel on the floor, otherwise normal. Nothing on the counter around the sink. A matchbook on the floor near the bed. A Bible in one of the drawers. Motel notepad next to the phone. Fogel tore off the topmost 3 sheets and shoved them in her pocket before ducking and taking a look under the bed. When she stood back up, 3 men were standing in the doorway. A plainclothes detective, a uniform, and Officer Chun. Chun's face was red. "I told you to wait in the car."
"She's with you?"
the detective said. A pudgy man, half a foot shorter than Chun, with stringy hair combed back over his flat head. "You're standing in evidence," Fogel said, glancing down at the concrete. The detective followed her gaze.
"Oh, hell!"
The 3 men spread out around the stain. "The rain took most of it, but you should be able to get a blood type."
"You're standing in my crime scene, miss,"
the detective glared. Fogel glanced around the room. "Really? I'm sorry, wasn't marked. I thought I saw someone I knew up here and just came up to say hello."
"Chun, who is this person standing in my crime scene?"
Officer Chun cleared his throat. "This is Detective Fogel from Pittsburgh PD."
"Oh, you mean the drunk woman with the gun we were kind enough not to charge last night? The one we could still charge this morning if we changed our mind? Felony possession of a concealed firearm, drunk and disorderly. That woman?"
"I wasn't." Fogel started to protest, then closed her mouth. She didn't remember. "Yes, sir."
"What did her superior officer say about all this?"
"We haven't called him yet, sir." The detective scratched at his chin.
"No, we haven't, have we?" "Not yet."
Fogel forced a smile and started toward the door. "Sorry, professional curiosity. You're right, though. Not my jurisdiction." The detective blocked her path.
"Has her firearm been returned to her?"
"Yes, sir. Her identification, too." The detective's head tilted slightly to the left.
"Do you know who's responsible for this, Detective Fogel?"
"I'm not sure what this is."
"Oh, I think you do."
"I work homicide. Looks like you have a vandal running loose. That's not my area of expertise."
"We've got a vandal who looks to have disabled nearly a dozen cars, all the same color, mind you, at 2 different locations. He firebombed one of them with a Molotov cocktail. We've also got multiple reports of shots fired, 2 bloodstains, counting this one, indicating people were hit, yet we have no bodies. Nobody here, nobody at area hospitals, a whole lot of nothing. You know what else is weird about all this?"
Fogel said nothing.
"All these white cars, including that bonfire in the parking lot, have fake tags. Not stolen, mind you, but fake, and I'll be damned if they don't look as good as the real thing. None of the VIN numbers check out either. They're bogus, never manufactured. These cars don't exist. They don't seem to belong to anyone, not a single guest of the hotel or visitor. Nobody's claimed ownership of a single one."
Sounds very perplexing, Vogel said.
What brings you from Pittsburgh to Fallon, Nevada, detective?
Vogel shrugged. I'm just a big fan of Top Gun. 8. You should slow down. I knew Stella was right, but every time I lifted my foot off the gas, some involuntary urge forced it back down. The yellow lines of the highway rolled under us as if nothing more than a blur. Tumbleweeds and thin trees beside the road blew by so fast they appeared indiscernible from the barren desert floor. The rain of earlier had been burned away by bristling heat. I looked down at the speedometer. The needle hovered near 93. Please, Jack. I lifted my foot and eased the Jeep down to 70, forced myself to keep it there. We were about an hour outside of Fallon. I needed a drink. I didn't have anything, though. Nothing in the car or my pack. My fingers were white. I gripped the steering wheel so tight. I peeled my hands away, one at a time, and wiped the sweat on my jeans. Have you ever killed anyone? Stella's voice was timid, meek. Point blank like that? I shook my head. I've only killed bad men. Men like Leo. She turned to me. It's important you understand I killed Leo, not you. I don't want him on your conscience. Your knife may have put him down, but he was already dead. There's no saving someone like that. He had another minute at best. You shouldn't fret about the ones today, either. The one you shot in the gut, he'll live. And the man on the stairwell, he was bad, like Leo. How do you know? What if he had a wife or kids? We don't know anything about him. He was bad, I know. Even worse, he was with them. She said this as if it were enough. And maybe it was. I had no idea what these people did to her, what they represented. I killed a man. The thought sunk down into my gut and my stomach churned. The police will be looking for us. They won't find any bodies, she said. I killed multiple men. Stella went on. They pointed guns at you and me and would have shot one or both of us. Would they? Or were they really just trying to get Stella back? The gun was nothing but a bluff. If one of them pulled the trigger on me, would it have even worked? My breathing quickened. Icy sweat covered my face and neck. Tiny blotches appeared in my vision, floating clouds of white obscuring my view of the road, the interior of the car. The right front tire left the pavement, followed quickly by the back. The rough shoulder grabbing and tugging the Jeep away from the road. Stella yelped. My left hand, slick with sweat again, slipped on the steering wheel as I pulled hard left. Gravel, rocks, and dirt sputtered against the undercarriage. Weeds smacked against the front grille, swallowing beneath. I smashed my foot down hard on the brake. Too hard, and we fish-tailed off the pavement entirely, skidding through the dirt, the steering wheel useless. The Jeep began to spin to the left, so I tugged the wheel to the right, in hopes of gaining control. With such a high center of gravity, Jeeps flipped easily, and I felt the right side lift off the ground. I pulled the wheel back in the other direction. The front wheels caught, gained traction, and the back fell in line. I brought the Jeep to a clunky stop, ripped off my seatbelt, jumped out, and bent over in the grass. I couldn't remember the last time I ate, and what came up was a sickly yellow. So acidic it burned my tongue even as my stomach clenched, heaved, and I buckled further over with more. I felt Stella's hand on the small of my back, her other on my shoulder, squeezing through my shirt. With the last of it, I stood and wiped my mouth.
God, I'm a fucking mess.
You took a life. You're human. I'd be worried if that didn't upset you.
When I turned back to her, I realized how pale she'd become. Both her hands quivered now, not just her right. Is that because of what just happened, or...
I'll be okay.
I ran my hand through my hair. You need to... I couldn't bring myself to say the word. I wasn't sure what word even fit. Feed? Eat? Drain? Absorb? Stella understood, though. She said,
No. Not anymore.
I shouldn't have shot that guy. You needed him. You could have fed on him.
She was already shaking her head. I wouldn't have done it. I was just trying to scare him.
You have to, though, don't you? I took a step closer. What's the longest you've ever gone between? Stella drew in a deep breath and looked down at her hands.
A year and 2 days. I found ways to slow it down, but only slow it down. Only a person seems to stop it entirely.
The cornfield in 95? She nodded.
That bought me a few days, not much. I found a park that night. Parks are always good. I was there for less than an hour before a man started following me. 10 minutes after that, he tried to put a knife to my throat. He didn't think I noticed him hiding in the bushes, but I did. I always do. I remember how horrible he smelled, like spoiled onions. I wasn't wearing my gloves. He died fast.
Did anyone find the body? I didn't see anything that year. The corner of Stella's mouth turned up.
They don't always find the bodies, Pip.
I thought of Leo Signorelli somewhere at the bottom of Harmon Reservoir in his BMW.
I won't do it again, though,
Stella said emphatically, attempting to steady her hands again. We'll find another way. I said the words before, and I meant them, but I had no idea how I could make good on such a promise. I went back to the Jeep and bent, inspecting the undercarriage. Then I circled around. Aside from several fresh scratches, I found no damage. I stared at the torn trail behind us, 2 long gouges in the earth where our tires left their mark. Stella was looking back down our path too, but she was watching the road, the cars roaring past, the last one a blue station wagon.
Where are we going, Jack? We can't stay here. They'll be coming soon.
Carmel, California, I said. I found Cammie Brotherton. I told her what Dunk told me. We'll need a new car. 9. I can't tell if it says 803 or 303 Winmore, Fogel said. Frowning down at the topmost page of motel stationery, she swiped from the room at the Chestnut. After rubbing a pencil gingerly over the page, she was able to read a hastily scrawled address and a single word, sort of. The Nokia mobile phone was pressed to her ear, Stack on the other end of the call. Stack said, "But the rest, the word charter? With a question mark at the end, you're sure on that?"
Yeah, I think so.
I know that word. I've heard it or seen it somewhere before.
Where?
Stack went silent for a second.
I'll call you right back.
The line went dead. She was in the parking lot of a small strip mall at the edge of Fallon. The Nokia battery died, so she picked up a cigarette adapter at Radio Shack, then called Stack. The notepad was a long shot. She couldn't be sure that was Thatch's room, and even if it was, there's no way to be sure he wrote on the pad. The address might have been written by a guest, and she used the term loosely for that place, months ago, maybe even longer. The lead detective at the Chestnut wanted to hold her, but he had no reason, and after 20 minutes of badgering, she left with Officer Chun and retrieved her car from the parking lot of Mike's Gentlemen's Club. She'd been told to leave town, Old West style. Apparently they still did that in Nevada. Officer Chun no doubt received instructions to follow her. He was parked 2 cars over in the same lot, making no effort to hide. Fogel waved at him. 10 minutes passed before the Nokia chirped. Fogel hit the answer button.
I've got nothing on Winmore, but the word charter, I figured out where I'd seen it. Remember Calvin Gurney?
Fogel's head still hurt, but she felt the gears beginning to turn. 1978?
Yeah. The only victim identified that year. One of the 3 guys they found in the house where the Nettletons were squatting. The last records of employment for him was as a janitor for an outfit called Charter Pharmaceuticals, outside of Chadds Ford, Pennsylvania. Chadds Ford's about 4.5 hours from Pittsburgh.
No streets called Winmore nearby?
I don't see anything on the map, but I can keep working on it. I'll dig up what I can on Charter Pharmaceuticals, too.
Fogel rubbed at her temples. I could catch a flight and be there by tonight.
That's a long shot. Might be better to stay around there. Head back to the strip club and try to pick him up if he goes back,
Stack suggested. He's done around here. I think he got what he came for.
The girl?
Yeah.
You see her? What's she like?
Fogel wasn't quite sure how to describe what she saw last night. She finally settled on a single word. Dangerous.
That seems about right.
Fogel looked back over at Officer Chun. This time he waved. I'll call you when I land. 10. David's eyes snapped open. His mouth was dry. You were dreaming, Latrice Oliver said from the seat beside him. He closed his eyes again and leaned back into the seat. The rumble of the private jet was usually soothing, but he couldn't get comfortable. He preferred these trips without her, but she had insisted. She always insisted when it involved that girl. How much further? A few more hours before we land, then another hour by car. And she's still there? Yes, and we've confirmed Stella is on her way with the boy. All together, nice and neat, Oliver said. Her breath stunk almost as bad as that damn arm of hers. He did smile at the thought of seeing Stella again. It had been far too long. 11. 60 miles outside of Fallon, I turned left off Interstate 580 and took the South Lake Tahoe ramp toward Minden. Do you have any cash? Stella looked up from my copy of Great Expectations. She'd been reading it for the past hour. I have $2,463. On you? Under a stone back in Fallon. My heart sank. Of course on me, Jack. I don't trust banks, and stones aren't much better. Her spirits had improved, but her skin had managed to grow even more pale. Although the air conditioning in the car was blowing at full, her temples glistened with a thin sheen of sweat. The shaking had come and gone. I pretended not to notice, but she caught me looking down at her hands more than once. I've got about $1,600, I think. I withdrew all I could last night. If we trade in the Jeep and use about half the cash, we should be able to get something decent. Or we could just steal a car and keep our money. We're not stealing a car.
Okay, we borrow a car and return it at a future date, to be determined at a location of our choosing," Stella said, her gaze falling back to the book.
I'm pretty sure that's still stealing.
"I'm not suggesting we borrow a nice car. It can be a clunker, something that won't be missed."
A nice car is more likely to be insured.
"Settled then. A nice car it is, perhaps a BMW.
That's not what I meant. Stella marked her place in the book with her thumb and closed the cover.
"I'd prefer never to set foot in a place like the one where you found me. But for a girl on the run, options for earning an income are limited. I've learned the value of $1. I fully understand how difficult it is to earn $1, and when it comes to vehicles, I prefer to stick with ones purchased by someone else's dollars, particularly when they are so readily available."
So you steal?
Now that I think about it, I do believe I prefer the term borrow. I should never have said steal. Stealing is wrong. Borrowing is neighborly, friendly. Like when you say you'd like to borrow a cup of sugar, which you then use and are unable to return. But still everyone wears a smile. Moving forward, I will only borrow cars.
The exit ramp dropped us on 395, and the town of Minden popped up around us. Not much of a town at all. Most of the buildings stood only 1 or 2 stories. A large number appeared vacant. Minden looked like an old mining town that managed to claw its way into the 20th century, but was now living on life support. A place like this, I don't think you could borrow or steal a car without getting caught. We need a big parking lot, someplace where nobody will see us, I said, studying both sides of the street.
"You've clearly never borrowed a car before. Pull in there," she said, gesturing toward one of the largest buildings in town.
A hospital? I swung a quick left and slowed as we followed the pavement over a quick dip, then into the parking lot surrounding the building. About a quarter of the spaces were occupied, more than I would have expected for such a small town.
"Doctors and nurses work extremely long shifts, sometimes days at a time. A borrowed car may go unnoticed for nearly half a week. Plus, you said you wanted a nice car. I didn't mean there." She pointed at a small area off the main lot marked staff only, blocked by a gated arm. "Park here somewhere, in the visitors section. It will be some time before someone finds it among the visitors."
I pulled into a space at the back against a hedgerow between a large pickup truck, green, and a beat-up Winnebago, tan and brown. The employee lot was about 50 feet away, kitty corner.
"Gather our things. I'll find something," Stella said, unfastening her belt.
"Are you sure you're okay to—" She was out the door and halfway to the lot before I could finish my sentence. There was a slight wobble in her step, but she steadied herself as she went. "What's the longest you've ever gone between?" "A year and 2 days. Today was August 9. A year plus 1. I pulled my backpack and Stella's duffel bag from the back seat and set them next to the Jeep. The book Stella was reading, too. I placed the stolen shotgun behind the bags in case someone drove close enough to see what I was doing. Circling around to the passenger seat, I popped open the glove box. An empty bottle of Jim Beam rolled out and dropped to the floorboards. Without thought, more of a reflex, I picked it up, twisted off the cap, and held it over my mouth, hoping for at least a drop. Nothing dripped out, though. When I realized what I was doing, I cast the bottle into the bushes, thankful to be alone. The only other items in the glove box were the vehicle owner's manual, registration, and a flathead screwdriver. I left the manual, shoved the registration into my pocket, and went to the back of the Jeep with the screwdriver to remove the tag. Then I walked back around to the driver's side and used the screwdriver to pry off the VIN plate. I loosened it years ago, then fastened it back in place with just enough glue to hold it still. It came off easy enough and joined the registration in my pocket. I was circling the Jeep one last time to be sure I didn't miss anything when Stella pulled up behind me in a late-model, four-door Mercedes-Benz E-Class. The car was white. "Are you sure about this?" I asked, as Stella opened the driver's side door and stood beside the car.
The owner clearly wished for someone to borrow it. Why else leave the keys?
I mean, are you sure you want a white car?
A wolf in sheep's clothing, my dear Pip. There's no better way to hide than in plain sight.
Stella bent down and pressed a button. The trunk popped open with a slow, calculated hiss.
Chop, chop, before someone comes along.
I rolled my eyes and carried our things to the back of the Mercedes. The trunk was extremely spacious and had either been meticulously vacuumed on a fairly regular basis or rarely used. It closed with a gentle click. I kept the book out. I figured she'd want that. Stella tossed me the keys.
"You're driving."
I took one last look at the Jeep and realized how much I would miss that car. I'd owned it for 4 years, longer than any other. Maybe I'd get the chance to come back for it, knowing in my heart I never would. I climbed behind the wheel of the Mercedes and pulled the door shut behind me. The plush leather seats hugged me. Whoa. Stella was beaming.
"Right? I'm so glad you suggested a luxury car. Also fully insured. I checked the paperwork. No need to fret."
She snatched the book from me and set it in her lap. My hands rolled over the leather steering wheel. I adjusted the mirrors. Stella reached for the stereo and clicked it on. I expected static to blare out from the speakers, but instead came Steven Tyler and Aerosmith belting out, "I don't want to miss a thing." "Huh," I said, looking down at the radio.
"What?"
"Nothing. The radio. It just reminded me of when we were kids on that bench."
"Jessie's Girl," Stella said softly. "That's the song that was playing the first time you came up the hill. The first day we met."
Rick Springfield was the shit.
"The shit?" Stella said.
"You've never heard that expression?" She shook her head. The shit, the bomb, the man. Dr. Noah Drake from General Hospital? Joe used to watch that show whenever she wasn't working. Her face was blank. "You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you?" She shook her head again.
"We had no televisions in the house. Miss Oliver wouldn't stand for it. I was permitted music for 1 hour each day, provided I completed my studies. Of course, there were books, too. So many books. I lived in those books."
I pulled out of the parking lot, back onto 395 toward the interstate. "How did you get out of the house?"
"Through the front door, of course."
The Mercedes picked up speed effortlessly. After years with the Jeep, the quiet cockpit of the German car was jarring. "Tell me about the day you got out." Stella opened Great Expectations at some random place and began to read again.
"Please don't ever ask me about that day. Never again, Pip."
Sweat trickled down her cheek, down her neck. She ignored it. I turned the air conditioner on full. I reached over and took Stella's gloved hand in mine. We were 5 hours outside Carmel, California, with no other white cars in sight. 12. Former Detective Terrence Stack, just Terry now, spent the better part of an hour tracking down a phone number for Charter Pharmaceuticals and a live person. The number listed with directory assistance was answered by an auto attendant. That auto attendant provided a series of options, none of which led to a real person. Instead, each time he selected something new from the menu, The call either rolled to another recording or disconnected altogether, and he had to start over. He was damn near ready to throw the phone against the wall when he got an idea. The number directory assistants had given him ended with 371-1050. He dialed the original area code, then 371-1051. This, too, went to the auto attendant. 371-1052. Auto attendant. 371-1053. Auto attendant. 371-1054. Auto attendant. 371-1055. Auto attendant. When he got to 1063 through 1081, the auto attendant no longer picked up. Instead, the lines rang until eventually timing out after a few minutes. He considered giving up and trying something else as he dialed 371-1097. Sanders. No hello or greeting of any kind, only the single name. Muttered more as an afterthought than the answer to a phone call. Somebody there? Stack opened his mouth to speak and realized he hadn't figured out what he planned to say if he actually got through to someone. He cleared his throat. I'm looking for Calvin Gurney. I believe he's a janitor there. Stack knew full well Gurney had died back in 1978 in the Nettleton house, but he figured if he wanted to rattle some chains, no reason to pussyfoot around. The voice replied, Who? Calvin Gurney. How'd you get this number? Don't know. The auto attendant transferred me. Fucking auto attendant. Hold on. There was the rustling of papers, then the voice came back. I don't see anyone by that name in the directory. Stack said. Calvin told me if he wasn't around, I should ask for Ura Cap. Ura Cap died in 1986. A 47-year-old female found burned, but not burned. Nobody by that name either. What about Andy Olin Flack? Flack was the 33-year-old child molester left in the alley across from the kid's apartment. Flack? Flack hasn't worked here in at least a decade. Who is this? Stack thought about that for a second. Richard Nettleton. The line went dead. When he dialed again, nobody answered. 13. Stella slept. Sporadic at first, she fought it, but soon when I looked over, I saw the book in her lap and her head lolled to the side. Even in slumber, though, the quiver in her hands continued. Her breathing went from steady to labored and back again. At one point, her entire body shook so violently she actually woke. Her skin was pasty. She appeared feverish, but I dared not touch her forehead to find out. At one point, she woke and simply said, I work there for the money. I told her she didn't have to explain. I know, she replied. Then she was out again. We were on CA 88, just outside of Dogtown when things got really hairy. Static burst from the Mercedes speakers. Not the static that usually found its way into a song as a radio station began to fade out of range, but hostile, sharp static at more than twice the volume of Michael Stipe and R.E.M., who were busy losing their religion a moment earlier. The Mercedes bucked and all the electronics went dead for a second. The gauges on the dashboard came back far brighter than they should have been, then returned to normal as the static disappeared. Beside me, Stella jerked awake in her seat. The copy of Great Expectations dropped to the floor and her head shot quickly back and forth as she peered out the windows. Pull over. What? Pull over! I jerked the wheel hard to the right while slamming my foot down on the brakes. Unlike my Jeep, the Mercedes slid slightly, but I maintained control as we left the pavement for the gravel shoulder and skidded to a stop. Horns blared as cars flew past. A rusted-out Chevy pickup came within inches of sideswiping us, grunting as the driver swerved around the place we left the road. Before we stopped moving, Stella had her seatbelt off and the door open. She ran from the car, climbed over a wooden fence set back about 10 feet from the highway, and raced across the open field. "Wait!" I shouted after her. If she heard me, she didn't care. I bolted around the car and ran after her. The field gave way to a hill, and when I crested that hill, I saw Stella already down the other side, running toward a large body of water. I would later learn this was Lake Comanche. I had no idea why she ran toward it or how she'd even known the lake was there from the highway. I didn't remember seeing it as we came down the highway, but the lake was clearly her destination. I came down the hill and caught up with her at the water's edge, where she frantically clawed off her gloves. "Get back, Jack!" When I didn't move, she growled at me over her shoulder. "Back!" Her gloves on the ground beside her, Stella dropped to her knees and plunged both her hands into the water. The world went completely silent, and I realized I'd stopped breathing. I'd stopped moving. I froze. "Back!" Stella said again. This time her voice barely a whisper. Her eyes were pressed shut and her head tilted slightly to the left as if listening to some far-off sound. I'm not sure what I expected to happen at that point, but at first, nothing did. Stella remained perfectly still, her back rigid, the muscles in her neck twitching, her eyes closed, her mouth still slightly opened after allowing that last word to escape. The air became crisp, not with cold, not cold by any means, but with a rigidness, as if the very molecules in the air gripped one another, forming a thick blanket. What little breeze drifted across the open field and the lake fell still. Not a single animal, insect, or rubbing of twig against weed could be heard. The hair on my arms stood, and I looked down on it in marvel, knowing the hairs on the back of my neck were standing too, prickling against the collar of my shirt. Ozone crept past, faint at first, then growing stronger. In what seemed much longer, only a second had passed. Stella gasped. The first fish to surface was a largemouth bass, at least 10 pounds, maybe larger. The fish floated to the surface a few feet from Stella's arms. Unmoving, clearly dead. Burned, but not burned. A catfish appeared on the opposite side of her. Then another fish I didn't recognize, maybe a trout. Fish began to float up all around her, filling the surface of the water. 5, 10, a dozen, 2 dozen. It began at her arm and spread out from there, fanning across the water, this blanket of death, until I could see nothing else, the dark waters lost beneath. I don't know how long it went on. Time was lost to me. Fish were still floating up far off in the distance when Stella pulled her arms from the water and collapsed at the shore. I ran to her and dropped at her side. "Can't touch me, especially now." Her eyes were closed, and the words slipped out on a single broken breath. I wanted desperately to scoop her up into my arms and pull her close, comfort her, anything to ease whatever was happening to her. But I couldn't. I couldn't so much as stroke her cheek. I knew that, and it tore at me. I brushed the hair from her face, carefully avoiding her skin. What should I do? "I don't want you to get hurt." "Can you move?" Her body went limp. She passed out. Out on the lake, a small boat trolled through the blanket of fish with a boy of about 14 or 15 on board. Although a good distance away, He was heading in our direction, his small motor churning as he peered over the side, shifting from right to left. I ran back to the Mercedes, opened the trunk, and rooted around in my backpack. I'd spent my share of nights sleeping outside and learned long ago not to travel without a good blanket. The one I carried wasn't very thick, but it was made of wool and extremely warm. I took the blanket back down to Stella and carefully wrapped it around her body, covering her exposed arms and neck, creating a makeshift barrier between us before I scooped her up and carried her back to the car. I settled her gently in her seat before remembering her gloves. I ran back down. The kid in the small boat drew close to shore now, and he perked up when he saw me come back. "All the fish are dead!" The grass and weeds around the shore where Stella had knelt were black too, a patch at least 8 feet in diameter. All dead, already stinking of rot and decay. I grabbed Stella's gloves. The boy shouted, "The water's poisoned or something!" "Looks that way," I yelled back, taking one last look before shoving the gloves in my pocket and racing back up and over the hill to the Mercedes. I jumped into the driver's seat, twisted the key, and hit the gas, kicking up dirt and gravel behind us. Back on CA 88, I saw the boy from the boat crest the hill, and hoped to God he didn't get a good look at me, Stella, or our car. Traffic on US 395 was light, mainly long-haul truckers, RVs, and a handful of cars. Using the cruise control, I kept our speed 5 miles per hour over the speed limit. Not fast enough to risk getting pulled over, but enough to keep up with everyone else. Stella woke for the first time near Stockton, California. Prior, she had mumbled several times in her sleep, but nothing really coherent. The color had returned to her cheeks, and gratefully the sweating stopped. If she was feverish before, she didn't appear to be any longer, but I had no way to know for certain. I considered waking her, particularly when her condition appeared to be improving, but thought better of it. Whatever this was, this condition, this illness, this curse, this hunger, the lake had helped, but she needed to rest, and as comforting as hearing her voice might have been for me, I needed to think about her and let her rest. As signs for Stockton began appearing, Stella stirred beneath the blanket. Her head rolled from left to right and back again, and her eyes fluttered open. "Thirsty," she managed to say. I handed her a bottle of water. "I stopped for gas about an hour ago and got us some supplies. We've got water, Kit Kats, a bag of Oreos, and some Cheetos." "Not much for nutrition, are you, Pip?" "Auntie Joe used to say it's better to eat junk food. Keeps your immune system from getting lazy." "I'd like to believe you were kidding, but I'm fairly certain you were not." Stella twisted off the cap and drank nearly half the bottle before setting it down in the center console. "How long was I asleep?" "About 2 hours." "How bad?" "The lake?" She nodded. "I think you killed all the fish." She leaned back in the seat and closed her eyes again, drawing in a defeated breath. "I didn't mean to." "Someone saw us. There was a kid in a boat. He didn't get close enough to see our license plate. At least I don't think he did." At this, Stella's eyes popped open. "He was on the water?" I nodded. "About halfway out. Pretty far off when it started. Then he saw us and started toward shore." She turned toward me, the belt across her lap and chest holding her back. "But he was okay. He didn't die?" I realized then what was going through her head. If the fish were all dead, why not the boy, if he was on the water too? He wasn't in the water. The boat must have protected him somehow. Stella dropped back into her seat and sighed. A slow-moving semi in the single westbound lane forced me to tap the brake and release the cruise control. Our speed dropped to 60. It helped, though. Didn't it? The fish? Stella raised one of her hands and held out her palm between us, no longer trembling. How long did it get you? She lowered her hand to her lap.
Perhaps a day. Maybe 2, but no more.
So we just do that again, I told her. When you have to, we find another lake or a cornfield but she was already shaking her head.
You learned of the cornfield in the press, right? If reporters aren't already at that lake, they'll be there soon. The story will make the local papers, maybe television. If we escape national news, the reprieve will only last until the next time. Dead lakes, dead fields, dead trees. Somebody will connect everything, and soon the press will create maps, each occurrence marked. Some scars can be hidden, Pip. Others are simply too large. If the press doesn't find us, Oliver and the others surely will. I imagine they're watching for these exact moments. Miss Oliver called it my kiss of death. I imagine her map would have such a phrase printed in big, bold letters at the very top. Stella's kiss of death, heading west. There would be no hiding then.
They don't always find the bodies, Pip. Then we find another bad person, someone who deserves to die.
Nobody deserves to die.
A killer, a rapist, someone who hurts others. I couldn't believe how effortlessly my mind went there. But when I weighed the thought against possibly losing Stella, there really was no choice. Not for me. Maybe in L.A. We'll go to a park like you've done in the past and...
I won't, she said emphatically. I will not kill again.
You do it just this one more time. That will buy us a year, right? A whole year to come up with something else, another way, some kind of solution.
I won't.
If the people in white find us, one of them, any one of them,
I won't.
They're trying to hurt us. If anyone deserves...
Jack, please, stop. I won't. I don't care what that means for me, what happens. I won't kill again. I need you to promise me, if I'm feverish, if I no longer have my wits, and I try to make you stop like I did with the lake, you must promise me you won't.
I'm not going to.
And if at any point it seems I might hurt you, you need to stop me. We may need rope, or handcuffs, or maybe both. I don't know how bad it will get. I've never let it go so far, but I won't hurt you. You can't let me.
Her voice dropped low.
These gloves cannot come off. If they do, if I reach for you, you need to shoot me, Jack. You need to kill me.
That's something I won't do, I told her. No way. She turned to her window and looked out over the barren landscape.
You'll need to shoot me like a rabid dog, because at that point, that is all I will be.
I twisted the wheel to the left, maneuvered the Mercedes into the opposite lane, and floored the accelerator. I stayed in the wrong lane long after we passed the semi. It wasn't until an oncoming car approached us that I finally swerved back, the speedometer buried at that point. 14. Former Detective Terrence Stack, just Terry now, went back to the living room window overlooking his front stoop and yard. The white van was still sitting there. He wasn't exactly sure when it first arrived, but had been out there for the better part of the day. Just sitting there. If anybody got out, he hadn't seen them. Nobody got in either. No movement at all. Just sitting there. 15. The sky had grown dark by the time we finally pulled into Carmel, California. The stillness in the night sky rivaled only by the silence between Stella and me. Not a single word had been uttered between the two of us in more than an hour. Every time I looked over at her, I found myself checking the color of her skin, searching for a tremble in one of her hands or arms, waiting for that sheen of sweat to return. Thankfully, none of those things happened, but a voice in the back of my head reminded me that they would. In time, all those things would happen again. Time could only be borrowed. Stella continued to stare out the window, lost in her own thoughts, her gaze fixed on some far-off object. Several times she returned to the book, but even the words of Charles Dickens proved unable to soothe her. She'd close the cover and return to her window, to that distant nothingness that so captured her attention. Located on California's Monterey Peninsula, the city of Carmel wasn't large. The Welcome to Carmel sign, posted off CA1, boasted a population of little over 3,000 residents. At the last gas stop, I'd consulted a map and written down directions. CA1 made way for Ocean Avenue. We followed it along the coast for about 2 miles before taking a series of side roads that brought us deeper inland. We found Winmore Road with little trouble and followed it around a series of winding bends in search of 803. Most of the houses were small 2- or 3-bedroom Spanish bungalows with carefully manicured lawns and gardens. Colorful bougainvillea bushes edged sidewalks and driveways. Well-aged Monterey pines, cypresses, and live oaks soared overhead, creating a canopy over the road.
"This is a beautiful street,"
Stella said softly, the first to break the silence. "There it is," I said, "up on the right." The house was humble. 2 bedrooms, maybe 3. A brick bungalow with a gray asphalt shingle roof and neatly kept flower beds below the front windows. No car in the driveway, no lights on inside. It doesn't look like anybody is home.
"Or they prefer sitting in the dark,"
Stella said. I pulled the Mercedes to a stop in front of the neatly manicured lawn and switched off the ignition.
"Why don't you wait here, and I'll check it out?"
Stella opened her door, got out, and started up the short sidewalk. "Or we both go," I muttered, snapping off my seatbelt and following after her. The temperature had dropped with the sun, the air taking on a crisp, cool feel. I thought about my jacket in the trunk of the Mercedes. I thought about the shotgun I had wrapped in that jacket. Stella was at the front door, peering into a side window.
"I don't see anything."
I knocked. No answer. I knocked again, louder this time. When there was still no answer, Stella reached for the doorknob. The front door wasn't locked. She twisted the knob and gave it a gentle push. The door swung inward over the tile floor of a small foyer.
"Hello?"
Something about the way her single word echoed through the rooms told me the house was empty. Then I had a second thought. My mind conjured the image of Cammie Brotherton, dead in the bathroom, or the kitchen, or the bedroom of some horrible self-inflicted wound, her eyes blank, her lips permanently fixed in some grotesque smile. Welcome to my home. The house not empty at all, but a tomb. Stella stepped into the foyer, and I grabbed her shoulder. "We need the gun," I said softly. She nodded and waited as I ran back to the car and retrieved the shotgun and my jacket from the trunk. I held the gun lengthwise against my body as I ran back, concealing it as best I could beneath the coat from the eyes of nosy neighbors. At the door, I stepped past Stella into the house, leveling the weapon. Between the moon and the streetlights, the interior slept in muted gloom. From the sparse furniture in the living room and adjoining kitchen, long veiled shadows stretched across the floor. A small wooden dining table filled a breakfast nook in the back. 3 of the chairs were pushed under. The 4th was lying on its back on the floor. The kitchen counters were bare. About half the cabinet doors stood open. Drawers, too. Most looked empty. In the living room, a battered old couch with threadbare cushions hugged the wall. It had a musty smell, unused, a place for dust to gather as life happened somewhere else. No television in the room, no other chairs or tables, no pictures on the walls. Beyond the living room was a narrow hallway, darker than the rest of the house, the light from outside pausing at the threshold, unwilling to go further. Stella followed close behind me as I stepped into the hallway, the barrel of the shotgun leading us. On our left, we found a small bedroom, painted a cheery pink. A ruffled Disney princess blanket and pillow sat rumpled in a heap in the far corner. There was no furniture. Several empty hangers hung in the closet, no clothes. "Look," Stella said quietly. A Barbie doll watched us from a shelf at the top of the closet, one arm outstretched, the other at her side, her blonde hair flayed about. I reached up and took it down. I expected it to be covered in dust, but it wasn't. It hadn't been up there long. Stella took the doll from me, and we returned to the hallway. The bedroom across the hall was a little larger than the first, but just as empty. A couple scraps of discarded paper were on the floor. I knelt down and studied the carpet, looking for the telltale indents of a former bed, maybe a dresser, but found nothing. If someone had slept here, they did so without a bed. Stella was back in the hallway, her eyes fixed on the closed door at the end. It had to be a bathroom. My mind brought back the image of Cammie Brotherton's lifeless body. So many things could go wrong in a bathroom. 16. Former Detective Terrence Stack, just Terry now, kept his old service pistol under the center cushion in the green velour couch in his living room, the one he bought back in 1973. The couch was so uncomfortable he didn't have to worry about anyone sitting on the ratty mess and discovering the gun. Children weren't a worry either. The last child to set foot in his house was now married with 3 kids of his own. He had no reason to store the gun out of reach, and always felt there were many reasons to store the weapon within reach. At 82 years old, within reach became a theme in Stack's life. He reached under the cushion and plucked out the gun. The magnum in hand, he went back to the window. The white van hadn't moved.
"What the hell are you up to?"
he muttered aloud. Stack slid the gun into the front of his pants under his belt. He didn't give a damn who saw it, and went out his front door and down the steps. He was halfway to the van when it started up and rolled down the street, just fast enough to remain out of reach. 17. Stella remained still as I stepped past her, my grip tightening on the shotgun as I reached for the bathroom doorknob. I counted down from 3, mouthing the words for my benefit as much as Stella's, before twisting the handle and slamming the door open into the room. The walls of the small bathroom were pink tile. The toilet, sink, and bathtub were pink too. Probably original to the house back in the 60s. Like the kitchen, the drawers and 2 doors of the vanity were open and empty. One drawer held several elastic hair ties and a half-empty tube of toothpaste. The shower curtain slid to the side, the room empty. I lowered the shotgun, pointing the barrel at the floor. I can't tell if someone left here in a hurry, or never really moved in. I've squatted in abandoned houses before. They look just like this. But this place feels like someone just left, like we just missed them. When Stella didn't answer me, I turned. She was no longer there. "Stella?" I went back down the hallway and found her in the kitchen again, peering into the refrigerator.
"We have a package of hot dogs, half a bottle of Patron tequila, about a third of a loaf of bread, white, and 3 cans of Diet Coke. There's no mold on the bread. It looks fresh, and the hot dogs expire next week. Considering the power's on, I would have to assume they left quickly, and they left recently. In fact, I'm absolutely certain they left yesterday."
How could you possibly know that? She closed the refrigerator and pointed to the calendar attached to the door with 4 Pizza Hut magnets.
"Because all the days leading up to today are crossed out. I'm also fairly certain they like pizza. Nobody has 4 magnets for the same store, unless they're feeding some type of compulsion on a regular basis."
Dunk said she moved around a lot. We must have just missed her. Stella leaned back against the counter.
"It was kind of her to leave us food. I'm famished."
We can't stay here.
"Why not?"
She left for a reason. What if they're coming?
What if they've already been and gone? What if she's coming back? I've been running for over 4 years, and I too have stayed in houses just like this. Everything I need can be found in my duffel. If I stayed in this house for a week, and I ran out for some reason, even just for an hour, that duffel would go with me. I'd leave this house as bare as it is right now. She might be coming back, and if we leave, we miss her entirely. For the first year after I left that house, I lived in constant fear. My life was ruled by what-ifs. Then I learned to trust my instincts, and my instincts are telling me this is a safe place, at least for one night. They're probably still looking for us in Nevada.
But they might come looking for Cammy Brotherton right here. Stella placed a hand on her hip.
Didn't we just discuss my thoughts on what-ifs? That sounds decidedly like a what-if.
I could tell Stella wasn't going to budge on this, and the truth was we had nowhere else to go. We could get in our borrowed car, point it in some random direction, and just drive, but that seemed reckless too. We needed to rest. The adrenaline had kept me moving all day and part of the night, but now that I stopped moving, I felt the drain weighing on me. I was in no condition to drive. We could get another hotel, but hotels created paper trails, even when you pay with cash, and we didn't need a paper trail. Hotels also cost money, and while we had some, it wasn't an infinite supply. She did leave the front door unlocked, I finally said. Stella smiled.
She did indeed. You catch on quick, my dear Pip.
One night, I relented.
One night,
Stella agreed, rummaging through the cabinets.
If you retrieve our bags from the car, I'll see to dinner.
I did, but I left her the shotgun. 18. Stack pulled his favorite chair to the window overlooking his street about 10 minutes after the van returned. He'd been sitting there when the second van pulled up, the third too. Plain white panel vans. No markings or signage of any sort. It was fairly certain they were Chevys, but it was tough to tell from this angle. An hour earlier, he went back outside, this time holding the gun, and like before, the vans disappeared down the road before he could get close. He managed to read a partial tag on one, but didn't call it in. What exactly would he report? Someone parking on his street? 3 someones parked on his street? When he was a rookie, he fielded calls just like that and knew nobody took them seriously. Former detective or not, they'd see him as nothing but an old man wasting their time. Beside his favorite chair, he set up his favorite rickety metal tray table. Atop the table was the remains of an Iron City six-pack. He drank 2 so far, and when he finished the second one, he wasted no time reaching for a third. He popped the can free from the plastic ring, opened the top, and put away 3 solid swallows before setting the can down. Stack knew Fogel wouldn't approve, but Fogel wasn't here, and he damn well needed a beer. He tried calling her 3 times in the past few hours, but the calls didn't go through. He figured she turned the phone off. When he tried to dial her again about 20 minutes ago, he realized his own phone line was dead. Stack had gone to the shitter once, but other than that, he kept eyes on the vans. Nobody got out. Nobody climbed in. If they were somehow responsible for the dead phone line, he hadn't seen them do it. That didn't mean they didn't do it. It didn't mean they did either. He sat in his favorite chair with eyes on the vans as the overcast Pittsburgh sky made way for night. He watched the various street lights come to life up and down his block. He watched a few of his neighbors come home from a day's work and disappear into their own houses. He'd seen a few kids running around. Not many, though. Most in his neighborhood had grown and went off to live their own lives a long time ago. Stack watched the vans. When he finished the 3rd beer, he reached for a 4th, knowing he should be thinking about eating something, but not really all that hungry. 19. When I came back in toting Stella's duffel bag, my backpack, both copies of Great Expectations, and the Penn State yearbook, she had her hot dogs boiling in a pot on the stove and several candles burning around the kitchen. The princess blanket we had found in the small bedroom had been neatly folded and placed on the kitchen island, the pillow on top. I set our bags on the floor and the books on the wooden table in the kitchen. Then I righted the chair that had been lying on its back when we arrived.
I felt it best not to turn on any lights. The bedrooms and living room either face the road or the neighbors, so it's best we avoid those rooms. The kitchen windows all look out over the backyard, which is fenced. If we stick to this part of the house, nobody should see us.
She stirred the hot dogs and nodded toward a closet on the far end of the kitchen.
I found a washer and dryer back there. I think we should take the opportunity to do our laundry while we're here. Such conveniences aren't always so handy.
I had a sudden urge to smell under my armpits, but I was classy enough not to do that while she was watching. I knew my clothes were rank. I hadn't done proper laundry in weeks. Instead, I washed my clothes in hotel sinks and strung them around the room to dry. While I had washed everything when I arrived in Fallon, nothing would beat an actual machine washing. A box of latex gloves sat on the kitchen counter.
I found those under the sink, Stella said. I prefer my gloves, but latex will do too. I find it's good to have extras.
The bottle of tequila, 2 of the cans of Diet Coke, and 2 plastic cups half filled with ice had been set on the kitchen table. The flickering candlelight on that bottle was nearly as enticing as Stella's smile. Stella placed 2 slices of bread on paper plates, then fished out the hot dogs and dropped them on top.
Go ahead and mix our drinks, Jack. You look like a puppy eyeing a bone.
When you haven't eaten in nearly 24 hours, things tend to taste a little better than they probably should. Even so, that might have been the tastiest hot dog I've ever eaten. Between the 2 of us, we ate the entire package, and I put away 3 slices of white bread after that. The tequila and Diet Coke, though, sat in front of me, barely touched. I'd been staring at the bottle, I'm not sure how long, when Stella spoke.
You need it, don't you?
I wouldn't lie to her. Usually.
But not now?
I thought about it for a second. I haven't had a drink since the club last night. I found a bottle of Jim Beam in the glove box of the Jeep, but it was empty. I nearly cracked it open so I could lick the glass. I wanted a drink so bad. But now, I held my hand out, palm down. Steady, no shaking. Weird. I feel like I want a drink, like I should be drinking, but I don't really need a drink. Normally I'd be shaking like a leaf when I'm this dry.
Maybe you shouldn't then.
Maybe I would like to drink with a beautiful woman. I raised the bottle and took a sip of the tequila, then set it back down. Whether I need it or not. Stella pushed her empty glass toward me.
After what happened at the reservoir last night, the hotel this morning, and the lake, I not only want a drink, I need a drink, and possibly a third or fifth or sixth after that. I would like to forget our little predicament for tonight, and that bottle plays a significant role in my plan. I'm quite happy we found it, actually.
I smiled and refilled her cup. I imagine living in a house with Latrice Oliver would drive anyone to the bottle. The moment the words slipped from my mouth, I regretted them. Stella's face fell slightly at the mention of the name. She reached for her cup, stirred it with her finger, then took a drink. She'd removed her gloves. They were folded neatly beside her, next to the 3 books.
It may be difficult for you to understand, looking in from the outside as you did, but she did treat me well. She cared for me, looked out for me, treated me with respect. Not the kind of respect the others in the house doled out. They were simply afraid of me. Not her, though. If she feared me in the slightest, she never let on. The day I left, I hurt her. I hurt her horribly. That man came, got me out, killed all those people to get me out, and I never thought we'd actually make it to the front door, let alone to his car. But somehow we did. And I remember standing there, amazed by this. I saw this documentary once with a lion at a zoo in Germany. One of the lion's handlers accidentally left the cage door open. Not much, mind you, just an inch or so, but open. About midway through the day, the lion realizes this. You can see it on the video. She's walking in circles around the interior of her cage, and she pauses at the door, nudges the iron with her nose, then stands there for at least 5 minutes. Finally, she goes back to pacing and lies down in the corner for a nap. She had been in that cage for so much of her life, the idea of leaving when she could didn't occur to her. Or possibly it did, and she decided she didn't wish to go. Her life was inside that cage, not on the other side of the bars. The safety of the known outweighing the unknown. As I stood in the driveway of that house next to his car, I nearly ran back inside. I think I was going to. I killed that day. I didn't want to. But the people who worked at the house, they kept grabbing me, trying to pull me back in. And I was wearing short sleeves. So the moment they touched me, I didn't mean to hurt any of them. I was so rattled by it all. Then there was all the gunfire and explosions. This man, he was like an army with all the destruction he brought.
She paused for a moment and took a sip of her drink. then set the cup down.
He yelled at me to follow him, get in his car. It was parked about halfway down the driveway. That's when the policeman showed up. He came running up behind us, yelling, "Pittsburgh PD, drop it, drop it."
Detective Breyer, I said quietly. Stella went on.
The man with the GTO turned toward him, prepared to fire, but then didn't. I thought for sure he'd kill him, but something stopped him. Then Ms. Oliver's SUV slid up behind both of them. One of the men with her jumped out before the vehicle even stopped moving, and he fired at the detective before the detective could fire at him. I was horrified. I was so busy watching this man die, watching so many die, I didn't see Ms. Oliver get out of the car and run up to me. I didn't even recognize her voice when she shouted at me. I just spun around and grabbed her, purely defensive on my part. I wouldn't have hurt her if I'd known it was her, and I let go of her arm the second I realized, but she was screaming so loud.
Stella paused and took a deep breath.
The man with GTO, he grabbed me by the back of my shirt and pulled me away, got me to his car. I could hear her screaming the entire time. I still hear her screaming.
I nearly reached for Stella's hand. I wanted to comfort her, but she was wearing a white tank top, her arms bare. No gloves. I couldn't touch her. I couldn't console her. I could only sit there.
He drove me to New York City. 5 hours in the car, and he didn't say a word to me. I was so frightened. I was certain he planned to kill me. I yelled for him to let me out. I nearly touched him several times. I pulled off my gloves and reached right for his neck. I didn't care that we were driving or how fast we were going or what would happen. I only wanted to get out. But he didn't even flinch. It was like I wasn't there. When we got to New York, he took me to Grand Central Station and parked out front. He reached into the back seat and handed me a duffel bag.
She nodded at the bag on the floor.
That duffel bag. And said there were clothes inside, no identification, and $10,000 cash. He told me to get out and pick a train, any train. He didn't want to know where I was going. I asked him again, "Who are you?" And he just pushed the bag toward me, told me to get out. So I did. The second I stepped out, he left. He just sped away and left me standing there, like some big inconvenience to be discarded on the sidewalk.
So you have no idea who he is?
I didn't then, but I think I might, thanks to you.
Who? She slid her empty cup back to me.
Such information will cost you, Pip.
I mixed another drink, her third now, and returned the cup to her. Careful, you're going to get drunk.
I'm well aware of the effects of alcohol, she said, taking a long gulp.
I was still on my first, about half gone now. Stella put her cup aside and took the yearbook from the stack beside her. She turned to one of the dog-eared pages, then pointed at the photograph of Jeffrey Dalton.
I can't be sure, but I believe it was him. He's so much younger here, it's hard to tell. I didn't say anything when you first showed me the book, because it seemed too unlikely. I thought maybe my mind just wanted it to be him. But the more I thought about that night, the more certain I became.
Jeffrey Dalton.
No more of this talk. Not tonight.
Stella reached across the table and scooped up the bottle of Patron. She brought it to her lips and drank the tequila straight. Smiling, she placed it back on the table in front of me.
Your turn, Pip.
Now you're trying to get me drunk? A seasoned alcoholic? I grinned, picked up the bottle and drank too. The familiar warmth easing down my throat. I wiped my mouth on the back of my hand.
We're going to play a game,
Stella said, a mischievous curl at the edge of her lips. She moved our plates aside.
We need to separate our laundry. Colors will go here.
She slid her gloves to the right side of the table.
Whites over there, near you. The game is called Never Have I Ever.
I chuckled. I've played that in like 5th grade.
You've never played with me.
I was beginning to like where this was going. I straightened up in my chair. Stella placed the bottle of tequila between us.
You've played, so you're familiar with the rules. I'll start with something like, never have I ever eaten French fries. If you've eaten French fries, you'll have 2 choices. You can either drink or deposit an article of clothing on the table.
Using my foot, I pulled my backpack close. Stella shook her head.
The clothing in our bags will be off limits for the duration of this game.
I tried to keep a poker face, but judging by the smile on Stella, I wasn't doing a very good job. She folded both hands on the table.
Never have I ever ridden a bicycle.
Seriously?
I wanted one when I was younger, particularly after seeing yours, but Miss Oliver was afraid I might fall and hurt myself. Doctors were problematic for me. Hospitals were out of the question, so she was very protective of everything I did. If injury was a possibility, the activity was ruled out.
I couldn't imagine growing up without a bike as a kid, not having the freedom those 2 wheels granted, or the fun of riding. Stella cleared her throat and nodded at the bottle.
I believe you are required to drink or provide an article of clothing to our laundry pile.
I smiled, took the bottle, and drank.
Chicken,
she said. I'm just trying to catch up. I've never had a woman outdrink me before.
Prepared to be schooled, good sir. Your turn.
I thought about my response for a second. Never have I ever lived in a house with a pool.
I liked the pool,
Stella said, before crossing her arms and pulling her white tank top over her head and starting our pile of whites. Then she settled back into her chair, wearing only her shoes, jeans, and a white bra. The flickering candlelight bounced across her toned skin. I reached for the bottle and took a drink. My God, she was beautiful.
Eyes front, Pip, Stella said. Shall we continue?
I nodded.
Never have I ever had real friends my own age to play with.
None? What did you do all day?
I read, of course. I've read so many books. Miss Oliver and I would sometimes play cards or board games. When I was younger, around 5 or 6, they tried to find me a friend. They brought a girl in to play with me. I remember Miss Oliver dressed me in long sleeves and my longest pair of gloves. Her name was Rebecca. We played for nearly an hour, with Miss Oliver and at least 4 others hovering over us. I didn't understand what I could do back then. I was too young. They watched us closely at first, but I think minds began to wander. Nobody saw Rebecca reach for my cheek. She only wanted to brush away a piece of lint or something. Things happened so fast. When she cried out, they snatched her away. I don't know what happened to her after that. They told me she was the daughter of one of our cooks. But I suspect she'd been kidnapped. Stella nodded at the bottle. I believe you did have friends. So you need to choose.
I took off my University of Connecticut sweatshirt. I'd never been to Connecticut. I picked it up at a thrift store years ago. Dark blue. It went in our colors pile. It didn't take long before we were both in our underwear. Stella insisted that because her pair of gloves had started the game, things like shoes and socks had to come off in pairs, too. My hand inched closer to hers on the table, but we dared not touch. I knew we couldn't touch, but I so desperately wanted to. I wanted to scoop her up into my arms and make love to her right there, and I could see that same desire in her eyes. I knew what would happen if I did, and I almost didn't care. Just touching her for a second would be worth it. There was a heat coming off her fingertips, off her uncovered skin. She lit up the room. Stella slid the bottle over to me.
Drink.
But you didn't make a statement yet.
Drink.
And I think it's my turn.
Drink anyway, and it's my turn.
I raised the bottle to my lips and drank. There wasn't much left. I left about a quarter inch at the bottom. Stella took up the bottle and finished the tequila the moment I set it down. With a sly grin, she slid the empty aside.
Option 2 is no longer on the table, and you are down to your skivvies.
She drummed her fingers.
What should I say? What should I say?
She stood and leaned back against the kitchen island, facing me. Her dark hair rolled down over her shoulders in chestnut waves. She had the longest, sexiest legs I'd ever seen.
What to say?
She repeated softly. When she looked up at me, her eyes were glistening in the thin light.
Never have I ever kissed someone I loved.
I hesitated for a moment, thinking about this. Then I stood and slipped my thumbs into the waistband of my underwear. I didn't take them off, though. Stella's grin had returned, but there was a sadness behind it. She didn't want me to see that, but I did.
Now's not the time to be bashful, Pip.
I haven't either. I've never kissed someone I love. She seemed perplexed by this.
You've never...
Oh, I've done that, but never with someone I love.
What about that girl from the diner?
Gertie.
What about Gertie?
I love the idea of Gertie. I wanted to have someone to love, and she tried to be that for me. I feel horribly guilty for letting her try so hard and not giving back. Not really. But I couldn't love her. Not while knowing you were out there somewhere. Every time she held my hand, I thought of your hand. When she kissed me, I pretended her lips were yours. I think she somehow knew this and didn't care. I think she made peace with it. And that made her death so much harder to accept. She did so much for me, and I gave her nothing in return.
I'm sure she felt loved.
I like to think so. I tell myself that.
You're a good guy, John Edward Jack Thatch. She knew that. I'm sure your affection meant more to her than you can possibly realize. She was lucky to have that closeness, to have shared that intimacy.
A tear fell from her eye, and I went to her. I couldn't not go to her, My finger reached out, came within a centimeter, but I didn't wipe the tear away. Instead, my finger hovered there. I watched as the tear rolled down her cheek, off her chin, and splashed on her bare feet. She whispered,
"All I'll ever be, all I can ever be for you, Jack, my dearest Pip, is a pretty little thing to be looked at but never touched."
"Close your eyes," I said softly.
"Why?"
"Close them." She did, and another tear slipped free following the first. I reached back to the table behind me and took an ice cube from my cup, the largest one I could find, and I brought the ice to the side of her neck, pressed the cube against her skin. Stella gasped, but kept her eyes closed. She drew in a deep breath. I slid the edge of the ice cube down her neck, over her shoulder, down the length of her arm. When I reached her fingers, they splayed out, and she turned her palm to face me. I brought the ice cube back up her arm, over the small of her neck, then down her chest to the swell of her breasts. I leaned into her, as close as I dared. "Take off your bra." Her eyes still closed, she reached up behind her back and undid the clasp. Her bra fell to the floor between us. I circled her breasts with the ice cube, drawing closer to her swollen nipples with each pass. Stella arched her back and let out a soft moan. There was a gasp when the ice finally touched her there. Melting now, less than half the size it was when I first started. I reached behind me and took another from the cup. I knelt and ran this one up from her left foot, up her ankle, to her inner thigh. The heat there was unbearable, and it took every ounce of willpower not to drop the ice and use my hand instead. I brought the ice up, over the silky material of her soft white panties, over her belly, up her chest. Then, standing again, I followed the contours of her neck to her lips. She licked tenderly at the little bit of ice remaining, her tongue so close to my finger. But I didn't let go, not until she parted her lips and took it in. Then it was Stella who reached behind her back. She took out a pair of latex gloves from the box on the counter and handed them to me. Then she put on a pair herself. Her eyes opened then, big and bright and full of life as she caressed my cheek, the line of my jaw. We spent the next several hours like that, exploring each other's bodies with gloved hands, carefully touching and not touching. A choreographed dance. It was utterly amazing. When we finally fell asleep, our borrowed sheet between our naked bodies, heads resting just far enough apart, we were both exhausted, and I finally felt complete. 20. Stack wasn't sure what time he fell asleep, but the pain in his neck told him it had been a while ago. The 6 empty beer cans on the table at his side seemed to second the thought, and the incredible need to empty his bladder backed up both. He rocked forward in his chair and looked out the window. 3 white panel vans across the street, right where he left them. Night gave way to the muted gray light of a Pittsburgh morning. The vans were still there. He didn't see anyone inside. Maybe he was being paranoid. McPherson across the street owned a plumbing company. Maybe he bought some new vans and simply parked them in front of his house. Of course, that didn't explain why they ran, though. Each time he went outside, all the vans started up and quickly disappeared down the road, only to return a short while later. He lost track of how many times he went out there. They might have left because he was waving a gun around. Drunk guy with a gun, he'd leave too. It didn't explain why they came back. It didn't explain why nobody called the cops. At this point, he'd probably welcome the boys in blue on an unexpected visit. He'd checked the phone again on the way back from emptying his bladder, but he was fairly certain he'd find the line was still dead, as it had been every other time he picked it up. The Magnum sat on his rickety table next to the empty cans of Iron City. Stack scooped up the gun and stood. His body ached, and he tried to steady himself by holding the chair, either the beer or sudden movement causing him to feel a little lightheaded for a moment. His vision went white, then cleared. Gun in hand, the floorboards creaked under his weight as he crossed the house to the small bathroom under the stairs. He was midstream when he heard another floorboard creak. This one from above, on the second floor. 21. I woke to the sound of scratching. My mind woke before my body, and in my head I pictured a plump mouse inside one of the walls of the house we had borrowed from Cammy Brotherton, his tiny paws digging away at the backside of the drywall in a frantic attempt at escape, dust bellowing out around him, piling up at his tiny pink feet. Freedom on the other side of that wall, but he had to dig. My eyes snapped open. Sunlight streamed in through the windows. Stella and I had slept in the kitchen, a small space between the counter and the island, protected on both sides by cabinets and counters. She was still sleeping. I could hear her soft breaths beside me. Scratching. Still the scratching, coming from one of the bedrooms. I got up quietly and went through the pile of clothes on the table, tugged on my jeans, found the shotgun on the counter where I left it the night before, and gently picked it up, careful not to make a sound. I knew it was loaded and primed. I flicked off the safety with my index finger and started down the short hall. I found him in the pink room. A man of about 5'10", with long, tangled brown hair riddled with gray, tucked up under a hat that reminded me of the kind worn by hunters, fur-lined with flaps over the ears. He wore dirty jeans, brown boots, and a blue flannel shirt. He'd brought his own gun, some kind of hunting rifle. The weapon was propped up in the corner of the room. This man had his back to me, feverishly scribbling on the walls with a thick black marker, 9 times, "David Pickford is a beautiful man." With the barrel of the shotgun pointing at the man's back, I noiselessly circled the room, following the outer wall past the closet, past the corner, until I was close enough to reach out and silently snatch the rifle. I put my head through the attached sling and hung it behind me, against my back. Then I pointed the shotgun at the stranger again. "Who are you?" I said, hoping my voice didn't betray my nerves. The man continued to write. "David Pickford is a beautiful man. David Pickford is a beautiful man. David Pickford is a beautiful man." I cocked the shotgun, ejecting one unspent shell and loading another. A completely futile effort, but I hoped the sound would snap him out of whatever fugue held him. The marker still moving, he said, "Where's Cammy Brotherton?" The man had a freakishly large forehead. His wiry hair looked like it had been cut with a knife and hung down over his face at varying lengths. His eyes had this blank, dead look. His beard was a tangled mess. I figured he was in his late 40s or early 50s, but I found it hard to tell.
"She's supposed to be here," he said. "This is where she said she'd be. David wants me to say hello to her. Have you seen Cammy Brotherton?"
"Who are you?" I repeated. The man glanced over at me, then went back to his writing.
"You're Eddie's kid, aren't you?"
With that, I nearly lowered the shotgun but thought better of it. Something was wrong. The way he talked, like someone speaking in the moments before they fell asleep. "How do you know my father?" "David Pickford is a beautiful man. David Pickford is a beautiful man."
"He and I go way back," the man said. "Your mama, too."
I thought about the names on my list, the people from the yearbook. All dead but 3. If the man in the GTO was Jeffrey Dalton, then... "You're Dewey Hobson, aren't you?" He tilted his head, as if the thought just registered with him.
"Dewey Hobson. That's right."
I hadn't heard Stella get up. She was standing in the doorway, dressed in the same clothes as yesterday. We never did get to the laundry. She opened her mouth to say something, and I quickly shook my head. I handed her the shotgun and nodded toward Hobson. She understood, raising the barrel and pointing the weapon at him. I showed him both of my empty palms, the rifle still dangling on my back. "I've been looking for you, Dewey. You and all the others. You're a hard man to find. Do you know where my father's hiding?" Hobson finished one wall and moved on to the next. If he saw Stella, he didn't acknowledge her.
"I'm here to see Cammy Brotherton. David wants me to say hello. Then I'm supposed to shoot her."
He pointed his index finger and thumb at me in the shape of a gun.
"Pop, pop. Double tap. Right in the forehead. Good and dead."
"You talked to David?" Stella said. "What exactly did he tell you?"
Hobson said,
"He told me to go to Cammy's house and say hello for him, then kill her. Shoot her dead. He also said he loves you, Stella, and he's cleaning up the whole mess just for you."
Hobson dropped the marker, then turned and walked quickly toward Stella. I thought for sure she'd shoot him, he came at her so fast, but she just stepped aside, and he walked right by, as if she wasn't there at all. Stella and I exchanged a look, she as confused as I, and we both followed after him. 22. Stack zipped up. He'd be damned if he'd be found dead with his pecker hanging out. The board above him creaked again. He knew the board. Top of the stairs, 3 deep into the hallway from the last step. He'd pulled up that damn board about a dozen times over the past decades, pulled out the existing nails, replaced them with 50mm screws, replaced those screws with longer screws. He tried gluing the board down, even dumped talcum powder down around the seams, nails, and screws of that board, as well as the ones around it, in hopes of softening the sound. None of that worked. The damn board still squeaked the second you put a little weight on it. Stack reached for his magnum, pointed the gun at the ceiling about 2 inches south of the light fixture, and squeezed off 3 quick shots. The fucking thing kicked back hard against his old bones, but this wasn't his first rodeo. His aim held, and the shots landed within an inch of each other, leaving a gaping hole above. 23. We found Dewey Hobson standing in the living room, staring out the large window at the street. I came up beside him, keeping a safe distance. He said,
Cammie's not home, is she?
No, Dewey. We think she left yesterday.
That's too bad. I really wanted to say hello for David.
Do you know where she might have gone? Where she would go if she had to leave here? Hobson said nothing, his eyes fixed on some point across the street. Would she have gone to my father? Does she know where he is?
Hobson said, He'll be here soon.
My father's coming here?
No. David is. They were right behind me.
I looked back at Stella. She was already moving, racing around the kitchen, shoving our clothes back in our bags, grabbing the books from the table. The large window shattered a millisecond before I heard the shot. A bullet struck Hobson in his left shoulder. He jerked back, but remained standing. A white SUV had stopped in the middle of Windmore Road. The woman who had fired the shot stood beside the open driver's side door in a long white trench coat, a thin trail of smoke drifting up from the barrel of her nickel-plated semi-automatic pistol, a smug look on her face. "Down!" I shouted, crouching behind the wall under the window, hoping the brick would be enough. Hobson didn't move. He remained still as the shoulder of his shirt bloomed red with blood. 3 more bullets peppered the wall behind us. I reached out and yanked Dewey's leg. He lost his balance and fell beside me. Stella ran in from the other room, our bags in one hand and the shotgun in her other. "The neighbors will call the police. We need to get out of here." Another shot. The bullet struck a tall lamp in the corner of the room. I raised my head just enough to see outside. "I think there's 3 of them. We open up on them with everything we got and make a run for the car." I quickly put on my backpack, pulled Stella's bag closed, and checked the rifle. "We go on 3. Ready?" Stella nodded. Another bullet ricocheted off the brick just below the windowsill. I started to count down. The second SUV skidded to a stop behind the first before I reached 2. 24. Stack heard a heavy weight hit the floor directly above his head, then roll down the stairs. Plaster rained down on him from the newly created window from his bathroom to the 2nd floor. Never one to waste a trip, when Stack got the beer from the kitchen, he took the opportunity to fill his left pocket with 29 rounds of .357 ammo from the box in the utility drawer beside the refrigerator. All he had in the house. He clicked open the cylinder, removed the 3 spent shells, and replaced them with fresh bullets. Then he flushed the toilet, opened the door, and stepped back out into his living room. The man who came down the stairs the hard way was lying in a heap against the coat closet door. His white trench coat had twisted around his body, and his right leg had gotten caught up in the shotgun slung over his shoulder and hidden under the coat. His fibula split halfway between his knee and ankle, broke through the skin, and stuck out from a hole in his white slacks. If the man had still been alive, that leg would be bothersome. As it currently stood, 1 or more of Stack's shots caught him between the legs and exited out the small of his back. Both of those wounds looked far more painful. Stack froze in the living room. Not out of shock or fright, but because his hearing was terrible, and he couldn't tell if there were more people upstairs. 25. From the corner of the shattered front window, Stella and I watched Latrice Oliver step out in her familiar flowing white trench. Her left arm was in a sling, partially hidden under the coat. If she carried a weapon, I didn't see it. The old woman looked up and down the street, then at the bullet-riddled front of Cammie Brotherton's small house.
"Are you in there? Sweet Stella?"
Stella, who was still crouched low on my right side, started to rise. I shot her a quick glance and shook my head. She froze.
I know it was an accident, dear,
Oliver said.
You didn't mean to hurt me, did you? It was all because of him, Dalton, preacher, whatever he calls himself these days. He confused you with his little escape plan. Told you things, didn't he? Untrue things. Not a single question of, would you like to leave? Instead, he took you from me, then left you alone in the streets. A bird from her cage, lost to flutter in solitude, on broken wings. You can come back, Stella. You know I love you. Nobody loves you like I do. I forgive you for what you did to me.
Stella stirred, but said nothing. Oliver took a step closer to the house, favoring her left leg.
That Dalton, he's a hit man, you know. It's one thing to kill those who deserve it, but he simply kills for money. He puts a price on a head and accepts it. Fathers, brothers, mothers, sisters. He doesn't care. He's killed them all. I taught you values. I taught you morals. I made you the grandest of women. Come home to me, continue your studies, and all is forgiven. You imprisoned me,
Stella shouted.
Made me kill for you. I kept you alive, dear, kept you safe. I brought you what you needed. Who else would do such a thing? And you're overdue. 2 days. You must be famished. Let me feed you, Stella. I know exactly what you need. I have one all picked out. One might not be enough anymore, perhaps 2 or 3.
Oliver took another step closer and frowned.
The Thatch boy is in there too, isn't he? With that awful Hobson fellow? I can smell them. Put them down, Stella. Then come home with me. I have a new place, a wonderful place. You'll find it so lovely. Let me give you what you need, my sweet, sweet girl. All is forgiven, I promise you.
Hobson was looking down at Stella's hands, her long black gloves back on. He turned back to the window as a man rounded the SUV.
David,
Stella whispered. David held up his wrist and tapped the front of his watch. We're on a bit of a time crunch, Latrice. How about we save the bonding speech for back at Charter, huh? He smiled toward the house.
Hey, Jack. Did you like the Jameson I left for you back in Pittsburgh? I heard it was your favorite. I've got another bottle here in the car. It's all yours. I just need you to do a little something for me first. Nothing serious. Just a little favor. You've got a gun, right? I bet you've got a cannon in there, all loaded up, ready to go? I need you to point your gun at Dewey Hobson's head. Get it right up on there, nice and close.
My arms swung around, and the rifle with them, the narrow barrel less than an inch from Hobson's forehead. I tried to point it away, but my limbs wouldn't respond. David then said,
When you've got the shot lined up, I need you to...
A blast roared through the house as Stella raised her shotgun and pulled the trigger right next to my ear. The entire world went silent. David's voice, Stella and Hobson breathing near me, all of it replaced in a millisecond by a high-pitched ringing. I dropped the rifle, and it fell to my side on the sling. I covered both ears with my hands, but the ringing only grew louder. Stella slapped my back, then began firing toward David, toward Oliver and the other people in white. She shouted something at me right in my face, but I couldn't hear her. Her eyes jumped to the rifle dangling from my neck before going back to the window. I remembered the plan, scooped up the rifle and fired. Each shot, nothing but a distant thud, buried beneath the ringing. Stella got to her feet and grabbed Hobson. She was out the door in an instant, pulling the man behind her. She released him just long enough to get a firm hold on the shotgun and squeezed off a series of shots, peppering the SUVs, then tugged at him again, pulling him across the yard. One shot struck the woman with the nickel-plated pistol, and she fell back against the driver's seat, then to the ground. I fired 2. 4 shots rained against the side of the vehicle. A 5th blew the front tire of the first SUV. I fired at a man huddled low in the passenger seat of Oliver's SUV, while Stella took aim at a man who had rounded the vehicle and was now kneeling beside it, using the fender as cover. I shoved Hobson toward our Mercedes, fired another round, then yanked open the back door and pushed him inside. I threw our bags in behind him. Oliver stood in the middle of the road, oblivious to all the gunfire. Her eyes locked on Stella. She started toward her, a slow shuffle. David had taken cover somewhere. I didn't see him. Stella froze at the sight of Oliver, the old woman creeping toward her, raising her one good arm, the other trapped in the sling. I shouted her name, but heard nothing over the ringing. I tugged at her arm, pulled her toward the car, got her into the passenger seat. Then I slid over the hood and got in too. Oliver was still walking toward us. Go. Stella's lips mouthed silently. Please, go, go, go. I did. The Mercedes roared to life and I shifted into reverse, flooring the gas and spinning us around. The wheels screamed against the blacktop, grabbing the pavement as I shifted into drive and rocketed down Winmore Road, the back end sliding around the bend. A quarter-mile away, 3 white Ford Expeditions flew past us in the opposite direction, heading back toward the house. The ringing still shouted in my head, but it wasn't loud enough to drown out the sound of the approaching sirens. 26. Stack heard something. Well, Stack thought he heard something. Fucking hearing. He edged closer to the stairs, considered taking the man's shotgun, then decided the Magnum would do him just fine. He stepped around the body at the base of the stairs, doing his best to keep the Magnum trained forward while pulling himself up the stairs with his other hand on the railing. He'd made it up 4 of those steps before his screaming muscles and joints reminded him that he hadn't taken an Aleve since sometime the night before. The rattling bottle in his right pocket, not to mention the ammunition in his left, did little to help conceal his current location. But truth be told, it would take a special bad guy to miss an 82-year-old man clawing his way up the stairs in some kind of geriatric chase. He half-hoped someone would shoot him before he got to the top, so he wouldn't have to climb the rest. This time when he heard something, he was sure he heard something. A cough. Stack took another step.
I'm a retired police detective who's been jonesing to fire a gun at a trespassing piece of shit for the better part of 2 decades. That last one felt real nice. I don't know who you are, but you better get the fuck out of my house before I make the last of these steps.
The shouting took the wind from his lungs, and Stack had to take a breath 6 steps from the top. He didn't sit, although he would have liked to. Instead, he stood still, gripped the hand railing, the only thing keeping him from tumbling back down the steps like the man earlier, and drew in a series of breaths. He never had a heart problem. All the things wrong with his body read like a laundry list, but his ticker had never been part of the problem. Things changed, though, and if the pain in the left side of his chest was any indication, his heart was about to become another line item on his health insurance. The pain in his chest was dull, a deep-rooted thump reminding him of his days playing football back in high school. A lifetime ago, the memories creeping back from someplace in his head, as if only yesterday. Stack's brain was funny like that. He couldn't remember what he ate for dinner 2 days ago, or even what he watched on television last. But at this particular moment, he smelled the wet grass of the field behind the McIntosh farm, the scent of the dirt. He remembered the sun beating down from the east for the first time since the previous fall. And he remembered the pain of Henry Otter when he broke the line, got past Darrell Luthing, and barreled into him shoulder first into his left flank. When the hit came, Stack remembered his mind telling him to hold the ball, and he fully intended to do that. But with Darrell's shoulder smacking into him like a runaway bull, came the sharp crack of a couple ribs, the complete evacuation of all air from his lungs, and the most god-awful pain Stack had ever experienced. The football shot out of his hands, straight up into the air, and landed directly into the arms of Ernie Neidert, who ran it back for a touchdown. All of this played out in the second or two it took for Stack's beaten body to crumble to the ground. The pain Stack felt in his chest now felt no better than that day, nearly 70 years earlier, and when the deep, burning ache had a good foothold in his chest, it began exploring, edging down his left arm all the way down to his fingers, still wrapped around the railing. Stack didn't want to die. He was too fucking stubborn to die, and he sure as shit wasn't about to fall down his own stairs and end up spooning the shit knocker occupying that space now. Pain or no pain, Stack tightened his grip on the railing and gave a good solid tug. His legs kicked like pistons, and he shot up 2 steps just like that. The pain in his chest fired back a ball of heat and protest. But before that could sink in and really deliver the hurt, Stack yanked at the railing again and made the last 2 steps. He collapsed on the floor of the narrow hallway at the top, his breathing ragged and drool leaving the corner of his mouth. Someone walked up to him, came out into the hallway from the middle bedroom, the one with the expanded wall of weird. That someone stopped a few feet from his head. Stack tried to look up and get a better look at the person. All he could see were white shoes, white pants, and the bottom of a white coat, much like the one worn by the man at the bottom of the stairs. Stack's head wouldn't move, though. His eyes barely wanted to move. He tried to swing his right arm around, the one holding the magnum, but as he did, he realized he was no longer holding the magnum. The gun might be on the floor beside him, or more likely he dropped it somewhere on the stairs. Either way, it wasn't in his hand, and it did little good somewhere else. The person standing beside him knelt down, got a little too close, and whispered in his ear, "That's an interesting room you got there. My boss is going to want to talk to you about that." Stack tried to tell the guy that he wasn't about to talk to him, his boss, or the President of the United States, and if he did, he'd tell all of them fuckwad nothing. But when he opened his mouth to speak, nothing came out but more drool. The pain in his chest and arm dialed up to 11, and consciousness fell away. 27. 6 minutes. That's how much time passed from the moment the white Ford Expeditions arrived at 803 Windmere Road until Latrice Oliver and David Pickford climbed into the back seat of the middle vehicle, the cleanup complete. The crew worked with practiced speed. The bodies of the dead were placed inside the 2 disabled vehicles and set ablaze with handheld TPA canister grenades. David had no idea where Charter obtained such toys, but he sure enjoyed instructing his subordinates to use them. He'd been told they contained thickened triethylaluminium, a napalm-like substance that ignites when exposed to air. They made very little noise, just a simple pop, followed by a puff of blue smoke, then a rush of flames that quickly engulfed the interiors before lapping out through the open windows and over the roof, hood, and sides. The interior of the house was photographed and videoed in under 2 minutes. The pictures and footage would be examined later by a team of specialists. If there was something worthwhile to find, they would find it. At the end of those 2 minutes, TPAs were placed in the house and ignited. Burning the dead was nothing more than a precaution. Charter employees were not permitted to carry identification, nor did they appear in any government database. Criminal records, Social Security, birth, DMV, all were purged upon employment. A single neighbor emerged once the gunfire stopped, running from the house 2 doors down at 807 Winmore when he saw David standing in the street directing the team. The man was in his mid-50s, with thin hair combed back over a rather small head. He wore a white tank-top undershirt, jeans, and no shoes. He held a .22 in his hand. By the look of the rust on the barrel, the weapon hadn't been fired or cleaned in a long time. He ran at David, shouting that he called the cops. They were on their way. "When did you call them?" David asked. 5 minutes ago. You okay? You hit?" "I'm not even here," David replied. "How could I get hit?" The man appeared puzzled for a moment, then nodded. "I suppose not. That would be tough, wouldn't it?" "What did you see?" The man told him, and he had seen plenty. He told David how it all started shortly after that Ford Bronco down the street showed up. He told him about the man who got out, some homeless-looking mountain man, walked right into Faye's place like he owned it. "Did Faye Mock have a kid?" "I never saw one, but she kept to herself mostly." They learned Faye Mock was the latest in a long string of identities used by Cammie Brotherton in the 2 decades she'd been running. Most likely that's the name that would appear on her tombstone, if her body ended up in a marked grave. David followed the man's gaze to the gray Ford parked a half a block before 803, partially on the street, partially on the sidewalk. Hobson, following instructions like a good little soldier. David nodded at one of the crew and pointed at the Bronco. "Take whatever's inside, then wash it like the others." The man understood, moving quickly. He returned his focus back on the nosy neighbor in the tank top. "You started all these fires, right?" "I started the fires." "Yep. The cars, the house, all you. You like fire. You started them all. Killed these people, too." "Okay, I guess I did." "When the police arrive, you're going to tell them what you did and how much you enjoyed it. Then, as soon as you finish, after they write it all down, you know what you're going to do next?" The man's face was blank. "You're going to walk right into that burning house and sit down in the living room. Get right up in the thick of it and pop a squat." David told him. You like fire. Okay, I like fire. Before that, though, when I leave, David went on, I want you to shoot that little gun of yours. Shoot the bodies in the SUV. Get every shot off, then toss the gun in the bushes over there. Not too deep, though. We don't want to make this hard on the locals. That wouldn't be nice. No, sir. It wouldn't. David saw a woman peeking out from behind the curtain of an upstairs room next door. He waved at her. It didn't matter if she saw him. Nobody would believe her. He turned back to the man in the tank top. One other thing. Yes? Do you think I'm a good-looking guy? The man tilted his head, his stringy hair catching the night breeze. You might be the ugliest man I've ever met. You're not very smart, are you? No, not really. I'm the most beautiful man you've ever seen. The man considered this, then said, Yeah, I guess you are. David left him there, standing in the street, before climbing into the back seat of the middle Ford Expedition beside Latrice Oliver. She was picking at a flaky black spot on her bad arm. He shook his head and looked back out the window as they began to pull away. There's a room in the house, freshly painted pink. We found a doll. Another child? Oliver said. Maybe. David looked over at the house. Cammy Brotherton might have given birth after all. I wonder what she can do. I wonder, David said. 28. Anyone behind us? The ringing in my ears was still there, but subsiding. The pain just a dull ache. Stella unsnapped her seatbelt and swiveled in the passenger seat, peering out the back window. I can't tell. Traffic is too heavy. I see 3 white cars, but I don't recognize the drivers. I think we're okay. The light in front of us turned red. I made a quick right turn to keep moving. We were somewhere in downtown Carmel. The traffic grew thick as morning commuters filled the streets. I need to get us to the highway, or maybe find another car. Jack, we need to look at his shoulder. We need to keep driving. There's blood all over the seat. It's leather. Blood wipes right off. We need to keep moving. I'm not concerned with the upholstery. He could die. I made a left turn onto 17 Mile Drive. Is there anything in the back we can use to tie him up? Is he awake? Stella snapped her fingers in front of Dewey Hobson's eyes. He's awake, but he's not very responsive. Mr. Hobson, can you hear me? Nothing. Maybe there's a rope or something we can use in the trunk. I don't think he'll hurt us. You can't be sure of that. Stella said, Dewey, do you plan to hurt Jack Thatch? Silence. Are you going to hurt me? Silence. What about Cammy Brotherton? I'm going to tell her David says hello, then kill her. Hobson raised his right hand and made a gun gesture again. Pop, pop. Double tap to the head. Do you plan to hurt anyone else? Silence. I frowned. When David told me to point the rifle at Hobson, I did. I couldn't help myself. I would have shot him if he told me to do that too. You knew. That's why you fired the shotgun, to make sure I didn't hear him say the words. What the hell was that? Stella turned back around and settled into her seat. David can be very persuasive. What does that mean?
That's all they told me," she replied. "Miss Oliver said he was special, like me, and he could be very persuasive. So they monitored everything he said to me, everything I said to him. It was horrible. They kept him in this little room, all alone. We couldn't really talk. We were like lab mice under a bright light, all these eyes and ears on us. I felt sorry for him, so I went."
Where?
"I don't know exactly. I was always blindfolded or made to wear a hood. When I was young, Miss Oliver said it was all a big game. When he came to see me, they made him wear a mask. That was part of the game, too. But I knew it was to keep him from talking to me when they couldn't listen. As I grew older, she told me it was best I didn't know where he lived, for my own safety. The drive always took a long time, 4 or 5 hours. I have no idea where he actually went. They might have circled the block for all I knew back then. I never thought he'd get out of that place."
They used you and your ability to kill people. Maybe they're using him too.
"Make a left up there,"
Stella said, pointing toward a sign. Toward the beach? She nodded.
"It'll be quiet this time of day."
Stella was right about that. We found only 3 other cars in the lot. Green, red, silver. Only 2 early morning sunbathers and a jogger on the sand. We pulled into a spot at the far end and I shut off the engine. After donning a fresh pair of latex gloves from the box she had borrowed from Cammie's house, Stella rummaged through her duffel, took out a first aid kit and went to work on Hobson's shoulder. She unbuttoned his shirt and gingerly pulled the material away from the wound before removing it altogether. He continued to stare blankly ahead, oblivious to what she was doing.
"The bullet went straight through,"
she said, dabbing with an alcohol-soaked cotton ball.
"That's a good thing. He'll have a scar, but it should heal without stitches. The bleeding's nearly stopped."
She placed bandages on both sides and secured them with white surgical tape. I fished a cotton dress shirt from my backpack, the only shirt I owned with buttons, and together we got it on Hobson. His arms were limp, like a big rag doll. He didn't fight us, but his state made the task no easier. When I waved my hand in front of his face, he didn't blink. He didn't react at all. It's like he's been hypnotized.
"I think he's stuck," Stella said. "He was told to kill Cammie Brotherton, and he's in some kind of holding pattern until that happens."
"We should tie him up."
"Cammie's the only person who needs to worry about this man right now."
Stella seemed sure of this, so I didn't press the issue. She was sweating again, a thin sheen across her forehead. She looked pale, too. This is how she looked before the lake, and that was less than a day ago. I glanced around the parking lot. We're not going to find a car here.
"What about that one?"
She was pointing at a 4-door black Honda Accord, parked on the corner across the street, a red and white "For Sale" sign in the window. We found the keys under the passenger seat. I told myself we weren't stealing it. We were just taking it on an extended test drive. We managed to work our way through the traffic and get to US 101, then followed the California coast north. We considered heading inland to one of the interstates, like I-5, but we figured that was where they'd expect us to go. US 101 was older and slower, passing from one seaside town to the next in leisure. Restaurants, tourist attractions, and strip malls lined both sides of the road, and here we blended with the locals. The pond was bigger, and we needed a big pond. Hobson sat silently in the back seat, his gaze focused on the road ahead, looking at everything and nothing in particular. At one point he started mumbling softly to himself. Incoherent, jumbled sounds, more than words, and then he went quiet again. Stella had tried speaking to him, and although he would sometimes glance back at her, he didn't answer. She'd given up after about an hour, fished out both copies of Great Expectations, and began randomly flipping through the pages, insisting my father left the book for a reason, and growing increasingly frustrated when she couldn't find it. I continually scanned the cars around us. Whenever a white vehicle appeared in our rearview mirror, I'd tense and slow down, my breath catching until they finally rolled past us, my eyes drifting over the driver, finding relief when I confirmed they weren't wearing white. Stella had grown increasingly pale over the hours, and I tried to calculate how much time had gone by since yesterday, when she'd first began showing signs of her hunger, until we finally pulled over at that lake. 6 or 7 hours at best, from what I remembered. It seemed to be progressing slower this time. Maybe the lake had bought more time. How much was anybody's guess? Something bad was coming, though.
The gas light is on.
The car had grown so quiet her voice startled me. I know. We'd been driving for nearly 5 hours. The tank had been full when we borrowed the Honda, but we'd been running on fumes for the past 10 miles. We're coming up on Manchester. We can stop there.
Jack, there's something else I need to tell you. Something important.
What is it?
It has to do with my condition.
You can tell me.
Even I don't completely understand it,
Stella said.
I know when I touch something, I take the life from whatever that something is. I drain it. But it doesn't always end the hunger. Some things work better than others.
I get that. The fish in the lake, the tree back in Nevada, that cornfield a few years ago. They helped a little, but you need a person. You need to...
Jack,
she interrupted.
Not every person works either. That's what I'm trying to explain. Some are better than others. I don't understand what the difference is, but some people buy me a few months. Others put the illness at bay for a full year. Miss Oliver, somehow she knew which would work the longest. The people she brought me always quenched the hunger, always for a full year.
August 8 to August 8. She nodded. And back at Cammie's house, she said she had someone picked out. Stella nodded again.
Bad people, that seems to be the key. They're the ones who work the best. She may have already taken someone.
A small gas station came up on the right. Manchester Fill and Go. I pulled in and eased up to one of the pumps. Shutting off the engine, I turned to Stella. We'll solve this. I promise you. We'll find a way. Again she nodded, but there was doubt behind her eyes, a growing sadness. You'll lose her soon. This is her saying goodbye. The thought came into my head, and I forced it back out. We'll find a way. But even I was beginning to doubt that. 3 cars in the parking lot, a green Ford, a red Dodge, and a white Toyota. The driver of the Toyota was a teenage girl wearing a loose in-sync tank top over a pink bikini, no doubt skipping school for the beach. We should get some snacks, something to eat. I handed her a 20 and she took it from me without another word, climbed out of the car, and went into the small gas station. I was back in the car, nearly ready to go in after her when she finally returned with an armful of items: potato chips, 3 sandwiches, 3 bottles of water, and a road map. She dumped all, but the map, on the floor at her feet. I eyed the discarded food. Sure, I'll take a sandwich. Thank you, Stella.
Manchester,
She mumbled, spreading the map out on the dashboard.
Manchester.
Stella, what's going on?
Manchester is a city in England,
She muttered, studying the map.
and a city here in California, Illinois, Connecticut, Georgia, Indiana. Probably all over the world. It's a common name.
She reached for her copy of Great Expectations and opened it to the map on the inside cover, studied it for a moment, then opened the copy I had found in my father's grave beside it, also to the interior flap.
These are both the same editions. Your father's copy and the one I got from my parents.
So? Stella's gloved fingers slipped gingerly over the cover of her copy.
Great Expectations was first published by Mr. Dickens in July of 1861 as a magazine serial, then later as a full novel. 100 years after his death, the novel entered the public domain, meaning it became free for all and could be published by anyone. As a result, hundreds of editions have been published since, all over the world, with so many attempting to capitalize on his wonderful words. If you were to walk into a bookstore, you would no doubt find numerous copies on hand, printed by various publishers. The underlying text will be the same in all. The only thing to differentiate them would be the packaging, the dust jacket, the binding, the quality of the book itself. From cheap knockoffs to insanely expensive original editions dating back over 100 years. Many people own a copy of this book, but few of those copies are alike. The numerous print runs are fleeting as publishers repackage and print again, out with the old, in with the new.
Her fingers paused, her thumb running along the edge of her book.
This copy belonged to my parents. It's the only original possession of theirs I own, and I treasure it above all other things in this world. This book has been with me every day of my life, and will be there for my last day. Of that, I am sure. The memory of my parents, their essence, travels with me within the covers. Through this book, I keep them close.
Stella's hand moved to the edition I found on my father's grave.
This one was in the possession of your father, hidden in his grave with the Penn State yearbook. Important enough to him that he would go through such trouble to conceal it from the world in a fake grave, hoping you would eventually find it. Look at the maps. He told you exactly where he'd be, Jack. Do you see it?
I leaned in closer. The maps were beautifully rendered, both detailing various cities throughout the UK. Nothing necessarily specific to the novel, just a map the publisher felt filled the space nicely. No doubt just an afterthought by the marketing department to fill blank space and help their edition stand out from all the others Stella mentioned. We were in Manchester, California. My eyes found Manchester on each of the maps. But it wasn't until I read the name of the other cities that I realized what Stella had discovered. That one is spelled wrong.
It is, Pip. Isn't it?
Stella beamed.
On my copy, we have Exeter, London, Manchester, Whitby, Newcastle upon Tyne, and all the others. On your edition, the one your father hid away so brilliantly for you, Whitby is spelled W-H-I-D-B-E-Y. Whitby, not Whitby. There is no Whitby in England.
There's an island off the coast of Washington State called Whitby, I said quietly, studying the two images closer. Stella was smiling.
Yes, there is. A very secluded, beautiful little place.
Auntie Jo used to tell me my mother wanted to live near the water, I said.
Whitby Island is in the Puget Sound, off the mainland, not far from Seattle, Stella said. The south end is only accessible by ferry or boat, There's a bridge at the north end. I believe it's called Deception Pass. The island is largely undeveloped. Mountains, lakes, thick forests. So many places to hide.
Deception Pass, I muttered, thinking that fit my father perfectly.
Jack, we can be there in 12 hours. We'll need to take I-5 again. Back roads would take too long, but we can be there in 12 hours if we hurry.
Stella looked hopeful. I didn't want to take that from her, but this seemed like such a long shot. He left that book 20 years ago. Do you really think he'd still be there? They would have found him by now.
We have nowhere else to go.
She was right, of course. We were driving around California aimlessly in a car borrowed from someone who would eventually miss said car and most likely report it to someone not fond of the recently growing borrowed car movement. I looked into the rearview mirror. Hobson's blank stare looked back at me. "What do you think, Dewey?" He licked his lips, then turned to the window.
Clearly he would like to go,
Stella said. Clearly. Can I eat my sandwich first? She handed one to me and handed another to Dewey. He took the sandwich from her, but simply held it, more of a reflex than a thoughtful action. "You should eat, Dewey. You'll need your strength to kill Cammy." "Okay." He peeled back the plastic and began to eat. Christ, this is weird. I started the car and made a right back onto US 101 in search of signs for I-5. I'd been worried about Stella's condition when we left Manchester, California. By the time we crossed the border into Oregon, at a little after 4 in the afternoon, I was downright frightened. Her skin looked paper white, and her lips had taken on a purplish hue. Her hair grew damp with sweat and hung limply around her face. She'd slept for the better part of 2 hours, and I was thankful for that, because before she finally drifted off, she'd been doing her best to pretend everything was okay, and I'd been doing my best to agree with her. Everything wasn't okay, though. Things were far from okay. Yesterday, prior to the lake, she became nearly delirious in her sleep. More of a fevered state than actual rest, and I knew she was closing back in on that again. At one point, I asked her if I should find another lake, and she told me that wouldn't work again. Just keep driving. Then I remembered what she said back in Manchester. We have to take I-5 again. Back roads would take too long. I had no idea what she meant by that. Even if by some miracle we managed to find my father, what did she expect him to do? I seriously doubted he'd been standing by for 20 years, holding some miracle cure for a girl his son would bring by 2 decades later. We were rushing into a giant nothingness, a void. A fool's errand. I'm not going to lie. I considered finding someone she could take. Some lowlife. I saw 2 hitchhikers outside Medford, and I slowed down. God help me, I nearly stopped. I didn't, though, and 2 hours later, when she began groaning in her sleep, I cursed myself for not stopping, for not picking one of them up. Every truck stop. Every rest area. I slowed, then talked myself out of it. I knew if I actually did it, there would be no coming back. I'd officially be a cold-blooded killer. Killing in self-defense was one thing, but killing an innocent, regardless of how unsavory or easily forgotten they might be, was not something you returned from. I couldn't lose her. I wouldn't lose her. Near Eugene, I started glancing back at Hobson, at the bullet wound in his shoulder. Part of me hoping it would reopen, grow infected, give me a reason. That didn't happen, though. His shoulder remained free of new blood. He hadn't even acknowledged the wound. Hobson spent the entire drive in complete silence, lost somewhere in his own head. If he slept, I didn't see it. Every hour I didn't see Hobson sleep, I grew more tired. I finally pulled over at a deserted scenic rest stop near Longview, Washington, at a little after midnight. I drove to the far end of the parking lot and shut off the engine. I only meant to sleep for 30 minutes or so, long enough to catch my third wind. I didn't wake up for 2 hours, and when I did, Stella was gone. Relief filled me as I found her at the metal guardrail, staring out over the deep ravine, water rushing past far below, surrounded by some of the tallest trees I'd ever seen. She didn't turn to me when I approached, but she knew I was there.
"That's the Cowlitz River down there. Isn't it beautiful?"
she said. "You're beautiful." I was so happy to see her awake. Such words would have embarrassed me a few years ago, but felt so natural now, so right. If a void existed within me, it filled when she was near. This place in my heart belonging to only her, a room only she could enter. Stella wrapped her arms around me, and I her. She wore her long black gloves, the ones that reached her elbows. Over those she'd pulled on a sweatshirt. Not a bit of her flesh was exposed, and even if it were, I'm not sure I cared. She was careful, though, a lifetime of practice behind her. The warmth of those arms, the feel of her fingers in my hair, her breath caressing my neck. I so wanted to pull her close and kiss her. Knowing I could not was maddening. Knowing I never would, more maddening still.
"I am to die soon, my dearest Pip. You know that, right?"
Don't say things like that, please.
"The hunger will consume me again soon, and this time there will be no satiating it. I'll grow so weak, I'll become delirious. My thoughts will be lost to nothing but nonsense and babble. I've been there so many times. It's like an ancient enemy knocking at the door, an unwelcome guest smiling at the window when I refuse to let him in."
You can use the river, this forest.
"It won't be enough."
Then we'll find someone. We have someone. Hobson, sitting patiently in the back seat. No, I forced that thought from my head. Hobson was a victim, no less than us. He's broken. No.
"I've told you I won't. No more."
Stella, I can't lose you.
"Yet you will."
If those people in white find us again, one of them, or maybe my father will know.
"Life is not mine to take. My existence is selfish. All those years they convinced me I was doing the right thing, but I knew in my heart it was never true. I still did as they asked. I killed for them. So many died at my hand. There is no atonement for my sins. I see their faces whenever I close my eyes. I hear their cries. Even the monsters, and many were. Not even they deserved the pain I brought upon them. I think I welcome death. I welcome the silence of death. They'll be waiting for me on the other side, and I'll need to answer to all of them. And as frightening as that is, I know I must face them if I am ever to find peace."
You're just being stubborn, Stella. We find someone bad, someone deserving, a killer, a rapist, someone who wouldn't hesitate to kill us, or someone else. Stella placed a gloved finger over my lips, silencing me.
"I won't, Jack. No more. I don't want to talk about such things. I don't want to think about them. She smiled up at me, her eyes catching the moon. Let us just enjoy this moment, this time together. The time we have left. A moment can be an eternity if we let it. My God, she's so pale. I love you, Stella Nettleton, I said softly. And are you, John Edward Jack Thatch, my Pip? I pulled her close. I held her so tight. Dance with me? She whispered, burying her head in my shoulder. And we did. We danced at the edge of that cliff. We danced to a song only we heard. I honestly couldn't say if 5 minutes passed or an hour. Time was lost in that moment. When she finally whispered we should go, I could only nod. If I spoke, I knew that tears would come. I followed her from the water's edge back to the car, where she curled up with her copy of Great Expectations in the passenger seat. Hobson continued to stare from the back. We left the Cowlitz River behind us. 3.5 hours to Whidbey. Stella drifted off again about an hour outside of Longview. Her seat back, she'd pulled her knees up close to her chest. Her dark hair obscured her face. She looked so small, so vulnerable. I'm not sure when she started shivering. I imagine it began about 30 minutes from our destination, because I'd been watching her closely and I hadn't noticed until then. When the sun started to rise, I saw the dark sweat stains on her clothes. I pulled the sleeve of my shirt down over my fingers and used the material to brush the matted, errant strands of hair from her face. The newborn sunlight seemed to bother her. She buried her eyes in the crook of her elbow with a soft sigh. We left I-5 for WA 525 North, which became Mukilteo Speedway, and followed signs for Whidbey and the Clinton-Mukilteo Ferry Terminal. While traffic leaving the island on this Monday morning appeared heavy, very few seemed to be heading from the mainland back to the island. I imagine the opposite was true in the afternoons, when the businesses in Seattle shuttered for the day. At a small toll booth, a pleasant woman in her mid-50s took our fare and told me to follow the car in front of me into row 2 and pull up to the front. The next ferry would be arriving in under 5 minutes. How long is the ferry ride? 15 to 20 minutes, depending on the waters. I considered waking Stella, but figured it was best to let her sleep. I had no idea what waited for us on the other end. 6 other cars waited with us, only one of which was white. A mid-70s Ford pickup truck with an elderly man behind the wheel wearing a navy blue down jacket and a Seahawks cap. He was reading the newspaper with a cup of coffee perched precariously on his dash. When he caught me watching him, he smiled, nodded, and went back to his paper. I'd never been on a ferry before, and when the Kittitas arrived, I couldn't believe how many cars disembarked. I had no idea the vessel would be so large. When the last vehicle finally disappeared back down Mukilteo Speedway in the direction of Seattle, the row of cars beside us was ushered on board. A man in an orange vest motioned for me to follow. We parked on the lower level. I shut down the engine. When we pulled away from the dock a few minutes later, I finally closed my eyes, allowing the exhaustion to wash over me. Part 5. I loved her against reason, against promise, against peace, against hope, against happiness, against all discouragement that could be. Charles Dickens, Great Expectations. 1. If I slept, I did not dream, and for that I was grateful. My eyes snapped open with a quick yelp of a horn behind me. Jack, Is this Whidbey?
Stella was awake too, sitting up and leaning forward in her seat to get a better view. The ferry had butted up against the dock. The row of cars beside us had already disembarked. Another man in an orange vest waved impatiently at me, gesturing toward the dock. The horn behind me yelped again, longer this time. I started the car, put it in gear, and followed the taillights of the last car to leave the ferry off the edge of the boat and back onto solid ground. A large sign read, Clinton Ferry Terminal. Welcome to Whidbey Island. To my left sat a squat gray building with a green roof and a sign that simply said, Welcome Center. I pulled into one of the empty spaces beside it. The rest of the terminal was nothing more than a large parking lot with at least 36 vehicles lined up ready to board the ferry back to the mainland. The moment the cars from our row finished exiting, traffic reversed. The waiting vehicles filed in, and the ferry pulled away. A practiced dance. None of the other disembarking vehicles lingered. They quickly maneuvered the various painted lines of the lot and disappeared down WA 525 North at the back. 5 minutes after arriving, we were alone. Now what?
We go inside, Stella said,
scooping up both copies of Great Expectations and the Penn State yearbook. When she opened her door and stood, I thought she might pass out. She swayed and gripped the roof of the car for support. I raced around and held her, kept her upright. She was shivering again. Maybe you should wait in the car.
I'm okay,
she assured me. She wasn't, though. Leaning back into the car, she looked at Dewey.
Mr. Hobson, do you need to use the facilities?
Yeah, Hobson replied, his voice flat. Without another word, he got out of the car and went inside. Stella and I followed after him, moving slow. She tried to put up a strong front, but much of her weight fell on me. Her breathing seemed labored. The Welcome Center was unattended. There were 2 vending machines, one with soft drinks, the other with various candy bars and snacks. They were flanked by a woman's restroom on one side and the men's on the other. Posters about the island covered the opposite wall, along with a large map and several racks of pamphlets for area attractions. Stella set the books down on a bench, and the 2 of us studied the map. Any idea? She opened both copies of Great Expectations to the image of the map in the inlay.
Other than the spelling of Whidbey and Whitby, do you see anything else different?
I leaned in closer and compared both maps, the lines, the colors, the remaining city names, and other markers. I shook my head. Nothing.
Me either. But I don't believe your father would go through all this trouble to get us here and not give us some kind of clue as to where to go next. There's something, we're just not seeing it.
I returned to the map of Whidbey. The island was huge. Most of the land was undeveloped, though. There were several large farms, beaches, a few small clusters of businesses and residences along the coast. Nothing stood out, though. Behind us, a toilet flushed in the men's room. Then Hobson came out, walked past us out the door. He got back in the car and stared forward. That is so weird. Stella moved on from the map and sifted through the tourist pamphlets, her fingers slipping from one to the next.
Beaches, parks, wineries and vineyards, restaurants, art galleries, museums, sightseeing tours, a lighthouse.
I was beginning to think this was hopeless when one particular pamphlet jumped out at me. A picture of a large house on a cliff overlooking Puget Sound filled the front. It advertised tremendous views, a friendly staff, and spacious rooms. None of this mattered to me because my eyes were locked on the name. Stella? I showed it to her, and her eyes grew wide. By hand, bed and breakfast. By hand.
She had brought me up by hand, Stella said softly. Joe and I were both brought up by hand. She must have made Joe marry her by hand.
We both recognized the phrase as one Dickens used numerous times in his novel. A phrase odd enough that it stood out even to me when I first read the book so many years ago. Pip's aunt said it regularly. Do you think that's it? Stella went back to the map, tracing a line with her finger.
6600 Still Creek Road. It's on the other side of the island, about 8 miles from here. Jack, that must be it.
I grabbed her gloved hand and quickly got her back to the car. 2. The only flight Fogel was able to find on short notice back to Pittsburgh left Nevada at 7:23 in the evening and came with a 2-hour layover at O'Hare Airport in Chicago from 11:30 to 1:30 in the morning. She was dead tired. She tried to sleep on the plane, but did so in fits and starts, much to the dismay of the elderly man sitting beside her. At one point, he shook her awake and told her she cried out. Fogel had no recollection of what she had been dreaming, nor did she remember screaming, but the leery eyes of the other passengers told her she had, and she found herself reluctant to try and sleep again. At O'Hare, she found her gate, then wandered the terminals to pass the time. There was a stop for coffee at the only open counter in the food courts. Then she passed the remainder of time parked in an uncomfortable plastic seat, reading the first couple chapters of Stephen King's new book, Bag of Bones. The book seemed good, but she couldn't focus. When her eyes inevitably fell shut again, she saw herself lying in a ditch at the side of the road, her gaze blank and wide, her skin burned but not burned. Still able to scream, though, the sides of her mouth cracked and bled with her pain-filled shrill. This time when she cried out, she heard it too. She put the book aside, got a second cup of coffee, and returned to her gate. Those 2 hours crawled. Last night, Stack had called her about 10 minutes before her plane was set to board last in Nevada. Arden Royal, the 27-year-old male found behind the dumpster in Upper St. Clair in 1991, also worked for Charter Pharmaceuticals. Stack was working to connect the others. They were onto something. Charter was about 280 miles outside of Pittsburgh, near Philadelphia. There's something else, Stack said. I think someone's watching me. He told her about the white vans. She tried dialing Stack several times since, but only got a busy signal. Fogel landed in Pittsburgh at 3 in the morning, retrieved her car from the lot, and took I-76 to Chad's Ford at a rate of speed that would put a smile on the face of any NASCAR fan. She arrived in Chad's Ford at a little past 8, drove through the small town in all of 4 minutes, noting it was even smaller than Fallon, Nevada had been, then followed her hastily scribbled directions under the single traffic light at the back end of the quiet town, to SR 41, and from there to CR 27 West. The few houses she spotted were set far back from the road, most lost behind large fields of corn, hay, soybeans, and God knows what else they grew out here. Fogel completely missed the turnoff for Turlington Road, not once, but twice, blowing past it the first time at more than 80 miles per hour, then the second time as she drove much slower, carefully scanning the fields on her right. The road wasn't marked. The road wasn't really much of a road at all, a sliver of blacktop off the 2-lane highway that quickly vanished into a sprawling cornfield. Had she not seen another car turn, she probably would have missed Turlington a third time. By the time she maneuvered her car back around and returned to Turlington Road, the taillights of that previous vehicle were nothing but pinpoints in the distance, and even those disappeared up and over a hill and blinked out by the time she straightened the wheel and pointed her Toyota down the center of the narrow 2-lane road. While CR 27 West had been riddled with patched cracks and potholes, Turlington had been recently paved and was well maintained. Reflectors marked the center of the 2 lanes, and fresh white paint lined the edges. An 8-foot chain-link fence blocked access from the cornfields on either side, and Fogel was reminded of the claustrophobic drive into the State Correctional Institute on Beaver Avenue back in the city. More so when she came upon the gate and guardhouse at the end of the road. The guardhouse had an arm meant to stop traffic, but the arm was raised. The vehicle she followed in from the main road paused at the gate, then pulled through into an expansive parking lot surrounding a large concrete building centered at the back. As Fogel approached the guardhouse, she fished her Pittsburgh PD badge and identification card out of her purse, but she found she didn't need it. There was nobody inside. Noting there was not a single sign that read Charter, or any other business name for that matter, she pulled through the gate and circled around until she found a parking space. Considering the early hour, it seemed odd so many people were here. Odder still, other than her green Toyota, every car in the lot was white. 3. Crossing that small island might have been the longest 15-minute drive of my life. Stella had memorized the directions and pointed out each turn to me. Aside from a lone landscaper's truck, we didn't pass a single car in either direction. The island felt like another world, so far removed from the various cities I'd lived over the years. If the island felt remote and isolated, Stills Creek Road was the edge of the earth. We turned from Cultus Bay onto Stills in silence. The road was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 cars to pass, lacking a center dividing line. Mailboxes and driveways lined the left side with not a single house in sight. The driveways weaved back into thick groves of Douglas fir, red alder, big leaf maples, tall cedars, and hemlock. A wild place, untouched by the destructive hand of man.
There,
Stella said softly, pointing at a large red mailbox with 6600 painted on the side in careful black script. Nothing else. No mention of the bed and breakfast. Nothing to indicate a business existed here at all. A canopy of large, bowing branches bent over the gravel driveway.
Go, Jack. I can't stand it.
She was leaning forward again. I realized I was too. My palms were clammy with sweat. I turned onto the narrow driveway and followed it through the trees. 4. The vehicle Fogel had followed into the Charter parking lot turned out to be a Ford F-250 pickup truck, white like all the others. As she got out of her own car, she saw 2 men climb out of the large truck and disappear inside the building. Both wore long, white trench coats. Neither acknowledged her. Both moved with quick purpose. Fogel pressed the lock button on her key fob, the 2 chirps sounding especially loud, as all sounds do at such early hours, then followed after the 2 men across the parking lot and through 2 thick glass doors. A whoosh of cold air met her as the doors swung shut automatically at her back, the click of her shoes echoing off the highly polished white marble floors. Fogel stared up at the soaring ceiling, rising the full height of the building. The ceiling was white. The walls were white. White canvases in white frames lined the walls, and somehow Fogel was certain if she inspected one closely, she would find those canvases weren't blank, but painted white with careful strokes. Soft piano music came forth from hidden speakers. She recognized it as Der Hollerache from Mozart's The Magic Flute, one of her mother's favorites.
May I help you?
This came from a reception desk at the back of the lobby, behind a waiting area made up of 2 white leather couches, 4 matching white leather chairs, and assorted white tables on a white rug. The lobby should have felt incredibly bright, but the lights were just low enough to compensate. Fogel approached the desk and took out her ID. "I'm Detective Fogel with the Pittsburgh Police Department. I'd like to speak to whoever's in charge." The receptionist, a woman in her mid-20s with long blonde hair and green eyes, smiled up at Fogel. She wore a white blazer over a white blouse, and although Fogel couldn't see under the desk, she was certain the woman had on a matching skirt and shoes as well. "Do you have an appointment?" "I'm with Homicide. I don't have an appointment, but I need to speak to someone right away." The woman raised her eyebrows. "Homicide? Has there been a murder?" "I'm not at liberty to provide details. This is an active investigation." "I understand." She smiled and picked up her phone, dialing a number with slender fingers, tipped in white nail polish. Speaking softly into the receiver, she listened for a moment, then hung up. "Please take a seat, Detective Fogel. Someone will be with you shortly. Help yourself to coffee or pastries. The baklava is simply delightful." "Thank you." Fogel walked over to the waiting area and dropped down into the large white couch. Coffee service, donuts, and assorted pastries filled the table at the center of the furniture. There was also a generous supply of flavored creamers, sugars, and artificial sweeteners. She poured herself a cup of coffee, black, and frowned when she realized it was ice cold. The pastries, including the famous baklava, looked like they had been out there for a while too. Mold crept up over the edge of the bagels. 5. There are times in your life when you think you know what comes next. Instances of predictability, sameness. Times when your next step is as known to you as the last, and you take those steps with confidence, knowing nothing horrific waits for you in the shadows ahead. You venture forth as if you read the last page of a book and can go back and read the rest from the beginning, knowing without a doubt where the story would go, while still taking comfort in the journey. I spent the preceding 18 years of my life operating with the certainty that my parents were dead. I visited their graves. I spoke to them. I prayed for them. Always gone, always something of the past. I knew their faces only from old photographs and dreams, and the sound of their voices eluded me like the waters of a fast-running creek. I made peace with my parents' deaths long before I understood what that really meant. When you lose your parents at such an early age, it simply is. You know and understand nothing else. Auntie Jo always told me I should be grateful I had been so young. Both her parents died when she was an adult, and the vividness of those memories haunted her nightly. I never told her about my dream, my personal haunting. A dream I now knew to be not a dream at all, but the chaotic memories of a child. If I told her about the dream, would she have confessed my father was still alive? Would she have broken down in tears and told me that was really why she hated him so much? My mother died and he lived. She, this aunt who raised me as her own, part of a cover-up all these years? Would she have called him a coward? Said he ran away. Might as well be dead. How I wish I could have spoken to her about all of this. I hated her for keeping the truth from me, yet I loved her for protecting me. And both of those things seemed to be one and the same. The gravel of the driveway crunched under our tires. Stella held the pamphlet we found back at the Welcome Center in her hand, and she gripped it in such a way the paper crinkled. A large old house appeared on our left, peeking out from around the tall maples and alders, their branches swaying lazily in the early morning breeze. A hand-painted sign on a short post read, "Guest Parking," with an arrow pointing to the left. On our right stood a wood shed, with enough cut logs stacked against the outer wall to last at least 3 cold winters. Beyond the shed was a garden, fenced high to keep out the deer and other wildlife. There were fruit trees, too. Apples and pears, mostly. The gravel driveway opened up into a concrete parking pad on the left, then wound deeper into the property toward another house, newer than the first, this one perched on a slight hill at the edge of a cliff overlooking the waters of Puget Sound and the shipping lanes 100 feet below.
"This is breathtaking,"
Stella said. A white picket fence ran along the outer edge of the yard. There had to be 4, maybe 5 acres. How can he afford all this? This can't be the right place.
"Park over there."
Stella pointed toward the guest spaces. I pulled up next to a brown Chevy pickup with a lawnmower in the back and switched off the engine. I was out of the car and around to Stella's side to help her before I noticed the man watching us from the back corner of the woodshed, one hand holding a black trash bag and the other on the butt of a gun holstered to his right hip. He was about my height, with brown hair peppered with gray that carried on into his beard. He wore jeans, a blue button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and black boots. There was a hard edge to his face, aged beyond his years. His eyes were sharp, though, fox-like, darting from me to Stella and back again from behind black-framed glasses. His hands were dirty. He didn't move. Not at first. When he finally did approach us, he did so with trepidation, his grip tightening on the trash bag. As he grew closer, his right hand fell from the gun. He tugged the tail of his shirt down over it. He studied us both. His gaze lingered on Stella's gloves. He ducked slightly to get a better look at Dewey Hobson, still in the back seat. Then he turned back to us, his expression flat. "Dad?" The single word fell from my lips, so soft I wasn't sure anyone else had heard it. I'm not sure exactly what I expected. Maybe for this man to drop the bag, rush me, and embrace me in a hug? Tears, perhaps. A rushed explanation of the years gone, broken words covering 2 decades of deceit, secrets, and lies. "My God, son, you're a man. I've missed you, Dad. Every second I've missed you." None of those things happened. "We need to get inside," he said quietly before turning and walking at a brisk pace toward the house on the cliff, hefting the trash bag over his shoulder. Stella and I gave each other a puzzled glance before following after him. He left the front door standing ajar. This first floor of the house had an open floor plan. The front door led to a foyer and a wide hallway with a staircase on the left and tall storage cabinets on the right. The hallway opened up to a dining area on the left and a chef's kitchen on the right. Beyond the kitchen was a sunken living room with a large stone fireplace and 2 leather sofas with a matching chair and ottoman. A wall of windows overlooking a large patio and the deep blue waters of Puget Sound far below filled the back of the house. Several small boats dotted the surface. Further out, a cruise ship floated northbound for Alaska. I had to help Stella. She was horribly weak. Her arm was draped over my shoulder and she leaned into me, her breathing labored, shivering in short stutters. Over the past day, her strength came and went with little warning. At the ferry terminal, less than an hour ago, she'd been alert, her energy up. She seemed strong. Even as we approached the house, I saw hints of the girl I remembered throughout the years. I began to realize she made a conscious effort for that girl to appear. to lift from the thickening fog of her illness. And each appearance came with a price, a toll, a drain that shortened the next. Stella was fading. This was different from the car 2 days earlier, the lake. Something worse. Neither of us wanted to admit to that, but it was there nonetheless. I am to die soon, my dearest Pip. You know that, right? Through the thick material of her clothing, I felt the heat of her body and knew she was feverish again. I got her inside the house and over to one of the leather sofas where I gently set her down, her head resting on a soft leather pillow. She smiled up at me, silently mouthing the words, "My Pip." Hobson entered the house behind me, having left the car without any coaxing. He stepped into the foyer and closed the front door behind him, then stood there, still and silent again. Stuck, as Stella said. My father stood at the dining room table. He'd torn open the black garbage bag, dumped the contents, and was sifting through what looked like bundles of bound pages, folders, videotapes, and journals. I went over to him. He didn't look at me. "Dad?" The only word I had said to him in 20 years, now said twice. Ignored twice as he continued to rifle through the material. Charter was printed on most of it, either as a logo on many of the documents, handwritten at the top of others, or stamped onto the folders. This was accompanied by confidential, or eyes only, or internal use only. There was a bundle of photographs, too. I picked it up, tugged off the rubber band, and flipped through them. About a dozen in all. I recognized the faces from the yearbook: Perla Bayham, Cammie Brotherton, Jacqueline Breese, Keith Pickford, Jeffrey Dalton, Dewey Hobson, Garrett Dotts, Penelope Maudlin, Richard Nettleton, Emma Tackett. Pictures of my parents were absent from the stack, but I had no doubt they were once there. There was a thick folder on Elfrida Leach, an ancient photograph of my former neighbor and my parents' guidance counselor clipped to the outer flap. I opened the folder and found dozens of pay stubs, sizable checks payable to Leach from Charter. The earliest dated February 4, 1974, and the latest stamped August of 1980. There were memos and handwritten notes, both mentioning the same names, those same Penn State students. I found a folder with my name and picture on it. One for Stella, too. The photos were old, both of us no more than 3 or 4. Inside my folder were dozens of other pictures and at least 100 pages of loose paper, some typed, others handwritten. One of the oldest on top was dated only 4 months after I was born. A handwritten note said, 16 pounds, 4 ounces, rolling from front to back, unowned, teething, conscious of environment, no outwardly signs, nothing abnormal presenting. Charter Observation Team 102. I showed it to my father. "What the hell is all this?" He glanced down at the note. He was still reading it when we both heard a loud rumble from the driveway. Through the large window in the foyer, next to the front door, I saw a black Pontiac GTO slide to a halt in the driveway. My father dropped the note, drew his gun, and started for the front door. Jeffrey Dalton, the man who I had only seen in photographs, had the driver's side door open and was climbing out the car, drawing his own gun before my father even got the front door open. He charged us. Not at a run, but a fast, determined walk, raising his own gun as he went. I don't know who fired first. A bullet struck the doorframe less than an inch from my head, sending splintered wood off in all directions. I dropped down back inside the house. I heard the report of my father's gun. 3, maybe 4 shots in quick succession. Between those reports were shots fired from outside, from the man racing toward us. 4 shots, half a dozen. More. My father's body jerked, and the back of his shirt exploded in 2 spots, one up near his left shoulder, the other in his gut. The bullets tore through him and embedded in the wall behind the staircase. He shuffled backward, then collapsed onto the tile floor of the foyer, a puddle of blood spreading out under him. I was screaming, not even sure when I started, but I was shrieking. I scrambled over to him on my hands and knees and pressed my palms down on the 2 wounds. Blood pooled out from between my fingers, soaking his shirt. His body spasmed, and he looked up at me with eyes filled with fright. When he coughed, red spittle filled the air. Dalton stepped into the foyer and kicked the gun away from my father's hand. "You shot my dad, you fucking animal!" He peered into the house, sweeping his gun from left to right. "That's not your dad." The man on the floor coughed again, this one weaker than the last. My mind raced, trying to comprehend what he said, what had just happened. Stella. At that moment, I didn't care who this man was. He was dying, I was certain of that, and nothing could be done to stop it. I didn't know how much time I had. I got to my feet, grabbed the dying man under the arms, and started pulling him toward the living room. "Help me!" Dalton turned, his gun still out, sweeping the yard. "Help me, you fucking prick!" Dalton holstered his gun and grabbed the man's legs. Together we carried him into the living room toward the couch where Stella slept. We set him down on the floor beside her and crouched beside them. He'd stopped coughing, but was still breathing. "Stella, get up!" I shouted her name, but she didn't respond. Breathing, but out cold. Using the tail of my shirt to protect my fingers, I peeled off the glove on her right hand and tossed it aside. I guided her hand to the man's neck. Stella woke, groggily realized what I was doing, and tried to pull away. "He's dying, Stella. He's going to die. We don't have much time. You need to—" Her grip shot back out and tightened on the man's neck, pinched at his skin. The flesh beneath her fingers turned black, a darkness spreading from her touch at his neck to his face and chest. I saw it again at the exposed skin of his arms. "Get back, Jack," she said softly. "Please, stay back." I couldn't move, though. My limbs were frozen. Through black, shriveled lips, the man gasped, a ragged mess of breath, then went still. Stella held him for at least another minute, her fingers pulsing as the last bit of life left him for her, and she finally let go, her arm dangling limply over the side of the sofa. "Not working," she said softly, before drifting back off to a restless sleep. "Not enough." My heart sank. 6. Fogel glanced impatiently at her watch. 2 minutes to 9. She'd been sitting here for nearly an hour. She groaned as Der Hohle Rache from Mozart's The Magic Flute looped for the umpteenth time. She yawned, stood, and stretched her legs before returning to the reception desk. The woman with the long blonde hair and green eyes looked up at her and smiled. "May I help you?" "I've been waiting an hour." The woman cocked her head. "Waiting for who? Do you have an appointment?" Fogel frowned. "You said someone would be out to talk to me. That was an hour ago." "I did?" Fogel pulled out her badge again. "I'm with Homicide. You said you'd find someone for me." The woman's mouth fell open. "Homicide? Has there been a murder?" The blood rushed to Fogel's face as she tried to keep her temper in check. "Get your supervisor on the phone right now." The woman smiled and picked up her phone. "Do you have an appointment?" Fogel leaned in closer. "Get your boss on the phone right now." The receptionist huffed in a breath and dialed a number. Fogel heard the click as someone picked up.
There is a rather rude woman at reception claiming to be a police officer of some sort, and she's demanding to speak to my supervisor. Should I instruct security to escort her off the premises?"
Fogel wanted to snatch up the receiver and beat the little blondie over the head with it. The receptionist glanced at a door toward the back of the room. A security keypad of some sort was embedded in the wall to the right.
"Are you sure? She really is quite rude. A horrid dresser, too."
Fogel's brow furrowed as she involuntarily looked down at her brown leather jacket, gray sweater, and jeans. The receptionist hung up the phone.
"Someone will be with you shortly. Please take a seat. Help yourself to coffee or pastries. The baklava is simply delightful."
She smiled, revealing perfectly white teeth.
"You got 1 minute to get someone out here. I'm blowing a hole through that door back there and letting myself in."
The receptionist glanced down at her nails, then smiled up at Fogel.
"May I help you?"
7. What does she mean, not enough? What's happening to her? With my hand still wrapped in the tail of my shirt, I carefully placed Stella's arm across her chest. I felt utterly defeated. "You're Jeffrey Dalton." I forced myself to draw in a breath, long and deep. I couldn't look at him. "Preacher." "Nobody calls me Dalton." He was staring at the dead man between us. "If this isn't my father, who is he?" I heard a woman scream then. Loud. Outside. "Shit, that's Cammy," Preacher said, scrambling to his feet. "Cammy Brotherton is here?" "I picked her and her daughter up in California," he shouted back at me, racing for the door, his gun out again. I quickly glanced around before chasing after him. Dewey Hobson was no longer in the house. "Dewey, no!" I shouted, barreling out the front door. He didn't hear me. His fist pistoned through the passenger window of the GTO, shattering the glass. He grabbed the woman sitting there by the collar of her denim jacket and pulled her toward him, blood running from his split knuckles. Preacher got to him first. Hobson had the woman I could only assume was Cammy Brotherton halfway out the window when Preacher slammed into him with the force of a truck, sending both men to the pavement. Hobson's head cracked against the concrete. This should have knocked him out, but only dazed him for a moment. He slammed the palms of his hand into Preacher's ears, then brought his knee up into Preacher's groin. The angle was all wrong, and the blow glanced off, catching Preacher in the thigh instead. Hobson twisted, somehow managed to plant both his feet on the ground and pushed up. Preacher had been about to deliver a punch, but the movement threw off his balance. Hobson used the momentum to roll, taking Preacher with him, somehow ending up on top. Hobson's hands were around Preacher's neck in an instant, squeezing the life from him. I grabbed Hobson around the waist and tried to pull him back, but he wouldn't release his grip. His arms were like lead. In the middle of all this, Cammy had scrambled out of the car with a pump-action shotgun. She chambered a shell and pointed the barrel at Hobson's head. Hobson's head swiveled, following the sound. When he saw Cammy holding the shotgun, he released his grip on Preacher's neck, shrugged me off, and lunged at her. If I hadn't grabbed his leg, he surely would have reached her, but instead he lost his balance and cracked into the concrete. "What am I doing here, Preacher?" Cammy took 2 steps back, the barrel again pointing at Hobson's head. "Shoot him!" Preacher tried to shout this out, but the words came in a gravelly whisper, his throat still fighting for air. I pulled Hobson back, grabbed his other leg. "He doesn't understand! David did something to him!" I had no idea if Cammy knew David Pickford, but she did know Dewey Hobson, and I think that was the only thing that prevented her from pulling the trigger. She spun the shotgun around and brought the butt of the stock down hard on the side of the man's head. 2 hits, fast and hard. He collapsed, unconscious. Preacher sat up, out of breath and beat. He rubbed at his sore neck. "Get him inside. We gotta tie him up." From the back seat of the GTO, a little girl poked her head up. All long blonde hair and blue eyes. 8. Fogel shook her head and stomped across the large white room to the door at the back. She found it to be locked. She beat on it with the back of her fist. "Open this door immediately!" Back at the reception desk, the blonde was on her phone again, crouched over the desk, half standing, speaking to someone. Fogel began keying random numbers into the security pad. A red LED came on, and the panel buzzed. She beat on the door until the LED turned off, then entered more numbers. When the panel buzzed for the 4th time, she cursed under her breath and went back to the reception desk. The blonde woman looked up at her and smiled. "May I help you?" "I don't know what bullshit kind of game you're playing, but you're interfering with an ongoing homicide investigation and you're dangerously close to getting arrested for obstruction of justice." The receptionist cocked her head to the side and frowned. "Did someone die?" Fogel had enough. She rounded the desk and pulled her handcuffs out from her back pocket. "Stand up and turn around. You're under arrest." On the opposite end of the large white room, the door opened, and a man in his mid-50s, dressed in a stark white 3-piece suit, stepped into the waiting room. "Detective? Please come with me." 9. I found rope in the garage. I also found a white Chevy Suburban. When I told Preacher about the SUV, he glanced back at the dead man on the floor next to Stella's sleeping body. Cammy followed his gaze from the man on the floor to the sofa, the shotgun still trained on Hobson. "That her?"
Yep. And her boyfriend here is Jack Thatch.
Eddie and Katie's kid?
Yeah.
I'll be damned. I finished the last knot on Hobson's ankles and stood, the frustration building. Where the hell is my father? The little girl had followed all of us into the house, but hadn't said a word. She was behind her mother, her arms wrapped around her leg. She shrunk back when I spoke. I didn't care. "If the two of you know what's going on, you need to tell me." Preacher raised both palms.
"What happened when you got here?"
I told them. For the next 30 minutes, I explained everything that had happened since finding Stella in the club in Fallon. I even told them about Leo Signorelli and the man I killed at the hotel. I didn't leave anything out. I didn't care anymore. Dalton said they spoke to my father less than 3 hours ago. "So he's here?" "He was," Cammy said. "The man on the floor killed him. That's why he's here." "We need to search the property. He could be hurt somewhere, dying," I said. Preacher and Cammy exchanged a look, and I knew exactly what they were thinking. These people had no desire to hurt my father. They only wanted him dead. I shook my head and started for the door. "I'm looking."
"We all look," Preacher said. "It will be faster. Cammy, you take this house. I'll check the guest house. Jack, you get the outbuildings."
I found my father tied up in the back of the woodshed. Not dead. Not yet. 10. Fogel followed the man in the white 3-piece suit through the door into a long hallway. White walls, white ceiling, white marble floor. Everything was so white, was damn near blinding. They passed 3 doors, all closed, all white, before the man ushered her into the only open door on the left side. "Please take a seat. Would you like a cup of coffee or perhaps something to eat?" the man said, closing the door behind them. The office was also white. Ceiling, walls, no windows. The only color came from a framed photograph on the desk. A young man wearing a blue graduation gown pointing at a diploma. The man in white smiled when he noticed her looking at the picture. That's my boy, William. He graduated from Penn State last month, and I'm proud to say he'll be joining us here as part of the charter family next week. Graduated top of his class. Quite an overachiever, that one. He pointed at one of the 2 empty chairs in front of the white desk. Please sit. Rounding the desk, he lowered himself into a plush white leather chair. I'm Robert Trudeau. How can I help you? Something seemed off about the man's eyes. He made eye contact, but rather than look at her, he seemed to look through her, as if focused on some distant object in the room behind her. Fogel turned and looked at the wall. There was a white credenza with another of those white paintings hanging above. Nothing else. She turned back. Mr. Trudeau, what exactly do you do here? Robert, please. Robert. Yes? What exactly do you do here? She repeated. Pharmaceutical research. Can you be more specific? No. Why not? He waved a hand through the air. We have a number of government-related contracts. I'm afraid you don't have the proper clearance to discuss what we do here. How do you know? Trudeau smiled. I know. A white MacBook sat on his desk. He glanced at the screen, clicked a few keys, then returned his attention to her. The smile on his face appeared fixed, as if painted on. Ms. Toomey said you were here to investigate a murder. Can you elaborate on that? Multiple homicides, actually. The man leaned forward. Really? Who died? I'm afraid you don't have the proper clearances to discuss who died, Fogel said. Pity. I do like a good mystery. A muted trill rang out from somewhere behind the desk. Trudeau's smile faded, and for a moment he appeared puzzled. He pulled open the drawer on his top left and took out a Nokia cell phone, not unlike the one Stack had gotten her. Please excuse me, I need to take this. He pressed a button on the keypad and raised the phone to his ear. Fogel strained to hear whoever was speaking, but couldn't make out the words. Trudeau nodded several times, said, That is excellent news, and disconnected the call. He set down the Nokia and picked up the receiver on his desk phone. He held up a finger. I'm sorry, this will only take me a minute. Trudeau dialed a number. While the line rang, he picked up a white ballpoint pen and twirled it between his fingers, the smile still plastered on his face. When someone picked up on the other side, Trudeau didn't identify himself or offer a greeting. He simply said, We have confirmation. Both the boy and the Nettleton girl are on Whidbey. The remaining adults, too. Trudeau twirled the pen faster as he listened, weaving it in and out of his fingers. Of course, he said. Perhaps after I wrap up this meeting. Fogel wondered what color ink was in the pen. Any color seemed blasphemous here. She couldn't tell if the voice on the other end of the call was male or female. A police detective. Homicide, no less, Trudeau said, the pen picking up speed. I completely understand. You truly are a beautiful man. Trudeau hung up the phone, placed the tip of the ballpoint pen in his ear, and slammed the palm of his hand against the back with enough force to send the pen down his ear canal, through his inner ear, and past the vestibular nerve into his brain. He slumped over in his chair, the smile never leaving his face. 11. My father had been horribly beaten. Both his eyes were puffy and blackening, the left swollen shut completely. He had a nasty cut on his forehead. His head lolled to the side, swiveling loosely on his neck. His hands and feet were both tied with heavy-duty orange extension cords. I shouted for Preacher. I pulled the gag from my father's mouth, a dirty rag smelling of oil. Nearly unconscious, he didn't realize I was standing there. When he did see me, he might have thought I was some kind of hallucination, because he just coughed, his one good eye closed, and he started to drift off. A second later, that good eye snapped open, glared at me. "Jack? You're gonna be okay." I stuck my head out the open door. "Preacher! Cammy! In here!" That's when the phone in the corner of the shed began to ring. 12. Detective Joy Fogel had seen a lot during her time with Pittsburgh PD, but she'd never seen someone take their own life. At some point, she gripped the edge of her chair and her fingers held onto the metal frame like vice grips, her muscles tense and squeezing with all the force they could muster. She wanted to scream, but the only sound to leave her lips was a single gasp. Robert Trudeau's blank stare remained on her. Fogel didn't move. Time passed. If someone were to ask her, she wouldn't be able to tell them if 10 seconds had gone by or 10 minutes. Fogel didn't move. When she finally did move, it was because one of the last things Trudeau said, a sentence that caused her heart to thud when she heard him utter the words. "We have confirmation. Both the boy and the Nettleton girl are in Whidbey, the remaining adults too." Fogel rose from her chair and rounded the desk. The Nokia sat beside Trudeau's lifeless hand. Fogel picked up the cell phone, scrolled to the last incoming number, and called it back. Someone picked up on the third ring. "Hello?" "Who is this?" Fogel asked. "Who is this?" "Detective Fogel with Pittsburgh PD Homicide. Identify yourself." A male voice, a familiar voice. "Fogel? How did you get this number?" "Who is this?" Then she knew. She recognized the voice. "Jack? I don't understand. I don't either." "Where are you? How did you find me?" "Charter Pharmaceuticals. I hit redial on his phone and it called you. Holy shit, he's dead." "Slow down, detective. Who's dead?" "The man in the white suit." Jack went silent for a second. "Detective, are you okay? You sound like you're in shock." "He killed himself." "Who?" I don't know where you are, Jack, but you need to leave. He said they're coming for you, you and the Nettleton girl and the adults. Holy Christ, he killed himself. Somebody there, where you are, called here, called this charter place. He said they're coming for you. Where are... Fogel wasn't one to cry. She couldn't remember the last time she shed a tear, but the floodworks opened up then, and her vision went cloudy with it. Sobs poured from her throat. The emotional buildup of what just happened erupted from her in an explosion. The Nokia beeped. Low battery alert. The call dropped. 13. Preacher came through the door as I hung up the receiver. His face turned red. "Who'd you call?" "I didn't call anyone, did you?" He crossed the shed, went to the phone, and tore it off the wall. "Who were you talking to?" I shook my head and knelt back down to my father. "We don't have time for this. They're coming. Help me untie him." He wanted to argue with me. I could see it in his eyes, but he didn't. Instead, we worked the knots. Preacher's gun dangled from a shoulder holster. I had no way to protect myself if he decided to draw it. I gently gripped the sides of my father's face and turned his head toward me. "Can you stand?" My father nodded weakly, a firmer grip on consciousness now. We helped him to his feet. He cleared his throat and spit blood into the corner of the shed. I put his arm over my shoulder and helped him to his feet. "Let's get you back to the house." Inside, we found Cammy rifling through kitchen cabinets. Half the drawers were open, too. Her daughter, Darby, I learned, sat on a stool in front of the kitchen island, watching her mother. Cammy looked up from under the sink when we came through the door. "Holy shit, he's still alive?" She rushed over to us. "My God, Eddie! What did they do to you? Sit him down. I found a first aid kit." We helped my father to the living room and sat him down in one of the leather chairs. The dead man was gone. So was Stella. "Where's Stella?" Cammy knelt at the chair, opened the plastic box, found some cotton balls and antiseptic, and went to work on my father's face. "I helped her to one of the bedrooms." I frowned. "You didn't touch her?" "No. I wore a pair of those." She pointed to our box of latex gloves on the counter. "I found them in your car." "You went through our stuff?" "You stole them from my house," she countered. "Stella told me to wear them, told me where they were." My father sucked a breath in between pursed lips. He pressed a hand against his abdomen.
"I think he broke a few of my ribs."
Cammy shook her head. "Christ, we need to take his shirt off. That fucking bastard did a number on him." Preacher hovered over us.
"I caught him on the phone, Cammy."
"You didn't catch me doing anything." "I heard it ring," Cammy said. She turned and glared at me. "You answered? Are you fucking crazy?"
"You heard the phone ring all the way in here? I was out in the woodshed."
She went back to my father's face. He winced as she dabbed at the cut above his left eye. "There are extensions all over the house, every room. They all rang. Was it him? That kid David?" "No." Preacher clucked his tongue.
"We need to tie him up, like Hobson. If it was Pickford, he wouldn't tell us. He may not even remember. This is a shit show."
I stood and got in his face. "You're not tying anyone up." Preacher laughed.
"You're stopping me? Now I'm gonna do it just to see what kind of moves you've got."
"Both of you, put the testosterone away," Cammy said, working the last button on my father's shirt. She peeled the material back. His entire midsection was black and blue. Higher up on the left, the skin was red and angry. "Oh, man. Definitely a few broken ribs." She snapped her fingers toward the first aid kit. "Somebody hand me that roll of gauze." I handed it to her, and she looked back at my father. "Eddie, I'm going to wrap your ribs, but I'm going to keep it loose. I don't want to restrict your breathing. If I go too tight, it might feel better, but that increases the chances of one of those bone fragments puncturing one of your lungs." She gently pressed on his midsection, her fingers walking over the dark skin, making note of my father's reactions. "Looks like we've got 2 broken on the upper left and 1 down low on the right. I need you to lean forward a bit." My father did, and his one good eye pinched shut with the movement. To me, Cammy said, "Who was on the phone?" I thought about what Fogel said. Somebody in this house called that place first. That someone told them where we were. I had been alone with my father. I had no idea where Preacher had been when the call went out. Cammy was here in the house. Stella was in the house. Hobson was in the house. I glanced over at him. He was on the floor in the foyer, still tied up, awake but making no attempt to escape his bindings. It was a police detective back in Pittsburgh. Cammy stopped rapping. "What?" "She's at that charter place. I've no idea how she got there. She said a call came in from this number. The person who called told the person on her end where we were. She said they're coming." "Somebody called from here? Who?" I glared at her. "You tell me." "Wasn't me," Cammy said. "I've been in here."
"You said there are phone extensions everywhere."
Preacher paced the floor.
"Does it even matter? The guy who did this to Eddie was already here. They found him before any phone call."
"I handled him," my father said softly, each word painful.
"Yeah," Preacher said. "You handled him. Had things totally under control. He's just some kind of scout,
my father said.
He found me digging in the garden, caught me by surprise, sucker punched me, then kept going. Hitting, kicking. I didn't get a shot in. Tied me up in the woodshed. Then Jack got here. He didn't have a chance to call anyone.
He had enough time to hide his Suburban in the garage, I pointed out.
Maybe I passed out for a minute. I don't know.
Cammy finished wrapping his chest and helped him back into a fresh shirt I'd found in the laundry room off the kitchen.
Whoever called, doesn't matter. They know we're here now. We need to go. Now. Even if they have people in the area, it'll take them a little while to scramble and get someone out here.
That's when the phone rang again.
Nobody touch that,
Preacher said. The shrill ring of half a dozen phones filled the house. 1 ring. 2 rings. 3 rings.
We need to answer,
my father said.
I've got people watching both ends of the island. It might be one of them.
Or it might be the Pickford kid, Cammy countered. It could be Detective Fogel calling back, I said. Maybe she can help us. She might know something else. 4 rings. 5. Preacher rubbed at the bristle on his chin, then nodded at my father.
Whoever it is, they'll expect you. You answer.
His hand dropped to the butt of his gun.
If it's the Pickford kid.
My father understood. If it was David Pickford, if Pickford instructed him to do something, to somehow harm the rest of us, Preacher would put an end to it using whatever force was necessary. 7 rings. I helped my father stand, and he hobbled over to the telephone extension in the kitchen. When he lifted the receiver off the wall, he held it a few inches from his ear, as if that little distance would protect him from Pickford's words.
BH Bed and Breakfast, how can I help you?
The voice on the other end was male and loud enough for all of us to hear through the tiny speaker. I just took reservations for 12 here on the north end. They're driving down from the pass in 4, scratch that, 6 vans, ETA approximately 1 hour. A click then, as he hung up. My father replaced the handset.
That was Lloyd. He's got a little place just this side of Deception Pass. He would have spotted them crossing the bridge. Barring some kind of delay or road hazard, the pass is 58 minutes away.
Preacher wasn't about to wait. He scooped Darby up off the floor and grabbed Cammy by the hand and headed for the door.
We're taking the ferry out. We can be there in half the time. You're welcome to follow if you want. We can regroup on the mainland. We get separated, meet in 1 week at the Crater Lake Welcome Center in Oregon.
That's a bad idea, my father said. The next ferry's at noon. I'd be willing to bet they're on it. If they're not on that ferry, you can be sure they'll be on the mainland waiting to board the next one, probably watching every car leaving Whidbey. You don't exactly blend in with that Pontiac. We get to the mainland, we've got a shot at outrunning them, Cammy said. Or we can take one of the other cars and try to slip past them. We can't wait for them to get here.
Why not? This place is defendable. Why do you think I'm here?
He motioned out toward the water.
We've got a sheer cliff behind us, with only 1 set of stairs to get up and down, and nearly 4 acres of open space in the front between the main house and the only road in or out. They can't get close to us. We won't let them.
My father crossed over to the kitchen and opened 3 of the upper cabinet doors. Rather than plates, glasses, pots, or pans, we found ourselves staring at an arsenal. Dozens of weapons, freshly oiled, gleaming. Handguns, rifles, shotguns. Several appeared to be military grade. M16s or AK-47s, I had no idea.
I stopped running 20 years ago. I'm not starting again today. We need to end this.
Cammy looked defeated. They want us all dead, Eddie. They may want us out of the way, but we've got 3 of the children here with us. They won't do anything to risk their lives. They want them alive. Why? I broke in. The room went silent. They all turned to me. Why do they want you dead but not us? Why are they chasing us in the first place? My father appeared puzzled by this, as if he expected me to already know. He glanced at Preacher and Cammy, but neither said anything. He turned back to me, truly surprised. You don't know? Your aunt didn't tell you? The guidance counselor, Elfrida Leach, she didn't give you my letters? I've been writing you for years. I've never gotten a letter from you. All she gave me was this. I took out the letter Stella's father had written and handed it to him. He looked over it, then handed it to Cammy. Your aunt must have told her not to say anything. Fucking Joe. Always insisting you live out a normal life. She never grasped. His voice trailed off as he thought about this. He went over to the dining room table and started sifting through the various documents and folders. We don't have time for this, Preacher said. We're making time, my father told him. He found what he was looking for and handed it to me. An old flyer, the kind with tearaway phone numbers printed at the bottom. About half were missing. The headline read, Earn $1,000. Charter Pharmaceuticals needs volunteers for the final stage, stage 4, of testing for their new vaccination protocol. 1 shot to you means your future children will not need to receive any vaccinations. Call for additional information. They told all of us that as long as both parents received the shot, you'd be protected from dozens of ailments. Everything from polio to diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, even chickenpox, smallpox, and measles. Your mother and I were already dating. We had talked about kids, and frankly, we needed the money. We went. We all went. Back then, students were making money hand over fist participating in trials like this. Some were scary, LSD and hallucinogenics. This was the 70s. We were all doing that stuff anyway. Why not get paid? The government always had the best LSD, Cammy muttered. I should have stuck with that instead of getting wrapped up in this bullshit. $1,000 was nearly twice what the other studies paid. And who wants their future kid to be subjected to dozens of vaccinations? Seemed like a no-brainer at the time. My father said, after the shot, we had to report back for regular blood tests and monitoring. The 8th of every month. Nothing crazy, and they paid us for that too. There were no side effects, not for any of us. Not at first, anyway. But then your mother got pregnant. Don't get me wrong, like I said, we talked about having kids. But the plan was to finish college, get married, get jobs, establish ourselves, then have children when we were ready. Your mother and I were careful, but somehow she got pregnant anyway. Same with Richard Nettleton and Emma, Keith Pickford and Jacqueline Brees. All of us got pregnant around the same time. We half-heartedly joked the shot boosted our hormones. Richard and Emma dropped out of school and broke ties with Charter. The rest of us continued to go into our scheduled appointments. When you and David were born, they paid us all even more to monitor you. Routine blood work, vitals, the same thing they were doing for us. Everything seemed okay, seemed normal. Then I started to hear from the Nettletons. What happened every time their daughter, Stella, touched something that was alive. They didn't know what to do. They went into hiding, off the grid. Keep in mind, this was the late 70s, early 80s. Much easier back then than it is today. Richard was convinced whatever was happening to his daughter was related to that shot, whatever Charter had given us. I thought he was crazy. We all did. But your mother and I watched you close anyway. I kept in touch with Keith and Jackie. They watched David, too. You both seemed okay. Richard got paranoid, said people were chasing him, these people dressed in white, just like the people from Charter. I began to wonder if maybe the shot had just triggered some kind of mental breakdown in him, like an allergic reaction. That kind of thing happened, too. Safety protocols were so lax. He paused for a second, dusting off the information in his head. Keith Pickford and Jackie stopped showing up at their appointments in mid-'78. Your mom and I didn't really get all the facts until about a year later. But it was bad. Keith lost it. He threw a pot of boiling oil at his little boy's face. Burned him horribly. Then he stabbed Jackie to death before turning the knife on himself. Neighbors found David on the kitchen floor, screaming at the top of his lungs in terrible pain. Both parents dead, blood everywhere. David was talking back then, but not much. Only 2 years old. He couldn't really tell anyone what happened, and they didn't press him. I thought about the shot. If that shot somehow drove Rich Nettleton crazy, maybe it had done the same with Keith. I heard David went to live with relatives. That's what the staff at Charter told us, and we had no reason to question them, not at that point. Rich and Emma Nettleton, Stella's parents, that's about the time they came back to Pittsburgh. They were both dead less than a week later, murdered in some kind of home invasion. Stella was gone. I heard about the bodies they found there, grown men who looked like they'd been burnt, and I realized that Stella might have actually done it. What Richard had been raving about, what she could do, might actually be true. In May of '79, we heard about Perla Bayham, how she drowned in her bathtub. I barely knew her, only from her participation with the Charter study. It sounded like an accident. They said she fell asleep. It happened, but again I thought about the shot. Was it really an accident? When your mother and I heard Garrett Dotz hung himself in 1980, we again thought about the shot. We decided to stop going to Charter follow-up appointments. We stopped taking you. That's when we noticed them watching us. People in white. White vehicles parked outside our apartment all the time. When we started looking for them, we realized they were everywhere, just like Richard said. I went to one last appointment. Only me. I didn't bring you or your mother, and while I was in that room, I stole everything you see here. Your mother was home packing our lives into our SUV we planned to run. But they caught up with you, I said softly. I figured you'd remember. Something that traumatic gets etched into your brain. It never leaves. I had to think fast. I still didn't really know what we were up against. I left you with Joe, hoping they'd chase after me. And they did. But I eventually lost them. Elfrida Leach, our guidance counselor, she had first told us about the study. Said it was an easy way to make money. At the time, she had no idea what we were all getting into, but once that became clear, she helped me broker a deal. They leave you alone, and I don't go public. I'd drop off the edge of the earth. You would stay with your Auntie Jo, and she would watch you for them, report back. Unlike Stella and David, you hadn't shown any kind of special ability, nothing useful to them. They had no need for you, so they let you be. I said, they kept Stella in that house and locked David up. My father whistled. Those two were a completely different story. They locked David down tight once they figured out what he could do. He was the perfect little killing machine. At that point, the rest of the people involved in the study, Penelope Maudlin, Lester Wolford, Dewey Hobson, Cammy, Dalton over there, everyone ran, scattered. We think they used David to pick us off, one by one. That's probably how they got Perla to drown herself and Garrett Dotz to hang himself. Not accidents or suicides at all, but suggestions by David, which they had no choice but to carry out, his ability in full use. He was young, probably didn't understand what he was doing. Not in the beginning, anyway. But I think he grew to like it. Charter had what they wanted. They didn't need us adults anymore to create more children for them. We became liabilities. My eyes drifted across the room to Darby, still clutching her mother's leg. Cammy said, "They don't know about her. I was off their radar when she was born, and I plan to keep it that way." "Can she do something?" I asked. "Can you?" Cammy retorted. I was about to ask her who Darby's father was when I spotted the worry in Preacher's eyes. The answer was painfully obvious. My father looked up at the clock on the wall in the kitchen. "We've got 40 minutes. Do we stay and fight or keep running?" "We leave here, where do we go?" Cammy said. I thought of Stella in the other room. She'd wither away and die if I didn't find a way to help her soon. She'd die in that bed while the rest of us died out here, perched in windows and doors in some desperate last stand. Worse, if what my father said was true, they'd kill him, Hobson, Cammy, and Dalton, then drag Stella, me, and Cammy's daughter away somewhere. Lock us up like they did with David. Staying here, all the guns, that did nothing but buy us a little time. "We'll get slaughtered if we stay here," I said softly. "I need to use your phone," I said. "I've got an idea." "No calls," Preacher said. My father nodded at the extension hanging on the wall in the kitchen. "Go ahead." Preacher grumbled, but did nothing to stop me as I crossed the room, picked up the line, and dialed. When I hung up 5 minutes later, my father glanced back at the clock, then forced his beaten body to stand. "They're coming from the pass and the ferry. I've got another way off this island, but you all need to trust me." Cammy and Preacher started to gather the weapons on the counter. My father said, "Cabinet above the refrigerator. There's a leather duffel bag up there. Grab it. We take the documents, nothing else. They're our only real leverage." "We need the guns," Preacher insisted. My father shook his head. "Too much weight." 14. "Pull your shit together, Fogel," she muttered, surprised by the sound of her own voice. She wiped the tears from her eyes with the palms of her hands, then wiped the snot from her nose on the sleeve of her jacket. Fogel stood up straight. She sucked in a deep breath through her nose and let it out through her mouth. Her eyes landed on the display of Trudeau's MacBook, open on his desk. White text superimposed at the top left corner stated the current date and time, seconds ticking off. The bottom right simply said, "Charter Observation Team 309, Subject D, Level 2, Sub 3. The image was blank. Trudeau stared forward, the butt of the pen sticking out of his ear with surprisingly little blood. Several drops found their way to the white jacket of his suit. Fogel turned back to the Mac, pulled it closer. Trudeau had several programs open: spreadsheets, a web browser, email. She brought up his emails first and scrolled through his inbox. 6,324 unread messages. Fogel was a stickler for a clean inbox, virtual or otherwise, and so many messages, so much clutter made her twitchy. Breyer never deleted his messages after reading them. His inbox had always been like this. Not really like this. Trudeau's messages were all bold, unread, as if he didn't check his email. Fogel scrolled back through the messages, scanning the subjects. Lower your mortgage, movie and show times, advertisements for local car dealerships. Spam, all of it. She didn't see a single personal or business-related message from a real person. Fogel clicked over to the sent folder. The last sent message was dated 8/12/1993, nearly 5 years ago. The message was from Trudeau to 6491@charter.com, with a CC to L. Oliver@charter.com. The subject simply said, "We need to talk about Dr. Durgan. Possible problem with D." Fogel clicked back over to the blank video feed. Charter Observation Team 309, Subject D, Level 2, Sub 3. Subject D. Fogel opened Trudeau's web browser. The last page he viewed was for Ticketmaster.com, Patti LaBelle in Philly, 9/20/1993. She returned to his sent emails, nearly 10,000 of them, dating back to the mid-'80s. Fogel tried to remember when she first started using email. Probably around that time, with AOL. You've got mail. She still had nightmares about that voice. Fogel returned to the video feed. Charter Observation Team 309, Subject D, Level 2, Sub 3. Someone could come into this office at any moment. She was pushing her luck. She had a decision to make, and it took her all of 2 seconds to make it. Fogel closed the top on the MacBook, unplugged the cable, and tucked the computer under her arm. Beneath the MacBook, she found a faded yellow Post-it note with the number 392099, written in blocky handwriting. She scooped that up, too. She opened the office door slowly, just enough to peek out into the hallway. Fogel was alone. To her right was the door leading back to the lobby. On the far left end of the hallway was an elevator. She scrambled from Trudeau's office to the elevator and hit the call button. Nothing happened. A keypad, identical to the one in the lobby, was built into the wall beside the elevator controls. Fogel glanced at the Post-it note, keyed 392099 into the pad, then pressed the call button again. This time, the button lit up, and she heard the whir of motors as the car approached. A bell dinged, and the doors slid open with a squeak. Inside, a couple of the light bulbs were out. She took one last look down the hallway, thought about the shitstorm of trouble she'd find herself in when she eventually got caught snooping around this place, then stepped inside the elevator. Fogel keyed in the code again and pressed the button marked 2-3. The doors squeaked shut. The elevator ascended. Fogel wasn't sure what she expected to find when the doors opened. Maybe a burly security guard, or 3, a wide-eyed lab rat, or research assistant, possibly a janitor. The doors opened on none of those things. The doors opened on another white hallway, the walls covered in the crimson stains of dried blood, and nearly a dozen bodies lying on the floor. Fogel pressed against the back wall of the elevator and froze, long enough for the doors to close. Before they could seal completely, she stepped forward and placed her hand between them, tripping the sensor, causing the doors to reverse. Fogel stepped slowly into the hallway, with Trudeau's MacBook held tightly at her chest like a makeshift shield against whatever happened here. From the state of the bodies, she knew it had happened a long time ago. Several years at least. She thought about the last email Trudeau sent, dated 8/12/1993. The first 2 bodies she encountered, just outside the elevator, appeared to be a man and a woman. Both were dressed entirely in white, the materials stained in various shades of yellow and brown, and the bodies themselves nothing more than dried-out husks, years into decomposition, mummy-like. The nails and hair long, dried lips, folded back in sadistic grins, empty eye sockets watching her. The head of the woman had nearly been severed by a metal clipboard wielded by the man beside her. Her hand was still at his abdomen, where it appeared she stabbed him with a pair of scissors. Across from them, the body of a woman, Fogel could only tell because she wore a white skirt, had a ruler embedded in her eye, both her hands still grasping the opposite end. Not trying to get the ruler out, but twisting it in deep, Fogel's mind whispered. With the other bodies, Fogel found more of the same. As she walked the length of the hallway, the dead were locked into some kind of macabre dance. Dead by their own hand or that of someone nearby. This wasn't a place of business or research or learning. This place was a tomb. The air reeked of it. When she reached 2 doors, the first labeled Subject D, Observation, and the second labeled Subject D, Containment, she found the first to be ajar and the second locked. The code she found in Trudeau's office didn't work. Fogel nudged open the observation door and stepped inside. The bodies of 2 men were slumped over a control panel, both long dead. The one on the left looked like he had chewed through his own wrist. The man on the right had a pen sticking out from his eye socket and a stapler in his right hand. Judging by the remains of his skull, he had bashed his own head in. While this scene was disturbing, it was eclipsed by what Fogel saw on the other side of the large observation window. The body of a woman sat in a chair at the center of what looked like a sterile hotel room. She faced the window with a notepad on her lap. Her mouth was stuffed full of pages from that notepad, the remains of her cheeks bloated like a chipmunk. She held a balled-up sheet of paper in her left hand. Several more were on the floor surrounding her feet. Embroidered in the woman's white lab coat above her right breast was the name Dr. Durgan. Handwritten with a black marker on the opposite side were the words, "Will shrink for food." What the fuck happened here? A clipboard between the 2 men in the observation room held about half an inch worth of pages. The topmost simply said, "Charter Observation Log." Someone wrote 309 beside that, along with the date 8/12/1993. The remainder of the page was blank. Shelves filled with videotapes lined the wall on the left of the room, along with a monitor, blank, and a VCR. Fogel studied the machine for a moment. Powered on, a tape inside. She pressed the rewind button. The whir of tiny motors filled the room as the tape spun back to the beginning. 15. "Stack? Wake up, buddy. It's me." Former Detective Terrence Stack, just Terry now, heard the words, but they sounded as if someone whispered them during a hurricane from the opposite end of a storm drain. "Terry, you gotta wake up. We don't have much time." This time the words came from much closer, damn near on top of him. Stack's eyes fluttered and opened. First he saw nothing more than a white blur, but with each blink things got a little clearer. Muck, tears, and dried who knows what fell away from his heavy lids, and the room slowly came into focus. He tried to reach up and wipe his eyes, but his hands wouldn't move. Neither would his arms. Stack's head was turned to the side, looking down. When his vision cleared, he found himself looking at the top of the card table in his spare bedroom. When he managed to raise his head and look up, he found himself facing Faustino Breyer. His former partner sat in the chair opposite him wearing a gray rumpled suit, white dress shirt, and blue striped tie, an outfit Stack had seen him in probably 24 times.
Breyer?
The word escaped his throat and found its way out past his dry, chapped lips, feeling like sandpaper. Faustino Breyer raised a glass of water and brought it to Stack's lips.
Drink this. You've been out for a while.
Stack drank. He slurped down the water. Breyer took the glass away for a moment.
Not too fast. You want it to stay down.
Stack nodded. Breyer let him drink more. When the glass was empty, Breyer set it back down on the table. A smile edged the corners of his mouth. Stack stared at him, at least a minute, then,
"You're dead."
Breyer only smiled. He leaned back in the chair the way he always liked, the front legs off the ground, balancing precariously on only the back. Stack always told him he'd catch a bad chair one day, one that would break apart under him, and he'd look like a fucking fool when he landed on his ass, but Breyer sat like that anyway.
Am I dead?
Stack couldn't move his legs. They held tight against the base of his chair. Even moving his head was a chore. He felt no pain, though, and that was good. That was real good. Breyer leaned forward in the chair.
I'm not gonna lie, buddy. It was your heart. A couple too many beers, people running around your house, your crazy trip up the steps. You pushed just a little too hard and blew a gasket. You knew it was coming, though, right? Not much of anything holds up after 82 years of constant beating and abuse. Frankly, I'm surprised you got as many miles out of that body as you did. The only thing holding you together was beer, Denny's takeout, and beef jerky. Not much beer, not at the end anyway.
Enough.
When?
When did you die? It's been about a day and a half, Breyer said. Stack looked around the spare bedroom. The walls covered in 20 years' worth of evidence. All the boxes lining the floor, the smudged-up windows and thick dust in the corners.
This is it. No white light. No pearly gates. And my old partner as an escort. Is that why you're here? To take me to the other side?
Breyer shook his head. I'm here to run the case with you.
Why? You know this case inside and out.
I want to hear it from you one last time. He waved a hand. Old time's sake and all. Stack licked at his lips, still dry. His eyes went to the glass of water on the table. He had drained it a few minutes ago. The glass was full again.
That's a neat trick.
One more? Stack nodded. Breyer lifted the glass and held it to Stack's mouth. When it was gone, he set it back on the table. Better? Stack nodded again.
Where should I start?
Wherever you'd like.
Maybe I should start when you died.
When was that exactly?
You don't remember?
Not really. Stack told him. He explained how Breyer had followed the man in the black GTO back to the house at 62 Milburn, while Fogel tailed the Thatch kid. How someone took him out with a headshot.
Ballistics confirmed a .45 caliber. The shot came from a Sig Sauer P220. They found the gun. Someone tossed it into the bushes, no usable prints.
But you think it was the guy in the GTO? Stack shrugged.
Probably. Although they found tracks for a Chevy behind both your car and the GTO. Possibly a third party. Could have been them too. No way to be sure without more information.
Breyer kicked the lid off one of the boxes sitting beside the table, the one for the Dormont house. He reached inside and took out the letter from Richard Nettleton. This is from the girl's father, right?
Yeah. The Thatch kid had it, remember? You gave me a copy.
Breyer seemed to think about this. Things are a little fuzzy. He dropped the letter back in the box. Tell me about the Thatch kid. Where is he now?
Dunno. Fogel lost him in Nevada. She's trying to pick up the trail again. He's with a girl, though, we know that much.
Where do you think they're heading next?
Can't say.
Stack looked around the room.
Who are those people in the white vans? What did they do after?
After you died? Stack nodded. You killed one of them, you know that, right?
Shot him through the floor.
Breyer's lips went tight. Yeah, right through the floor.
Are they still here?
Breyer said nothing. Stack said,
If I'm dead, and I'm still in the house, can I somehow see them?
What, like a ghost?
Yeah, I guess.
You want to haunt your own house?
I want to see why they came here, what they were after.
Breyer leaned forward on the chair, the legs tipping slightly. This investigation is over for you, Terry.
Fogel's still out there.
Stack muttered. Out where?
Chasing a lead. Someplace called Charter outside Chad's Ford.
Breyer didn't seem surprised by this. Tell me about Charter. Stack tried to reach for the notepad he had left near the door, the one with his notes on Charter, but his arms and legs wouldn't work.
Why can't I move?
Dead people don't move.
You're moving, though.
Stack pointed out.
My head, neck, eyes can move. Only my arms and legs are stuck. Why?
Breyer shrugged. God works in mysterious ways when you're alive, but he pulls out all the stops after death. Shit gets crazy. He leaned back in his chair. How did you learn about Charter? Stack told him about the note Fogel had found in Thatch's hotel room, the connections he made to several past employees.
The white van showed up right after I started making those calls.
He said,
They've got to be from Charter. It's all connected.
Breyer slammed a hand down on the desk. Stack jumped. Breyer grinned. Sorry, buddy, you seem to be losing focus. Needed to bring you back. He glanced around the room. So everything you've learned over the years, all the data on this case, it's all here in this room?
Most of it,
Stack said.
Fogel has the official records at Pittsburgh PD for some. The rest is here.
Breyer thought about this for a moment. Stack frowned.
You don't remember that? You kept the files going after I retired. Kept the investigation going. Fogel has your files.
Things get fuzzy after you die, Breyer said again.
I still remember. Is that because I just died?
Breyer said nothing to this. He leaned back in his chair, then forward again, rocking on the back legs. What do you know about David Pickford?
Who?
David Pickford.
Never heard of him.
Stack replied. He's a beautiful man,
Okay.
The most beautiful man. Stack didn't reply. Briar reached for the glass of water, now full again. Want some more? Although Stack was still thirsty, he shook his head. Briar set the glass back down and fixed his gaze back on Stack. You're sure, outside of the information here, and whatever this Fogel has at Pittsburgh PD, there is nothing else? Nobody else has copies? You haven't told anyone else what you've found over all these years? Stack said no. And that was strange because he didn't want to answer Briar's question at all. The word came out anyway. Briar leaned back in the chair again and rolled his head toward the door. Get in here and take it all, he shouted. Take every last scrap. 3 men came through the door, all in their late 20s, early 30s, wearing long white trench coats like the man Stack had shot on the stairs. 2 of them began carrying out the file boxes, while the third started taking everything down from the walls.
What is this?
Stack muttered, turning back to Briar. Briar was no longer sitting across from him. Instead, he found a young man with dark hair and darker eyes, and the most horrible burn filling the entire left side of his face. It hurt Stack just to look at it. Stack tried to stand again, couldn't move. He looked down and, for the first time, saw the ropes binding him to the chair at his arms, legs, and torso. He tugged at them, but they were tight, didn't give it all. He looked back at the man across from him.
Who the hell are you?
I'm David Pickford.
You are a beautiful man.
Thank you. Stack's eyes fell to the glass on the table. It was dry and filthy, covered in dust. Looked like it had sat empty for days, probably since the last time Fogel was up here. No water at all. The men in white continued to remove everything from the room, nearly half of it gone already. A phone rang. David reached inside his black leather jacket and took out a cell phone. He glanced at the display, then back at Stack. I need to take this. It was a pleasure speaking with you. You're going to fall asleep now. Stack did. David Pickford pressed the phone to his ear, turned from Stack, and faced the corner of the room. What? Latrice Oliver's heavy breaths came over the tinny speaker. He swore he smelled the stank rot coming up her throat over the line. We just missed them on Whidbey. David shook the image of her picking at the stump of an arm out of his head, tried not to think about whatever was happening on the inside of her scarred, half-dead body. He couldn't wait to kill that miserable bitch. I wouldn't have, he said. Well, you're not here, are you? I can't be everywhere. Oliver ignored him. Edward Thatch, Cammy Brotherton, Dalton, Stella, and the boy are all together now. We had people at the ferry terminal, and you came down from Deception Pass. How did they get past you? Edward Thatch kept a seaplane docked at the base of the cliff beside his house. We caught sight of it taking off from Puget Sound when we arrived. A seaplane. How could we not know about a seaplane? Oliver didn't reply. David Pickford leaned against the wall and drummed his fingers on the windowsill. Doesn't really matter, I suppose. We know where they're heading. Oliver drew in another breath. What do you want me to do here, with the house? David shrugged, the answer obvious. Take anything useful and burn the rest. Burn everything. He considered this for a moment and added, Is Dalton's car there, the black GTO? Yes. I want that car. Have someone drive it back. Burn everything else. Okay. Fly back in the charter jet when you're through. I'll need you here. Oliver said, It's almost over. Yeah, almost. 16. My father's house on Whidbey Island sat perched atop a tall cliff overlooking Puget Sound. Shortly after making my phone call, we wrapped Stella in a thick blanket so I could carry her with our various bags wrapped over our shoulders. Preacher carried Hobson, who continued to squirm in his bindings. Cammy and her daughter followed behind us, all eyeing the man nervously, toting their own bags. My father led the way, his beaten body fighting him every step. He took nothing from the house, said he already had a go-bag packed and waiting. We followed him across the backyard toward the cliff, then down a rickety set of wooden steps attached to the cliff face with heavy metal bolts and anchors. At the base of the stairs, built on large concrete pylons sunk into the sands of a small private beach, was what appeared to be a boathouse. I fully expected to find a speedboat of some sort inside, so when my father opened the door, revealing a plane on large floats, I think I was as surprised as everyone else. This is a 208 Cessna Caravan. I bought it a few years ago after receiving my pilot's license, mostly to get back and forth from the mainland faster. But it's got range, and they won't be able to follow us. If I keep low enough, I won't need to file a flight plan. Preacher circled the aircraft, running his hand over the wing.
This is big. We can take the guns.
Like I said at the house, this isn't about space, it's about weight. Every pound we add shaves miles off our travel distance, miles we can't afford to lose. If we stop to refuel, we'll end up in a database. They can use that intel to track us. This is a one-way trip.
To where?
The where turned out to be Devil's Lake, North Dakota. And my father was right. By the time we touched down on the water, we had nothing but fumes in the tank. The flight took us nearly 7 hours. My father had removed the last 2 passenger seats, and I was grateful for that. Preacher and I positioned Stella in the back of the plane on the floor in her blanket so she could rest. She stirred several times during the flight, but only woke once. When I told her where we were, she only nodded and drifted back off to sleep. About an hour into the flight, Preacher tied a makeshift blindfold over Hobson's eyes. Once he was unable to see Cammy, he stopped squirming and returned to the docile state he had been in while driving with Stella and me. To be safe, we kept his hands and feet tied up. My father landed the plane on Devil's Lake with the practiced hand of a veteran, and I considered all the things I didn't know about the man. 20 years of life lived. I imagined learning to fly a plane was only one of many secrets. He maneuvered the plane to the northern edge of the lake and guided it gently to a long dock. Preacher opened the door and grabbed a rope as we sidled up beside it. I jumped out and tossed him a second rope I found coiled up in a plastic storage container fastened to the wooden planks. With my father barking out instructions, together we secured the plane. The dock led to a well-maintained sloping lawn. Beyond that stood 2 buildings, a small log cabin and a large metal shed. My father said he bought the property nearly a decade earlier, but rarely stayed there. He paid a caretaker to maintain the place for him. I'd yet to learn how he afforded such things, and planned to ask him when we finally arrived at our destination, but for now, questions had to wait. I carried Stella this time. Preacher held Darby's sleeping body in his arms, with Cammy beside him, as we followed my father past the cabin to the outbuilding. He entered a code on the security panel at the metal door. There was a loud buzz, and the door swung open. The lights turned on automatically. Inside were 3 Cadillac Escalades, white, with wires trailing out from under the hoods. I keep them gassed up and on trickle chargers. There's cash in the glove boxes for gas. They should get us where we need to go." "Why white?" Preacher said. "They won't be looking for us in white vehicles. They blend," my father said, eerily echoing what Stella told me a lifetime ago. Preacher drove the first SUV with my father, Cammy, and Darby. I drove the second vehicle with Hobson in the passenger seat and Stella asleep and stretched out in the back. Our journey would end where it began, and with each passing mile, I felt Pittsburgh growing near. 17. Reed Migliori stood waiting for us at the mouth of the road leading to Carey Furnace, an AR-15 cradled in his hands. Two other men I didn't recognize leaned against the black SUV parked directly in our path, about 10 feet back. All three perked up as we approached, Reed in particular, his eyes nervously darting over Hobson, then Preacher and Cammy in the SUV idling behind me. He approached my open window with the barrel of his assault rifle pointing at the ground. He had a fresh scar running along his right cheek. "What happened to you?" I asked. He ignored my question and glanced over at Hobson in the passenger seat, tied up and blindfolded.
"What is this, Thatch? Dunk didn't say nothing about kidnapping."
I tied Hobson back up at the last gas stop. "Dunk knows."
"Well, he didn't say nothing to me. I don't like any of this."
Stella groaned from the back seat. Reed leaned in a little closer.
"That her?"
I didn't answer.
"What's wrong with her?"
It was my turn to ignore his question. "Where is he?" Reed took a step back from the SUV and pointed the barrel of his assault rifle back toward the old steel mill.
"Park where we did a few weeks ago, at Blast Furnace number 7. He's inside."
I put the SUV back into gear and followed the overgrown road toward the large metal monstrosity. I parked in nearly the same place we had the last time and shut down the engine. Preacher pulled up beside me and did the same. He stepped out of the SUV and surveyed the buildings, the catwalks, the men slowly pacing back and forth along all of it, their eyes on the surrounding fields. He said softly, "Are you sure about this?" "Nope." A girl, no more than 16 or 17, walked up from the side of the brick building. Like Reed, she carried an AR-15. Unlike Reed, both her arms and half her neck were covered in colorful tattoos of snakes. The mouth of a cobra opened below her chin, ready to strike. She said something into a small Motorola radio before dropping it into the pocket of her green army jacket. "I'm Adela Frick. Follow me." "Where's Dunk?" "In a few minutes. We need to get you settled first." She glanced back at Stella. "Bring her, the others too." Preacher looked at me, uncertain. I could only nod. Adela led us through the brick building, out the other side, and down a long, wide hallway. Rusty water dripped from the ceiling and puddled on the floor. The walls glistened with it. Machinery, long ago abandoned, slept in every corner, left to die years ago. The men and women who worked for Dunk, gang members, runaways, homeless, I didn't really know how to describe them. They watched us silently as we passed. 20, 30, probably more. They were everywhere. The youngest looked no more than 12 or 13, and the oldest I spotted, a man wearing faded coveralls, might have been in his late 50s. We took a set of stairs up to the second level, then followed a catwalk under a sign that simply read, "Barracks." Stella's arm was over my shoulder, and although she wasn't quite awake, she was able to walk on her own. The long walk was still exhausting, though. I was grateful when we entered a large room lined with bunk beds on the outer walls and tables in the middle. She hadn't spoken in over a day. Her breathing was horribly labored, and sweat openly trickled from her pores. I settled her into one of the beds near the back, and she curled up facing the wall. Preacher set Hobson down in a chair at one of the tables. Still blindfolded, the man did not move. Cammy helped Darby into another open bunk. The little girl's eyes were half shut, fighting sleep. She was out the moment her head hit the pillow. Cammy sat on the edge of the bed and stroked her hair. My father collapsed into a bunk of his own. The bruising on his face thickened into a nasty shade of purple. He grunted and rolled onto his side, off his damaged ribs. Adela said, "Come with me. I'll take you to him." When Preacher started to follow, she stopped at the door without turning around. "Just Thatch."
"No way," Preacher said. "I'm still not sure we're staying."
Cammy looked up at me. "Take him with you. The second pair of eyes will do you good." Adela started down the hall. "Whatever. Just hurry up." 10 days ago, when I visited Dunk in this place, I got the impression he and his people simply took it over for the day, camped out at that first building, and cleared out shortly after I left. As Adela walked us deeper into the mill, I realized that wasn't the case at all. Dunk set up shop here. He ran his business from this place. He ran his business with a small army. Everyone was armed. Most had more than one gun. I thought about what Breyer and Detective Horton had told me all those years ago in the hospital. They had no idea how large this had all become. I didn't see any drugs. I also didn't see anyone doing drugs. Knowing Dunk, or at the very least knowing the kid I once knew as Dunk, he was smart enough not to keep that kind of thing anywhere near where he worked. Most likely he played some kind of shell game with that stuff, moving it around the city faster than the cops could track it. I honestly didn't really care. My only concern was keeping Stella safe. Eyes followed us everywhere, averting when I caught them looking, whispering to each other. Adela led us into the former office building for Carey Furnace. Dozens of offices, most abandoned. Dunk was in the largest, the last door on the left. When Adela ushered us inside, he stood in the far back corner with a cell phone pressed to his ear, most of his weight balanced on a cane, looking out a grimy window at the mill grounds. He glanced back over his shoulder. Relying heavily on the cane, he turned and started toward us, mumbling into the phone. When he finished the call, he disconnected and held the phone out to me. "Hold this for a second. Being crippled, I sometimes find I don't have enough hands to multitask." I took it from him. Dunk brought up his cane and slammed the silver head into Preacher's gut. He doubled over, and Dunk's right fist shot up and slammed into his nose. I heard the crunch of bone as Preacher stumbled backward. "You broke my nose in '92, you arrogant fuck. You've had that coming for 6 years, Dunk said. 2 of Dunk's men came in from the hallway and grabbed Preacher's arms before he could retaliate. They stood on either side of him as Dunk took a white handkerchief from his pocket and held it up to Preacher. "We're square now, shit knocker." Preacher nodded, shrugged off both men, grabbed the handkerchief and pressed it to his nose. "Square," he muttered, tilting his head back. I shook my head. We didn't have time for this macho bullshit. "They'll be here soon. Are you ready?" Dunk used the cane to take several steps back toward the window. "Get with the program, Thatch. They're already here, and yes, we're ready." "What?" Preacher said, going to the window. Dunk pointed out toward the west. "Look past the trees. 2 white vans out there parked off Whitaker. The first one got here about 10 minutes after you did. The other one pulled up a few minutes ago."
"There's no way they followed us. Did you tell anyone we were coming?"
Dunk shook his head. "Only Reed, Truck, and Adela, and they don't talk to nobody but me. Word is probably spreading now, though. Not much we can do about that."
"Somebody tipped them off,"
Preacher said. I thought about the phone call from Fogel back in my father's house in Whidbey. 2 men paused at Dunk's door. When I turned, they continued down the hallway. Why does everyone keep staring at me?
Gossip, Dunk said. They all heard about the crazy show you put on with Reed the last time you were here. Guess they're hoping for an encore.
Preacher frowned.
What happened with Reed?
Dunk smacked me on the back.
My boy here came out on the right side of a crazy game of Russian roulette. He didn't tell you?
Preacher's eyes narrowed.
No, he didn't tell me.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't fuck with him, Dunk said. The guy deflects bad mojo like Superman and bullets.
Pinching his nose with a handkerchief, Preacher changed the subject.
How defendable is this place?
Dunk went back to the window.
I got 106 people here, all armed. Lookouts in town, too. Someone tries to pedal up on a white bicycle, they'll have dozens of weapons trained on them. One road in, one road out, with the Monongahela River at our backs and open fields all around us. See that tree line way out there? I've got people in blinds watching every inch. There are 2 sets of railroad tracks with a deep gully between the trees and the furnace grounds. No way they get vehicles through there. And if by some miracle they make it on foot, it would be slow moving. We'd pick them off before they even got close to any of the buildings. Between all the hills and the scraps of machinery scattered around, the property's covered with places to hide, and I have people stationed at all of them. We've got a solid perimeter. They have to airdrop into here to get any kind of jump on us. If by some crazy miracle they get past our outer defenses, we fall back on the mill. This place is a fucking metal maze. My people have trained here for years. They know every inch. We'd slaughter them.
We start shooting. How long before the cops show up?
Preacher said.
Dunk laughed. Who do you think I have running the lookout in town? Our finest in blue, that's who. Don't need to worry about them. We're too isolated anyway. We set up a shooting range out back almost 2 years ago, and not a single person has ever reported gunfire out here. The sound doesn't carry far enough. If this goes all out World War III, ain't nobody coming to help us, and nobody coming to stop us. We're on our own.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that, I said softly. The look in Dunk's eyes told me he kinda hoped it did. He crossed the room and went to a wooden crate in the corner.
I've got a plan B, too, for that David character you mentioned.
Dunk opened the lid and handed me a pair of over-the-ear headphones.
I picked up a truckload of these babies back in January. They were heading to the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas from the factory in Massachusetts. They won't hit the market for at least another year, so I've been sitting on them.
Bose Quiet Comfort? I said, reading the box.
Noise-canceling headphones, Dunk said. You put these on, hit the switch, and they block out all outside noise. Pickford can scream at the top of his lungs, and you won't hear shit.
He took a Motorola radio from his pocket and plugged it into the dangling headphone cord.
We communicate with these. All other sounds will be blocked out. We'll be able to hear each other, but nothing coming from him.
When I made the phone call to Dunk back at my father's house in Whidbey, I put my conscience in check. More accurately, I locked it away in a cold room somewhere in the back of my head. I knew he was mixed up in some horrible things, and by asking for his help, I'd find myself in the thick of those horrible things. When he said he picked up a truckload, I was under no illusion he paid retail, and I told myself not to think about the driver of that truck or what may have happened to him. I sure as shit couldn't think about Gertie while I was around him. Not her, not the others at Crendell's either, none of that. When those thoughts popped into my head, I forced myself to think of Stella and the people with me, the ones I needed to keep alive today, not the ones I couldn't bring back from my past. I'd mourn them again tomorrow. I told myself this man was my friend, had been for most of my childhood. He stood by and helped when my aunt was dying of cancer. Nobody else did that. When I called Dunk and asked him for help, I didn't outright sell my soul, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel like the devil signed a short-term lease. When this was over, I'd find some way to wash my hands of it. That's what I told myself, although I knew I'd be scrubbing away the grime for the rest of my life. Some stains don't come out. Dunk's phone rang. When he hung up the call, he was back at the window. "We got 2 more white vans out there, 4 now. One of my guys approached them and they scrambled and regrouped a block away." Preacher lowered the handkerchief from his nose. The bleeding had stopped. Although it was swollen, I don't think Dunk broke it.
"If they know they've got us all here, they may move tonight, or they might try to wait us out. No way to be sure."
"Either way, we're ready." Dunk turned back to the crate. "Adela said you got 4 others back at the barracks, right? Here." He handed me 6 boxes of headphones. "Batteries are in the box. They're good for about 40 hours. We've got more if we need them. Take these back with you and hang tight. I need to check in with my lieutenants." I said, "Are you sure you want to do this? It could be bad for you." Dunk smiled. He was missing a tooth on the left side of his mouth. "You saved my life. Pulled me out of that fire. Saying no was never an option." He lowered his voice. "I know you have reservations about what happened. I know you don't believe me. I've made peace with that. Maybe someday you will too. I wouldn't let you down back then, and I'm not about to do it now. You're my brother, man. Family." I didn't know what to say to that, so I only nodded. He leaned in closer. "Can I meet her? She's crazy hot, right?" 18. Dunk said he'd stop by the barracks after he updated his people, maybe an hour. As Adela led us back, Preacher whispered,
"I'm gonna put a bullet in that shit."
"Wouldn't be the first," I told him. Someone had dropped off food while we were gone. A basket of fruit sat on one of the tables, along with several bags of McDonald's, a case of bottled water, and a half-eaten pizza. Darby watched us enter the room, tomato sauce all over her mouth. My father was still sleeping. Hobson still in the chair where we left him, his blindfold on. Stella wasn't in her bunk. Cammy came through a door at the back and nodded at me. "Thank God, come on." Preacher started to follow after us. I told him to stay and eat. Cammy led me into the bathroom. I heard water running in the back. Stella sat on the floor of a large shower. Still clothed, her knees pulled tight against her chest, her face buried between them. The water rolled over her, steaming hot. She was shivering horribly. I turned to Cammy. "Get me the latex gloves." She ran out and returned with them a moment later. I pulled out a pair, tugged them on, and crouched down low. "Stella, what can I do?" She drew in a breath and attempted to speak, but nothing came out but a garbled gasp. "Are you cold or hot? Do you have a fever?" "Freezing," she stammered. Her left glove was still on, but she'd peeled off the right one and left it bunched up in the corner of the shower. Her fingers flexed, stretching out, balling into a fist, then back again. "Stay back," I mouthed toward Cammy. She nodded, pressing further back into the doorway. I reached out with my gloved hand and brushed Stella's hair back over her shoulders. Her head swiveled, twisting fast, feral. Her eyes wide and bloodshot, all at once distant and fixed on me.
"You need to leave."
The words came out as a growl, a voice unrecognizably deep. She drew in a series of quick breaths through her mouth, then hid her face again in her knees, pulled her knees against her tighter still. I leaned in closer. I was getting soaked, the hot water turning my skin red. I didn't care. You've got to fight it, Stella. You're stronger than whatever this is. You can beat it.
Go!
Stella shouted.
Get away from me!
No. Her gloveless right hand shot out and gripped my arm just below the elbow. I was wearing a sweatshirt. Her skin didn't contact mine, but when she realized what she'd done, she released me and squirmed back into the corner of the shower. She got as far from me as she could, pressing tight against the tile. She looked childlike, frail, frightened and broken. Without looking up, I said to Cammy, "There's a basket of fruit on the table out there. I saw it when we came in. Can you get it for me?" "Are you serious?" "Please." Cammy rolled her eyes, shrugged, and went back to the bunk room. She returned a moment later with a basket. "I don't think she's hungry." I sat the basket down on the floor beside me and took a large red apple from the top of the pile. I held it out to Stella. "Take this." Stella looked out from behind her arm. She reached out tentatively with her right hand, her quivering fingers wrapping around the apple. Her thumb and index finger passed right through the plump fruit and met as if it weren't even there. The red skin and yellow flesh beneath turned black and crumbled away. The core withered, and her fist closed in the space where the apple had been seconds earlier, the entire thing dropping to the tile floor in a pulpy mess. "Holy shit," Cammy breathed. I handed Stella a banana. It also crumbled away with her touch, drying, rotting, all life leaving the fruit in an instant. I gave her an orange after that. Another apple. Half the bowl was gone before Stella's erratic breathing began to slow and even out. When I handed her what was probably the 6th or 7th apple, the fruit still died, but it took nearly 20 seconds. "Better," Stella said softly. I glanced at Cammy, still hovering over my shoulder. "Can you give us a minute?" "We need to tie her up, like Hobson." "We're not tying her up. Not her." Cammy sighed and stomped out of the bathroom. I turned off the shower, helped Stella stand, and wrapped a fluffy white towel around her. "Thank you, Pip. Thank you for being you." I lowered my voice. Somebody back at my father's house called Charter. We hadn't been alone. This was the first chance I had to tell her. The first time in days she was coherent enough to understand. "What?" "That's not the worst of it." I told her how Fogel had dialed back, what she said, how I'd been in the woodshed with my father and had no idea who placed the call to Charter. It could be any of them. "Hobson was tied up, right? Your father, too. That only leaves Cammy and that preacher fellow." Stella looked around the room, seemingly for the first time. "Where are we now?" "You don't remember leaving Whitby?" She shook her head. I told her about the second call from my father's lookout. His seaplane, the drive from Devil's Lake back to Pittsburgh. She took all this in. "What is today's date?" "August 13. Her mouth fell open. 5 days, she said softly. "I've never gone 5 days." Although the fruit had helped, Stella was still horribly pale. Her eyes were sunken and red. When her legs became wobbly, I grabbed her with the towel and held her up. "I shouldn't be near the others," she said in a quiet voice. "Can you bring one of the cots in here?" "Are you sure?" She nodded. "It will be safer." Using the towel as a buffer, I helped her to an aluminum bench so she could sit. "Wait here." I went back out to the bunk room and grabbed her duffel bag, one of the cots, and a thick comforter I found had folded up on top of one of the other cots. My father was awake now. They all watched me but said nothing. I set up the cot in a small alcove behind some lockers. Stella's legs were weak. I worried they might buckle with each step, but I got her there. She peeled off her wet clothes, dropped them in a pile on the floor, and put on a long-sleeve black dress I found in her duffel. I'd picked up her black gloves, both dripping wet. When I gave them to her, she wrinkled her nose.
"These are disgusting. I need to wash them properly."
The box of latex gloves was on the floor back of the shower. I retrieved it and handed her a pair. "Here. They're not stylish, but at least they're dry." She put them on, then climbed back into the cot, tugging the comforter over herself.
"All will be over soon, Pip."
Stella fell asleep then, and for that moment at least, she seemed at peace. I washed her black gloves in the sink using some liquid soap, then I hung them over a towel rack to dry. Before leaving her, I placed the remains of the fruit bowl within reach on the ground beside her, and I brushed her wet hair from her face and brow. Then I peeled off my own gloves and went back to the others. Back in the bunk room, Cammie sat with her daughter, watching her work in a coloring book. She looked up at me wearily. Preacher huddled over a table of weapons with two of Dunk's men. I spied everything from AR-15 assault rifles to handguns and knives. He'd added our own guns to the pile, along with all the headphones, unboxed and lined up. Hobson sat in one of the chairs, his blindfold off. My father sat in a chair facing him with a bottle of Jägermeister perched between them on an old wooden milk crate. Hobson's hands were no longer bound. Both raised shot glasses to their lips and drank. I spotted another shot glass on the floor next to Cammie, and an empty one in Preacher's hand. "Seriously? You're all drinking right now? Why's he untied?" "Do you want one?" my father said, refilling both him and Hobson. "No, of course not." For some reason, this drew looks from everyone. My father cocked his head. Over the past few days, the bruising on his face had transitioned from reds and purples to blues and blacks. Now it appeared yellow and green. The swelling around his eyes had eased, and both were open again. "You don't need a drink?" I thought about this for a second. Only a few days ago, I would have jumped at that bottle and chugged the contents. Between tremors, cravings, and an all-out dependency after years of drinking, alcohol had become a necessary part of my life. No different than water or food, I couldn't survive without it. But now, I haven't needed a drink for a few days now. I'm good. And I was. No shakes, no cravings or dizziness. Like Stella's hunger, this was probably only some kind of reprieve, but I'd take it. My father drank his shot, then set the glass down on the milk crate. "Alcohol dependency is a side effect of the shot. None of us drank heavily prior to the shot, but after it was administered, we all went out to a bar to celebrate our newly acquired riches. A few days later, we began to realize we craved alcohol. Soon we had to have it. The people from Charter said it was just a side effect and would wear off, a metabolic thing. It didn't, though. Just got worse with time. The odd thing is, none of us really get drunk anymore. Haven't really since the shot. We can if we really push it, but for the most part, it does little to us, only keeps the withdrawal symptoms at bay. After you were born, Charter ran a series of blood tests and concluded that you would most likely suffer from the same dependency when you got older. All the children would." Hobson slowly lifted his glass to his mouth and drank. When the glass was empty, he handed it back to my father and wiped his lips on the back of his hand. "Okay, but that doesn't explain why he's untied," I said. "Come here," my father said. "I'll show you." I took a few steps closer. My father leaned in toward Hobson.
What did David Pickford tell you? He told me to go to Cammie's house and say hello for him, then kill her, shoot her dead. He also said he loves Stella and he's cleaning up the whole mess just for her, like it never happened.
My father said, "But you don't want to hurt Cammie, do you?" Hobson shook his head. "And you understand you do not have to do what David Pickford told you to do, right? You have free will?"
That crazy little shit tried to hijack my head. If I pull a bullet anywhere, it'll be in him,
Hobson said. He nodded at his glass.
One more.
My father poured him another shot.
Is Cammie safe?
Hobson drank and turned to Cammie.
I'm sorry, Cams. Are we good?
Cammie smiled and nodded. You don't kill me, I don't have to kill you. I think we're good, and the world is better for it. My father turned back to me. David's suggestions are just that. His ability causes them to become necessary actions in the mind of the person he speaks to, but they're not carved in stone. You can talk someone out of what he may have told them to do if you phrase yourself properly, if you break through. I think the alcohol may help to speed that up, cut through the subconscious. But it's tough to say for sure. He looked back at Hobson. What do you say? Can we trust you with a gun? I'm not going to lie. When Hobson went to the table near Preacher and Adela and picked up some kind of long-range rifle, less than 10 feet from Cammie and her daughter, the tension in the air was palpable. Even Hobson appeared nervous. The only person who didn't seem worried was Cammie. She smiled at him and nodded toward a box of ammunition on the corner of the table. 444 Marlins. You could drop a grizzly with those. Hobson loaded the rifle with practiced ease, pointed it toward the back wall, and peered into the sight.
I can work with this.
He looked back at Adela and Preacher.
Where do you want me?
Adela tossed him a handheld radio and nodded toward one of Dunk's men standing outside our door. Cortez will take you up to the roof. You can help cover the woods. Most of our guys are good up close, but we only have a handful of sharpshooters. Hobson nodded, scooped up the box of ammunition, a pair of headphones, gave Cammie a wink, and disappeared down the hall behind the one called Cortez. When he was gone, my father returned his gaze to me. We need to talk about your girlfriend, Jack. There's nothing to talk about. She could kill all of us. She's not in control and she's getting worse, Cammie said. I've got a daughter to think about. We need to secure her. Stella's not going to hurt anyone. If we're going to talk about anything, we should discuss who called charter from Whidbey. They're already here. Got here right after us. Gotta wonder if someone is tipping them off. Detective Fogel said whoever called told Charter where we were. Stella was out cold. My father and Hobson were tied up. That leaves you and Preacher. How do we know that detective of yours was even telling the truth? Was it you? No, it wasn't me, Cammie insisted. And I trust Preacher. Wasn't him either. Then who? Darby looked up from her coloring book, then returned to the half-completed image of SpongeBob. Cammie frowned. She was with me and she can't talk. She has no idea what charter is, and I can guarantee she doesn't know the number. Don't look at her that way. Get that thought out of your head right now. Adela's radio crackled. Adela, get to the roof. 12 vans now. Preacher, who had remained silent through all of this, scooped up a radio, noise-canceling headphones, ammunition for the Walther PPK in his shoulder holster, and an assault rifle.
Neither of us made that call, kid. Drop the conspiracy theory bullshit. We've got work to do. I'm going with Adela.
He tossed a radio to Cammie.
You need me, you call. I'll come right back, okay?
Cammy set the radio between her and Darby and nodded. Then they were gone. My father watched them leave before turning back to me.
For what it's worth, Richard and Emma were scared of her, of Stella. She couldn't hurt them, probably something genetic, but they knew what she could do to anyone else. At one point, Richard called me, must have been 3 o'clock in the morning. He told me he had this nightmare where he went into Stella's nursery and smothered her with a pillow. In the dream, he said it felt like the right thing to do. When he woke, the feeling lingered, and that frightened him more than anything. He said for a few minutes he lay there in bed and actually thought about it. The right thing to do. Then the guilt set in. When he called to tell me this, about halfway through the call I realized he wasn't just telling me about a bad dream. He was feeling me out. In his own way, he was trying to figure out if I thought it was the right thing to do. I gotta tell you, Jack, I thought long and hard on that, and I never did work out an answer. In the years that followed, hearing about all those she killed, that last call from Richard has replayed in my head more times than I'd care to admit. I took several steps back toward the bathroom and Stella's cot. My father raised his hands defensively. I won't hurt her, son. Cammy won't hurt her. None of us will. That's not what I'm getting at. She was a child then. She had no idea what she was doing. When Charter had her, I'm sure they brainwashed her into believing she was doing the right thing. I don't know if I can fault her for that either. She's an adult now, though. Clearly the guilt eats at her. I've overheard her tell you several times she won't do it again. She'd rather die than hurt someone else. That's what I want you to think about. Think as long and hard as I did when Richard called me. If the time comes, are you willing to respect her decision? Let it happen, if that is truly what she wants. I started to answer him, and he waved me off. This is between you and her, not us. I don't need to know. I don't want to know. I've lived through enough death due to Charter and their fucking shot. I've also lived through the loss of your mother, and I can tell you without a doubt, outliving someone you love is a pain unlike any other. And if she decides to let go, if you lose her, just know I'll be there for you. Missing out on your childhood, watching you grow up from afar in order to keep you safe, that was as hard on me as losing your mother. I'm sure you've got mixed feelings, and sometime soon, when this is all over, we'll sit down and talk about that. You're here, you're alive. I know I did the right thing. But I'd appreciate the opportunity to try and make up lost time with you. I want to be your father. And I'll help you through this, no matter what happens. His eyes were shimmering with moisture when he finished. I wasn't sure if I should hug him, hate him, or tell him I forgive him. I could only nod. Go to her now, son. Stay with her as long as you can. I took a radio, 2 pairs of headphones, and a handgun with me. A 9mm Ruger. 19. For the next 2 hours, we let them surround us. Dozens of them. White vans, white trucks, white cars, SUVs. Over the small radio sitting beside me on Stella's cot, the reports came in at a steady clip. The vehicles lined Rankin Boulevard and Kenmare Avenue on the opposite side of the tree line, beyond the railroad tracks. They weren't visible from Carey Furnace, not even from those watching on the roof, but Dunk's people saw them from the blinds perched high up in those trees. The vehicles parked, but nobody got out. Their numbers were estimated to be around 150,
based on the number of vehicles and possible occupancy, but that was only a guess. Several boats docked in the Monongahela River at our backs, too. We had no way to know if they were part of charter, but Dunk had people watch them just the same. I heard his voice several times over the radio, but he didn't make it down to the bunk room. I couldn't fault him for that. He had his hands full. Stella slept. Not a relaxing sleep, but the kind filled with low moans and heavy sweats. The kind you wake up from only to roll over and find yourself trapped deeper in the sticky mess that is a fever dream. She mumbled in that fitful state, mostly unintelligible. I did hear my name a few times. Oliver, too. At the sound of my name from her lips, I perked up, only to be disappointed again when I realized she was still asleep. I wanted to wake her, but I didn't dare. Something told me that whatever waited for her on the opposite side of the wall that is sleep was far worse than the torment her body raged on her now, and I had no intention of being the one to bring on whatever came next. Cammie's little girl, Darby, fluttered around. At first I caught her little head poking around the corner of the doorway, her blonde curls framing her face and large blue eyes. She disappeared when she realized she'd been spotted, only to return about 20 minutes later to watch again. An hour or so after that, she brought me a glass of water. When I thanked her for it, she smiled back, curtsied, and ran back toward the bunk room. Snacks followed, some crackers and cheese. Water refills, too. At one point, she brought in a bowl with a washcloth, which she carried over to the floor next to Stella's bunk. She tugged on a pair of the latex gloves, far too big for her, and dabbed at Stella's forehead with the cloth. She was a cute kid. The last of the fruit had gone a while ago, now nothing more than a black, pulpy mess at the bottom of the bowl. I'd carry Stella out to the trees if I had to, let her drain their life one at a time, the whole damn forest. God forgive me for what I do to anyone who tried to stop me from helping her. I spoke to her. For those 2 hours I told her all there was to know about John Edward Jack Thatch, her Pip. From my earliest childhood memories to my worst fumbles as an adult, and there were many, I held nothing back. I told her about Dunk, Willie, and me as kids. I told her about my Auntie Jo and Joe's faults, flaws, dreams, and achievements. I explained how my aunt harbored such a hatred for my father, one I didn't understand as a kid, but became clear the moment I discovered his empty grave, while also learning the grave beside it was not. Our visits, year after year, to those headstones. I could only imagine the thoughts running through Joe's head when she looked at my father's headstone. Her neglect of that stone, her reasons for her indifference toward him, painfully obvious now. A sister lost, while the man who was with her lives on. I told Stella about the money Joe arranged for me, the life she wanted me to build, and how I had dropped all to find her instead. As I weaved my gloved fingers between Stella's and held her hand, I harbored not a single regret. Here, by her side, was where I was always meant to be. Jack. When I heard my name from her lips, I assumed it was only another dream-inspired utterance. Not until she said my name for a second time did I realize Stella was awake, her heavy eyes watching me from the small ball she'd become on the cot. Stella's fingers squeezed around mine. She pulled my hand closer. Can you take me outside? I'd like to see the stars. Although the volume was set low, the radio beside me was a constant buzz of Charter's growing presence. And even though nothing was said aloud, I heard the tension building in the various voices chiming in with those reports. Something bad was coming, growing closer with each passing minute. I don't know if it's safe outside.
I want to see the stars. Please, Jack. It's important to me.
The weakness in her voice pained me. As she sat up, she looked so frail. I couldn't deny her, not now, not ever. I helped her to her feet. Can you walk? Stella nodded.
I think so.
I tucked the Ruger into my waistband, a skill I'd finally mastered, put the radio in my pocket, and placed both pairs of headphones around my neck so I could free both hands to help Stella. She smiled for the first time in days.
You look ridiculous.
She grinned.
Like a horrible white rapper who misplaced all his gold chains and decided to go for a new look.
True that. The bunk room was empty. No sign of my father, Cammy, or Darby. One of Dunk's men stood sentry in the hallway, and at first I thought he might try to keep us in the room, but he didn't. Instead, he followed silently a few paces behind us, as I helped Stella negotiate the hallways and stairs to one of the catwalks outside, this one overlooking Cary Furnace Boulevard, the railroad tracks, and the trees in the distance. Although I knew Charter was busy grouping beyond those trees, the area immediately surrounding the steel mill seemed oddly peaceful. We sat on the edge of the catwalk, our legs dangling over the side.
Where are the others?
Stella asked, her fingers still in mine. On the roof, I think.
And Charter?
All around us. I told her what I knew while pointing back at the trees. She looked around, studied the open fields.
Seems so quiet.
And it was quiet. The air was perfectly still, hovering somewhere in the 60s. A nearly full moon, at least 3/4, coating everything in a bluish-white blanket of light. Stella tilted her head up and smiled.
Of all things, I believe I'll miss the night sky most of all. The absolute vastness of it, the unknown. While we're down here fighting our pesky little battles, we're really just a speck on the shoe of the universe. Any problem life may present seems so small, so insignificant when you simply look up and realize your true place in all things.
You have a lifetime of night skies ahead of you. I said the words knowing they weren't true. I think I said them not only for her benefit but my own, as if speaking such a thing out loud would make it so.
Thank you for the last few days, Pip, for all you've done for me. You've been one of the few constants in my life, perhaps the only bright spot. I never thought I'd know love, to be loved and to love another, and yet you are all those things to me. You have been all those things to me my entire life, for our entire lives. If I have any regret, it's that I shied away from you so, that I held you at such a distance rather than embrace you years ago. I didn't want to expose you to what I was, what I did, and what I knew I would continue to do. It was easier for me to push you away, to tell myself it was the right thing to do. I regret the talks we never had, the lost nights we never shared.
Stella looked back over the fields and leaned her head on my shoulder.
Do you remember the paintings in my house, landscapes and cities, far-off wonders and places?
I nodded.
As I painted each one, I pretended you and I were there, visiting each of those places together. The Golden Gate Bridge, the Grand Canyon, the lights of Paris and the pyramids of Egypt, the streets of New York and the wilds of New Orleans, far open fields and hidden lakes lost among ancient trees. My hand in yours, or your arm around me. You taking me in your arms and kissing me at each new place. My illness non-existent in those wanderings of my mind. In many ways, we've already spent a lifetime together, and I'm grateful for that. But I'm grateful for these past few days most of all. My Pip, my wonderful John Edward Jack Thatch. Stella shivered, and I pulled her closer. I considered going back for a blanket when a deep-throated rumble filled the night.
"We've got a car approaching. Came over Rankin Bridge, just turned onto Carey Furnace Boulevard, moving fast. Let it pass or take it out." Static.
Dunk's voice followed. "Single car? How many passengers? Can you tell?"
"I only see one, just the driver."
My father's voice then.
"Get those headphones ready. Might be Pickford."
I'd set our headphones down beside me. I reached over, turned on the power switch, and handed a pair to Stella. Dunk again. "Let it pass. Shooters on the roof, stand by. I give the order. I want a rain of bullets on whoever steps out. Only if I give the order, copy?" A dozen voices replied in confirmation. I spotted it. Rounding the bend at the far end of Carey Furnace Boulevard, the car went over the railroad tracks, then picked up speed on the straightaway with dusty rooster trails at its back. A black Pontiac GTO. Preacher's car. "Is that the car we left behind at Whidbey Island?"
"Yeah." I leaned forward to get a better look. Preacher must be pissed. I half expected whoever was driving to pull the emergency brake, yank the wheel, and slide the car to a stop from a high-speed drift. That's probably what I would have done if given the chance behind the wheel of a car like that. But rather than accelerating as the GTO drew close, the black Pontiac slowed and came to a stop about 20 feet from the main building, the high beams slicing through the night. The engine let out one final growl as the driver tapped the gas before killing the motor. The driver leaned over and opened the passenger door, then opened his own. "Shooters steady," Dunk said over the radio. I could see the driver in the car, a middle-aged man with short brown hair, wearing a white shirt and what looked like a white coat. I picked up the radio and pressed the transmit button. "That's not Pickford. Repeat, that is not David Pickford." "Copy," Dunk replied. The driver leaned over. It looked like he was messing with the radio. From the car came a loud click, followed by the low hum of a recording at high volume. This was followed by a voice I recognized immediately. Kaylee from Penn State, 4.5 years earlier in her dorm room. "Go ahead and put these on." A loud metronome came from the GTO's amplified speakers with a heavy electronic hum behind it. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. "Okay, Jack, I want you to listen to the rhythm of that sound, like a comforting heartbeat. Breathe in through your mouth, out through your nose. Let your breathing fall in time with the sound. It's all about the sound, that comforting sound. A heartbeat. Visualize a heartbeat, that sound. The rush of your blood, the life flowing through every inch of your body, warm and comforting. My voice brings you deeper, faster and deeper in a warm, calm, peaceful state of relaxation, like sinking deep down into a warm bath. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Sinking down and shutting down. Sinking down and shutting down. Sinking down and shutting down completely in the enveloping warmth. She said this from so far away, repeating, "Warm and calm, a blanket, snug and tight. The blanket holds your arms at your sides, your legs still.
You've never been so comfortable, your mind never so free. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Where are you, Jack? I don't know. What do you see? Doctor. You're at the doctor's? Doctor. My voice, high-pitched. Mine, but not mine. This was the missing recording. The one from Kaylee's microcassette recorder, I was certain. My voice again sounding so small, childlike. No more, no more, no more, no more, no more. This same phrase repeated for nearly 5 minutes. Then my voice dropped lower, sounding like a much older man. Again, this deep voice said, he might not be able to take it again. My voice, but an octave higher. Again, the deep voice insisted. The child voice, droning, no more, no more, no more, no more. Deep voice, again, damn it. I'm trying. Cut the radial artery, right there at the wrist. I'm trying. Give me the scalpel. No more, no more, no more, no. Damn it. You can't do it either? Deep voice, no. My voice, Mama, where's Mama? The sedative's wearing off, the higher voice said. More Thorazine? Yeah. Where's the boy's father? Is he here? Out in the waiting room. Want me to get him? Yeah. I want to see if he can do it. 2 loud clicks. The various voices were replaced by Kaylee again, reading aloud from a psychology textbook, study notes of some kind, a remnant recording, probably part of whatever was on the tape before she recorded our session. Stella was staring at me. What are we listening to? Is that someone at Charter running tests on you? I shook my head. I didn't know. Another 2 clicks. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Can you hear me, Jack? Uh-huh. What was that? Not sure. When was that? Young. Less than 5? Yeah. Less than 2? I think so. Let's go back. I don't want to. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Did you see that doctor again after that? Yes. Take me to the next time. You're safe with me, Jack. They can't hurt you. These are only memories. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Jack? Silence. Jack? Increased to 75 milliamps, deep voice said. We're already at 75, high voice replied. His breathing hasn't changed. Are you sure? I'm certain. Go to 100 milliamps. That's a fatal level. I'm aware. Silence. We're at 100. No change. Breathing, heart rate, all slightly elevated, but still within the range of normal. Remarkable, deep voice said. Go to 150. Increasing amperage to 150 milliamps. No more, no more, no more, no more, no more. Is he protesting because you increased, and it's finally at a level that hurts, or because he wants you to stop altogether? This was another voice, a pitch somewhere between high voice and deep voice. Deep voice said, Hard to say. Does he use that phrase at home? Maybe with his mother. I've never heard him say that. That last one hit me like a kick to my gut. My father was there while they did these horrible things. Stella's grip on my arm tightened as she realized it too. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Kaylee again. Jack, what was that? No response. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Kaylee said, Jack, I want you to tell me about the chocolate milk. Chocolate milk? That's why you came to me, right? Your parents? You wanted to know what happened. You said there was chocolate milk. Take me there. Take me to the moment with the chocolate milk. Can you do that? Yes. Tick-tock, tick-tock.
He's been drinking it?
Deep voice said.
Every day. Sometimes twice a day.
The middle voice. My father's voice.
And you're mixing it, like we showed you?
My father said, Yesterday, I nearly doubled the dose. It didn't do a damn thing.
That's enough arsenic to take down a horse. You realize that, right?
A loud click. The tape stopped. The scent of vanilla lofted past me from Stella at my side. She stared at the GTO. My father's voice came through the tinny speaker of my handheld radio.
Jack, it's not what you think.
And from the woods, nearly 50 people stepped forward, all dressed in white. They carried candles as they started toward the gully between the distant railroad tracks. 20.
Shit,
Preacher said, peering at the rushing mob through the scope of his Savage Model 110 long-range hunting rifle. Hobson was to his left, Dunk to his right.
Do you have binoculars?
Dunk handed him a bulky pair of Swarovskis, military grade with a built-in laser rangefinder. Dunk then pressed the transmit button on his radio.
Hold fire until I give the word.
Hobson said,
How many?
Preacher panned back and forth.
50, 60, hard to say.
They'd heard the recording blaring from the speakers of the Pontiac GTO. They had also heard Eddie Thatch chime in at the end over the radios. When Preacher looked for him on the roof, he wasn't there. He'd seen him earlier. Gone now, though. Dunk said,
Do you see any weapons?
Maybe. Under the coats. Hard to say. Looks like they're all carrying candles.
Candles? Dunk frowned.
Any idea why they always wear white?
Fuck if I know.
Preacher handed the binoculars back to Dunk and chambered around in his rifle.
You want to start a firefight?
Dunk said.
I'm going to teach them some boundaries.
Dunk pressed the transmit button on his radio again.
You're going to hear some shots. Everybody else, hold fire. I repeat, hold fire.
The rifle bucked, but Preacher's shot held steady. Through the sight, he saw a chunk of the hill at the railroad tracks explode, about a foot away from two of the approaching figures. Dunk watched through the binoculars.
That could have ricocheted.
I'm not too concerned with their well-being.
Preacher tugged back the bolt, ejecting the expired shell casing and loading another round. He pivoted slightly and fired again, this shot landing near the opposite end of the gully. The shot struck a railroad tie about a foot away from one of the people in white. He didn't flinch, didn't react at all, just kept coming. Dunk asked,
Can Pickford tell someone to ignore bullets or not fear death?
Preacher fired again. The round embedded in the dirt less than 4 inches from a 20-something woman in white. She didn't flinch either, only pressed forward.
If Pickford can tell someone to kill themselves and they do it, I think we got to assume he can get them to do damn near anything he wants.
Preacher said. He fired again. This time he hit the foot of a man coming toward them near the center of the line, now past the railroad tracks and moving faster on flat ground. The man's shoe exploded, but he kept coming, dragging the damaged leg behind him, oblivious to what must have been a tremendous amount of pain.
I can do this all night long, but they're not stopping. We need a new plan. At their current pace, they'll reach the building in about 3 minutes,
Hobson pointed out.
Preacher looked at Dunk. "This is your show, but the way I see it, you've got only two choices. We open fire and take them out, or let them get close and risk fighting one-on-one. It's an even match by the numbers, but it will be bloody for both sides."
We don't even know if they're carrying. I'm not comfortable mowing down a bunch of unarmed candle-toting nuts.
Preacher smirked. "I thought you were some kind of gangster." Dunk thought about this for a second, then reached for the transmit button on his radio.
On my count, all shooters with long-range weapons fire half a dozen shots. Group them about a foot in front of those people. Warning shots only. We don't want to hit anyone. Not yet.
"We need to go for the head and heart," Preacher muttered, lining up his sight.
"Kill shots come next,"
Dunk said, giving the order to fire. 21.
"Jack, are you okay?"
Stella's gloved hand was on my arm. The recording echoed in my head. My father's voice after, "Jack, it's not what you think." I forced a nod. That was when a hail of bullets streamed out from the roof in various positions at the front of the steel mill. Out in the open field between the railroad tracks and Carey Furnace Boulevard, the ground exploded. Dirt, dust, and grime filled the air just ahead of the large mob moving toward the building. The people in white weren't running. Instead, they all walked at an extremely fast clip, the candles cradled between their hands and held out before them. They didn't slow down. They didn't acknowledge the gunfire at all. They kept coming. They didn't stop coming until they reached the concrete surrounding the main buildings of the steel mill. At that point, they finally stopped advancing forward and went still. I could see their faces now. They were close enough. Their expressions, all were blank, void of any emotion or thought, and that blank stare probably frightened me more than anything else about them. I thought about how quickly I'd turned my gun on Hobson, back at Cammie's house when David Pickford told me to. I thought about what he told each of these people, his voice probably being the last they heard. Over the radio I heard, "I've got 18 on the north lawn."
16 on the south end,"
someone replied. 28 in and around the front of the building. I did the math in my head. 62.
"The ones out in the open are standing still, but we've got movement in the trees. Couple dozen out there, maybe more."
This was hopeless. I don't think any of us were prepared to kill nearly 100 people. All of them took a step forward at the same time, perfectly in unison. "Holy shit, you see that?
How are they coordinating?"
Someone fired a shot from the roof. The ground in front of one of them, a balding man in his late 30s, exploded in a puff of black dirt. He didn't budge, his face blank. Another step, all of them moving closer. "I think we're done with warning shots. We need to start laying them out."
"Negative," Dunk replied. "We open fire, they rush us, and we're done. We can't stop them all, not like that. There's too many."
I recognized Hobson's voice.
"If the Pickford kid is telling these people what to do, they may be innocent in all of it. Just pawns, like what he did to me."
I pressed the button on my radio. "Does anyone see him? We take out Pickford and maybe we end this." Nobody replied. Only a handful of us even knew what David Pickford looked like. Without any noticeable command, every person in white reached behind their backs and pulled cowls up and over their heads, hiding their faces. Then they moved again. Not a single step forward or back like before, but a fast shuffle. Some moved to their left, others to their right. Forward, backward, diagonal. Nearly a dozen more came from the woods and through the gully near the railroad tracks to join the others as they shuffled again. Although they moved in multiple directions, absolutely none of what was happening appeared to be random. They moved at the exact same speed. Nobody looked up or down at their feet, to the side or behind, yet nobody collided. They all continued to face forward, like a flock of birds shifting position while in flight. A well-coordinated shell game. When they finally stopped, at least 20 new people in white stood among the already large crowd, heads covered, burning candles in hand. David called out from below. Somewhere to my left, I hit my transmit button. "Headphones on!" All around us, Dunk's people placed the noise-canceling headphones on their heads, powered them up, and plugged in their radios. Stella and I did the same. The sounds of the outside world disappeared. A moment later, I heard Dunk through my headphones. "Keep radio chatter to a minimum, or we'll all end up talking over each other." I gripped both of Stella's shoulders and mouthed the words, "Are you okay?" She nodded and tried to force a smile. Over the radio, I heard my father's voice. "Jack, you're not in the bunk room. Where are you?" Stella heard him too. Her eyes went wide. I looked up and down the catwalk where we sat, and only saw Dunk's people. To Stella, I gestured toward the stairs. She nodded. I stood and helped her to her feet. At first I thought she might collapse, but she drew in a deep breath and somehow found the strength to remain upright. I put her arm over my shoulder and led her down the catwalk, down a series of steps, and into the large space where I had met with Dunk 10 days earlier, blast furnace number 7. My father again over the radio. "Jack, they gave me no other choice. I had to let them experiment. It was part of the deal. It was the only way I could keep you and your mother safe. If I would have said no, they would have killed her, killed me, taken you. That was never an option." I pressed the transmit button. "So you let them try to kill me instead, over and over again? I was just a baby." Another thought came into my head, and I wished it hadn't, because I didn't want it to be true. Couldn't possibly be true. I said it aloud anyway. "My God, they paid you, didn't they? That's how you afforded those houses. That's why you didn't have to run all those years like the others. They were never chasing you. Charter paid you, didn't they?" My father said nothing. Another realization came into my head. "The money I received every month, that came from you, didn't it? Out of what? Guilt? Some misguided sense of responsibility? Some kind of bullshit child support?" My father didn't reply. Not at first. Not for nearly a minute. "I knew I could use some of the money to get you a better life, to help keep you safe. I hired Preacher to deliver it. I couldn't risk returning to Pittsburgh." I led Stella toward the back of the large, open space, toward a hallway leading off into the dark. From there we turned right. We kept going until we found a room with a window overlooking the front of the steel mill, someplace where we could see what was happening outside. The people in white stood only about 20 feet away, their blank stares facing forward. None of Dunk's people were on this level, save for on higher ground. Nobody would find us here. That's what mattered. I pulled the Ruger from my waistband, ready to use it if I had to. "Where are you, Jack? We should discuss this face to face. Not like this." Stella doubled over. She yanked her arm from around my shoulder and clutched at her chest, her stomach. Her face grew red, her eyes pinched shut. From my radio, through the headphones came a blinding, loud burst of static, followed by a high-pitched squeal, like a dagger jabbing at both my ears. I reached up and yanked off my headphones and threw them to the ground. I wasn't alone. I saw several pairs coming flying off the roof of the steel mill and shatter on the concrete outside the window. When Stella screamed, When she pulled her knees up into her chest and let out a shriek, the sound came again, loud enough that it blared through the headphones at my feet. Like the radio in the cemetery when I was a kid. Like the Mercedes stereo right before the incident at the lake. I knelt down and wrapped my arms around her, squeezed her tight. Stella clawed her headphones off too, dropped them to her side. Outside our window, a series of shots rang out, and when I looked, 3 of the people in white were dead. I didn't know if David had kept talking while we had the headphones on, but I heard him now, shouting.
"Those guns are awfully hot, aren't they?"
David yelled out from somewhere among the crowd of white.
"It's got to be tough to hold on to them. That burning hot metal, like pressing your palm to a skillet. Sizzle, crack, pop."
At first my Ruger only felt warm. I loosened my grip slightly, but I didn't let go. When that got too hot, I slid my hand around on the butt of the gun. The movement bought me a few more seconds. I couldn't hold the trigger. I tapped a finger against it. Then I smelled it. Burning flesh. I knew it was a trick. I told myself it wasn't real. But about 10 seconds after David Pickford said the words, I found myself dropping the handgun to the ground and rubbing both my palms against my jeans. All around the mill, I heard the similar clatter of weapons dropping, along with mixed cursing. People shouting, too, yelling to each other. I wondered if anyone still had the headphones on. Then Stella cringed again, and static burst from my discarded headphone, and I knew the answer. There was no way anyone kept them on. Not if they were hearing that, too. I unplugged the headphones from my radio. A moment later, I heard Preacher.
"Anyone got a clue as to where he is?"
"North Yard, I think. Came from that way." The people in white shuffled again. When they stopped moving, the entire group had gained more ground, at least 4 feet closer to the building.
"This is so wonderful. Everyone finally together. Like some ragtag family reunion,"
David said. This time his voice came from the front, somewhere between the Pontiac GTO and the entrance to my building.
"And Cammy! I believe congratulations are in order. I saw the girl's room at your house in Carmel. A daughter, that's wonderful news. What's her name?" "Darby!"
Cammy shouted out from somewhere above me. Possibly on the roof. Maybe a level below, unable to not answer him. The barrel of a shotgun appeared from the coat of one of the people in white about 10 feet from the GTO. He took aim and fired off a thunderous round. Glass shattered as a window blew out.
"Oh, they sure are trigger-happy, aren't they? The whole lot out here."
David beamed.
"Everyone okay in there?"
From the roof, 3 shots rang out in quick succession. 2 of the people in white dropped, large red stains growing on their coats. The rest of the people in white shuffled again, faces hidden under the cowls. David yelled,
"That was impressive. Got to be Hobson, right? Burn pain be damned. Got to shoot the Pickford kid, right? Hey, Dewey, take a running leap from wherever you are. Come on down here and say hi."
I'm sure Preacher or someone else tried to stop him. I could picture a dozen people all grabbing at Hobson and trying to hold him back, but it happened too fast. Dewey Hobson tumbled through the air and landed in the center of the concrete pad outside Blast Furnace No. 7 with a sound too horrible to describe. His right leg bent out at an angle that was all wrong. His rifle was still in his hand, a handkerchief wrapped around the trigger and stock. Only one of the people in white turned to look. Pickford. I pulled the sleeve of my sweatshirt down over my hand and grabbed my Ruger from the ground, took aim, and pulled the trigger. I couldn't hold the gun long enough to get a second shot off. I missed. The people in white shuffled again, David lost among them. "What do you want?" I screamed out the window. "For starters, I want all of you to stop shooting at us," David said. "That's no way to treat your guests. The next person to fire a weapon from that steel mill of yours will forget how to breathe. And I don't want that. Suffocation is a horrible way to die." "You stop killing us, we'll stop killing you," I offered. David, wherever he was among the crowd of white, simply said, "I want Stella." I glanced down at her, huddled in the corner near my feet. She was unconscious again, glistening with sweat, curled up in a tight little ball. "She's not here," David said. "Come out here, Stella." Stella twitched but didn't move. She hadn't heard him. "Come out, Stella. Come out, wherever you are." She didn't move. "We left her in North Dakota after the seaplane. Someplace far away from you. Told her to run. Wouldn't let her tell us where. We knew you'd follow the rest of us," I shouted back. "She's 5 days overdue, Jack. She's not running anywhere," David said. "She's sick, dying. You know she is. I can make her better. I can help her. We don't have a lot of time, though. Is she so far gone she can't come out on her own? I bet that's it. I could tell you to carry her, Jack. I could order you to do that, and you know you'd have no choice, but I don't want to do that. I want you to bring her out here all on your own. I bet she's right there next to you. It must be agonizing watching her wither away so quickly. Such a beautiful girl, wasting away to nothing. If you want to save her life, all you have to do is carry her out here so I can help her. Let's start there. And once I help her, I can tell you how I plan to help the rest of you. I've cleaned house and I'm nearly done." If it's possible for someone's voice to brighten, his did. "Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a present for you." 30 feet from me, from the center of the people in white, David Pickford reached up and took down his cowl. The large, white and red burn scar on the left side of his face caught the light, and he made no attempt to conceal it. I found myself looking down at my gun, wanting desperately to kill him. Yet I knew what he said moments earlier would prove true. Anyone else who fired a shot would forget how to breathe and suffocate. As much as I wanted to take the shot, I knew I couldn't, and I hoped to God nobody else was trying at this very moment either. Stella stirred, her heavy eyes opened. David walked through the crowd of people back to the Pontiac. He nodded at the man in white standing beside the driver's door. He reached inside and pressed the trunk release. The GTO's trunk popped open, and David leaned inside. He appeared to be whispering to someone. That's when I spotted Latrice Oliver. She'd been gagged. The sling that once held her injured arm was gone, and the black appendage dangled loosely at her side. Blackened flesh trailed up from the arm, over the side of her neck, to her face, the death slowly spreading. David forced her first to sit up, then climb out. He and one other helped her to the ground. I could tell by the awkward way in which she stood, whatever was spreading from her arm had worked its way down to her leg, too. "You see, Jack? When I was a kid, the fine people at Charter used me to knock off the participants of Project Leapfrog. That's what they called the shot they gave to all our parents, Leapfrog. I've got the file, if you want to take a look. I've read them all. Every scrap of paper. The adults were expendable once they had us kids. We were what they wanted. They used Stella, too. This woman here saw to that. Used us both, really. You, too. Your father can tell you all about that. Latrice Oliver glared at him. David smiled back. I wanted to kill this woman for years, but I didn't. I kept her alive just for you, so you could watch. Think of her as a peace offering. You, me, Stella, and now Darby, we're 2.0, we're next generation. We need to stick together. Latrice here is part of the problem, though, part of the mess. She's got to go. I cleaned up the mess back at old Charter Corporate. Now it's time to sweep the last of the dirt into the pan.
Stella tried to get up and nearly fell. I reached down and helped her to her feet. She drew in a sharp breath when she saw Oliver out there, the condition she was in. David rubbed at his temple with his thumb.
I'm not going to lie to you, Jack. The adults need to die. There's no way around that. I frankly don't want any more of us, and they can make more. Can't have that.
He looked up at the building, his eyes scanning the dozens of people looking back at him.
It's getting late and I need my beauty rest. I think it's time we get on with things, don't you?
I had one arm around Stella's waist, the other on the edge of the windowsill. Her shallow breathing was the only sound in our little room.
Not gonna come out, Jack? Oliver not enough for you? You need a bigger carrot?
David shook his head.
Do you know the name Penelope Maudlin? Our friend Dewey Hobson sure did.
He nodded toward Dewey's broken, lifeless body on the concrete. Stella's hand went to her mouth. That's Dewey. I nodded.
Your dad, Cammie, Dalton, or is it Preacher? They all knew her well, college chums. Long before her unfortunate accident in 1992, she got herself knocked up and had a kid too, a little boy, born the same year as you and me. She was a bit unstable, though. For the most part, the boy's father raised him. Then that went to shit, too. I guess he's a bit of a half-breed. His mother took the shot, his father didn't. David held out both his hands, weighing this. Not sure what that means for him. Charter's files said with only one affected parent, he exhibited no special abilities. They wrote him off. He does have a sense for business. Maybe that's what he walked away with, who knows? You know him pretty well. I gotta wonder, you ever see anything special there?
Stella looked at me. I shrugged my shoulders, not sure who he was talking about. David tilted his head and swept his arm at the building like a game show host.
Will the son of Penelope Maudlin please come down?
Nearly a minute passed before Dunk stepped from the mouth of Carrie Furnace and hobbled on his cane through the crowd of white to David. Dunk never mentioned his mother. When he moved to Pittsburgh from Chicago, it had only been him and his father. Many of the kids in school came from broken homes. I figured if he wanted to talk about it, he would. He never did, though. Not once. Dunk moved like a zombie through the crowd, fighting his body with each step. David's summons, his words,
more powerful than Dunk's own free will. When he reached David, David told him to kneel, and he did. The lines of his face tight as he tried to fight that too. David took the small Motorola radio from Dunk's free hand and pressed the transmit button. Edward Thatch, Cammy Brotherton, and Jeffrey Dalton. I want all of you to come out and join us. Leave your weapons behind, only you. I heard David's words echo through the tiny speaker of the radio attached to my belt. He followed this first request with a second that chilled my bones. For the rest of you, if you're involved in illegal activities with Mr. Duncan Bellino, take a look around you, find one of your co-workers, and kill them. Another after that. Last one standing takes home the prize. At first nothing happened, and I hoped to God nothing would. Then I heard the first gunshot. That was followed by another, and another after that. Several bodies fell from the catwalks and roof and crashed to the concrete below, a rain of people. Some still clutching their guns, some still wearing headphones which did little to protect them from whoever had been standing at their side. There were no shouts in anger, no cries of pain, only silent death. Stella closed her eyes, pressed her face against my chest. David said, Geez, I completely forgot about my previous instruction. The whole thing about forgetting how to breathe if you fired your gun. I imagine that finished off a few more of you. So sorry about that. David's ability was frightening. The fact that he was enjoying himself scared the shit out of me. My father was first to step outside and cross over to David. Preacher and Cammy followed about a minute later. Darby, clinging to her mother's hand, her pink little cheeks streaked with tears. David told each of the adults to line up next to Dunk and kneel. They did as they were told, no other choice. He grinned at Darby, the pink and white burn on the side of his face stretching awkwardly. Darby cowered behind her mother. You must be Darby! David beamed. Come say hello to your Uncle David. Darby didn't want to. Even over this distance, I saw her grip tighten around her mother. But her body betrayed her. Her arms broke free, her legs shuffled toward him. David took her hand. You're not going to say hello? She doesn't speak, Cammy said. Please don't hurt her. Please, David. David cocked his head. She doesn't speak at all? No. Has she ever? No. He thought about this for a moment. What is her ability? If she has one, I've never seen it. David leaned down and smiled at the little girl. Do you have any special abilities, sweetie? I bet you do. Darby shied away from him, her eyes fixed on his scar. David reached to his face and stroked the ruined flesh. This is nothing to fear. It's beautiful. I'm the most beautiful man you've ever seen. Whatever you're going to do to us, Cammy said, please don't make her watch. David turned back to her. Me? I'm not going to do anything to you. What would be the point of that? Remember what we talked about? Your promise to me? It's time. Stella twisted from my arm and started toward the door. I'm so sorry, Jack. My dearest Pip. She paused there long enough to say. Then she disappeared around the corner, and I was alone. I went after her. I knew I shouldn't. I should have let her go, as I should have let her go so many other times during my life, but I couldn't. I left my Ruger on the floor in that little room and followed her down the hallway, out to the wide open door into the sea of people in white. They parted as she approached, those candles still in their hands, heads and faces hidden beneath white cowls. Stella and I stepped around the bodies of the dead, so many, haphazardly strewn around the concrete. The dark blood of all those dead, in stark contradiction to the white of those who still lived.
"There you are," David said as we approached. "I was beginning to think you didn't love me anymore."
Stella moved slowly, and when she was about 10 feet away from David and the others, she nearly collapsed again. She clutched at her stomach, and all around us, shrill static burst from the radios. I ran to her, tried to help her, but she shrugged me off.
"Don't touch me. Not now."
David didn't make a move toward her. He knew better than to put himself within her reach. Stella stood, ignored the weak shakiness of her knees, and smoothed her dress. Over the years, weeds had worked their way through the cement, sprouting up between the cracks and crevices. All those where Stella had landed were now black, shriveled, and dead. A small circle of death around her. On the ground at David's feet, a kneeling Latrice Oliver watched. The others too. Oliver looked so old. She aged 100 years since we were children. The death from her arm had crept up the side of her face and into her white hair, leaving bald blotches behind. The eye on that side was cloudy with cataracts. The left side of her mouth frozen, as if she suffered a stroke. Even through all this, she smiled up at Stella. Her good hand reached out.
"I love you, Stella. I forgive you for what you did to me. I know it wasn't your fault. Put an end to this little shit."
David laughed.
"Stella can't hurt me. Right, Stella? You won't hurt me."
"I would never hurt you, David Pickford."
She said this with the same robotic flatness Dewey Hobson had spoken. David Pickford is a beautiful man. I realized it then. Something I probably knew for days but wouldn't admit to myself. Stella had been the one to place the call from my father's house to charter. No one else. Probably the result of a command issued by David long ago, lying dormant until the day it wasn't. She seemed to know what I was thinking.
"He told me to call when everyone was together."
She didn't face me. Her eyes fell to the ground.
"David is right. This is the only way to truly end all of this. All traces of charter need to disappear, traces of their program, the people involved. Anything left behind will be like the seed of a weed. It will only grow back, maybe stronger than the first. We will forever run. They will always be behind us. All of it needs to end."
Stella, these people are our friends, our family.
"Your own father stood by and watched as they tried to kill you. As you've pointed out many times now, this woman, those people made me kill. Made David kill. We were only children. How could we know it was wrong?"
David said softly, "Remember what I told you, Stella? That day in my cell? What I whispered to you?" Stella peeled the glove from her right hand and dropped it at her feet.
"You said when the time came, I'd get to kill them all."
She took off the left glove and dropped that one too.
"My God, David, just how long did you think I could wait?"
"All of it will be over soon. Then you and I can finally be together," David said. She smiled at him. A smile that was like the sharpest stake through my heart.
That's all I've ever really wanted.
Stella hobbled past Latrice Oliver to Dunk and knelt in front of him.
Get the hell away from me, he growled.
This one killed your friend Gertie, didn't he, Jack? The man who owned the diner, too. All those people inside. Just to get rich, to line his pockets. Won't you be happy to see him die? Isn't that what he deserves?
She reached out and ran her finger along the edge of his shirt, millimeters from the skin of his neck.
How many others died because of his actions since? The poison you push?
She looked back at me.
In a way, Jack. Their blood is on your hands. Why didn't you let him burn in the diner?
Dunk remained still, unable to move. David's doing, no doubt.
It wasn't me,
Dunk forced out, fighting Pickford's spell.
It was all Alonzo. Never me. I wouldn't.
David looked up at me, saw the uncertainty in my eyes.
You don't believe him?
I don't know what to believe.
If I tell him to tell the truth, he'll have no choice. I'll make a wager with you, a gentleman's bet, if you will. I will make him tell you the truth, but if he really was responsible, if he just lied, then he dies first. I'll even let you kill him.
I'm not killing anyone.
But you want the truth, don't you?
I said nothing. David shrugged.
Well, now I'd like to know. You got my curiosity piqued.
He turned back to Dunk. He cleared his throat in some grand fashion.
Did you do what Stella accused you of? Are you responsible for the deaths of those people?
Without hesitation, the single word flowed this time, unhampered by David's former instruction of silence, trumped by his new command.
No,
Dunk said. His eyes met mine, and I knew he was telling the truth. He always had been. I knew I had been wrong. Dunk said,
My friends, my true friends, are the only family I've ever really known. Those people were my friends. I'd do anything to bring them back.
Stella buckled over again. This time she did collapse. She fell to the ground, clutching her stomach. She let out a horrible shriek, and the radios screamed with her, a chorus of pain. When it was over, David said to her,
You need to feed, Stella.
Stella nodded and slowly got back to her feet, only inches from Latrice Oliver. Again I tried to go to her. Again she told me to stay back.
Like the lake,
she forced out through clenched teeth. At her hands, not only did the weeds die and crumble away, the concrete grew dark, cracked, aged. When she was finally able to stand again, the concrete surrounding her looked to be a dozen or more years older than the rest, an age spot on the neglected pavement. The whites of Stella's eyes were lined with red, her skin like snow. She reached for Latrice Oliver, her fingers stopping less than an inch from her ruined face, quivering in the air. The temperature had dropped considerably after the sun went down, and Oliver's breath hung in the air, a tiny white cloud.
David Pickford is for you, Stella. I led him here for you. So much evil there. Perhaps enough to satisfy your appetite. Perhaps not. Duncan Bellino, too. Between the two, you can stem the tide on your need. I can only imagine your pain, 5 days late. It's a wonder you're still with us. Take them.
Take me, if you must. I willingly give myself to you. I will gladly die if my sacrifice means you will live. My life will become part of yours. And that is how I will live on. Take us all. Take everyone. Take...
Stella collapsed again, her face drained of color. She fell to the ground beside Oliver, and rather than scramble away, the old woman nudged closer. She reached for Stella's limp arm, took her hand in hers, and pressed Stella's fingers to her good cheek.
For you, Stella, for you!
Oliver let out the most horrible cackle of a laugh as the skin beneath Stella's fingers grew black and gray, smoldering in the hottest of white. That laugh turned to a scream. The scream turned to a shriek as the blackness spread all over her, eating around her dead flesh, finding every ounce of life until none remained. Burned but not burned. I watched Latrice Oliver die, her body dropping to the ground beside Stella. Stella nearly fell on top of her, hyperventilating, each gasp of air harsher than the last. She put a palm to the concrete to steady herself, and the concrete dried and crumbled under her fingertips.
"That is fantastic!"
David shouted out, his burn scar stretched taut with his growing smile.
"Who wants to go next? Do we have another volunteer?"
Stella twisted her head, her bloodshot eyes finding mine.
Not enough.
Unlike before, when the concrete simply aged, this time the cement crumbled beneath her. The cement chipped and cracked and turned to dust under her fingers, her palm. The whitish-gray color gave way to powder. Stella said,
"I can't. Stop it."
We all saw it, the growing circle beneath her. Preacher tried to stand, could not. Cammy and my father couldn't move either. David took a step back, eyeing the concrete curiously. "We can't move," my father said. "David told us we can't move." "Let them go, David. We need to run," I said, watching the circle grow larger.
"Nobody's running,"
David replied. He looked at them and pointed.
"None of you. You might as well be made of stone."
David took another step back. Stella gulped down air. Her eyes pinched shut. She shook her head in defiance, but it did little good. Whatever was happening, it was increasing in intensity rather than slowing down, growing stronger.
"Can't stop."
The circle expanded, weeds and grass shriveling away, concrete aging 100 years in only moments, dying. When the circle grew wide enough to reach one of the people in white, a man of about 30 years, this circle of death spread beneath his feet like the expanding waters of a puddle. His eyes went wide, his mouth fell open, and he screamed. From the folds of his coat, his fingertips turned black, his forearms, then his neck. He fell to the ground before the charring black reached his face. David's instructions preventing him from running. The death devoured him then, without hesitation, continued to expand out from Stella's crouched body, widening, spreading. Faster, hungrier with each taste of life. The growing death reached me next. And although David hadn't told me I couldn't move, fright held me still, and I waited for the pain to come. I watched the concrete under my feet crack and decay, then the circle expanded beyond me, continued. "Jack!" my father shouted. "Take my hand!" At first I didn't understand. "The tests! Your gift, like a bubble." The last word barely fell from his lips, David's control stronger than my father's will to speak. I tore off my latex gloves, threw them aside, and grabbed his hand as the death reached him, squeezed his fingers between mine. The edge of the circle crawled under him, kept going. He managed to reach over and take Cammie's hand, and she took Dunk's. Dunk reached for Preacher, and Preacher grabbed Darby as the circle continued to grow all around us. David turned and looked out toward the open field and railroad tracks. He considered trying to outrun it. We all knew the truth, though. As this hungry, dark shadow grew larger, it became faster, hungrier. There was no outrunning such a thing. He nearly turned and tried when a tiny little hand reached out to him. David grabbed at Darby's outstretched arm and fingers and took hold with both hands as the death moved under him, moved past, growing so fast you could hear it eating away at all within its path. First just a crackle, then a rumble, then a thunderous anger of a tornado unleashed to feed. People in white fell all around us, dropping to the ground with shouts and screams, their bodies turning to black faster than they could fall, dead before they hit the ground, 5, 10, dozens. Through it all, Stella remained at the center, her fingers pulsing against the ground, her arms twitching under her, her body shaking uncontrollably. The circle grew beyond the ruined concrete, burning through the surrounding grass and weeds like a flameless wildfire, leaving nothing but scorched earth in its wake. It reached the trees, and the first fell, then another after that, tall timbers dropping like bowling pins. I thought it would go on forever, devouring all. A blanket of lifelessness pulled tight and cinched shut at the edges, and it felt like that, too. If someone had asked me, I would have said this went on for an hour, more than an hour. But in truth, it was all over in under a minute. Stella fell. She dropped to the ground in utter exhaustion. The trees had been enough, finally enough. The world went silent, save for a train whistle somewhere in the distance. The ground all around us was black, a giant concentric circle of nothingness, with Stella's tired, defeated body lying in a heap at the center. The people in white were gone, all dead. Unlike the bodies found in the past, burned but not burned, of these, there was nothing left. The energy that had burst from Stella, her hunger, her curse, drained away the life all around her, absolute. There was a blackened dust, nothing more. A raindrop struck my head, followed by another, as the heavens opened and began cleansing Mother Earth before the stain of what happened here had a chance to set. To my right, my father still grasped my hand, his eyes unimaginably wide as he looked out at the void left behind. As he looked from there to Stella, to the ground beneath him, and finally up at me. Cammie, Preacher, and David looked out over the ravaged grounds of Carey Furnace with equal awe, their heads swiveling. Preacher was first to break from the reverie. He released Cammie and Darby's hands and stood. He straightened his body and turned toward David, ready to attack. David took a step back and opened his mouth, and not a sound came out. This seemed to surprise him. His eyes narrowed in confusion. His free hand went to his throat, his other still clasped in Darby's tiny grip. David's mouth mimed a shout, a scream, yet nothing came out but the release of a used breath. Darby looked up at him, squeezed his hand in hers, and smiled. I think David realized what happened the same moment I did. He looked down at his hand in Darby's, the girl who could not speak. Her gift finally understood. Her gift graciously shared with him. He broke from her hand and backed away in complete silence as Cammy and my father stood, his spell on them broken. He tried to tell them to get back down, silently mouthing the words, but this did nothing. David Pickford ran. We watched him run toward the gully and disappear into the trees on the opposite side, all of us too exhausted to give chase. The train whistle broke through the silence much closer now. I turned back to Stella in time to see her get to her feet. She too began to back away. She too mouthed silent words as tears streamed down her face.
I'm sorry, Jack. I'm so sorry. I love you. I always have. Please know that.
How she found the energy. Where she found the energy, I may never know. Stella ran toward the train tracks. I ran after her, the muscles in my legs screaming as I pushed them harder than any other moment of my life. I closed the gap, but Stella still reached the train tracks before me. As I neared, she bent forward with both hands on her knees, openly crying, violent sobs shaking every bit of her. If those first raindrops had only been exploratory, the ones to follow next came with purpose, thick, cold, heavy, drenching drops. The train whistle blew again. The freight liner was barreling down on us, a single bright headlight slicing the night. Stella stood in the center of the tracks, her wet hair covering half her face as she turned to me.
It was him, Jack. Oh, God, please believe me. It was David. Things he told me so long ago. I couldn't stop myself. I so desperately wanted to, but I couldn't. And I was so far gone. Like the lake. But much worse than the lake. Once it started, I couldn't pull it back. I tried, Jack. Please believe me. You of all people need to know I tried.
She looked out over the grounds of the Kerry furnace, at the blackened fields and spent concrete, at the building beyond, knowing nothing escaped her hunger. All life depleted.
Oh, God. I killed them all, didn't I? Every one of them.
She bent over again. I stepped over the railroad tie and went to her. I placed my palm on her back. I told her my father, Preacher, Cammy, and Darby were still alive. I told her David ran. He can't hurt you, me, or anyone else anymore. It's all over. She didn't hear this, the guilt overwhelming.
I didn't mean to, Jack. I didn't. I told you I'd never do it again, and I didn't want to, but David...
She broke off as the train whistle cut through the night again. Close now. Stella stood up, looked toward the train, then turned to me.
I need to die, Jack. Then it will all be over. I'm worse than David. I'm a monster. I bring nothing but death to every single thing I touch. I can't live with that, not anymore. I can't do it again, not in another year, not ever. I was prepared to die. I need to die. Tonight. Now.
The train whistle again. The conductor no doubt able to see us now directly in his path. Loud. The whistle.
I love you, Jack. I will always love you. Please forgive me. Please remember me. Please.
Both my gloves were gone, lost on the ground somewhere back near my father and the others. I pulled Stella close. I placed both bare hands on either side of her face. I kissed her. And Stella Nettleton kissed me back. Part 6. You have been in every line I have ever read. Charles Dickens, Great Expectations. August 8, 2010. 34 years old. 1. Read.
Aw, come on.
Read.
You make me read it every year.
I tapped my finger against the dark granite and cleared my throat. He rolled his eyes.
Josephine Jo Gargery, March 12, 1956 to April 28, 1993. Sister, aunt, friend.
He frowned, as he did every other year, and looked over at me.
Didn't you say her middle name was Laura?
It was.
Then why does it say Jo?
Well, that's what everyone called her.
Huh. That's a boy's name.
I smiled at this. He said the same thing last year, too. She was a tough woman.
And she raised you?
By hand. Yeah. All by herself.
After your mommy and daddy died?
I nodded. He sat Indian style on the soft grass, and he shifted his weight to the gravestone on Joe's left.
That's your mama?
A little moss had taken hold in the lettering. We missed it when we first got here. I scraped it away with my fingernail. Caitlin Gargery Thatch, February 16, 1958 to August 8, 1980. Loving wife, mother, and sister. I said softly.
And that's your daddy?
His stone was clean, a fresh yellow rose in the vase. I nodded. That's your grandfather. He read that one aloud without any prompting from me. He was a good boy. When he finished, he looked to the stone on my father's left.
Who's Abel Mag S. Witch?
Abel Magwitch, I corrected.
Abel Magwitch. Who is he?
That's my father, too.
You had two daddies?
I thought about this for a moment. I tried to explain it last year and completely flubbed it up. He'd asked questions for nearly a week before the subject finally faded away. He was 6 then, 7 now, a world away. This time, I went with a line I carefully crafted on the drive this morning. I only had one daddy, but he lived 2 lives.
So he gets 2 graves?
Yeah, one for each. This seemed to please him.
Wow! So cats must take up a lot of room in pet cemeteries.
They most certainly do. There would always be next year. My father, Edward Thatch, died for the second time on July 20, 2006, 4 years ago. 8 years after the events at Carey Furnace. He was only 48. The end came swift, as it usually does, but his death had been drawn out for nearly those full 8 years. At first he became forgetful. I deeply regret that first year, because we did nothing but argue. I'd ask him about the car accident that took my mother's life and the events to immediately follow, and he provided nothing but cryptic responses, these short answers that only led to more questions. Then I noticed even those answers were fluid. He initially told me he hid in California for nearly a year after fleeing Pennsylvania, but then when asked again, he said he hid in Georgia. I'd ask him about the tests Charter ran on me when I was young, and he said he couldn't recall anything beyond what I already knew. A year later, he barely remembered even those events. I found myself reminding him, prompting him to remember. The doctors called it early onset Alzheimer's. I thought he was faking, and that only led to more fights and confrontations. It wasn't until I caught him standing in front of the mirror one morning, attempting to put on a tie. I watched him for nearly 5 minutes. He'd wrap it around his neck, make it about halfway through the process, then untwist and start all over again. When he spotted me at the door, he asked me to find my mother. He said she usually tied it for him. This was in May of 2000. He was only 42. The doctors ran a series of tests and found severe genetic mutations in 3 genes: APP, PSEN1, and PSEN2. Typically, a mutation in only one could lead to early onset Alzheimer's. Mutations in 3 were rare. My father and I had a pretty good handle on the root of those mutations, but we didn't tell the doctor about charter or the shot. Instead, we took his pamphlets and list of recommended reading, and I drove him home. He moved into my old apartment in Brentwood. I was just glad to see someone living in that place. He took to calling me Pip. At first, I thought it was because he heard Stella use the name, but then I remembered the envelopes, my monthly cash deliveries. Pip written neatly on each. I thought about the copy of Great Expectations he left for me in his grave. I realized the envelopes had been yet another clue, one meant to draw my focus to that book when I eventually found it. He saw himself as my Abel Magwitch, Pip's benefactor in the novel. I asked him about this once, but he only smiled. Less than 2 months after his diagnosis, my father stopped speaking. 1 week after that, he stopped getting out of bed on his own. I had no choice but to place him in a facility capable of monitoring his condition and taking care of him on a day-to-day basis. He spent his remaining 6 years in Cloverdale Assisted Living in Monroeville, Pennsylvania. I visited often and always found him in the same place, in his wheelchair at a large window overlooking the west lawn and a small duck pond. Prior to his death, the nurses said he never spoke while awake, but he often mumbled in his sleep. He said the name David Pickford often, but they could make out nothing else. When they asked if that name meant something to me, I told them no. My father died for the 2nd time at his favorite window. For that, I was grateful. I wanted him to find peace with what he had done. I wanted to forgive him, and I told him that I did. I found it far easier to convince him of this than it was to convince myself. Prior to the disease taking complete hold, my father signed power of attorney over his estate to me, and with Mateo's help, I was able to complete a financial picture. Without going into detail here, this being a painful subject for me, we found Charter sent my father $10,000 per month, beginning 1 month after my mother died and continuing until the middle of 1996, about 2 years after Pickford cleaned up Charter. He left many of the employees with instructions akin to autopilot, and someone in accounting saw fit to continue payments to my father. Part of me wanted to hate my father, and I suppose few would blame me if I did, but in my 30-plus years on the planet, I learned life is far too short and fragile to harbor hate in your heart. It eats at your soul, burns, but doesn't burn. I told myself he did what he felt was right at the time. Fault should not be found in a man protecting his family with the tools provided, only in those who did not try. My father tried. He risked retaliation from Charter every month he sent me money as a kid by way of preacher. My father invested his assets wisely, and on the day he died, his estate was worth nearly $6 million. I donated all of it to Alzheimer's research. I had no need for his money. If my father's death was due to the shot, we never found proof. To this day, Cammy and Preacher show no signs of illness. Stella and I watch closely whenever we're together. I'm sure Darby does too. In the fall of 1999, about a year after the events at Carey Furnace, I returned to college. I didn't go back to Penn State. The memories were far too strong. Instead, I went to Carnegie Mellon and earned a degree in art. I learned to enjoy painting, drawing, and sketching again. I've had several small showings over the years, mostly friends and family, but nice nonetheless. If you happen to find yourself in a doctor's office or bank in the Pittsburgh area, take a look at the paintings on the wall. You may find one with J. Thatch scrawled in the bottom right, a couple others with Pip. The day I received my diploma from Carnegie Mellon, DeWitt Mateo and Tess were in the audience. I'd be lying if I said Mateo wasn't ecstatic. He said, although Auntie Joe's instructions explicitly said I needed to attend Penn State, they did not say I needed to earn out my degree there. He felt this was enough of a loophole to unfreeze the hold on my trust and grant access to the funds she left for me. As executor of the trust, he did, and with nobody to contest, I became a wealthy man that year. Part of the funds were used to buy a small farm up near Moraine State Park. We live there to this day.
Can we go soon? I'm hungry.
Soon, Dalton. One more quick stop, okay?
Oh, all right.
I picked the name Dalton because I knew how much it would irk his uncle preacher. To this day, he despised his real name. I hadn't seen him in nearly a year. After the furnace in '98, he stuck around for a few days. Then one morning, the Pontiac GTO was no longer outside, and he was gone. No note, no forwarding address. He insisted he was a nomad, and sitting still was not an option. He went back to that thing he did. If you asked my kid self if I would ever consider calling a hitman my friend, I probably would have said absolutely, because what young boy doesn't want a hitman as a friend? Preacher was and always will be considered a guardian angel in my mind. His wings might be dirty, but there was a good man in there. Every time I spotted a white SUV in my rear view, I took solace in the fact that there was also a black GTO out there somewhere, a balance in the universe. You fold the blanket, I'll put away lunch and the radio. Dalton frowned up at me.
I don't know why you bring that thing. It never works out here. Next year we should bring an iPod.
I smiled but said nothing to this. I liked that old transistor radio. Our things gathered, I reached out and took my son's tiny little hand in mine. We walked to the east, past several mature oaks and a small reflecting pool, to a single grave under the shade of a willow. I pulled a rag from our picnic basket and wiped off the white marble. Then I replaced the flowers in the vase with the last rose we brought along, this one yellow.
Who is Gertie McGowan?
Dalton asked. Someone special?
Geez, you know lots of dead people.
I couldn't help but chuckle at this. Yeah, I suppose I do. Can you give me a second?
Will I get in trouble if I skip rocks on the pond?
I think you'll be okay. When he was gone, but still within eyeshot, I knelt down at Gertie's grave and closed my eyes. I like to think you're with me every day. Whenever I feel the warmth of the sun or hear someone laugh, I think of you. You were always the bright spot in one of the darkest chapters of my life, and I don't think I would have made it out of the other side if I hadn't known you. I'm sorry I didn't come to see you those first few years. I've got my head on straight now. I know it's important. And you, Gertie McGowan, will always be one of those important sparks in my life. I paused for a second and looked back over one of the hills to my right. I stopped by and said hi to Crandall and Lurline, too. I always pictured him running the cafeteria up there in heaven, with lines running out the door and around the next cloud. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. My eyes snapped open and I spun around, perhaps a little faster than I probably should have. I found Detective Joy Fogel standing about half a dozen paces behind me.
I'm sorry I startled you, Jack. I didn't want to interrupt.
Still following me after 12 years, Detective? Maybe it's time to give up the ghost. I smiled. I knew she wasn't following me, but it was always fun to take a jab at her.
Just visiting a friend, saw you, thought I'd say hello, she said.
Stack? She nodded.
Dalton was standing at the edge of the pond, his hand set to launch another rock across the surface. He eyed the detective suspiciously.
It's okay, Dalton. She's a friend.
She looks like a cop.
Yeah, I suppose she does. he returned to the water. I stood, brushed off the knees of my jeans, and went over to her. She told me about Detective Terrence Stack years back, after the dust began to settle but hadn't quite left the air yet. David and some of the people in white had left him tied up in one of his bedrooms. If not for his mailman, he might have died up there. The mailman knew Stack rarely left home, and when letters piled up for 3 days, he tried the front door, found it open, and took it upon himself to make sure everything was okay. Everything was not okay. Stack, still tied to a chair, was severely dehydrated, delusional, ranting about his dead partner Faustino Breyer. He spent nearly a week in the hospital recuperating before being permitted back home again. He passed away 6 months after that. Fogel found him in his favorite chair, a beer in one hand and a cannon of a gun in the other, staring out his front window. Cause of death was ruled a stroke. The way Fogel told it, the man was waiting for death to come knocking at his door. Bored with retirement, more so after charter fell. The day Fogel located David's old cell at the heart of charter, she called in backup. She brought in the feds. They tore the place apart. Not before she was able to watch the first videotape, though. The one that showed David stepping out of his cell, entering that control room and saying something like, "Which button activates the building's intercom?" A man with only one remaining eye showed him. Then, "Hello, everyone. My name is David Pickford. As of this moment, I'm in charge of all charter activities. Please listen closely." The same tape contained the deaths of the 2 men in the control room shortly after. Fogel regretted calling in the feds. They hauled off nearly 3 tractor trailers filled with documentation, audio-visual evidence, and equipment, enough to build 1,000 cases against people in charge. Although those tractor trailers left charter property for the Philly field office, they never arrived. When Fogel tried to obtain information on the case, she discovered there was no case. When she took it upon herself to visit the charter building again, less than 1 week later, she found it completely deserted, scrubbed and staged. Signage had been replaced with Marshall Field and Grain. The few scraps of paper littering the now bloodless hallways bore the same name. The entire complex looked like a farming supply company that had gone out of business several years earlier, a building yet to be repurposed. If I hadn't given her all the documentation my father stole from Charter, there might not have been any remaining proof of what they did. Once Stack recuperated, the 2 of them worked to piece together a complete narrative, and by the time they finished, they knew all about the shot, the adults who received it, the children they had, and how Charter either exploited or killed all those involved. Fogel took down the wall of weird shortly after that. Publicly, she ceased all efforts to follow up on those cases, and the information was quickly forgotten as her co-workers attempted to keep up with their ever-expanding workload. When August 8 rolled around the following year, only a handful asked about it. By the following year, no one brought it up. She never told me where she hid all the data. She only said it was someplace safe, someplace she could get to it, if the need ever arose. "He's getting so big," Fogel beamed, watching Dalton. "Yeah, they do that," I said. "How have you been?" "Good." She reached into her pocket and took out her badge. "I made lieutenant." "Congratulations, I'm happy for you." The words didn't come out with the cheer I had intended. I tried to make up for it with a wider smile. I probably just looked like a complete goof. There was a silver flask in her hand. She caught me staring at it. Fogel's face flushed. "It's whiskey. I pour it on his grave. A little old school, I know. But he was old school back when old schools still had dirt floors." She hesitated for a second, then held it out to me. "Want a taste?" I shook my head. I haven't touched the stuff in 12 years. This seemed to surprise her.
Really? That's fantastic. Good for you.
Vogel stuffed the flask into her pocket and nodded her head back toward the main entrance.
I need to get going. It was nice seeing you again. We should try to get together at some point. Maybe grab dinner or something.
I'd like that. We never would, though. I knew that. I watched her walk away, disappear over the hill. Then I turned to Dalton. "Let's go, buddy!" He skipped one final rock, then took my hand. We made our way up the hill at the back of the cemetery, past the mausoleums. When the bench came into view, my eyes fell on a little girl, sitting there with long chestnut hair and the most beautiful dark eyes, a book in her lap. When she saw me, her eyes lit up.
"Daddy!"
She jumped up and ran to me, wrapping both arms around my legs. From the opposite side of the bench, her mother looked up at me, too. She smiled. Somehow, Stella became more beautiful with each passing day, and my heart never tired of quivering at the sight of her. She, too, was reading a book. She turned it over and showed me the cover.
"This is utterly fantastic."
The title was Glimmer in the Devil's Eye. The author was Darby Brotherton. Darby never learned to speak, but she found her voice. At 20 years old, this was her second bestseller. Cam had called us last week to tell us the news. Stella walked over, her white sundress fluttering in the late summer breeze. The weather today couldn't be more perfect. She ruffled Dalton's hair and kissed me, her lips electric against mine.
"Did you boys have fun?"
It was nice to see everyone. You? She knelt and stroked our daughter's cheek.
"Clara here read Charlotte's Web for the umpteenth time, then set about to find a word in every spider web in those mausoleums over there."
I smiled down at Clara. "And what did you find?"
"Pittsburgh spiders are dumb. They can't spell."
Neither of our children had demonstrated an ability, a gift, a curse, or anything out of the ordinary for a 6-year-old girl or a 7-year-old boy. But I'd be lying if I said we didn't watch for one every day. I think we both knew it was coming. Probably sometime soon, and we'd be ready for it, whatever it was. I took Stella's hand and wrapped my fingers around hers. She didn't wear gloves around us. There was no need. That night, the kiss, the approaching train. When our lips touched, I thought I would die. I expected to meet the same fate as Leo Signorelli and all the others who met Stella's touch, her kiss. I figured I wouldn't even feel the train when the impact finally came. I'd be gone that fast. I didn't die, though. I felt no pain at all. My gift, my curse, my condition, whatever the shot did to me, Dunk called me the boy who could not die. Whether just from luck or some odd manipulation of my DNA as a result of my parents receiving the shot, there was some truth to that. Through the course of my life, I should have died many times over. Charter's attempts alone should have been enough, yet I hadn't. I figured one day I probably would. Nobody lives forever. But I had no idea how my particular condition impacted those final laws of nature, the ones enforced on all living things. Stella and I learned there was an odd byproduct to my particular gift, too. Her need, her hunger, she found the sustenance she required in my touch. The boy who could not die could share. When August 8 of 1999 came around, she demonstrated no signs of her previous illness. The date came and went like any other, and each year passed much the same. If she and I were a battery, one would be positive, the other negative, and combined, we canceled out. We completed each other. When I told Fogel I hadn't had a drink in 12 years, that was true too. I never craved alcohol when Stella was near. Since she and I were completely inseparable, that particular need never reappeared. We married on August 8, 2000. The date held so much meaning for the two of us. There was never a consideration of another date. It had to be August 8. The day became one of celebration.
"What are you thinking about?" Stella asked, shielding her eyes from the unusual bright Pittsburgh sun.
"You," I told her. "How much I love you."
Stella smiled and kissed me again.
"And I love you too, Pip."
"Yucky," Dalton said, frowning. Clara giggled.
"Aren't you going to be late?" Stella said.
I looked down at my watch. Nearly 5 o'clock. Crap! I started back down the hill. "Meet at Minio's at 7?" I yelled back at them as I broke into a run.
"Say hello for us,"
Stella shouted. 2. State Correctional Institution, known as Western Penn to the locals, is a medium-security correctional facility operated by the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections. Sitting on a little over 21 acres on the banks of the Ohio River, the prison was about 5 miles out of town. I got there in a record 19 minutes. I never did recover my old Jeep from the hospital parking lot in Minden, but I bought a shiny new Wrangler last year. With the exception of my driver's license, I emptied my pockets in the car and left everything on the passenger seat. Experience taught me the security lines move much faster when you traveled light. I removed my belt, too. I crossed the parking lot and managed to get in line about a minute before the guards closed up the doors behind me. That meant I'd have about 20 minutes inside before visiting hours officially ended. On the other side of security, I followed the green line on the floor to the visitation room. More of a hallway, really. Payphones lined the wall on the left, while small cubicles lined the right. I took an empty seat in the second-to-last space and waited. Dunk hobbled in about a minute later on a plastic cane. It bent slightly under his weight. Because metal or wood could be fashioned into a weapon, only plastic canes were permitted. Dunk managed to break at least one each week, but the Department of Corrections seemed to have an endless supply. This particular cane was pink. I picked up the telephone receiver and pressed it to my ear. Trying not to think about all the nastiness that probably came in contact with the plastic prior to me today. Dunk dropped into the seat on his side of the thick glass and picked up the telephone receiver. "Tell me again, why did I turn myself in?" "Because you're a good guy at heart, and one day you'll get out of here completely rehabilitated, and you'll open a taco stand down by the river and make something of yourself." "I'm not sure tacos have enough of a profit margin." With DeWitt Mateo at his side, Dunk turned himself in August 13, 1998, about 1 hour after the horrible events of that night came to an end. I actually tried to talk him out of it. Not because I didn't think it was the right thing to do. I simply didn't feel he was in the right state of mind to make such a decision. We didn't find a single live person inside Carey Furnace. Nearly his entire crew perished with David's final command. If anyone survived, Stella's implosion finished them off. Dunk was completely in shock. He was alone. He told me he had already been working with the feds to take down Rufus Stano. I had no idea. Stano was one of the few people Dunk answered to and considered a much bigger fish than even Duncan Bellino in the eyes of the authorities. Because of his cooperation, he received a shorter sentence. He had 3 years remaining, but would be eligible for parole in another month. Stella and the kids say hello. Hello back. A nasty bruise peppered the left side of Dunk's jaw. When I asked him about it, he shrugged. "I wanted to watch The Big Bang Theory last night. I was in the minority. Happens." 1 month to parole, buddy. Best to keep your head down. The guard leaned in from the hallway. 5 minutes! Shit. Sorry, man, I got here late. Dunk shrugged. 1 month to parole. He moved the receiver to his other ear. That reminds me, I had a weird visitor last week. Who? Willie Trudeau. Willie? Dunk nodded. He said he has a job for me when I get out. A job doing what? Didn't say. Careful with that guy. I never trusted him. Yes, Mom. There was something I wanted to ask Dunk about. A subject I avoided for over a decade. Stella brought it up again last night, said we needed to know the answer if Dunk was going to be around our children. Can I ask you something? I don't need a prom date, and you've already got a lovely lady at home. I'm serious. I am too. Pickford, he said your mother was Penelope Maudlin. One of the people who got the shot along with our parents. You've never talked about her. Nothing to talk about. Do you remember her? Dunk pursed his lips and looked down at the counter. Nope. Not at all? He shook his head. It was always just me and Pops. Until you showed me that old yearbook, I'd never even seen a photo of her. Pops didn't keep none of that stuff. I figured it hurt him to talk about it, so we never did. 1 minute! The guard shouted. I leaned in closer toward the glass and lowered my voice. She got the shot, but your father didn't. Dunk leaned back in his chair, a big grin filling his lips. And you're wondering if I can do something? Like you, Stella, Darby, or that Pickford guy? I'm only asking because if it's something dangerous and you're going to be around the kids, we'd like to know. That came out wrong and I tried to backtrack. We're not worried you would ever do anything to hurt them. We know you wouldn't. It's just, if you can do something, we'd like to know what it is. Jack Thatch, the boy who couldn't die, and his faithful sidekick Dunk. He grinned. There's a comic book in there for sure. Can you do something? Time's up, the guard shouted. Disconnect all calls and exit here to the left. Have a pleasant evening. Dunk, I said into the receiver. Dunk smiled and hung up the phone on his side. He got to his feet, his bulky body balanced on that silly pink cane. I tilted my head and frowned. Then I hung up the phone. Dunk's eyes grew wide, and he grinned. He held up his index finger. I watched as he touched the receiver on his side of the cubicle. Just a tap. All the payphones behind me began to ring at the same time. I turned to look at them. One of the guards picked one up, said hello, shrugged, and hung up again. The phone continued to ring. When I turned back to Dunk, I caught a flash of his orange jumpsuit as he left the room and disappeared down the hallway toward his cell, the heavy metal door swinging shut behind him. August 8, 2020. 44 years old. 1. The little boy peered over the back of the booth in his parents' favorite restaurant, in his parents' favorite California seaside town. He twisted and squirmed until his mother finally gave up and let him stand on the bench seat and look out over the back into the next booth, at a man sitting in that booth. What happened to your face? The boy asked. Not polite at all. Not the kind of thing you ask a complete stranger, particularly when you have the remnants of macaroni and cheese all over your own face. The man looked up from the menu. He had decided on the catch of the day and smiled. The sheer act of such a thing seemed painful, tugging at his ruined skin in such a way that must have hurt. If it did, though, he didn't acknowledge it. The man pointed at the ruined side of his face and shrugged. Then, with a series of complex hand gestures, he answered the boy in what was known as ASL, or American Sign Language. The boy bit at his lower lip and frowned. He didn't understand. The uneducated youth. Today's children knew only video games, social networks, and streaming media. Gone were the days when someone opened a book and took the time to learn something new, to better themselves, to achieve a greater intellect through enlightenment. Perhaps if education awarded points, the younger generation would consider dusting off a book. If they could easily level up with a cheat code stolen off the internet, they may take interest. The man held up a finger. He dug his smartphone